Chapter 1. In the golden autumn of 1982, just a couple of days after National Day, Dongzhou City still retained the festive atmosphere. The local time-honored state-run restaurant had holiday discounts at its entrance, offering a plate of spicy radish cubes with every table. Since it was exactly lunchtime, the restaurant was crowded at this moment. There were 3 counters in the restaurant, each with a waiter. The waiters impatiently shouted for people to come and pick up dishes while also reporting new orders to the chefs in the back. Looking at the long queue in front of them, the waiters felt increasingly irritated. If it weren't for the store's rule against losing your temper with customers, I would have already started yelling. What's the rush? Can't you stagger your visits a bit? Do you have to wear people out? Since the holidays started, there hasn't been a moment of rest. All for a bowl of diced radish, everyone rushes to eat. As for the waiters showing their mood on their faces, the people in line don't really mind, they're used to it. What's wrong with getting a little upset when eating something delicious? Some good things are hard to buy even if you have money. A few years ago when they had fukiangfen dumplings, they wouldn't even sell them. Now that supplies are abundant, they even serve side dishes with meals. But the dishes here really aren't cheap. If it weren't for joining in the excitement, I wouldn't be willing to come and eat this meal. Ordering 2 or 3 more dishes would cost a regular worker a third of their monthly wage. Enough to support a family for half a month. This is way too cheap. Next to the window, Susun was staring at the menu written on the small blackboard, unable to help but exclaim. Shrimp salad 3.4 yuan. Cold beef 0.9 yuan. Cold sour fish 1.3 yuan. Oh! Calculating the bill while looking at the menu, 10 yuan can buy a sumptuous meal. There's fish, meat, shrimp, and crab. Who would have believed it in the past? But now it's clearly right in front of Susun. Of course, the income isn't high at the moment. Susun's idea of cheap is only relative to her original wealth. Sighed. If only I could take the money I earned before and spend it in this era, how happy that would be. But Susun patted her pockets, and not to mention 10 yuan, she didn't even have a dime. A smile tugged at the corner of Susun's mouth, but it was very forced. Who was as down and out as she was? Not only did she time travel, but she also arrived wearing clothes. Not only that, she was completely penniless. Host, what's wrong with you? A mechanical child's voice sounded. Oh, and there's the system. Susun curved her lips and replied in her mind, nothing, I'm hungry, but I have no money. Oh, then hurry up and make someone dislike you. As long as you can make one person dislike you, you will get a reward of 100 yuan, and it's in dollars. Susun. Has anyone ever encountered such a bizarre system? It doesn't ask her to do good deeds, but to be annoying. As long as someone hates her, she can receive a reward. For each person who hates her, she gets a $100 reward. The reason for rewarding in dollars is because Susun is currently a returned overseas Chinese. But this reward is not that simple, there are conditions. First, within 3 years, she must achieve the hated by 10,000 people accomplishment. Literally, each person can only provide 1 point of dislike. No duplicates allowed. She must accumulate a full 10,000 points of dislike. This is also to prevent Susun from slacking off. If she fails, she will be sent back to her original world. If she succeeds, Susun can choose to return or stay. In any case, she gains freedom. Then Susun cannot actively do things that hurt others. She can only make people dislike her. Because this guy called the Everyone Hate system was created by a popular heartthrob. The reason the popular heartthrob owner created this system was because they were liked by too many people and couldn't bear the disturbance, so they wanted to learn how to make people dislike them. However, their values were very upright, so they didn't want to do things that would hurt others and thus wanted to learn from someone. Therefore, Susun has to act according to their values. But Susun has no other choice. She was unintentionally bound to a system called Everyone Hates, which sent her to the year 1982. According to the system, the reason for sending her here was that the technological level at this time made it difficult to detect the existence of the system, and Susun could more easily adapt to this world. Moreover, Susun couldn't stay in her original world at that time. The moment she was bound, she was almost run over by an out-of-control car, essentially experiencing a dramatic near-death event in her original timeline. If she were to return, she would either be under the car or taken away for research. So the only choice was to complete the mission and stay here. Actually, as an orphan, Susun didn't have much attachment to her original world. She was abandoned on the street when she was just a month old. Later, she was sent to an orphanage to grow up, and during that time, she was adopted twice but was returned both times because the adoptive families had biological children. Because of the adoption and return, she never had the chance to build lasting friendships with the other children in the orphanage, nor did she have an elder to be attached to. These experiences also made it difficult for her to form emotional bonds with people. The friendly side she showed at school and work was all a facade. The only thing she probably cared about was the savings she had painstakingly accumulated there. But money can always be earned again. So Susan was not opposed to this time travel. She even had to thank the system for saving her life. But the problem was she had no money to eat now. Her body had been brought along, but she only had the set of clothes the system arranged for this era, an empty suitcase, and identification documents from this era. Other than that, she had nothing. Now she was starving and had nowhere to stay. If she didn't make money quickly, she would soon be sleeping on the streets. Susan had no choice but to sigh, then grabbed her suitcase and walked out the door. She looked around, then finally took off her knitted sweater, wearing only the short-sleeved shirt underneath. Then, carrying a suitcase in one hand and clothes in the other, she ran to the entrance of a nearby department store, waiting for someone to come out. After seeing a young woman with empty hands, she immediately ran over. "Hello, ma'am." Susan deliberately called out with a clumsy accent. Her current identity was that of a Chinese returnee from overseas, so speaking perfect Mandarin wouldn't do. Fortunately, she graduated with a foreign language major and had interacted with many foreigners, so she could imitate an accent a little. The woman who was called glanced at her, saw her fair skin, outstanding temperament, and decent attire, then walked over. "Is there something you need?" "Hello, I have a piece of clothing I want to sell. Do you need it? I brought it back from abroad." As soon as this person heard it was brought back from abroad, they immediately waved their hand. They couldn't even afford clothes from the mall, let alone something from overseas. Susan quickly said, "Just give me the price of 10 meat buns. I just returned to the country, but I don't know where I left my wallet. I'm very hungry now and want to sell this to get some food." Hearing Susan's words, the woman softened. Looking at the fabric of the clothes again, it was really good. The style was nice too. Exchanging 10 meat buns for a foreign knit sweater was definitely a good deal. All right. After exchanging money and tickets, Susan handed over the clothes to the person. The woman looked at them happily, even gesturing on herself, feeling they fit well. Then she kindly reminded, "If you need help, you can go to the public security officers." "Thank you. I'll go after I finish eating." Susan smiled. She thought to herself she also wanted to ask the public security officers for help. But wouldn't that be suspicious? In her current situation, she was the last person who could withstand an investigation. The most hated by 10,000 people, system grew anxious. "Why are you? Would you rather sell clothes for money than do the task?" Susun said. "Who told your master to demand so much? Just wait and see." After speaking, he grabbed his suitcase, took the money and tickets, and went to the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, there weren't many people in line now. Susun walked over and was soon at the front. He first asked for meat buns, but the waiter was unhappy. "Who sells meat buns at noon? Didn't you see the menu?" Susun said, "Then I'll have a bowl of dumplings." The waiter took the money grumpily and asked the master chef to cook the dumplings. Soon, the dumplings were served. These dumplings were truly well made, with thin wrappers and plenty of meat. They looked very appetizing. Susun didn't rush to take them away but stood by the window and shouted loudly, "Waiter, bring me an empty bowl. I only eat the meat and dumplings, not the wrapper. Who eats these dumpling wrappers? You might as well feed them to pigs, and even pigs won't eat them." With a clatter, the sound of tables and chairs arose, and men, women, old and young in the dining hall all looked this way. Their eyes carried a mix of disbelief and condemnation. Especially those who were eating dumplings. Their looks seemed to wish they could eat Susun themselves. Ding, discuss level plus 23, reward $2,300. The everyone hates you system. The waiter in the window was furious. "What nonsense are you spouting? Not eating? If you're not eating, then get the hell out." Still not satisfied, he stood up and started to walk out, rolling up his sleeves as he went. Susun didn't even bother eating the dumplings. She grabbed her suitcase and hurriedly ran out. She was afraid that if she delayed even a step more, she would be beaten into a pig's head. She had just seen the slogan posted in the restaurant, "No beating customers allowed." Why would there be such a slogan? It must be because someone has been beaten before. So this money is really hard to earn. Fortunately, I chose a restaurant where people either sit or stay behind the counter, so I still have a chance to escape. Luckily, I got $2,300 in hand, no need to risk angering everyone. The system hated by thousands was stunned. "Host, how did you manage that? Let's just do it this way. No matter when, wasting food is shameful. Especially in the 1980s. It's no wonder it caused public outrage. I'm telling you, this is just the 1980s, if this were the future." Starting a live stream going viral online, you could easily earn over 100 million in rewards in no time. Suddenly, Susun began to suspect whether the owner of the system was also guarding against this very thing, which is why she was sent here. The system, hated by thousands, was extremely excited. "Host, you're really smart. Keep it up. Once we reach 10,000 points of disdain, I can go back. You'll be free too." Susan pursed her lips and gave a wry smile. Coming back again? She really values her life. Alone in the 1980s, if she really angered people and got beaten up, what would she do? Don't think she doesn't know there was a strict crackdown in the early 1980s. Why the crackdown? Isn't it because public security was poor? Making money doesn't mean risking your life. So for the time being, Susan has no intention of provoking public anger again. She isn't planning to offend anyone until her safety is guaranteed. After all, this discussed value isn't something just anyone can contribute. It only counts as a discussed value if someone truly feels so repulsed that they want to hit her. Otherwise, there were more than 23 people in the restaurant just now, so why was only 23 points of discussed value contributed? Having grown up without love or care, Susan developed two habits: loving money and cherishing her life. Ah, what a pity for my bowl of dumplings. The universally disliked system said you should take 2 bites. If you really took 2 bites and then made a fuss, others wouldn't be able to eat anymore, which would truly be a waste of food. Although Susan, who had experienced hunger, didn't have very upright values, saving food was ingrained in his bones. Forget it anyway, I have money and don't worry about food or drink. Let's go have a feast. Susan, feeling completely relaxed, carried his suitcase and continued looking for a restaurant. By the way, system, help me exchange US dollars for foreign exchange certificates. At this time, foreigners coming to the country need to use foreign exchange certificates. The reason Su Xuanji knew this was because the system told her. Soon, there were more than 4,000 foreign exchange certificates added to the suitcase. As an overseas Chinese, Su Xuanji naturally did not have the tickets required for buying things domestically. But using these foreign exchange certificates to purchase items meant no additional tickets were needed. In a way, this foreign exchange voucher also belongs to the category of super currency. Susan felt relieved that it was for her own use, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to tell what to buy, what ticket to give, or how much. She would definitely make a fool of herself later. At first, she thought the system assigning her this identity was a bit troublesome, but now she finds it quite convenient. It can successfully conceal her lack of understanding of this era. Chapter 2. Although Dongzhou City is not as large as Shanghai or the capital, it is still the provincial capital of a province. In recent years, with policy changes, some higher-end restaurants have opened. This time, having received some money, she finally had a big meal. It must be said, cooking now is really affordable with more main ingredients than side ingredients. Unlike in the future, when you look at a big plate, there are only a few pieces of the main ingredient. After finishing a sumptuous meal, it costs less than 10 foreign exchange coupons. Comparing like this, she felt that earning this money was quite easy. She sighed comfortably. After leaving the restaurant, she didn't plan to walk anymore and directly hailed a taxi. Susan remembered reading before that, at a certain time, taxis wouldn't stop just anywhere. After the reforms, with more people coming and going and changing demands, they started stopping on a whim. And it seemed the drivers weren't necessarily willing to take passengers. Fortunately, she was lucky and a taxi stopped. As soon as she got in, Susan said, "I want to go to the best hotel in town." The driver glanced at the time and said, "Comrade, our best hotel is in the south of the city, but I'm in a hurry to go to the airport to pick someone up. I'll pay in foreign exchange vouchers. If it's not enough, I'll pay double," Susan said. Driver. "All right, no need to say more, let's go. Anyway, we're rushing to the airport, might as well try our luck to see if we can pick up a few overseas friends and earn some foreign exchange vouchers. No choice, isn't there a foreign exchange voucher task?" On the road, the driver enthusiastically chatted with Susan. "Comrade, have you just come back from abroad, or do you have relatives overseas?" "I came back from abroad to look for my family. I have relatives in the country." "Oh, no wonder. Just by looking at you, I felt there was something different about you." Susan asked, "Different how? Could it be that she really had an outstanding aura?" "Trendy. You see, the October weather is actually a bit cold now. Everyone is wearing jackets, but you're only wearing short sleeves. Not afraid of the cold. I think some foreigners just aren't afraid of the cold." "Susan. Am I healthy? I just don't have money for food, so I sold my clothes to get some cash." Susan smiled politely. "You have a unique perspective." "Of course, I've been driving for many years and have seen a lot of people," the driver said proudly. At this moment, the driver was quite good and didn't take a detour. Soon, they arrived at what the driver called the most luxurious hotel in Dongzhou City, the Dongzhou International Hotel. It is said to have been built a couple of years ago, with a very grand entrance and extremely luxurious decoration. Rich people all stay there. It costs 10 yuan a night. 10 yuan is already a third of an ordinary worker's wage. "Tell me, who can afford to live here?" the master sighed. Susan thought to himself, "Back in the day, I couldn't afford it either." After paying and getting off the car, the driver smiled contentedly and left, refusing Susan's double payment. He also told Su-sun righteously, "We Chinese aren't like those old M's who only care about money. We value human kindness." Saying that, he drove off gracefully. Su-sun. Watching the taxi leave, Su-sun stood at the door and glanced at the hotel entrance. The decoration looked quite nice. To be honest, Su-sun was not a hedonist. She also liked to save money, but now she had to build a persona. According to the system task of achieving the most hated by 10,000 people achievement, she would at least be a millionaire in the future. She would occasionally receive extra money. So to avoid suspicion later, wouldn't she have to let others know in advance that she was a wealthy person? The service attitude at the International Hotel was much better than that of the previous state-run restaurant. As soon as Su-sun entered the lobby, the two receptionists at the front desk smiled at her. A woman in a gray suit, who looked to be in her 30s, came over and reached out to help Su-sun carry her things. Su-sun politely declined, "Thank you, no need." An empty box, wouldn't carrying it expose her? Fortunately, the woman didn't insist. At the front desk, Su-sun glanced at the prices on the wall. The top-tier so-called VIP suite only costs 15 yuan. This confidence comes from having more than 4,000 yuan in the pocket. Otherwise, Su-sun wouldn't have used the word just. "Arrange a VIP suite for me, and I'll stay for a week first." Hearing this, the receptionist's eyes lit up and she immediately helped arrange it. When Su-sun took out the foreign exchange voucher, the woman in the suit's eyes brightened, and she came over to ask, "Comrade ma'am, did you just come back from abroad?" "I'm back to visit my family," Su-sun said. "Welcome back. Quite a few compatriots have returned in the past 2 years. If you're not familiar with the area and need anything, just let me know. I'm Li Yuli, the manager of the customer service department here," Li Yuli said. His face wore a very friendly smile. The formalities were quickly completed, and Li Yuli personally escorted Su-sun to the elevator while explaining the benefits of the penthouse suite. To be honest, the decoration here naturally can't compare to the future luxury hotels. When she used to work summer jobs, those decorations were truly luxurious. But isn't that a different era? So this hotel is indeed high-end. Even the doors of the large suite are double doors with a reception room inside, and the sofas are all genuine leather. The inner room is a bedroom with a large bed. The lighting all around is very good. Standing by the window, you can see the scenery nearby. From a distance, you can even see mountains and water. Really nice. Yes, when we built this place, it was so guests could enjoy the beautiful scenery of Dongzhou, Li Yuli said with a smile. "If you don't need anything else, I'll head downstairs now. If you need anything, just call. There are phones in the living room and on the bedside table." Su-sun nodded with a reserved smile. "Okay, I understand." She felt that Manager Li was a bit too enthusiastic. She was somewhat wary of this kind of over-the-top friendliness. After everyone left, she closed the door, then suddenly ran around the room looking everywhere. She couldn't resist trying out the sofa, and finally flopped down onto the soft genuine leather sofa. "I never thought that one day I'd be able to live in a place like this. I used to dream about it, but I thought I'd have to wait until the second half of my life. Speaking of which, does this count as my next life?" Su-sun sighed with comfort, feeling that having money was really great. So it's true that she loves money. Having money brings happiness. The only pity is that she currently only has fake money. She needs to find a way to make money. What was the most profitable industry back in the 1980s? Su-sun studied foreign languages at university. At that time, an older sister who had come from an orphanage also studied foreign languages and then joined a foreign trade company. She made money through foreign trade, and while studying, she also tutored others part-time to cover living and study expenses. Su-sun, who was short on money then, chose this major. Later, she not only tutored but also took translation orders. Because of her excellent academic performance, she even worked as a translator for others. She indeed earned a sum of money from this. However, she didn't know much about other businesses. Now it's convenient for her to use a fake identity, but in this era, she can't rely on that to make money, right? Could it be foreign trade? Host, you need to work hard to complete the mission. Don't get lost in enjoyment. The system that everyone hates promptly came out to scold her. Su-sun said, "Don't worry, I've already started thinking it over." After speaking, he sat up and began counting his assets. There was still over 4,000 left, enough for temporary expenses. System, if I use this money to spend, will it cause any problems? 1 million won't cause inflation, but if the account suddenly has a large amount of wealth, it could attract unwanted attention, which would be troublesome. Also, is this source clean? The universally despised system. This was originally the property of this world, and we obtained it through transactions. Only then did Su-sun feel at ease. Although the money was given by the system, if it had been stolen by the system, she wouldn't feel comfortable using it. Su-sun didn't consider herself an absolute good person, but at least she had her limits. Living expenses were temporarily covered, Next was how to establish roots in this era and complete the mission. Only now did Su-sun have the mood and energy to check her identity in this era. According to the background summary provided by the system, her name is still Su-sun. Su-sun herself doesn't really know why she is called Sun. Her surname comes from the orphanage, and her given name was taken from a wooden tag she had at the time that had Sin written on it. Although the name doesn't have any particular meaning, she has gotten used to it after so long, so it's best not to change it. In this world, she has a grandfather and a father. The grandfather adopted the father, and the father adopted her. The adoption arrangement was made to avoid more complicated social relationships. But in fact, this so-called adoption relationship does not exist, and even her father himself does not exist. The system altered the information of country M and forged it for her. However, her grandfather Su Fuxing was a real person. He just died in his youth. During the war, 15-year-old Su Fuxing was tricked into doing hard labor in Nanyang, and then further sent to country M to work on the railway. But he fell ill and died soon after arriving in country M. The system matched this person randomly based on Su-sun's situation. Thus, he became Su-sun's nominal grandfather. The system also arranged a period of entrepreneurial experience for him. It said that after being in the United States, he saved a wealthy person, received a sum of money, and then gained wealth through various investments. So he himself didn't need any social connections and just hid in the background to collect income. This also helped avoid any future investigations. As for her adoptive father, who originally didn't exist, the records show he was in poor health and never had contact with anyone. Currently, both of these people have passed away, but the news has not been made public. Su-sun returned because of the dying words of her grandfather and father. Su-sun asked, "So do these investments really exist? Then can I inherit them?" She never expected that one day she could inherit her ancestors' estate. The everyone hates system. Of course it exists, I arranged it. You can check the records. But you can't withdraw the money. This money can only be given to you as a reward. Since she couldn't inherit the property, Su-sun didn't ask further. She just felt that the system was quite reliable in handling things. She continued reading. The relatives abroad had already passed away and were just a background detail, basically not needing much attention. But the relatives in the country were different. After all, Su-sun had come back to acknowledge her family. If she traveled all that way and didn't go through the process of acknowledging her family, it would easily arouse suspicion. So this formal step had to be taken. Her relatives in the country were the family of Uncle Datong. Eldest cousin Su Jishan is the son of Su Futian, the older brother of Su Fuxing. According to records, great-grandfather Su Futian's entire family was sold into slavery to the Hua landlord's family. Eldest uncle Su Jinshan learned a few characters while at the Hua landlord's house, so after the founding of the country, he became a brigade cadre and later, through his own efforts, became the production team leader. Later, Su Jinshan married Ge Honghua, who had fled famine. After marriage, they had 2 sons and 1 daughter, named Su Xiangdong, Su Xiangnan, and Su Baoling. Eldest cousin Su Xiangdong is already married. His wife is Li Chunlan, the daughter of the village party secretary from the neighboring village. The couple has a daughter named Su Pantban. That's all for the background introduction. Is that it? What about their personalities, character traits? If we're going to interact in the future, knowing each other well will help me figure out how to get along with them. The universally disliked system said, "Host, I must remind you, they are only tools for verifying your identity. You shouldn't interact with them too much." Su-sun was curious why. Because this whole family are not good people, commonly known as extremes, and the ultimate result is cannon fodder. Su-sun. After a moment of silence, she tentatively asked, "So, are we inside a story?" Of course not. One story can't support an entire world. This is a world made up of many stories, and your relatives are just the extreme villains in one of those stories. From the plot perspective, none of them are good people. For example, your eldest uncle Su Jishan, a cunning man whose real name is Su Jishan, changed the character for Jin to Jin, meaning progress to please the leadership. He is eloquent and tactful, which is why he became the production team leader. Su-sun retorted, "This is clearly ambition." The hated by thousands system said, "He practices nepotism, spoils his daughter excessively, and allows her to use the good jobs in the production team to lure male-educated youth from the city." Su-sun. This is indeed very unethical, but if a job is exchanged for someone he fancies. Su-sun felt he couldn't be an upright and good person either. Sometimes she even fantasized that one day when she had money and became a domineering CEO, she definitely wouldn't let herself be wronged. The hated by thousands system continued, "Your aunt by marriage is fierce and unruly, cursing everyone in the village without equal." Su-sun thought, this isn't so bad. Being the one who curses is better than being the one cursed. As an orphan, she knew all too well what it meant to be kind and then taken advantage of. The everyone hates system. Your eldest cousin Su Xiangdong is a violent maniac. Whenever someone in the village provokes him, he uses his fists instead of words. Just because a male-educated youth broke up with his sister, he was beaten into the hospital. He also ended up in labor reform because of it. Su Sun. Hitting people is wrong. But didn't you say earlier that the male-educated youth was lured by work? So after the breakup, did he return to work or not? The everyone hates system. Your second brother Su Xiangnan is lazy and cunning, and flaws must be punished. He secretly followed the male-educated youth who was beaten by his brother, and accidentally discovered that the female lead was speculating and profiteering. He was even preparing to report her. Instead, the female lead accused him of being a hooligan and sent him to labor reform. Susun, this is obviously a matter of stance. Whoever strikes faster and harder wins. Clearly, this second cousin isn't skilled enough. Maybe he just lacks the aura. Your cousin-in-law is ungrateful and disloyal. She spends all day scavenging things from her natal family. She's a bloodsucker from her own family. Susun, this is still a matter of perspective. Her natal family hates her, but her husband's family likes her. Now that I am considered part of the husband's family, if I were to despise her, wouldn't that be called burning bridges after crossing the river? Your cousin Su Baoling is fickle, jealous and resentful. She was originally betrothed to the male lead, Hua Chaoyang, since childhood, but after growing up, she changed her mind when she saw a male-educated youth and abandoned the male lead. Even though she was the one who abandoned him, after learning that the male lead and the female lead were dating, she became resentful and had her father Su Jinshan make things difficult for the two by deliberately assigning them dirty and hard work. Su Sun. From another perspective, if they do the dirty and hard work, others don't have to. Doesn't that benefit others? The universally disliked system, in summary, none of them are good people, so it is recommended that you avoid contact with them. Su Sun's side, it seems I am worse than them. But this matter of acknowledging relatives really needs careful consideration to avoid causing some trouble. Su Sun also didn't value family ties much. As someone who had never experienced family affection, she was very unfamiliar with such feelings. Over time, I even started to feel that matters of affection are quite troublesome. Starting from interest is actually simpler and purer. So whether to acknowledge kinship or not, and whether the old Su family members have the right values, it still comes down to whether this relationship can bring benefits to oneself. If not, then naturally it's best to stay away. The universally disliked system, according to the description in the book, even the village dogs bare their teeth when passing by their house. Susun suddenly raised an eyebrow that disliked. That's right, they are now the target of everyone's blame. Susun asked, so if I get close to them, will I become cannon fodder? That won't happen, after all you are not from this world. Upon hearing this, Susun felt reassured. Not affected by the cannon fodder aura, but still able to bask in some of the cannon fodder's light, being disliked by others. The target of everyone's blame. Is there an even more convenient shortcut than this? Susun hasn't forgotten that he has a mission to complete. And the task must be completed within 3 years to gain freedom. The sooner the task is completed, the sooner one becomes a millionaire. Isn't that much better than struggling to start a business on your own? Once you have 1 million in capital and stand at the forefront, how could you not take off? Susun felt that no matter how you look at it, this was a guaranteed profitable deal. Anyway, Susun didn't want to do anything that would offend others anymore. She is a straightforward person. After completing the task, she still has to interact with people and do business. If during these 3 years, she spent all her time doing things like she did at the restaurant before just to complete the task, whether or not she got beaten up is one thing, but after the task is done, her image would be completely ruined. After all, she can't do things that harm others and still be disliked by people. Besides destroying her own image, there really is no other way. How can someone truly despised by everyone still stand firm in society? In just a moment, Susun calculated her gains and losses. She felt that this relative was not only someone to acknowledge but also someone to get closer to. For example, let them turn the tables, become even more arrogant, and offend people everywhere. Fully unleash their extreme abilities in cannon fodder aura. As for myself, the one who aids the wicked, I will be blamed and despised, completing the task just by sitting still. After the task is done, she will put on a show, claiming that she was completely blinded because she valued emotions too much. A perfect escape. Who could refuse to cooperate with someone who values emotions so deeply? It will also be easier to find business partners in the future. Ahem. Susun realized that her heart was quite dark. But Susun didn't feel guilty. She never considered herself a good person. From a young age, Susun deeply understood one truth: to strive to live well. During this time, using a few small tricks is also acceptable. As long as it's not illegal, it's fine. Chapter 3. System. Although none of them are good people, I have to acknowledge my relatives. In this world, these are the only relatives I have left. Although the identity you gave me is fake, I can only live with this identity from now on. What difference does it make whether it's real or fake? They are the only family I have left. Who would despise their own family? Upon hearing this, the despised by thousands system almost crashed. It seemed to have caught a familiar scent. Wasn't its charming owner just like this? A kind heart is always restless. After all, the despised by thousands system did not possess genuine human emotions. Using its mechanical brain to analyze, it thought that the host's way of thinking might actually be more helpful in completing the task. Because its owner was very kind, if the equally kind host could complete the task, then the process would have even more reference value. So the everyone hates system said nothing. Seeing that the everyone hates system did not object, Susun knew she had made the right bet. She could have been honest with the system and explained her considerations clearly. But Susun thought this system was created by a kind-hearted heartthrob. Would this system also have strong values? What if she behaved too badly? Would she get kicked out? This is all uncertain. Susun lacks a sense of security. She is grateful to this system for saving her life. But at the same time, she knows that the initiative is not in her hands. She cannot fully trust this unfamiliar system. She thinks that no matter the situation, a kind person is always more likely to win others' favor. Although she has decided to acknowledge her relatives, Susun is not in a hurry. Even her suitcase is empty now. She still needs to buy the things she should. She needs to solidify her identity. After taking a short break, Susun went out to buy some daily necessities. Just as she was going downstairs, Manager Lee, who had helped her upstairs earlier, came over with a big smile. "Miss Sue, are you going out?" "Yes, to buy some things. By the way, can you help guests book a taxi in advance here? It's really hard to hail a taxi on the street nowadays." Of course, we have a long-term partnership with the taxi company. We're like brother units. The taxi company also has its tasks, and since the international hotel often deals with foreign guests, long-term cooperation is inevitable. Saying that, he helped Susun call to book a car, then invited her to rest in the waiting area and even poured her some tea. His enthusiasm made Susun feel a bit uneasy. From the attitude of the restaurant staff yesterday, it was clear that in this era, there is no so-called service awareness in the service industry. For these workers, this is just a job, and they all have ironclad job security. There's no such thing as being fired for poor performance. There's absolutely no need to be this enthusiastic. Moreover, Susun noticed that when a customer came to handle procedures at the door, Manager Lee only glanced at them without paying attention and continued talking with Susun here. Susun was clear in her mind. This was because he wanted something. After a while, the taxi arrived and Susun got up to take the car. Lee Yuli was still smiling as he saw her off. After Susun got in the car and left, Lee Yuli went back into the hotel, then into his own office. The two receptionists whispered to each other, "What is Manager Lee up to? There's no need to be so attentive, is there?" Another waiter caught wind of it and quietly leaned over to whisper a few words. The waiter then suddenly realized, no wonder, but will it work? Whether it works or not, we have to try, right? Otherwise, what will we do in the future? If this drags on, how will we get by? There were quite a few people inside the mall. However, Susun didn't find it particularly surprising. In recent years, development has been better than in the past, materials have become increasingly abundant, and there are quite a few imported goods, but compared to the future, it is still far behind. Comparing the two in just a few decades, the changes are so great that even Susun couldn't help but be shocked. Perhaps people living in this era wouldn't have imagined that development would be so advanced decades later. This time, Susun could truly witness the changes of the era with her own eyes. At that time, she would only be in her 60s, just the right age to retire and enjoy life. Thinking about retiring and living comfortably in such a competitive era, it's actually quite a blessing. In this era, you definitely have to work hard to make money. Cheering himself on, Susun began a big shopping spree. When shopping, Susun headed straight to the best counters. He always chose the best, the most expensive, the ones that sparkled. Judging people by their appearance is a belief that has been hard to change since ancient times. The strength you display represents the kind of treatment you deserve in the other person's mind. This was even more true in an era without the internet. It's hypocritical, but also very realistic. Having experienced ups and downs, Susun has been through a lot. Now Susun needs to use these external items to showcase his strength and put himself in a dominant position. After buying clothes and jewelry, he finally arrived at the imported watch counter. At this point, various brands of watches were all displayed at one counter. After all, while watches had become fairly common, imported watches were still considered luxury items. The most luxurious model, a genuine gold watch studded with diamonds, was worth $4,000. The sales clerk saw that she was carrying mini bags, had an outstanding temperament, a rosy and radiant complexion, and confident, bright eyes. It was clear she was someone with good conditions and upbringing. Knowing she was a person of strong means, the clerk enthusiastically recommended this luxurious watch. Soo-sun only glanced at it from the corner of her eye and didn't give the watch any more attention. Then she smiled and shook her head. I have this model, but it's too extravagantly flashy and ostentatious. It can only be worn on formal occasions. I need one for everyday wear. Then from the same brand Patek Philippe, she selected the most delicate and simple one. Soo-sun smiled and said, this style is pretty good, quite low-key. At this moment, Soo-sun deeply felt her own poverty. Even pretending to be wealthy was impossible. At this time, she couldn't even buy a counterfeit. She actually liked the most luxurious all-diamond model, but she couldn't afford it. But when she has money in the future, she will still buy it. This kind of watch can appreciate in value later. Even if you don't wear it, just handling it every night brings joy. After going through all this, Soo-sun had already spent half of her money. But at least her equipment was complete. Seeing that only 2,000 was left, she felt an urge to make a big move in this mall. After some consideration, she decided against it. There were too many people. If she was surrounded, she wouldn't be able to escape. And she will still be coming here to shop in the future. If the impression she leaves is too strong, it will be very inconvenient later on. Forget it, better hurry and go acknowledge the relatives. It was already very late when she returned to the hotel. Soo-sun didn't want to go out to eat, so when passing by the front desk, she asked the receptionist to send dinner up to her room. Only then did she carry her things upstairs. The front desk clerk thought for a moment and decided to go to the office to call Lee Yuli. Soo-sun tidied up her things upstairs, then put on her gear. Her overall aura indeed improved a lot. At the very least, she looked wealthy. This was largely thanks to her many part-time jobs in her past life and her eagerness to learn. So she was quite good at matching outfits, knowing how to look rich without being vulgar. Dressing like this for the family reunion is enough. She was just about to take off her watch and jewelry when the door was knocked. When she opened the door and saw Lee Yuli, she was a bit surprised, yet also somewhat expected. Manager Lee, please come in. I also need to trouble you to bring me dinner. Sorry for the inconvenience. Lee Yuli placed the dinner plate on the dining table, then smiled and said, it's only right. Besides, Miss Soo just returned from abroad, so we should make you feel at home. I have already felt it, your service is excellent. Even Manager Lee is so enthusiastic, I don't know how to thank you. I wonder if there is anything I can do to help you. Since she couldn't figure it out, Soo-sun simply made it clear. Otherwise, always being vaguely concerned makes one feel uneasy. Sometimes she even suspects whether the other party is a Chaoyang citizen, keeping an eye on her. Lee Yuli didn't expect Soo-sun to ask that question directly. Even though she was experienced, she felt a bit at a loss for a moment. But after just a few seconds, she calmed down. She thought this was actually better, much better than the guest pretending not to know and then leaving abruptly. She sat down and said sincerely, because I want to ask you about going abroad. Going abroad? Soo-sun was a bit surprised, but after thinking it over, she found the reason quite believable. It seemed that after the reform and opening up, there was a wave of people going abroad for a while. It was mentioned many times for a long time afterward. Someone had sold their family's Sihiyuan in the early 1980s to go seek fortune abroad, only to find upon returning that the money earned wasn't even enough to buy back their own Sihiyuan. Soo-sun didn't have the ability to help anyone go abroad at this time, so she said tactfully, in my view, the country is in a vigorous stage of development, and there may be more opportunities here. I don't want to work abroad. My abilities are limited and I don't have that idea. I just want to go abroad for medical treatment. Soo-sun looked at her but couldn't see any sign of a terminal illness. I'm infertile, Lee Yuli said with difficulty. Soo-sun was a bit confused. She had no concept of this. She hadn't even thought about marriage, let alone having children. Besides, she knew many people in the future would choose to be child-free. However, there are still many feudal mindsets in the future, so it doesn't seem strange to value such things at this time. Have you already had a checkup in your home country? I don't want to know your privacy, but I also don't want you to make a wasted trip. Lee Yuli said, I've had a checkup. My spouse's friend is a doctor at a large hospital and she personally examined us. I am naturally infertile. They said my condition is untreatable. Over the years, I've taken quite a bit of medicine, but it hasn't helped. We've been married for 7 years. I heard that technology abroad is advanced and medical care is excellent, so I want to try going abroad. To be honest with you, the reason I transferred here is because there is a chance to come into contact with foreign friends. Soo-sun said, going abroad for medical treatment shouldn't be difficult, right? My family doesn't agree. They think it's pointless to fuss over it. Also, I don't want to spend all the family savings because of my condition. I've heard that wages are high over there, so if I can work temporarily there for a while and then seek treatment, it will be more convenient. Su-sun understood that the other party's idea was indeed somewhat difficult. There might be channels, but Li Yuli had not yet found a more suitable method. Not to mention Li Yuli, Su-sun herself was even less familiar with the conditions required to go abroad in this era. But one thing she was sure of was that having money definitely meant you could go abroad. So Su-sun did not immediately reject Li Yuli, but instead waited in her mind. If the other party had no value to her, Su-sun definitely would not help. She wasn't that kind-hearted to go out of her way to help someone for no reason. But if this person is valuable to me now, then when I make money and have the ability in the future, helping her out wouldn't be difficult. Of course, no matter the situation, I can't say everything out right now. Otherwise, it's easy to make enemies. There's no need for that when you're out in the world. So Su-sun sighed. I really want to help you, but to be honest, I don't have plans to return to the US for the time being. This time I came back to acknowledge my relatives, and I also need to complete some family arrangements. If there's an opportunity in the future, I can help you fulfill your wish. Hearing that Su-sun didn't immediately refuse, Li Yuli was pleasantly surprised. Then he smiled and said, Miss Su, of course I never intended to trouble you. I just hope that in the future you might lift a finger to point me in the right direction. We're all adults, so I never thought about freeloading. Su-sun said, as long as there's a chance in the future, helping out is no problem. It's just that I've been overwhelmed lately, so I can't really attend to you for now. I'm not in a hurry, but I don't know what kind of help you need. I'm familiar with the situation back home and know a lot of people. Maybe I can lend a hand. At this, Li Yuli felt reassured. Even before, when Su-sun promised to help her in the future, she still felt a bit uncertain. Maybe the other person was just being polite. After all, at her age, she knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. But if she could help the other person with something, both morally and logically, the other party should reciprocate to some extent. She believes that a Chinese person who is doing well abroad wouldn't be completely without integrity. Judging by the other's attire, confident demeanor, and habit of spending money like water, it was clear that the person was either wealthy or noble abroad. Su-sun was pleased to see Li Yuli so straightforward. This time I returned to the country alone, without bringing my butler or personal assistant, so it is indeed inconvenient in many ways. Even the simplest transportation is hard to arrange. Besides, there are many situations at home that I truly don't understand, and it will take quite some time to figure them out. What kind of family is this, equipped with a butler and a personal assistant? Li Yuli stiffened for a moment, then smiled and said, Miss Su, rest assured, this is all manageable. Regarding transportation, I can help you borrow a car. It might cost a bit, but it won't be a problem for you. Also, if you need to know anything or have anything to do in the country, you can always come to me. Whether or not you can go abroad in the future, I'm very willing to be your friend. We Chinese value loyalty, and helping friends is just what we do. Su-sun's eyes showed a smile. That's really wonderful. Renting a car would be best, and money is not an issue. As long as the problem can be solved, that's what matters. Managerly, I also enjoy making friends with people like you who value loyalty. Overseas, we Chinese abroad can only compete with foreign capital because of our unity. And to meet a friend like Managerly back home makes me very happy. It's just sad that my grandfather always longs to return to the motherland. Li Yuli said, I guarantee you won't regret coming back to the country. I'll prepare the car for you right now, and you'll be able to use a private car starting tomorrow. Su-sun said, I hope to have a driver assigned. I can pay double the salary. It was only a matter of a few dozen yuan. Of course, no problem. Li Yuli said with a big smile. As long as there was money with her connections, this really was no problem. With something weighing on his mind now having hope, Li Yuli walked more lightly. Going downstairs back to the office, he called the familiar factory leader. In recent years, some state-owned factories have not been as profitable as before. Even if they had vehicles, they were reluctant to use them. They also had to sell some machines to maintain operations. Li Yuli naturally knew the situation of these factories. After making a call and explaining the situation, the other party readily agreed. After all, Li Yuli had painted a promising picture. Befriending such overseas compatriots might open up overseas markets for the factory in the future. Even without overseas markets, introducing some overseas technology would still be beneficial. Nowadays, everyone especially admires import and export products. Some unscrupulous manufacturers, unable to sell their goods, just hang a sign saying they are exporting and then selling domestically, and suddenly their business expands. But many people can't bring themselves to do such a shameful thing. However, if you can truly export, that is real skill. So with a big wave of the hand even, there's no need to pay for car rentals. The driver's salary doesn't need to be paid either. At most, you just pay for your own fuel. Chapter 4. What does it feel like to sleep in the presidential suite? Su-sun had only one feeling. Comfortable. Having gotten used to this kind of room, she felt she would definitely keep longing for it in the future. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. So you have to always be rich. Making money was naturally an urgent matter. Early the next morning, she went downstairs to have breakfast, planning to arrange the search for her relatives right after eating. Yuli was already waiting in the lobby downstairs. When he saw her come down, he came over to guide her and told her where to have breakfast. Susan smiled and said, "Thank you. If I weren't in a hurry today, I would have thought about going outside to try some local specialty breakfast." Yuli asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I came back this time to look for relatives. I don't want to waste a moment. I'll be leaving soon." Yuli said, "The car is already ready. The driver is still eating and I'll notify him to come over shortly." Then he mentioned that the other party kindly offered the car for free. They just need to refuel it themselves because the factory is also short on fuel. Susan looked a bit embarrassed. I never liked taking advantage of others." Yuli said, "That was abroad. Now that you're back in the country, we're all compatriots, so there's no need to be so calculating. They just want to make friends with you, Miss Sue." Susan smiled. "Actually, as long as it's sincere, whether money is involved or not, I'm willing to make friends. But since they brought it up, I won't be polite. The money didn't really matter. The main thing was that this olive branch was worth grasping." "Miss Sue, you really are an open-minded person." Yuli also smiled. When they arrived at the restaurant, she led Susan to sit down, then went to help call the waiter to bring breakfast, and without disturbing Susan eating, she left. Susan looked at her back, thinking to himself, "This person is really nice, capable and well-connected. If I were really a millionaire, I would definitely recruit this person to work for me. Unfortunately, I am a fake millionaire, while the other party truly holds an iron rice bowl. However, I can seize the other party's desire to go abroad as a weakness and persuade her to switch jobs to my side. After all, if Yuli really goes abroad, she will have to give up that iron rice bowl. It's just that I don't have much money on hand right now and my strength isn't enough to convince her easily. After all, getting close to me is one thing, but truly putting all her hopes on me is another matter entirely." Susan did not place much importance on his position in Yuli's heart. He feared that at best, he was just a fish raised by Yuli. After finishing the meal, Susan tidied up and then got into his private car. It was a black small car, and she couldn't even recognize the brand. The body was quite old but very clean. The driver was an experienced man in his 50s, surnamed Wei. Master Wei didn't say much. After Susan told him where to go, he started driving. The first stop Susan made was the Public Security Bureau. The saying goes, if you have difficulties, find the police officers. Yesterday, she had no money, no gear, and was full of loopholes, so naturally she couldn't find the police officers. Now that she was fully equipped, with no obvious flaws, she had to find them when necessary. For example, when it came to acknowledging relatives, Susan couldn't just go alone. Without official verification, the old Su family might not believe it. Even if they accept it for the sake of money, there will definitely still be some barriers in their hearts. This is not conducive to Susan taking the leading position. Moreover, Susan wants to create some sort of spectacle in advance. The old Su family has offended so many people. If he doesn't make any moves himself, others won't know he's this kind of person and won't have any reason to look down on him. Wouldn't that be a waste of all his efforts? So the commotion still needs to happen. The most important thing is the safety issue. She, a dazzlingly golden person, went to a strange place, and secretly at that. The relatives she recognized were said to have questionable character. Thinking about it, it was still a bit dangerous. But since it was verified by the public security officers, at least it made people hesitate to act rashly. Susun's outfit caught the attention of some people when she entered the police station. Nowadays, people's clothing has changed quite a bit compared to a few years ago, with more colors and styles, but wearing a skirt suit with small leather shoes, makeup, hair neatly pinned up, and a shining gold necklace like Susun was still really rare. A young female police officer came over to receive her. "Comrade, what business do you have?" "Shining Susun, I want to find my family." Nowadays, quite a few people like Susun ask the police for help in finding their relatives. Because many people left during the war years and truly don't know where their family members are. Only some vague clues. After many years of not returning, maybe the family has moved, maybe the roads at home have changed, and place names have also changed. Coupled with fading memories, even if they come back, they really don't know how to find their family. So we have to rely on the public security officers to help. Only then is there hope of finding our relatives. However, currently in Dongzhou City, there is only this one case of an overseas compatriot searching for family, involving Su Suan. Surely there were people who went abroad back then, but maybe they never returned, or perhaps the whole family went abroad and there's no need to search. So there really is no precedent for handling this matter. Fortunately, the clues provided by Susan are very detailed, so it doesn't require much manpower. We just need to help by calling the local police station. If they can't find anything locally, checking the household registration records would also work. This matter was taken over by Gao, the police officer in charge of routine cases. Gao, who came from a poor background, had little sympathy for those wealthy families who fled abroad during the war. But after hearing Su-sun recount the stories of his ancestors, he couldn't help but shed a bitter tear. According to Su-sun's description, Su Fuxing, a boy from a poor family, left home to seek a better life because it was impossible to survive in his hometown. He was deceived into becoming a laborer in Nanyang and was later sold overseas. Having endured numerous hardships, still living strongly. It was not until the founding of the country, after the nation defeated the people, that the situation began to improve. Su-sun sighed as he spoke. My grandfather said we must return to build the motherland. Only when the country is strong can we ordinary people wandering outside have dignity. Gowan felt his emotions surge. Su-sun continued to talk about how Su Fuxing later accidentally saved a wealthy person and received a reward. Then, after successively investing in several businessmen who were facing difficulties, he finally gained substantial returns and established a business overseas. All of this was arranged by the system flawless. Even if one were to investigate in country M, the investment records could be found. So when Su-sun spoke, it was with genuine feelings, not a single word of falsehood. After finishing the record, Gowan felt as if he had just listened to a legendary story. The most precious thing was the patriotic heart of the old comrade Su Fuxing. Even after settling down abroad and living a good life, he still cared deeply about the motherland. Unable to return himself, he insisted that future generations must come back to find their relatives and help build the country. What a noble spirit of patriotism this is. My grandfather always longed to return and to find his relatives. Even the sun in my name carries the meaning of crossing the seas to seek family. So no matter what, I must fulfill his last wish. Gao Gangon took a deep breath and said, Comrade, rest assured, as long as the information provided is accurate, this relative can definitely be found. I'll make a call for you right now. The address provided by Su-sun was quite detailed. Xiaohua Village, Ping'an Town, Anshui County, Dongzhou City. The local map shows that this place name has not changed. This was the address before the founding of the country. Later, it became Ping'an Commune and Xiaohua Production Team for a time. Later, it was changed to Ping'an Town and Xiaohua Village. This Xiaohua Village has some history. It was originally settled by a family with the surname Hua. Over time, the family declined, and even during times of war, only a few households remained. Later, people gradually came here to escape famine and chaos. Although there are no longer many families with the surname Hua, the name has been retained. Gowan publicly made the call to the Ping'an Town police station in front of Su-sun. The police officer at the Ping'an Town police station received the call from the city bureau and thought it was a case. When he heard it was about finding relatives, he relaxed. Hearing that it was about overseas family search again, he got excited. Because before this, no one had ever heard of any family in Ping'an Town having overseas connections. Director Zhu listened carefully to the information provided over the phone and took notes with a pen. Then he repeatedly assured that comrades would be immediately arranged to investigate the situation and guaranteed a prompt response. Gao Public Security was also very pleased. After hanging up the phone, he said to Su-sun, Comrade, rest assured. They are already arranging for someone to investigate. The locals are very familiar with the area, so this information won't take long. We should have a reply by tomorrow. When that happens, I'll call the hotel where you're staying. Just wait for the news calmly. Su-sun immediately beamed with joy, then stood up and bowed. Thank you for the help, comrade from Public Security. Hey, no need to be so polite. Our mission is to serve the people. This is what we should do. At the Ping'an Town police station, Director Zhu looked at the provided information and was a bit puzzled when he saw one of the names, Su Ji-shan. He felt it looked somewhat familiar. After a moment he slapped his forehead. Isn't this Su Jin-shan? Because Su-sun provided two names, one was great-grandfather Su Futian, and the other was paternal uncle Su Ji-shan. These two were father and son. It was also when Su Fuxing left his hometown that he remembered the names of his family members. So even though Su-sun knew that Su Jin-shan had changed his name to Su Ji-shan when providing a name to the police, he could only give Su Ji-shan. As a result, Director Zhu didn't even realize it when recording the information. It's just that Su Jin-shan was somewhat of a celebrity, so some people still knew his former name. It wasn't surprising that Su Ji-shan became a team leader. After all, his background was clean, and he had endured hardships before. As long as he was conscientious, it was normal for him to become a team cadre. What he was most famous for was that after becoming a brigade cadre, his ideological awareness declined. He violated regulations to seek personal gain for his family. He couldn't control his wife, couldn't properly educate his children, and repeatedly caused scandals. He was even used by the commune at the time as a negative example, with several production teams in the entire commune publicizing his case to warn everyone. Of course, this made him famous. Famous throughout the entire commune. At that time, Director Ju was not yet the director. He went to Su Jinshan's home twice to arrest people. The first time, he arrested the eldest son of the old Su family who had beaten someone. The second time, he arrested the second son who was a hooligan. They were all old acquaintances. So Director Ju was really in an awkward spot now. This must be my mistake. Isn't there also someone named Su Jinshan in Xiaohua village? Maybe we need to investigate thoroughly first. Quickly arrange for an experienced police officer to first check the household registration records of Xiaohua village. After all, recognizing relatives is such a big matter. The household registration and the person must match. You can't let someone mistake their relatives. That would be truly embarrassing even internationally. But directors, you really had some doubts that the old Su family had anyone who could go abroad. If there really were overseas connections, Su Jinshan wouldn't have ended up as a team leader back then. Besides, judging by his family, they didn't seem like the type to produce someone successful. Not to mention the troubles their family caused. Even Director Ju's 2 experiences at Old Su's place were deeply memorable. Chapter 5. Damn it, who stole my vegetables? At this moment, the tranquility of Xiaohua village was shattered by this angry roar. It was the harvest season and everyone was busy working hard. Working for their own family was motivating. No matter how much grain they harvested, it was theirs. No one wanted to slack off, everyone just wanted to be more diligent and work harder than others to harvest more grain. But this roar startled the busy workers into standing up and looking over. Seeing this, everyone calmed down. Oh, it's Gu Honghua again. What's going on this time? That's nothing new. It would be strange if Gu Honghua didn't cause a fuss one day. But no one paid her any mind. This person can make a scene even without a reason. It's just that her 2 sons have been causing less trouble since they came back these past 2 years. After those 2 sons were sent to the farm for labor reform, it was like they held a grudge against the villagers. If anyone accidentally upset her, she would immediately grab a hoe and rush to their house to make a scene. Even Lu Sangjin's family, who replaced Su Jinshan at work, suffered. Their pots were smashed. This even made the newly appointed team leader give her some leeway. At this moment, Gu Honghua had her hands on her hips, still yelling at the top of her lungs, cursing the thief's ancestors through 18 generations. Just after taking a sip of the cool boiled water from the enamel basin, ready to continue cursing, her husband Su Jishan came over carrying a bamboo basket. He cleared his throat and said softly, "Stop cursing." Gu Honghua snorted, "Who am I afraid of? If anyone dares to bully our family, I won't let it go." Su Jinshan removed the straw hat covering his bamboo basket, revealing the fresh, dewy cabbages inside. Gu Honghua. Oh no, now I've insulted my own family. She quickly spat a few times. In a low voice, she said, "Why are you picking vegetables?" "I'm just getting them ready to take home, so you don't have to make an extra trip," Su Jishan said with a smile. Gu Honghua's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit awkward. "All right, you're just being nosy." She turned around and shouted loudly, "For the sake of my old man, I'll let it slide this time, but if anyone else dares to steal vegetables, I'll have no end with them." Admitting that she just scolded the wrong person is impossible. Once you've scolded someone, it's meant to instill fear. Besides, these people deserve to be scolded. Who knows how many bad things they've been whispering about her behind her back. None of those scolded are innocent. If she hadn't been tough these past few years, she wouldn't know to what extent her family would have been bullied. Just as her 2 sons were sent to labor reform, someone came to propose marriage for her family, first trying to marry off her little daughter to an old bachelor. Then someone came to propose marriage for her daughter-in-law, suggesting she remarry a widower with several children. The villagers kicked her when she was down, openly pointing fingers and gossiping about her family to their faces. Especially Lu Sangjin's family, because Lu Sangjin's son Lu Xiaoqiang was close to that bastard Hua Chaoyang, and Hua Chaoyang was dating a female educated youth from the city. Somehow, they managed to convince everyone in the production team to obey them completely, making Lu Sangjin the team leader at the time. To please those educated youths, Lu Sangjin deliberately assigned the Su family dirty and hard work, and recorded fewer work points for them. He also wanted to find an opportunity to stir up trouble in the village and put the Su family on the spot to be taught a lesson. None of the leaders who were close to her husband Su Jinshan helped at all. In the end, with no other options, her husband said they had to figure out a way to deal with Lu Sangjin. But the couple whispered to each other, feeling something was off. First, their daughter suffered, then their 2 sons went to the farm and the 2 of them didn't dare to act rashly. They feared more misfortune would follow. So they decided that one would play the bad cop and the other the good cop. That way they'd always have a way out. She smashed the Lu family's pot, then took a rope to hang herself at Lu Sangjin's doorstep. Her husband went to complain to the old leader, saying she was being driven to death by Lu Sanjian. This even scared Lu Sanjian into not daring to mess with the Su family anymore. Others gradually stopped provoking the old Su family as well. Anyway, Ge Honghwa only understood one truth. Kind people get bullied, and a hardworking old ox is destined to be a miserable old ox. At this moment, after shouting out loud once, Ge Honghwa also lowered her flag and prepared to go home to cook. The daughter was home alone, and she was a bit worried. Just as she was about to leave, two young men carrying a carrying pole rushed over, shouting from a distance, "Mom, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Looking at her tall son in front, Ge Honghwa felt confident. "It's nothing, just a small matter. What are you guys doing here? Hurry up and get back to work. Your dad is getting old, we can't let him overwork. You all work hard." The eldest son, Su Xiangdong, said, "The second brother and I were working, but when we heard you shout, we thought someone was bullying you. So we came right away." Su Xiangnan, who was thinner, smiled and said, "Big brother, you're worrying for nothing. We're at home, who would dare to bully Mom without eyes? If anyone dares to bully our family, I'll go burn their haystack in the middle of the night and make sure they have no firewood for a year." Ge Honghwa said, "When you're not home, no one dares to bully me either." Su Xiangdong's eyes reddened. "Mom, you suffered those years. Chunlan told me you went through a lot of hardship back then." "Enough, how many times have we said this? Hurry up and get busy. I have to cook now." Chunlan went back to her mother's house today to help out, so there's no one at home to cook. "Mom, hurry back, just make a simple dish, don't work too hard," Su Xiangdong urged. Su Xiangnan said, "Mom, don't make my lunch today. I'll bring 2 buns and go to town later." Su Jishan, who had been silent, was unhappy. "Why go to town? Don't hang around with outsiders." "Not hanging around, just going to take a look. The policies are different now, don't we need to learn more? Dad, you should go to town more often too." Su Jishan remained silent. After all, he still cared more about face than the younger generation. When there was nothing important, he was reluctant to meet old acquaintances from the past. "You're grown up now, I can't control you anymore. But if you go down the wrong path, I won't let you off," Su Jinshan warned. Ge Honghwa immediately perked up. "Second son, you absolutely can't go to labor reform again, I just can't bear it." I know, I'm well aware," Su Xiangnan waved his hand and smiled. Looking at his wayward son, Ge Honghwa was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She turned around and went home. Su Jinshan also specially walked with her, seeing her home. Behind them, the 2 brothers continued to work in the fields. They were the strong labor force of the family, so they had to work harder in the fields. Since they were not home before, the women in the family had worked hard. So when the 2 returned home, they didn't let the women go to the fields anymore. At most, they helped with drying grain at the threshing ground, raised chickens and pigs at home, and cultivated the vegetable garden. The eggs and vegetables that the family couldn't eat could also be taken to town to exchange for money. "Second brother, don't go to town every day and make Mom and Dad worry," Su Xiangdong admonished his younger brother. Su Xiangnan said, "I know, isn't it about making money? With the family like this now, relying on farming won't cut it. How long has it been since Mom made new clothes? If Baoling wants to find a good family, doesn't she need to prepare a bigger dowry? Even the sister-in-law has lost face back at her parents' place. With money, wouldn't her life be better? And my niece, she's going to school soon, right?" Hearing Su Xiangnan's rambling, Su Xiangdong kept frowning, feeling that the family was indeed quite poor. As one of the village's once well-known strong laborers, he had always earned the most. He felt quite bad inside because, despite his work points, his family was poorer than others now. "Your sister-in-law said that this time when I go back to my mother's home, I'll ask around to see if they can find me some physical labor that pays. They're building an elementary school together in several villages now, so they might need people to carry bricks. The town is also planning to repair a road to the county, and our village is arranging people to work too. If Lu Sanjin doesn't assign me, I'll see if my father-in-law can arrange something." His father-in-law Li Yud is also the village party secretary of Li Jia village. But Su Xiangnan was not optimistic. The Li family hasn't had contact with his family for years. And even if they arrange hard labor, how much money could that really earn? He still needs to figure out a way to make money on his own. Otherwise, when will this family ever get back on its feet? Su Xiangdong saw the second brother's worried expression and thought he was always overthinking. The second brother had been like that since he was young, always thinking too much. "Don't overthink it. Just wait for your sister-in-law's news. By the way, your sister-in-law said she's bringing me some meat to eat. Hee hee." Su Xiangnan. "Big brother, why are you so happy eating off others?" "Oh." In the kitchen of Li Yud, the village party secretary of Li Jia village, Li Chunlan was eating with her mouth full of grease. While eating herself, she was also stuffing food into her daughter Su Pompon's mouth. The 6-year-old child, small in stature, had her cheeks puffed up from eating. She smiled as she ate. Mom, it's really delicious. Of course this is meat, Lee Chunlan said, while secretly thinking to herself that her father always complained about being poor, yet when it came to celebrating the eldest grandson's first birthday, he was willing to spend lavishly, hosting 6 tables of banquet and serving such rich dishes with chicken and meat. Don't think she didn't know that the third son's money was all kept by his wife. The money for this banquet was all paid by her father. She's really unfair to an extreme. Every time she takes a few sewing supplies from her parents' home, she's accused of being wasteful and ungrateful. Fine, she throws a banquet for her grandson, serving outsiders such good food. And that's not considered wasteful? Humph, they wouldn't even let her sit at the table, making her watch the fire in the kitchen, but she's not polite either. She eats and drinks as she pleases, even filling the big bowl she brought with meat and vegetables. After eating her fill and packing some food, she finally has the leisure to peek out the kitchen window crack and watch the festivities outside. Only her father, Li Yud, was seen sitting in the main seat in the courtyard, receiving compliments from everyone. That old face was smiling so broadly it was full of wrinkles. At this moment, Li Yud still didn't know he was being looked down on by his daughter. He was busy inviting everyone to eat and drink. Don't be polite. Everyone, eat well and drink well. His son had to accompany the leader to a meeting in the county today, so naturally he had to help keep this banquet going. Today Li Yud was really happy because the eldest grandson of the Lao Li family turned 1 year old. It wasn't easy, really not easy. Li Yud has 2 daughters and 1 son in his lifetime. The 2 daughters got married early, but the son, after being sent to the army, came back less often and never got married. It was only after he transferred back to work in the town that he got married. His marriage was later than others. Finally married, the relationship with his daughter-in-law was not good, but fortunately, the daughter-in-law somehow came to understand. She took the initiative to improve her relationship with her son and then gave birth to a great-grandson in one go. Thinking about the present at home, the eldest daughter has married into the county town. The second daughter, better not mention it. The son is now driving for the town mayor with a promising future. Li had felt truly satisfied in his heart. Chapter 6. The Li family banquet didn't break up until the afternoon. Li's mother was tidying up the leftover dishes on the table with several sisters-in-law, giving Li Chunlan the chance to take her daughter to the main room to find her father, Li Yud. Li Yud was playing with his eldest grandson, while his daughter-in-law Su Xiuli was chatting with his eldest sister-in-law Li Chuanxia and her husband. They were talking about matters in the city. Li Chuanxia had originally been a scorekeeper in the team and met Luo Xuan, a progressive youth who came here from the county town to join the team. After they got married, Luo Xuan returned to the city through his father-in-law, then started working in a factory, doing very well and even got promoted. He also arranged for Li Chuanxia to work as a temporary worker in the factory. The couple are now the most respectable members of the Lao Li family. When Li Chunlan entered the room, Su Xiuli, who had been talking with eldest sister-in-law Li Chuanxia, stopped and instinctively glanced at the candies and biscuits placed on the table. Then she calmly got up and took a box, packing the food into it. Su Xiuli felt it wasn't that she was stingy, but she had really had enough of that second aunt. Every time she came to the house, she never left empty-handed. She would bring a few vegetables when she came, and when she left, she took good things from her maternal family back with her. Just like a leech, constantly sucking the blood of her maternal family. And she did it with complete confidence, as if her maternal family owed her. The key was that her mother-in-law always protected her. Because of this, Su Xiuli had argued with her mother-in-law several times. Su Xiuli sometimes couldn't help but want to tell her in-laws, really, just stop worrying about that second daughter-in-law Li Chunlan. She's a bottomless pit. Because the future of the old Su family is doomed, only Li Chunlan and the mentally impaired Su Panpan remain. In the end, the little fool drowned and Li Chunlan also went mad and disappeared. Even the old Li family became a laughingstock because of it. But of course she couldn't say it because she couldn't clearly explain how she knew all this. She couldn't just say it was because she had a long dream. After all, in the dream, her relationship with the Li family was also bad. She divorced early to pursue happiness, only to find that after dealing with daily life's mundane chores, the feelings faded. After waking from the dream, Su Xiuli realized that in daily life, it's not about feelings but about practicality. Although she still didn't love her husband Li Mingqi, he was successful, could earn money, and provide her with a comfortable life. That was enough for her. So now she valued her family especially, and didn't want any restless elements like Li Chunlan around. Su Xiuli sighed, not wanting to think about that dream anymore. She packed the cookies and candies into a box. Seeing her so stingy and petty, Li Chunlan was furious, thinking to herself, "What's the point of packing it up? We really don't care about appearances anymore. Walk straight over. What are you pretending for? I haven't eaten yet. Sister-in-law, you really don't know manners. How can you not know how to entertain guests?" Su Xioli was so angry her face turned red. She had just finished a dream earlier and reminded Li Chunlan to leave the Lao Su family because she didn't really know what had happened there, only hearing that the two sons of the Su family had done bad things and got their comeuppance. Everyone said so in the dream. She thought that once the second sister-in-law left the Lao Su family it would be fine. But the second sister-in-law scolded her. Later, during their interactions, she found that this second sister-in-law was simply a nightmare. Always taking advantage, and if she couldn't, she would throw a tantrum. She didn't want to mention it anymore. This second sister-in-law was not a good person. Her hard life was deserved. The Lao Su family members never did good things and their comeuppance was destined by heaven. If she got involved, what if the punishment fell on her? Seeing Li Chunlan's attitude now, she felt even more that there was no need to meddle in other people's fate. How do you talk to your sister-in-law like that? Li Yud, who was playing with his grandson nearby, said with a stern face. Although the daughter-in-law was an outsider, having given birth to a grandson made a difference. That meant she was family. Li Chunlan saw him defending Su Xioli and felt a surge of resentment. When she was at home, they said how much they cared for her, but after marriage, didn't she become an outsider? But Dad and Mom treated her like an outsider, and Li Chunlan wasn't going to do the same. I came back home to eat something and she's still being defensive. What's that about? Dad, you're a village official, you don't have a preference for sons over daughters, do you? Li Yud. Next to him, older sister Li Chuanxia said, Chunlan, I'm not trying to criticize you. There's no preference for sons over daughters in our family. Look how well Dad treats me, right? It's just that you need to reflect on yourself. You're always taking from your own family to give to your in-laws. No family likes that. When have you ever truly shown filial piety? Li Chunlan was blunt. You show filial piety? You come every autumn harvest and you take plenty of grain from our home to your in-laws' place every year. This is exactly what Li Chunlan couldn't stand the most. Her eldest sister Li Chuanxia wasn't very filial either. Every time she came back, she would just bring some meat, but every year she took away a bunch of grain. Because in the city you have to pay for grain. By bringing grain from the countryside, Li Chuanxia didn't have to buy much grain all year. She saved money and gained face in her in-laws' family, enjoying all the benefits. And here she is making sarcastic remarks. Li Chuanxia and her husband's faces immediately darkened. Neither of them had thought much of it before. The Lao Li family was willing to give them grain, sometimes even sending it to their home. It wasn't like they asked for it themselves. Isn't this just normal family interaction? Now that Li Chunlan said this, it made them seem like they were just trying to get something for nothing. Does their own family really lack that little bit of grain? Li Yud was also unhappy. He valued that son-in-law who worked in the city very much. The son-in-law's whole family are city workers. Having such a son-in-law was a matter of great pride. Chunlan, say less. If there's nothing else, hurry back. Li Chunlan held a cookie, gave one to her daughter, and ate while speaking. Dad, no rush. I just wanted to ask you something. I heard they're going to build an elementary school and they need to hire workers, right? My Xiangdong is strong, can you see if he can go work there? Li Yud tugged at the corner of his mouth. We have enough people. What about the county town road construction? Our village is looking for people, but that old Lu Sanjian won't let us sign up. Dad, you have to get us a spot. My little uncle works hard too. I guarantee he won't hold anyone back. Li Chun. Xiadu laughed. Li Chunlan glared angrily. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you, you don't understand. Dad is giving you face but you don't know how to accept it. Don't you know the situation with Su Xiangdong? Someone who has been to a labor camp, how can he participate in a government project? If he can participate, then everyone in the village could join, so how would Dad arrange things then? The quota is originally limited. Chunlan, it's one thing to help your in-laws, but you can't harm them. Su Xioli really thought that it was precisely the kind of cultured person like the eldest sister-in-law who could consider the bigger picture and understand etiquette. This extreme second sister-in-law still needed to be managed by a cultured person like the eldest sister-in-law. Li had said, Chunlan, what your sister said makes sense. Although I am the village party secretary, I can't just have a one-man rule. This matter can't be helped by the family. Have you forgotten how your father-in-law lost his job before? Exactly, this is a lesson from the past. Li Chuanxia said in a refined manner. You're just being biased. Li Chunlan protested, then pointed at her sister-in-law Su Xioli, her brother, a good-for-nothing. You even arranged for him to work in the village party branch. Why is it that when it comes to me, there are all these rules and regulations? Su Xioli's face immediately flushed. My brother is not a lowlife. A while ago he was caught gambling. If he's not a lowlife, then what is he? Li had said he was just disciplined for a few days. It doesn't have much impact. Xiangdong was locked up for 3 years. How could we not help? That's the eldest grandson's uncle. If the eldest grandson's uncle is a lowlife, wouldn't the eldest grandson be dragged down in the future? Li Chunlan was so angry she wanted to cry. The father-in-law looked down on the son-in-law. It's just not fair. Her dad is just a biased snob. He values his son, so he's even willing to help out his daughter-in-law's family. Thinking city people are superior, he dotes on the eldest sister's whole family. Only his own family, which used to be well-matched, now that they've fallen on hard times, he looks down on them no matter what. So what if she rummages through the family stuff? The son can use the family's things, the eldest daughter can use them, so why can't she? Pfft. She's going to use them. So she simply stopped arguing with her maternal family and turned to the kitchen. She scooped another bowl of meat into her own basket. Lee's mother sneaked into the kitchen just now and slipped some money to her daughter. Don't blame your father, he has no choice. So many people are watching. If they really catch him making a mistake, it would be hard for him to handle. Besides, everyone in our village is surnamed Lee, so he can't help just anyone. Lee Chunlan said. I just can't stand how the eldest sister and the third sister-in-law act all smug. Do you think I care about these little benefits? Although she said this, her body honestly stuffed the money into her own pocket. You could be at odds with anyone, but you can't be at odds with money. Lee's mother sighed. She actually felt very sorry for her little daughter. The eldest daughter and son were living well, so she couldn't help but worry about the second daughter, who was having the hardest time. But she had no choice. At home, she had to listen to her husband and son. After all, the money was all in their hands and she had no say. The little bit she had was all scraped together by finding ways to get it from the two men in the family. Sigh. When will this ever end? Lee Chunlan took the money, then led her daughter away angrily. Outside the village, her daughter Su Panpan said, Mom, don't be mad, let's eat some cookies. She then took a few cookies out of her pocket. Lee Chunlan immediately brightened up. You even brought some. When you were talking, I took it and my aunt glared at me, but I didn't care, Su Panpan chuckled. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior at all. Mom said, don't let yourself suffer losses, take what you should take. They even teamed up to bully her mom, so she should take more and eat more. Our daughter is really clever. Lee Chunlan was extremely happy and kissed her daughter. Su Panpan asked Mom, does Grandpa really look down on us? Lee Chunlan hummed. I also despise them, a bunch of money grubbers. Just wait, once our family gets rich, they'll come running on their own. Su Panpan bit her cookie and said, Mom, how do we get rich? Lee Chunlan herself had no clear idea. In her mind, you needed a skill to be a worker and make money. But her family didn't have that. Her husband and younger brother-in-law both had criminal records, so they couldn't be workers. Can't even do a proper job. If you want to get rich, it can only be because your ancestors' graves are smoking or pies are falling from the sky. Ancestors bless me, she muttered under her breath. Chapter 7. Officer Shaoli was humming as he rode his bicycle. The road from the town to Xiaohua village was really rough, a bumpy dirt path that was shaking him to pieces. But his mood was cheerful. Helping overseas compatriots find their relatives, what a dramatic thing this is. In this small town, this is big news. Even Officer Shaoli had never encountered such a strange case before. Taking on this kind of work when there were no cases was quite refreshing. Probably because he was wearing a uniform and riding a rare bicycle, Officer Shaoli attracted the attention of many villagers working in the fields even before entering the village. Looks like a public security officer, huh? Could it be that someone in our village has gotten into trouble again? Is it the Su family? Their second son has been going to town a lot these days. Who knows what shady things he's been up to? It must be them. They're the only family in our village that has been through re-education through labor. For the people of Xiaohua village, labor reform was originally a very distant matter, but the Su family opened their eyes. So now whenever someone thinks of committing a crime, the Su family is definitely the first choice. Everyone was secretly gossiping. Then they secretly looked into the Su family's fields. The Su family's fields were located quite remotely, far from the roadside, so no one really knew what was happening. Manhwa came to the fields with her daughter, bringing water to the men working there and lending a hand. Actually, Manhwa was reluctant for her daughter to work hard, but her daughter never liked going out, which was not acceptable. So she took her out for a walk. Su Baoling wrapped herself up tightly, not daring to show herself to anyone at all. Seeing her like this, Manhwa felt truly heartbroken. Her once lively daughter had lost face and was pointed at and gossiped about. Her peers no longer played with her and whispered behind her back. The gossipy old men and women in the village also pointed fingers. It made her afraid to even go out. Most importantly, the daughter always felt that the family's current situation was her fault. Sometimes when no one is around, she sits alone at home and cries. She feels like she has burdened the whole family. Manhwa saw this several times and felt heartbroken. But there was nothing she could do. She even regretted having raised her daughter too delicately, making her unable to withstand hardships. If she were like herself back then, enduring some suffering, she wouldn't care about other people's gossip. Just as she was feeling sorry, she suddenly noticed several people looking in her direction, and anger surged up inside her. Were they looking at her daughter again? "What are you looking at?" she shouted angrily. Everyone sneered and went back to work. Then they muttered to themselves, "Who's acting so arrogant? The police are here. If they really arrest someone later, Gahonghwa will be the one crying." Village party secretary Lu Sanjian was already running quickly from the fields to find the police officers. He took a shortcut and successfully met them at the village entrance. "Police officers, you're here to handle a case? Which family in our village has committed a crime?" Lu Sanjian asked eagerly. If there really was a criminal in the village, they would definitely cooperate actively. But everyone in our village is honest. Could it be the Su family again? Officer Shaoli asked. "How did you know I was looking for the Su family?" Then realizing his words could be misunderstood, he quickly explained, No, it's not about a case, it's about finding someone." After saying this, he took a gulp of cool boiled water from the water bottle slung over his shoulder. "I'm looking for Su Jinshan," Lu Sanjian said in surprise. Looking for him? Looking for him for what?" "Something's up, I need to ask him a few questions," Officer Shaoli said cautiously. As a newly recruited police officer, Officer Shaoli was striving to become an outstanding comrade in the force, bold yet meticulous, absolutely not making any mistakes. How could he reveal his hand before fully understanding the situation? There were so many senior comrades in the station who weren't assigned, yet he was chosen. That meant the chief valued him. He absolutely couldn't mess things up. Shaoli, the police officer, naturally had no idea. Director Zhu was embarrassed to come over because after checking the household registration records, he found that in Xiaohua village, not only was there no one with the same name, but there was only one family with the surname Su. It seemed there was no mistake. They just needed to ask face-to-face to confirm it. Director Zhu felt awkward. The old police officers who had once visited the Su family no longer wanted to interact with them. So this task fell to the newly hired Shaoli. Lu Sanjian was a bit unhappy when he couldn't get any answers. After all, he was a village party secretary. Why should things be hidden from him? But there was nothing he could do. This stubborn young man simply wouldn't say a word. If it had been Director Zhu, he might have been able to get closer. But this kind of stubborn youth was the hardest to deal with. "All right, I'll send someone to call him over. He's working in the fields and it wouldn't be good for me to go over there myself or else more people will find out. Mainly because I'm just a village party secretary and going out of my way to meet Su Jinshan would be really embarrassing." Back when Su Jinshan was the team leader, he also called people to the brigade office for talks. This experience was definitely learned from Lu Sanjian. Officer Shaoli thought the same. If he went over himself, people might think something had happened, which would disrupt everyone's work. "All right, I'll wait at the village party branch. Sorry to trouble you to make a trip, but try not to make too much noise." Lu Sanjian immediately gave a signal with his eyes, instructing the village accountant to go call people. The accountant understood, sprinted barefoot to the threshing ground, climbed onto the haystack, and shouted loudly towards the fields, "Su Jinshan. Hurry to the village committee, the public security comrades are looking for you." The words public security comrades were especially loud and clear. The threshing ground was elevated, so the voice carried far. Almost everyone working in the fields heard it. Everyone straightened up and looked over. Then they exchanged glances. It really is the old Su family. Old Su's family was also shocked. Everything was fine, so why did the police come looking for someone? Su Baoling tightly grabbed her mother's arm. "Mom, when will this end?" She really wanted to go back and slap the face of the version of herself who had liked Qi Jiqing back then. That was simply a disaster. Su Xiangdong and Su Xiangnan rolled up their sleeves and stopped working, their faces full of readiness to act. It's no wonder they were as jumpy as birds startled by a bowstring. Their previous encounters with the public security officers had not been pleasant. Before Su Xiangdong was sent to labor reform, the Su family never even imagined that one day they would be taken away by the public security officers for labor reform. For example, the fight Su Xiangdong got into was once a common thing in their village. Who didn't get into fights? Back when they were competing with other production teams for water, they fought with weapons, and after bloody battles everyone just went home to heal. Winning even earned praise from the team leaders. But after that fight with Qi Jiqing, that black-hearted scoundrel Su Xiangdong was arrested. Then the Su family had a lesson in law. You really can't just fight casually. "Baby's dad, what should we do?" Gahonghwa asked nervously. "Should I go make a scene?" "Make a scene about what?" "We need to be civilized with the police officers." Su Jinshan was a worldly man who knew what to do in different situations. You can only make a scene with shameless people like Lu Sanjian. But when dealing with the police, that won't do. We still have to follow the rules. We haven't done anything wrong, so what's there to be afraid of? After saying that, he looked at the second son. "You haven't done anything in town, right?" "No." Su Xiangnan said nervously. He had only been in contact with those people, he hadn't gotten involved yet. Su Jinshan felt relieved, then it's nothing. But Su Xiangnan really wasn't at ease. When he was framed and falsely accused by Qiu Ruiyun, he hadn't done anything wrong either, yet he still went to labor reform for a few years. Who knows if someone might be framing their family now. Not to speak ill of others, but the Lu Sanjun family is not a good bunch. Their whole family is even connected with Hua Chaoyang and his group. Who knows if it's because of Hua Chaoyang and those people that they won't let the old Su family go. So after Su Jinshan left, he also followed his older brother over there. Even if Dad was really arrested, they wouldn't dare to mess with the police officers, but they couldn't just be clueless either. They had to find a way to get him out. In any case, they couldn't let Dad suffer through labor reform. Gahonghua naturally brought her daughter along as well. It wasn't just the Su family who went to the village party branch. Some people from other families couldn't stay put either, losing the will to work. Work could be done anytime, but opportunities to watch such a spectacle were very rare. So when Su Jinshan arrived at the village party branch, a group of followers trailed behind him. When Officer Xiaoli looked out the window, he spat out a mouthful of plain water in shock. What's going on here? Lu Sanjun glanced over and said, Oh, people in our village just like to watch the commotion. Xiaoli from the police said, how did it attract so many people? Yeah, how did it attract so many? Lu Sanjun asked with an honest look, then called the accountant in. Xiao Tian, how do you handle things? Accountant Tian looked embarrassed. I was anxious, so my voice got a bit loud. Xiaoli, public security. Forget it, it's not a big deal. He was a bit dissatisfied but didn't say anything. Then he got up and let Su Jinshan into the room, closing the office door behind him. Su Jinshan came in, not nervous at all, and directly looked for a chair to sit down. Secretary Lu, not even a drop of water? Lu Sanjun said, the public security officer is here to see you. What water would you be drinking? I'm here because of something, but it's not like I did anything wrong. So why am I not even worthy of a drink of water? Su Jinshan said fearlessly. He was basically saying he had a clear conscience and nothing to hide. How can a village party secretary look down on the local folks like this? Lu Sanjun saw there were outsiders present and didn't want to argue with him, so he had another staff member in the office pour a glass of water for Su Jinshan. After Su Jinshan took a sip of water, he asked, Officer, what's the matter? Our family are all honest people and have never done anything bad. Officer Xiaoli said, Don't worry, no one has done anything wrong, we just want to ask you some questions. Comrade Su Jinshan, your real name is Su Jinshan, right? Su Jinshan didn't expect the other party to ask about this matter. He thought to himself, this name isn't illegal, right? So he nodded, that's right, that was a name from the old society. I'm an ambitious person, so I changed my name. Officer Xiaoli took notes and continued to ask, Is your father Su Futian? That's right. Do you have an uncle? Officer Xiaoli asked. Su Jinshan was puzzled this time. What's going on? Why are they even asking about his second uncle during the household survey? Next to him, Lu Sanjun's eyes lit up. Could it be that a relative from the old Su family outside got into trouble? Jinshan, I remember you have a second uncle, right? I think I heard my dad mention him before. Not long ago, when I passed by your dad's grave, I saw another grave next to it, that of your second uncle Su Fusheng, Lu Sanjun said with a smile. Su Jinshan rolled his eyes at him and said, I do have an uncle named Su Fusheng, but he left here a long time ago, back before the founding of the country. I was just a kid then, so I don't remember clearly. After he left, there was no news for many years. My dad thought he was dead and always missed him. Before he died, he entrusted me to set up a tomb for my second uncle. Xiaoli said seriously. Did your family actually sell themselves to the landlord Hua back then? Hearing the name landlord Hua, Su Jinshan's face darkened. That's true. In the old society, when the land was all sold off and there was nothing to eat, we had no choice but to do that. My second uncle didn't want to work for the landlord, so he left. Xiaoli nodded, continued taking notes, then asked the village party branch secretary Lu Sanjun beside him, is everything he said correct? Lu Sanjun nodded, that's right. He was at odds with the old Su family, so he was well informed about their situation. Xiaoli from the Public Security Bureau matched the information the director had given him earlier and immediately confirmed that everything matched perfectly. Ah, this is exactly the relative that the overseas compatriot was looking for. There's no doubt about it. Now, Xiaoli from the Public Security Bureau finally felt a sense of accomplishment in completing the task, along with the joy of helping someone reunite with their family. Helping people find their relatives and witnessing their happy reunion, what a wonderful thing this is. Xiaoli the police officer smiled, that's right. Lu Sanjun asked comrade, what's right? Is it all over now? Even Lian Sujin perked up his ears, police comrade, why are you asking all these questions? I'm really confused. Could it really be that the second uncle is in trouble outside? But his second uncle had long been dead, hadn't he? If he wasn't dead, why hasn't he come back all these years? Xiaoli, the police officer, finally didn't have to hold back. He had been cautious before, worried that if he spoke too soon, some people might falsely claim kinship. After all, there had been a case before involving someone impersonating another to get into university. He had experience with that. Now that it's clear and there are even eyewitnesses, there's no need to hide it anymore. He smiled easily and said, Comrade Su Jinshan, if the information you provided is correct, you will soon be reunited with your second uncle's family. They are looking for you. What? Lu Sanjun was the first to shout out in surprise. The main thing was I never expected that all this was actually for finding a relative. Whose family looking for a relative needs the police to come investigate their household registration. This never happened before. Su Jinshan also found it strange. Police officer, are you sure? My second uncle has been missing for many years. Back then, during the war, he was only in his teens when he left. If he were alive, why hasn't he come back all these years? Officer Xiaoli said mysteriously, that's because he can't come back. He went abroad. Oh. Now the other members of the village branch were also shocked. Going abroad was truly a rare thing for the people of Xiaohua village, something they had hardly ever even heard of. No one expected that someone around them had actually gone abroad. How far away that must be. Lu Sanjun was excited. Su Jishan, does your family have overseas connections? Su Jinshan said, why are you so excited? Things aren't like they used to be anymore. Although he was no longer in charge, he still kept an eye on outside matters and often picked up a newspaper at the village party branch to read. Could it be that Lu Sanjun doesn't even read the newspaper? Xiaoli from the public security said, that's right. Now compatriots abroad can return to the country. Our country is opening up, trying to do business with the outside world. I've also heard about overseas compatriots coming back to find their families before, but I didn't expect there to be some in our Ping'an town too. Su Jinshan's mind was still a bit confused. The news was just too sudden. He confirmed again. My second uncle is still alive? Xiaoli from the Public Security Bureau said, this is not very clear. I only know that the one who came back is his granddaughter. She is in Dongzhou City. She was born abroad and doesn't understand the situation in the country. She also doesn't know your situation, so she went to the Municipal Bureau for help. The comrades at the Municipal Bureau then called our station to verify the situation. I came here today for this reason. Saying this, he tucked the notebook into his bag. I have to hurry back to report the news. They are still waiting in Dongzhou City. You should also get ready. They said they might arrive in the next couple of days. Su Jinshan nodded hurriedly. Then he saw Xiaoli from the Public Security Bureau out the door. Comrade, you really troubled yourself today. You've brought such good news to our family. Nothing much, it's what I should do. Officer Xiaoli smiled. The office door opened, but the onlookers did not see the expected scene. The police officer did not arrest Su Jishan. Instead, he was chatting and laughing with him. After a few words, the officer rode away on his bicycle. Some people were disappointed, some felt it was boring. Why wasn't there any excitement? The Su family breathed a big sigh of relief and quickly gathered around. Gahonghua anxiously asked child's father what happened. Su Jinshan said, it's nothing. It's good that it's nothing. The whole family breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jinshan continued, that is to say, my second uncle came back to find relatives. He returned from abroad. Gahonghua hadn't realized anything yet. She just deliberately said loudly, did you hear that? The police came to our house looking for relatives. Our second uncle came back to find relatives. He returned from abroad. She did this to shut the mouths of those who were speculating wildly, to prevent gossips from spreading rumors. Just as she finished speaking, Gahonghua realized, what? Our second uncle, abroad? Since when did anyone in our old Su family go abroad? Those who were watching the commotion immediately gathered around when they heard Gahonghua's words. Abroad? Your family has someone who went abroad. How did they go abroad? Why haven't we heard about it before? Must be bragging. Your family still has someone going abroad? Isn't this a mistake? I heard on the radio that foreigners are rich. To align with the reform and opening up policy, the news broadcasts often aired some information about foreign countries, allowing ordinary people to open their eyes to the world. Sometimes, if a group from a school went abroad to study, that would be broadcast as well. So even if these people rarely went out, they occasionally heard some news and became aware that foreigners are wealthy. Only capable and talented people go abroad. Gahonghua said proudly. The public security officer came in person. Could there be a mistake? We don't care whether second uncle has money or not, as long as he comes back. At this moment, Lu Sanjun also came out and looked at Su Jishan, saying, Su Jishan, you really aren't honest. You have overseas relatives and you've kept it a secret all these years, even served as a team leader. What business is it of yours? Su Xiangdong, the eldest of the Su family, shouted. Lu Sanjin gritted his teeth in anger. What's so great about that? Who knows how policies will change in the future? Su Xiangnan, the second son of the Su family, said, then just wait until it changes before talking. Exactly, even the police officers haven't said anything. What right do you have to speak? Gu Honghua said with a smile. Lu Sanjin's face was as black as ink. Su Jishan was not in the mood to argue with Lu Sanjin now. Alright, let's go back first. He needed to go back and sort things out, mainly because this matter was too mysterious and too sudden. He had to calmly organize his thoughts. In the past few decades, Su Jinshan never thought that his second uncle was still alive, let alone that he had gone abroad. Speaking of which, he had even early on set up a symbolic grave for his second uncle next to his father's tomb. Shouldn't it be dug up now? The old Su family has returned home, but everyone hasn't stopped talking about this news. The old Su family has always been the center of attention in the village, and this time, with the addition of overseas relatives, a hot topic, it was hard not to spread. Soon, every household in the village was discussing it. Old Su's family actually has overseas connections, and these overseas relatives have even come back to acknowledge their kinship. Not to mention whether they have money or not, they are definitely not poor. Everyone is not stupid. Poor people wouldn't have money to buy tickets to return to the country. If the family is poor, they wouldn't even afford tickets to go to the county town. Foreign countries are so far away, the return tickets must be very expensive. The person is still living in Dongdo City. Can someone without money live in Dongdo City? People overseas definitely have money. A few days ago, I even heard on the radio that they mentioned something about investments. I can't remember exactly, but it was a lot of money. This refers to overseas enterprises investing in the South. No matter whether they have money or not, do you think the old Su family relatives will take them abroad this time they come back? If that really happens, it's just too unfair. How can people like the old Su family get ahead? It's no wonder people overthink. Right now, it's all about one person's success lifting the whole family. Whoever has a relative in the city can usually benefit a bit. For example, Secretary Lu's son, Lu Xiaoqiang, works in the city and even married a girl from the city. How prosperous is the old Lu family now? Lu Sanjin spat at home, really got damn lucky, didn't notice the overseas connection earlier, didn't notice it later, but it just popped up now. Why does all the good stuff always happen to the old Su family? That black-hearted bunch, how do they get such luck? Those relatives of the old Su family definitely aren't any good either. It wasn't just Lu Sanjin's thought. Some people who had quarrels with the old Su family before were also cursing, definitely not good people. Ding. Discuss value plus 19, reward $1,900. Su Sum was inspecting the market on the street, getting a sense of the social situation when he heard the system's reward notification. The hated by 10,000 people system also popped up. What happened? It had been following the host all along and the host clearly hadn't done anything, just walking on the street, so why did the dislike value increase? Su Sum was also taken aback, then thought for a moment and understood. He pursed his lips and smiled. It's nothing, just a little appetizer. This cannon fodder aura is really useful. She hasn't even done anything yet, not even shown her face, and she can already benefit and make money. Recognizing the family was such the right decision. The everyone hates system said, so what exactly happened? Maybe I look so hideous? People passing by want to hit me? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll go back and rest. The everyone hates system said, aren't you going shopping? Didn't you say you wanted to quickly understand this era? Next time then. I'll wait for the call after going back. Chapter 8. As soon as I returned to the hotel, the front desk said to Su-sun, Ms. Su, the Public Security Bureau called you. They asked you to call them back after you return. Su-sun smiled and nodded. Thank you, I'll call them right now. Then she directly made a call to the Public Security Bureau at the front desk. Officer Gao from the Public Security Bureau answered Su-sun's call happily. Comrade Su, congratulations, your relative has been found. Our colleagues from the local police station specially went to the village and found Su Jinshan himself. He changed his name to Su Jinshan. But we have already confirmed with him that his father's name is Su Futian, and there is a second uncle, Su Fuxing, who left home to seek his fortune when he was in his teens. All the information matches what you provided. The village party secretary also confirmed this information, so it should be correct. Su-sun said with surprise. I didn't expect to find my family so quickly. Officer Gao, thank you so much. Thanks to your help, I was able to find my relatives so fast. Officer Gao laughed. Haha, it's nothing. It's actually thanks to the accurate information you provided and the Su family hasn't moved. That made it easier to find them. Our comrades have already spoken with your family. You just let me know when you have time to go back, and I'll have the comrades there greet your family. They're quite busy with the autumn harvest lately, so I'm worried they might not be home when you visit. Of course, I hope it will be as soon as possible, but since this is the first time meeting, I can't go empty-handed. I want to prepare some things for them. So I'll go home in 3 days. Please do let them know in advance so they won't worry. She deliberately used the word go home to express her closeness to this family. Even the Gao public security officials found it difficult to believe that a young person born and raised abroad would still care so much about their hometown. This feeling is truly sincere and rare. It really needs to be promoted properly so those who immediately think about leaving as soon as they open the door can see it. After reflecting emotionally, they didn't forget the main matter. By the way, Comrade Sue, this time you're going back to your hometown, could you let some of our propaganda department comrades go with you? After learning about your situation, our propaganda department comrades feel it's especially meaningful and should be publicized. Of course, we respect your personal opinion on this. Not only is it meaningful, but after the comrades from the propaganda department learned about the situation, they felt the story was too legendary and too inspiring. They believed it had great propaganda value. Upon hearing this, Susun was delighted and smiled. Of course, you worked hard to find my family, so I'm certainly willing to do something for you in return. She had originally planned to promote herself. After all, she was preparing to start a business domestically, so she definitely needed to build her reputation. This reunion with her family seemed like a perfect entry point. A patriotic person returning home to visit relatives and deciding to contribute to the country, what a great propaganda theme. Once her reputation was established, her business would become much easier. Now, with the public security comrades willing to promote it, she could save some effort. A win-win situation naturally deserves support. After finishing the conversation, Officer Gao was about to hang up. Comrade, all right, I'll call the local comrades now to help you make contact. Susun called out. Please wait a moment. Officer Gao asked, is there anything else? It's like this, I want to ask you, officer, if you know anyone looking for a job. I used to have bodyguards with me abroad, but this time returning to the country it was inconvenient, so I didn't bring them back. Therefore, I want to find a bodyguard domestically to be responsible for my safety. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't trust the security here. Mainly, I plan to develop my career domestically later on, will be traveling far more often, and often alone, just in case. The receptionist next to him. What kind of household is this, needing a bodyguard for travel? Gao from the Public Security Bureau was also a bit surprised, but he could understand Susun's request for a bodyguard. The public security has indeed. But to help introduce a bodyguard candidate, who do we know? This seems like there really is someone. But they might not be willing to come. Talented people tend to have a bit of a proud temperament. Besides, this job is temporary. Gao Public Security wasn't in a hurry to refuse, but asked, any requirements? What about thee? Susun said, I hope the person's character is as upright as that of a public security comrade, and that they have the ability to protect my safety. The work schedule is 1 day off per week. The working hours are quite long, basically on call 24 hours. And it definitely won't be as long-term as your state-run units, it might just be for a period of time, depending on the situation. But the during work won't be bad. The salary is temporarily set at 300 per month. Bonuses will be given at the end of the year based on performance. Meals and accommodation are fully covered during working hours. Gao Public Security, I seem to fit quite well too. Ahem, no, I am a person with ideals. Alright, I'll ask around for you. Susun smiled and said, then I'll trouble you. The sooner, the better. Gowan readily agreed. With such good treatment there was really no hesitation. Protecting an ordinary person, how difficult could it be? Besides, Comrade Su seemed to have a good personality, not the type that's hard to get along with. After hanging up, Susun asked the waiter to help record the call duration and settle the bill together at checkout. The two waiters were stunned by the salary Susun had just offered. Spent half a day in a daze. 300 a month. 300. The two were still earning 30, and hearing this 300 felt like a dream. Comrade. Susun had already started to imitate the way people here addressed each other. The two only then realized it. They quickly nodded, all right, we'll write it down now. We'll settle the bill together when checking out. Thank you. Susun smiled, then went upstairs. The two watched her back, feeling as if there was a glow emanating from behind Susun. Going out with a bodyguard, and the bodyguard only costs 300 a month. Really rich. Susun heard the two people behind her talking and her mouth curled up slightly. She had deliberately said that at the front desk just now. First, to establish her own image, and second, to test the waters and cast a fishing hook. She also wanted to poach talent from this hotel. How could she poach people without offering a high salary? Especially when the talent she wanted to poach held a secure, stable job. Moreover, Susun didn't think the 300 salary was high. Private bodyguards are considered specialized talent. She knew that a manager at Li Yuli's level earned 98 yuan a month, with a year-end bonus. A private bodyguard who doesn't have a secure job and is responsible for personal safety, works long hours and does dangerous work, so this salary really wasn't much. Depending on ability later, the pay might even increase. Of course, strong ability was necessary, so Susan hadn't fully committed when she spoke earlier, only saying it was for a period of work. That way, if she later found the person unsuitable, it would be easier to replace them. However, Susan hiring a bodyguard was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. To complete the task, she was destined not to keep a low profile. The money was bound to be exposed, and people were bound to be offended. Of course, the security work had to be done well. Previously, she hadn't arranged it because she was worried about not being able to pay the salary temporarily. Now that there's new income coming in, and it looks like this income will keep increasing, she feels confident and it's time to equip one. Just now, while going upstairs, Susan heard the sound of income again. Dislike value +2, reward $200. Ah, the bodyguard's first month's salary is here. Everyone hates System. System, I never asked before, how exactly did my cannon fodder relative end up as cannon fodder? She used to think that a cannon fodder villain was just someone stuck in the countryside, living a life of poverty, always envying and resenting the good lives of the male and female leads, and then having no real role. She thought that a villain of the old Su family's level, once removed from the main lead storyline, wouldn't have much screen time either. But today it was so easy for her to gain over a dozen points of dislike value, she felt it wasn't that simple. So many people hated the old Su family to this extent. Their presence was unusually strong. I always felt this was no ordinary top-tier case. The everyone hates System, Su Panpan fell into the water and got a fever which made her delirious. To cure Su Panpan, Su Xiangdong went to help someone deliver goods and escort a vehicle, never to return. The driver and a truckload of goods also disappeared at the same time. So some people suspect he killed someone and fled with the money. Su Sun asked, did he actually escape or not? The everyone hates System. The book doesn't say. All the plot I know is what's written in the book. The book also doesn't provide details about the fate of the Su family. It only mentions in the finale when the male and female leads gather with old friends and reminisce about their past days in the countryside, reflecting on the hardships they endured. The supporting character Lu Xiaoqiang, to cheer everyone up, revealed the fate of the Su family members. Su Sun. If you want to be happy, shouldn't you listen to some happy things? Besides, according to what the System revealed earlier about the bad things the Su family did, it's not to the point of life or death, right? In the end, aren't the ones who got the short end of the stick all old Su family members? The universally disliked System, everyone says Su Xiangdong despised the silly daughter at home, so he killed the driver, embezzled money, and fled. When the driver's family came to cause trouble, Manhwa failed to play tricks and ended up dying of anger herself. Su Sun, ridiculous. How could someone who plays tricks possibly die of anger themselves? They would only work hard to make others die of anger. Su Jinshan couldn't handle the blow and had a stroke. Su Sun, this is still normal. When both your son and wife have accidents, anyone would find it unbearable. Not over yet. The everyone hates System. Su Xiangnan went south to work for money, was involved in shady dealings, and was beaten to death. Su Sun, in the 1980s, the South was not just full of business opportunities, at least there were plenty of chances to make money. Was it worth stealing? Everyone hates System. Su Baoling, disgusted by the poor family situation, hurriedly married a man who was remarried, but that man abused her and beat her to death. Su Sun. The hated by thousands System delivered the final blow. Su Jishan then committed suicide. In the end, the Su family was left with only Li Chunlan taking care of her foolish daughter. When Li Chunlan went to work and didn't watch the child carefully, Su Panpan drowned and died. She went mad and disappeared. Total annihilation. Su Sun listened to this story, completely dumbfounded. What kind of story did this author write? It's like they have a grudge against the Lao Su family. Probably in the end, the author just wanted it to be tragic for the sake of tragedy, so they didn't bother with logic and just wrote the fate of the Lao Su family members without putting effort into the details. That's why the illogical parts didn't stand out at all. A man who ran off with money while supposedly earning for his daughter? And then there's Manhwa, a woman who throws tantrums and acts shamelessly all day. How could anyone be driven mad by her? There are a bunch of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people at home. How can the second son, Su Xiangnan, a man who has been to labor reform, still dare to break the law? Isn't he afraid that when he goes to prison, the family will have no support? Su Baoling's reason for marrying a twice-divorced abusive man is even more ridiculous. How could a selfish woman possibly marry an abusive man? That man has been divorced twice. The reputation of his abuse couldn't have been kept secret. And then there's Su Panpan, that child who fell into the water twice. Isn't that just outrageous? Susan asked. It's very unreasonable. Doesn't this world follow logic? The universally disliked system said if something is unreasonable, the world will rationalize it. The outcome just needs to fit the storyline. Susan understood that without her interference, the ending for the Su family in this world would not change. But the details would be refined. As long as Su Xiangdong disappeared, it was fine. It only mattered that others believed he had fled with the money. The truth didn't matter. As long as everyone's thoughts aligned with the original plot, no one cared about why the Su family ended up like this. However, no matter how much the details were refined, Susan felt that the actions of the Su family did not reach a level warranting total annihilation. If the Su family had truly been that bad, they wouldn't have ended up like this. In the end, if a person isn't ruthless, their position won't be stable. If only Su Jinshan had been able to handle the educated youth who reported him back then, he wouldn't have lost his job, and his family wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Or if Su Xiangdong had known to use a sack and a blunt weapon when hitting someone, he wouldn't have been caught. Or if Su Xiangnan's report on the female lead's profiteering had succeeded back then, he could have still gained a 10% share. This also served as a lesson for Su Sun. Never underestimate any enemy in life. They might just be a turning point in your fate. The hated by thousands system said, "Host, do you still want to acknowledge your relatives?" Su Sun sighed. They are too pitiful. I sympathize with them. So I want to acknowledge this family connection even more. Just kidding. Isn't this all part of the original plot? It hasn't even happened yet, so what's there to sympathize with? Susan didn't have that much unnecessary sympathy to waste emotions on things that hadn't happened yet. On the contrary, she felt that since she wasn't involved, and the Lao Su family was so miserable, she wouldn't have to worry too much when she later used the Lao Su family as tools. At least after she got involved, they definitely wouldn't be worse off than in the original story. Although she would offend many people, her reputation would get worse, and she would make more enemies. But she wouldn't lack money to spend. How happy that was. Chapter 9. The Lao Su family naturally didn't know how bleak their original ending was. Instead, the whole family was immersed in joy, unable to sleep at night. The originally shabby house suddenly had an overseas relative show up, making it feel like a dream. Although having capable relatives is their own business, doesn't this also mean the family has another option now? Our family relative is actually abroad. Just thinking about it made Ge Honghua laugh out loud even in her dreams. Early in the morning when she woke up, she even pulled Su Jinshan and asked, "When do you think our second uncle's family will come back? I was thinking maybe we should buy some firecrackers first." Su Jinshan. Regarding this matter, Su Jinshan was of course the happiest in the old Su family. It wasn't just because the old Su family had gained a relative, but also because his second uncle had survived all these years and hadn't died in the war. When he went back to pay respects at his father's grave, he said how happy his father must have been. However, after waking up from sleep, Su Jinshan began to think that maybe they were taking things too lightly. We don't even know if the second uncle is still alive. The one who came back was his granddaughter. We shouldn't have too high expectations. Could she possibly not recognize us? Ge Honghua asked. Breaking bones but still connected by sinews, how could she not recognize her own family? Su Jinshan said, think about it, she grew up overseas and has never met us, no emotional ties. She might just be here to check on her grandfather's old home and then leave. Can we really stop her from leaving? Now it was Ge Honghua's turn to be stunned. Could it be that all the excitement was for nothing? Seeing his wife's disappointed expression, Su Jinshan actually felt quite sorry, but it was better to be clear now than to have greater hopes and bigger disappointments later. Just as he was about to comfort Ge Honghua, she suddenly clapped her hands. I don't believe it. We treated her well and coaxed her. She wouldn't really have the heart to just walk away. Saying that, he quickly got out of bed. No, I have to go talk to the kids. Later, when second uncle's granddaughter comes, we have to treat her well. Su Jinshan. It wasn't just the couple discussing this matter. The rest of the Su family stayed up all night. Especially Li Chunlan, who came back from her parents' house in a huff yesterday. As soon as she entered the village, someone took the initiative to greet her, saying that her father-in-law's second uncle had made a fortune abroad and was coming back to acknowledge relatives. He was going to take them abroad to make big money. At the time, she thought it was a joke playing on her, rolled her eyes at Lauda, and ignored him. It wasn't until she got home and saw her family all there, and after her husband Su Xiangdong personally verified the news, that she believed a big windfall had really come her way. She immediately thought, the ancestors of the Su family must be incredibly lucky. She was so excited last night that she didn't even eat dinner. The rest of the family was the same. They didn't even enjoy the meat and vegetables brought back yesterday, all busy discussing the matter of the second uncle's family. Then she couldn't sleep at night either. All night long, Li Chunlan was talking with Su Xiangdong about what their second uncle was doing abroad. Could it be like the villager said, that he was taking them abroad to live a good life? The couple was simple-minded and straightforward. They both agreed that they would definitely live a good life. So they kept dreaming about a bright future until dawn. Lee Chunlan even thought it through. When our family becomes successful, the two of us will go back to my home and let them have a good look. Hee hee. It wasn't until breakfast, when Go Honghwa gathered the family and started explaining the stakes, that the old Su family finally sobered up. Su Xiangdong said, "Mom, do you think second uncle's family might not take care of us?" Go Honghwa said, "Who knows? After all, we haven't seen them for so many years, and the one coming back is his granddaughter. She grew up abroad, so who knows how much affection she has for us. She might just turn around and go back overseas. What can we do?" Su Baoling cried again. Last night, she was still dreaming of the whole family leaving here and starting over. Su Xiangnan said, "Why rush? I have a plan." The whole family was watching him. Go Honghwa asked, "What plan do you have?" "Don't do anything reckless. We're not going to break the law." Su Xiangnan, "Why does everyone suspect he's breaking the law?" He was speechless. "What I mean is, rich people care about face. Later we'll praise her a lot, lift her up high. For the sake of her face, she can't just leave like that. Besides, the villagers all think she's going to lead us to a better life. We'll spread that around so everyone believes it's true. When she comes back and sees the villagers saying that, even for Uncle Gong's face, she won't just leave, right?" Go Honghwa immediately felt that Lao Er was clever. Su Jishan said, "It's better not to do that. I'll take her to visit second uncle's grave, let her know that we've been thinking about him all these years, and talk about the hardships we faced. She won't refuse to support us. We should be sincere with family. Our family has finally gained a relative. If she can live well in America, she's not an ordinary person. Don't underestimate her. Lao Er, try to keep these little schemes away from the family." Su Xiangnan lowered his head. Go Honghwa said, "Just like I thought before, we should all pamper her, support her, and treat her well. She will surely remember our kindness. If she still insists on leaving, I'll lie on the ground and hold her legs crying." The Su family. Although doing this doesn't look very good, it seems it might actually work. Then the whole family can cling to her for support. Anyway, the Su family has decided to firmly latch onto this relative connection. After finishing breakfast, the whole family happily went out to work. Before they even started working in the fields, Xiaoli from the public security came happily again. This time he didn't go to the village committee but went straight to the fields to find the Su family. Originally, reporting this matter could have been done with just a phone call to the village committee, but the village officials performed terribly yesterday, so Officer Xiaoli decided to handle it personally and make sure everything was done perfectly. Anyway, the station has nothing else going on these days, so since there's free time, it's better to serve the people more. This time when Officer Xiaoli came, the whole village was watching closely. Everyone knew it must be related to that relative from the Lao Su family. Countless people were hoping in their hearts that the police officer would come today to tell everyone that there was a mistake yesterday, that the person identified was not actually a relative of the Lao Su family. Then they fantasized that maybe it was some distant relative from their own family. Officer Xiaoli didn't know what everyone was thinking. Under the expectant gaze of the Su family, he delivered the news they most wanted to hear. The day after tomorrow, the overseas relative of the Lao Su family would be coming to the village. As for why it's the day after tomorrow, it's because they said they need to prepare gifts for them, and they can't be impolite. Old Su's family immediately burst out laughing. Go Honghwa said, "Coming empty-handed is no big deal, we don't mind those things. We don't care about gifts as long as we get to see her in person." Xiaoli from the public security said, "Anyway, the time is set for the day after tomorrow." Then he suddenly remembered something and reminded everyone. The comrades from the Bureau's publicity department will also come to film, and it might even be reported in the newspaper. This was a reminder for everyone to be prepared and not to become a laughingstock. This really made the Su family nervous. Su Jinshan, who usually had some composure, was now unsettled. It might even be in the newspaper? Of course, the elderly Su Fuxing drifted abroad during the war, but he still cares about the motherland and our hometown folks. Such patriotism definitely deserves proper publicity. Everyone was a bit panicked. It's going to be in the newspaper. But then their mood became excited again. This is really going to be in the newspaper. After Officer Xiaoli finished notifying them, he was about to leave. Su Jinshan and Go Honghwa accompanied him for a while, seeing him off all the way to the main road, watching him ride away before leaving. At this moment, Lu Sanjin finally arrived late. Since Officer Xiaoli brought the bad news yesterday, he had been somewhat reluctant to see this reckless young man. So today, I wasn't very eager to come. I only showed up after everyone left, just in time to see Su Jishan and Go Honghwa with their mouths twisted into smiles. Seeing him arrive, Go Honghwa didn't greet him but deliberately said to Su Jinshan, child's dad, "Hey, from now on we'll call you Old Su. People in the city all call their spouses that." After all, we're going to be in the newspaper, so we have to be a bit more proper. The moment Lu Sanjun heard in the newspaper, he immediately asked, what newspaper? Go Honghwa said, it has nothing to do with you. It's not your family that's going to be in the newspaper. After speaking, she deliberately took Su Jinshan by the hand and walked away. Then along the way, she purposely loudly announced that relatives would be coming to their home the day after tomorrow. Because on the way to work early in the morning, she had overheard some gossipy people talking, saying they weren't sure if it was a mistake, and even suggesting that the relatives might not come back. Now that she had received definite news, Go Honghwa was naturally proud and triumphant. Seeing Go Honghwa like this, Lu Sanjun gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, go ahead and enjoy yourself for now. With your family's reputation, I don't believe those relatives won't run away as soon as they hear about it. Who would want to be associated with a family like yours? It was probably because Go Honghwa's performance was just too unbearable to watch. Su-sun sat in the hotel restaurant and heard the reward sound again. Dislike value +1. The everyone hates system. It really didn't understand why the host was disliked, even though they hadn't done anything. This even confused the system responsible for collecting information. Su-sun didn't have time to consider the system's feelings. After finishing breakfast and leaving the restaurant, she was ready to go out to buy gifts for the Su family. Of course, she couldn't go alone. She needed to find an assistant. On the day of the family recognition, she didn't plan to return by herself. The private car and driver were arranged, the bodyguard hadn't arrived yet, but the assistant had to be in place. Passing by the front desk, she saw Li Yuli and said, managerly, I have something I'd like your help with. Is it convenient to go upstairs and talk? Li Yuli smiled warmly and said, of course it's convenient. She had heard about Su-sun hiring bodyguards and that the salary was quite substantial. Which ordinary wealthy person would think about hiring bodyguards? Someone who carries bodyguards around can't be just an average rich person. So she guessed that Su-sun was even wealthier than she had thought. This made her more convinced that Su-sun had a way to help her go abroad and furthermore, a way to help her secure a job overseas. So at this moment, Li Yuli made up her mind to definitely handle her relationship with Su-sun well. When they got to the room, Li Yuli took the initiative to pour tea for Su-sun. Su-sun said, managerly, don't be so polite. Li Yuli smiled and placed the teacup in front of her. It's only right. I wonder if Miss Su has anything she needs me to do. Su-sun took a sip of tea and smiled, I have news about my family. I'll be going to see them in a couple of days. But as you know, I really don't know much about the domestic situation, like what kind of gifts would be appropriate to buy. And once I get there, if I want to invite them to a meal, how should I arrange it? I have no clue about these things. When I was abroad before, I had an assistant to handle these matters for me. This time returning to the country, considering they don't know much about the domestic situation either, I didn't bring anyone back with me. It's really inconvenient now, so I want to ask managerly to help me find someone who can come back with me this time. Of course I will pay for it, 10 foreign exchange vouchers per day. What kind of wealthy family is this, having someone to handle even these trivial matters? Li Yuli made the decision almost instantly, there's no need to hire someone else. If Miss Su trusts me, I can take some leave to help you for a few days. I happen to have some unused annual leave. And no payment is necessary, we're friends, so there's no need to discuss wages. Su-sun showed a look of surprise, managerly is coming to help me personally? That's definitely the best. You're very capable, last time you arranged a car for me and it worked out perfectly. But I will definitely pay you. How about this, you help me and I'll pay you 20 a day. Consider it a subsidy for the wages you lose by taking leave. Oh. Li Yuli hesitated. Well, that might not be necessary. Her salary wasn't actually that high. Su-sun said seriously, my grandfather taught me not to take advantage of friends. If you refuse, it means you're being too formal. Next time, I might be too embarrassed to ask you again. Start as a temp first, then you can get a permanent position later. Li Yuli thought for a moment and decided to accept. Alright, don't worry, leave it to me, it will definitely be fine. She wasn't very well off either, so she couldn't afford to look down on the daily wage of 20. The two agreed, and Su-sun didn't hold back, immediately making arrangements and having Li Yuli get another vehicle, spending as much as needed to get the job done. One vehicle would carry the goods, and the other would carry people. Li Yuli was already getting used to her generosity. She smiled and nodded. No problem. Hearing that Su-sun was about to go out shopping, Li Yuli immediately wanted to ask the leader for leave and then accompany Su-sun. After all, when money is involved, one naturally has to be more attentive. Just as the two were about to leave, the downstairs attendant called again. Miss Su, a gentleman says he's here to see you, saying he was referred by Officer Gao. Su-sun raised an eyebrow, my bodyguard has arrived. This police officer is really efficient. Chapter 10. Su-sun went downstairs and saw a man sitting on the lobby sofa. He was wearing an army green short-sleeved undershirt and had a buzz cut. Although his skin was dark, his features were upright. The whole person looked quite righteous. Judging by his upright sitting posture, Susan roughly knew what he used to do. Then he came over with a smile. "Hello, are you the one introduced by Officer Gao?" The young man stood up, his posture equally upright. "Hello, my name is Jomu. I was introduced by Officer Gao." Susun said, "Just in time, I'm going out in a couple of days, so your arrival is very timely." Then he invited the other to sit down and asked Li Yuli to help serve tea. After Jomu sat down, Susun briefly explained his working hours and work situation. "There's very little free time. Basically, wherever I go you have to go too. But if you have something to do, you can tell me in advance. We'll make arrangements then. As for compensation, besides the monthly salary of 300, food and accommodation are all included, and you get work clothes all year round. If your work performance is outstanding, there will be a separate year-end bonus. I wonder if you have any other thoughts." Jomu shook his head silently. The compensation was already very good. What else could he ask for? 300 a month was hard to find even if you searched with a lantern. As for working hours, his previous job didn't have fixed hours either. Whenever there was a task, he had to go. So for him, there was no difference at all. Seeing that he had no other thoughts, Susun continued, "Because of my work, I might encounter danger. So I want to know, Mr. Joe, if you have the ability to protect my safety. For example, how many people can you fight alone?" Jomu answered seriously. "For ordinary people, if they don't have weapons, 10 is no problem. If the other side has weapons, 5 or 6. As soon as Susun heard this, she was secretly pleased. If this wasn't a boast, it could completely ensure her safety. She reminded, "I have to make it clear first, being by my side is a bit dangerous. I do business and tend to offend people easily, so I might get ambushed at any time. So you need to think it through." She was also indirectly warning the other party not to brag. This line of work is really dangerous. So if you're not capable, don't pretend to be. Jomu was also smart and understood her meaning, so he simply took a brick out of his bag. "Susun?" Jomu showed her, proving the brick was not fake. Then he directly chopped it in half with one hand. Susun. She used to watch videos and always thought others were faking it, but it really can be done. Li Yuli, who was bringing the tea, was also stunned. Jomu said, "I left the company because I got into a fight with 10 people and caused accidental injury." Susun understood immediately and said, "If the other party was really that capable, they wouldn't be unemployed. If it was because of a mistake that someone left the company, that would be possible. May I ask, why did you get into a fight with someone?" Jomu knew this was a necessary process. After all, there used to be political background checks for jobs. So he patiently explained, "Because of a personal grudge, the other party was harassing me. A friend of mine, so I beat him up. He had some people under him, so they came to retaliate. One of them was seriously injured by me, and their family carried him to my workplace to cause trouble." After saying this, he pressed his lips tightly. Clearly this experience had made him feel uncomfortable. He didn't want to bring it up again. Only then did Susun feel relieved. Although she didn't care whether others were good or bad, after all, she wasn't exactly a good person herself. But she was double standard. She could be a bad person, but those working around her had to have good character. If she found someone with poor character, the first to suffer would be herself. Out of trust in Officer Gao and confidence in her own judgment of people, Susun didn't dig any deeper. Anyway, she would use this person for now and observe slowly over time. "I don't have any other questions for now. Since Mr. Joe, you don't have any special requirements for the job, can you start work today?" "Yes." Susun turned back and said to Li Yuli managerly, "Please help arrange accommodation for him. If there is a room next door, arrange it there." Li Yuli, "Okay." Even the accommodation is arranged so well. Jomu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This job was settled. He really needed this job. He received the call yesterday and accepted the job almost without hesitation. Then early in the morning, before dawn, he took the earliest bus to the city. He had breakfast with Gao and Gang and asked some questions in person, thinking that Susun would have gotten up and finished breakfast by now, so he came to the hotel to check in. This is currently his only chance to change his situation. When he got up to handle the check-in procedures, he said, Leader, I'm going to handle the check-in now." Susun said, "My former bodyguards all called me boss. You can just call me General Manager Su." "Okay, General Manager Su." Jomu responded. Li Yuli quickly went to book a room for Jomu and took him to settle his luggage. Susun was in a good mood, and the bodyguards were in place. When it came time to acknowledge their kinship, he would no longer be fighting alone. Money really is courage. Heroic courage. Now that she has these people with her, Susun no longer has to worry about being underestimated or having others get any wrong ideas just because she is alone and young. She can clearly tell others that Susun is not someone to be trifled with. She is wealthy and well-connected. Jomu completed the check-in procedures, feeling a bit unreal. To be honest, this was also the first time he stayed in such a nice hotel. The salary is high, the benefits are good. There's nothing to complain about with this job. So after putting down his luggage, Jomu didn't bother to unpack and quickly went downstairs. He had just heard Lee Yuli say that President Su was going out to buy something, so of course he had to follow. Even if there was no danger, he could at least help with some physical work. Although he had never been a bodyguard before, he was familiar with security personnel and knew how they operated. Although before this, Jomu had never really thought that one day he would work as a private bodyguard. In the past, that was just the role of a guard for wealthy families. But the experiences of this past year had already made him let go of his former pride. Leaving the place he was familiar with, he really felt a bit lost about his future direction. He couldn't stay in his hometown, but once out he had no clear path. So this job opportunity truly brought him great hope. Jomu now had no other thoughts, take the high salary and do this job well. He aimed to work for a while longer to earn some money. After going downstairs, the car was already waiting at the door. Jomu was considerate enough to open the car door for Su Suan. Only after Su Suan and Lee Yuli got in did he consciously sit in the front passenger seat. Su Suan said to the driver, Master Wei, this is Jomu, my full-time bodyguard. From now on, if he needs to use the car, I'll trouble you as well. Driver Old Wei. He even has a bodyguard? This is really something. He used to think the factory director was a respectable person, but now he realizes that compared to Comrade Su, the factory director is nothing. After getting in the car, Lee Yuli helped to finalize the gift list for the Su family this time. Su Sun's requirement was that the quantity should be large, the quality good, and it should meet the needs of the people back home. My grandfather always worried about the hardships faced by our relatives back home. When he left back then, life was barely livable. Later, when life improved, he really wanted to send things to the people in his hometown. Unfortunately, he never had the chance. Now that I am going back on his behalf, I have to fulfill his wish. Lee Yuli suggested ordering half a pig, buying some salt, brown sugar, candies, biscuits, fabric, canned goods. Our gifts really need to meet their needs. For example, sending tea or supplements wouldn't be appropriate. They might not even know how to use those. Sending daily necessities that are hard to get, that's what truly touches their hearts. If you think it's still not enough, you can add industrial goods, like a radio. When she made the suggestion, she glanced at Su Sun, worried that he might think it was too much. If he showed any displeasure, she would have to find an excuse to veto her own proposal. In the end, Su Sun was very satisfied. A radio is great. When I went out shopping before, I heard people talking about the 3 major items, which seem to be things a family really needs. So, I'll buy my eldest uncle a bicycle and a radio. My grandfather once said that my eldest uncle had a tough childhood, and if he could come home, he would definitely buy him lots and lots of toys. Sigh, looking back at the Su family, a pang of bitterness rose in my heart. Didn't this just make up for it? Lee Yuli. Does her family, the Laoli family, have any relatives who went abroad? And does her husband's family know if they do? Jomu, sitting in the front passenger seat, was the calmest. Over the years, he had brought quite a bit of money to the family. For example, the house was built by him. So he remained very composed and even reminded the trembling driver, Old Wei, Master Wei, drive slower. Old Wei snapped back to reality and quickly focused on driving properly. In his heart, he thought, oh my, is this how rich people give gifts? I've really learned something new. Because there were many varieties of items to buy, apart from some things that needed to be purchased at the department store, other items like pork and the bicycle that needed to be found all had to be bought by Lee Yuli. But even so, there were quite a lot of things, and when they came back, Old Wei's trunk was almost full. The next day, Lee Yuli hurriedly borrowed another car and went to the meat processing plant. Using her connections, she pre-ordered the meat, only waiting to pick it up early the next morning. Finally, she used her network to get the bicycle and the radio. With the foreign exchange coupons given by Su Sun, buying these things was really convenient. Lee Yuli even felt a bit like a wealthy person. Back at home, Lee Yuli couldn't help but keep talking about this matter to her husband. Her husband, Hao Jangwen, is a teacher at a school. The two of them were high school classmates and started dating back then. Later, Lee Yuli went to study at a workers' and peasants' university while Hao Jangwen was sent to the countryside as an educated youth. It was only after Lee Yuli graduated from university and was assigned a job that the two got married. It was also because of this that Hao Jangwen was able to return to the city from the countryside. Their relationship has been good since marriage, and both sets of parents are easy to get along with, well-matched socially, and their life together has been quite happy. The only regret is that they have no children. Now Lee Yuli feels she is about to have a chance to make up for that regret. She said, I think this Ms. Su is a capable person abroad. Hao Jangwen said, so what? There's no need to flatter anyone. He felt that Li Yuli was becoming more and more snobbish. Li Yuli said, "This is a network, and an overseas network at that. You see, over the years working at the hotel, I've met quite a few people. Now, just by greeting them, I can get a lot of things done. By the way, tomorrow I'm going to the countryside with her. If I can make it back the same day, I will. If not, I'll have to stay an extra day. Just letting you know in advance." Hao Jiangwen frowned upon hearing this but said nothing. He knew Li Yuli was a person with her own opinions. Besides, he had some worries of his own recently and couldn't care much about what Li Yuli was busy with. The day before departure, Su Sun called Officer Gao to inform him of the departure time the next day, and said they would drive directly to the police station to pick up the publicity department officer. Additionally, she thanked Officer Gao. "Thank you for helping me find a suitable assistant. Zhou works very diligently." Officer Gao had been thinking about this matter all day yesterday. Now that he heard Su Sun was satisfied, he felt at ease. He is a good comrade. Although he made a mistake before, it was not a fundamental one. If he hadn't made that mistake, his future wouldn't have been bad. Su Sun said, "As long as he is capable, I will not treat him unfairly." With Su Sun's words, Gowan also felt relieved. He could finally live up to the trust of the old leader. Early the next morning, Su Sun set off fully equipped, with her hair styled in a disposable perm and tied into a high ponytail, looking fresh and beautiful. Thanks to the abundant resources of the future society, although Su Sun was an orphan and her food and clothing were not the best, she was still overnourished. Her complexion was rosy, her skin fair. Having seen so much, she carried a confidence that seemed indifferent to money, perfectly posing as a wealthy returnee daughter from the 1980s, without any sense of incongruity. Looking at Su Sun's image, Li Yuli once again sighed. People really are quite different. She originally thought her family conditions were quite good, but now compared to others, the gap is a bit large. Li Yuli even keenly sensed that in the future, this gap would not only exist between domestic and foreign, but even within the country itself. Right now, everyone holds onto their iron rice bowls, so the gap can't be too big. But in the future, as more foreigners come to the country and more people do business, it will definitely be different from the past. She suddenly thought that even if it wasn't for curing her illness, just for the sake of making money, she had to change her plans for the future. She couldn't just drift through life like this anymore. The car first went to the Public Security Bureau to pick someone up. Officer Gao was waiting at the entrance with a young female comrade. Su Sun got out of the car and exchanged greetings, then asked, "Is this the comrade who is going to the countryside with us?" Officer Gao introduced, "This is our propaganda department's Xiao Yu Xiaoying. She is responsible for filming and interviewing this time. We'll be relying on Comrade Su." Yu Xiaoying also smiled and came over. "Hello, Comrade Su. We'll be counting on you from now on." Su Sun smiled and said, "It's only right. You have helped me a great deal. I'm happy to do something for you. Then let's set off, Comrade Yu Xiaoying." Hearing Su Sun's local custom of address, Yu Xiaoying was very pleased. She had worried that her views might differ from others, making it hard to get along. She had previously interacted with returned overseas Chinese, some of whom had very arrogant attitudes. Now it seemed there was no need to worry. Nearby, Gao Anchuan also glanced at Zhou Muyi. Zhou Muyi smiled at him, silently expressing thanks. Gao Anchuan smiled too and nodded. Everything was understood without words. After a moment, two cars drove one after the other towards Shaohua village in Ping'an town. Chapter 11. Although the people of Shaohua village went out to work early, they were somewhat distracted. Because there was excitement to watch today. It was said that old Su's foreign relative was coming back to the hometown today. No one had ever seen a foreigner before, so everyone was curious about what a foreigner looked like. More curious about whether this foreign relative will actually acknowledge the Lao Su family as kin and whether they will take them abroad. Lu Sanjian didn't even have much of an appetite for breakfast. He didn't go to the brigade office either, looking completely listless. His wife Li Hongmei said, "They're recognizing relatives. What does that have to do with our family? Do you really need to be like this? How does it have nothing to do with us? What kind of character does the Lao Su family have? The whole family isn't good for anything. They're capable of anything. Our Xiao Chong is close with Hua Chaoyang, and I've taken over Su Jinshan's position. Haven't their attitudes toward our family been obvious these past few years? They just haven't turned their fortunes around yet, so they have to endure it. If they ever get a chance to turn things around, do you think they won't come after us?" "That can't be." Li Hongmei was nervous. "You are a village official. Even if they turn things around, at most their lives will be a bit better than before. Could it be that the leaders would listen to them and remove you from your position?" Lu Sanjian snorted. "They definitely can't do anything to me, but Xiao Chong is different. He works in the city, and if some rich person goes to their leader to complain or give a heads up, what do you think will happen?" Hearing this, Li Hongmei completely lost her composure. Her son was her pride. Moreover, Li Hongmei felt that the situation Lu Sanjian described was not impossible. Now things are different from the past. Having money really can get things done. Isn't that what happened with that kid Hua Chaoyang? After making money, he was no longer looked down upon like before. Now people treat him with respect. Even her son Lu Xiaoqiang's job was arranged by Hua Chaoyang. If Hua Chaoyang can arrange for Xiaoqiang to get ahead, then the wealthy Su family can also arrange things for people. So what should we do? What else can we do but help him out? Lu Sanjian gritted his teeth. As long as that branch of the Su family doesn't acknowledge the main Su family, the Su family won't be able to turn things around. We're actually doing a good deed here. With the way their family is, many people in the village look down on them. If they manage to get back on their feet, the villagers will have a hard time. Lu Sanjian said this with genuine sincerity. He truly believed the Su family had problems. They were not good people. Li Hongmei said, how can we let them not recognize their own kin? If the old Su family finds out, they'll cause trouble for us later. What if Gohonghua comes to our house to hang herself? There are plenty of people in the village who don't want their family to do well. Ma Batsi hates their family to death. Ma Batsi was originally a lazy man in the village. Back when it was still the production team era, he often shirked work. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would hide in the haystack to sleep, which caught Su Jinshan's attention. He specifically assigned the eldest, Su Xiangdong, to keep an eye on him and set an example. As a result, when Ma the Lame tried to avoid Su Xiangdong, he fell off the high ridge and injured his leg. From then on, Ma the Lame hated the Su family. Ma the Lame was not the only one from the Su family's neighbors. When they first moved here, there were several families with the surname Ma, all from the same clan. All these people resented the Su family. I think Su Jinshan was too ruthless back then. Wasn't it just about doing a little less work? Yet he actually had someone break a leg. That's really heartless. We're not breaking any laws. Just let Ma the cripple's family tell the relatives of the old Su family what the old Su family has done over the years. I just don't believe these respectable people will acknowledge such a shameless relative. Li Hongmei definitely thought they wouldn't acknowledge him. Don't even mention relatives like these who have never met and have no real relationship. Even relatives he usually keep in touch would definitely cut ties. Take, for example, the family of the eldest daughter-in-law of the old Su family, the old Li family. They used to interact a lot, but after the incident, haven't they stopped all contact for years? Which respectable family would want to acknowledge such a disgraceful relative? Anyway, Li Hongmei is unwilling. She's even worried that her own child might be led astray. It seems that the old Su family won't be recognized as relatives. The old Su family members got up early to start busying themselves. Although they had already cleaned the inside and outside of the house a few days ago, they still felt it wasn't enough. They were afraid people would think the house was shabby and look down on them. Su Xiangdong even climbed onto the roof and reshingled the entire roof of the house. If there had been enough time, they were all prepared to spend a fortune to get some lime powder and whitewash the walls at home. Whitewashing now is out of the question, so they'll paste newspapers instead. In the past, Gu Honghua always thought Su Jinshan reading newspapers was just looking for trouble. Now it finally comes in handy. Since the old Su family house was built, it had never looked this decent. After checking, Gu Honghua still felt dissatisfied but was helpless. The family was just too poor. If only we had a brick and tile house like Lu Sanjian's. But on the other hand, if they really had the kind of environment Lu Sanjian's family does, they wouldn't have to be so eager to curry favor with relatives. Shaking his head, he instructed the eldest son, Su Xiangdong, to go and kill the old hen at home. He also told the eldest daughter-in-law to check the vegetable garden to see what vegetables were available. No need to pick them right away. Wait until the guests arrive to pick fresh vegetables. If you pick them now, they'll wilt by the afternoon. Li Chunlan asked, Mom, they're only arriving in the afternoon? Of course, Xiangnan already went to the town to ask. The earliest bus from Donggo City to Huaong County arrives at noon. The bus from the county seat to here doesn't get here until 2 p.m. We won't eat at noon, we'll wait for them to arrive and eat together. After arranging the food, she also arranged for her two sons to go to the town later to pick up the guests. The first priority was to welcome the relatives and show the family's sincerity. The second reason is to prevent the relatives from overhearing the village gossip. There is quite a distance from the village entrance to our home. Who knows which loose-tongued person might say something unpleasant? It's better to just go to the town and pick them up so we can see who dares to talk nonsense along the way. Su Xiangdong said, Mom, picking them up is no problem, but we don't know them. We're the best clothes, that's for sure, Gu Honghua said. Su Xiangnan said, there are a few strangers around here. If we see someone unfamiliar, why not just go ask them? Su Xiangdong immediately understood, all right, then we'll go when the time comes. We walk fast, it won't take us an hour to get to town. Gu Honghua sighed, if only back then we could still use the public bicycles. Su Xiangnan comforted her, "Mom, once we start earning money, we'll buy our own." Ge just laughed, "That's right, from now on we'll buy it ourselves." The villagers, like the Su family, didn't think Su-sun would arrive in the morning. They all expected him in the afternoon. So everyone went out to work in the morning, just waiting to watch the excitement in the afternoon. But before 11 o'clock on the main road entering the village, two vehicles appeared. The one in front was a car, and the one behind was a bit bigger, though no one knew what kind of vehicle it was. It looked like a cargo truck. These days, even bicycles attract attention, let alone cars. Moreover, many people have never even seen a car. Even the official vehicles for the town leaders are still jeeps retired from the military. Only a few years ago did the county leaders come to the village and they arrived in a car. Why are there cars here? Could it be that some leader has come to inspect our place? There are even two cars. It's really lively today. Su-sun was looking around the village. This was the origin of the original storyline, Xiaohua Village. It was no different from the ordinary rural areas seen along the way. The only thing was that the road was quite bumpy. Thinking about the future where every village will have accessible roads, Su-sun couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the motherland. Moreover, Su-sun was glad that he had decided to arrange a private car because the road they had traveled was really difficult. According to the driver, old way, if you take public transport, leaving in the morning means you only arrive in the afternoon because of detours. Also, at one station you have to wait for the next bus to depart. Having a private car was different, it went straight through. This driver, old way, was quite capable. He used to drive big trucks and was very familiar with the local road conditions. He knew which roads were easier to travel and which were safer. Because on some roads there are road bullies. Anyway, after driving all this way, Su-sun started thinking about undermining again. But it's still too early to buy a car now, no money. It depends on how much income the old Su family can bring her this time. Hopefully it won't be disappointing. As the car entered the village, many elderly and children who weren't working in the fields came out to watch the excitement. The driver had no choice but to drive very slowly, afraid of hitting someone. Drive along the road, and once you reach the village party branch, there is no more road. The main road in the village is only built up to this point. Lu Sanjun was in the office pondering whether his arrangements were thorough when he heard the sound of cars. Looking outside, he saw two small cars. He jumped up from his seat. What's going on? I didn't get any notice that a leader was coming to inspect today. This car isn't even from the town, could it be from the county? No matter what, Lu Sanjun hurried out to greet the leader. As soon as he stepped out of the office, Zhoumu got out of the car, looked around, and then came over to help Su-sun open the car door. Su-sun got out of the car, deliberately looking around with a proud expression. Then he met eyes with Lu Sanjun, who had just stepped outside. Lu Sanjun was stunned. This isn't the leader. Definitely not the leader. What kind of leader dresses like this? Then the others all got out of the car. Li Yuli took the initiative to walk over and ask, "Comrade, may I ask, how do you get to Su Jinshan's house?" Hearing the name Su Jinshan, Lu Sanjun's heart skipped a beat as he asked with difficulty, "You are?" "We are Su's family. I am Su Jinshan's niece back home visiting today." Li Yuli, acting as an assistant, also addressed Su-sun the same way Zhoumu did. Lu Sanjun didn't care about the form of address. Only one thought ran through his mind. They really are relatives of the old Su family. The old Su family's relatives have such a big presence. They even have cars, and two of them. Lu Sanjun glanced at the cars, then at Su-sun. He really couldn't believe it. Poverty limits imagination. The wealthy relatives of the old Su family he imagined were at most just better dressed, gave more gifts, and if they had money, they would help the old Su family make money together. Just like that kid Hua Chaoyang. Hua Chaoyang made a lot of money from business and had a presence when he came back. But he didn't have a private car. He never thought that relatives from the old Su family could ride in a car. These days, which family has a private car? "Comrade, do you know?" Li Yuli asked politely. Lu Sanjun moved his lips but hadn't spoken yet, when a child boldly raised his hand. "I know, I'll take you there." Then some quick-footed children ran to old Su's house to deliver the news. It wasn't that the people of Xiaohua village had suddenly become warm and fond of old Su's family. Rather, Su-sun's impressive demeanor truly intimidated everyone, making them temporarily forget their disdain for old Su's family. They just wanted to lend a hand for this person who looked especially radiant. Chapter 12. When the village children came to deliver the news, Ge was still inspecting the yard, directing her son to sweep outside the courtyard, and asking her daughter-in-law and daughter to wipe the tables. While busy, she heard someone shout, "Nanny Pampan, your foreign relative is back at the village party branch." "What?" Ge was shocked. "Don't lie to me. Why did you come back so quickly? This isn't normal." "I'm not lying to you, they were in a car, even better than the mayor's," the child said excitedly. "A car? Now the Su family had no choice but to believe it, they really came. The whole family suddenly became a bit flustered. Su Jinshan remained calm and said, "Go pick up the person first. Don't let those gossipy people in the village talk nonsense." The village branch was also bustling. Su-sun couldn't go straight to old Su's house. He still had to bring gifts. All the gifts were piled in the car and had to be unloaded. Looking at the truck behind, the tarp over the truck bed was pulled back and people were unloading things from inside. Everyone present stared in amazement. So much pork. A whole family couldn't finish this in a year, right? How much would this cost? That bag must be full of sugar. Such a big bag, probably taken as a whole package. Seeing so many fabrics. It seems there are also candies. Last time, when Lu Sangjin's family got their daughter married, I saw them. They said these were good candies bought in the city called Big White Rabbit. Ah, is that what they're holding, a radio? The packaging box says radio, right? Until a brand new bicycle, tied with a big red bow, was also brought down, everyone was a bit confused. Why bring a bicycle when visiting relatives? Isn't there a small car? By now, Su Jinshan's whole family had already arrived. The village party branch was surrounded by people, and the elderly couple barely managed to squeeze in. Seeing the two cars, Su Jinshan's heart skipped a beat. Ge Honghua, who was following behind, also exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, they really came by car." In Ge Honghua's mind, except for government units who could casually ride in a car. So when she was thinking before, she never considered that this relative of hers could come by a private car. Looking again at the car piled high with gifts, his face flushed with excitement, his dad. "Old Su, all these are for our family." Su Jinshan was also a bit dumbfounded, feeling that this was too much of a spectacle. Just how wealthy is his second uncle's family? But that's not the main point. The main point is, which one is his niece? "Grandpa Su is here," a child called out just in time. Su-sun looked back and met Su Jinshan's gaze. Su Jinshan also saw Su-sun and immediately recognized her as his eldest niece. He felt that this eldest niece looked so much like his second uncle. It was definitely not just his imagination. Yes, this was a member of the old Su family. Only such a wealthy family could raise a girl like this. "Are you my eldest uncle, Su Jinshan?" Su-sun came over and asked with a smile. Su Jinshan immediately stood up straight. "I am Su Jinshan. You are my second uncle's granddaughter, right?" Su-sun said, "My name is Su-sun, my grandfather is Su Fuxing." Su Jinshan was excited, then there's no mistake. Su-sun gathered his emotions, wondering if this was the moment to hold hands with Su Jinshan and look at each other with tearful eyes, providing some photo material for Comrade Yu Xiaoying from the Public Security Bureau's propaganda department. "Great niece!" Ge Honghua shouted excitedly nearby. "We've finally been waiting for you to come back. This is your eldest uncle's wife," Su Jinshan quickly introduced. Su-sun looked at Ge Honghua and thought that the reputation was well deserved. What a loud voice. The emotions also built up quickly, and her acting was better than his. Just as Su-sun's eyes were starting to get a bit moist, Ge Honghua was already crying her heart out. "Great niece, you have finally come back." She choked up as she spoke. Her acting was truly masterful. Su-sun felt he might not be able to keep up, so he quickly lowered his head to wipe the corners of his eyes. Next to her, Yu Xiaoying quickly took out her camera and captured this scene. More and more people gathered around. Some workers outside heard the news and hurried over, just in time to see this scene. They saw the old Su couple standing there talking to a very well-dressed person with someone taking photos nearby. That was photography. This must be for the newspaper. Immediately, many people felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Why should such a good thing happen to the Su family? Why does the Su family always have to have a relative like this popping up? Dislike value +5, reward $500. Su-sun was happy in his heart and grabbed Ge Honghua's arm and, "Don't cry. Family reunion is a good thing. I brought back some gifts, too many to carry, need to find someone to help. Especially that bicycle, I bought it for uncle. Does anyone at home know how to ride it?" he said, pointing at the new bicycle. What? The bicycle was a gift for Su Jinshan? Everyone around was stunned. Who has relatives that come over to give a bike? Not to mention the villagers, even Su Jinshan and Ge Honghua were shocked. "F for me." Su Jinshan couldn't keep his composure, his speech faltering a bit. Su-sun said, "Grandpa has always wanted to give you a little wooden horse. Since there wasn't a chance before, this can be considered a small token of Grandpa's affection." "My second uncle." Su Jinshan's eyes suddenly turned red. His second uncle actually still remembered to give him a little wooden horse. Suddenly a wave of bitterness and tears. This time it was a real cry. Yu Xiaoying kept clapping on the side. Truly moving and touching. The elderly always care deeply about the younger generation in their hometown. The people from Xiaohua village nearby were far from calm. How could a bicycle compare to a little wooden horse? Lu Sanzhen even muttered quietly in the crowd, hypocrites. Ge Honghua's voice trembled as she said, This is way too extravagant. Then she politely but with difficulty said, We really can't accept it. Right, old Su? Su Jinshan quickly nodded. This gift is too much, dear great niece, we can't accept it. Su Sun said, It's nothing, just a little toy. It's not a toy car. When uncle learns to drive later, I'll buy you a toy car. She said this very naturally, as if it were a very ordinary matter. Not at all insincere. Oh. Everyone nearby had already gone numb. What kind of relatives are the Lao Su family? Even Li Yuli's palm trembled a bit. She felt her perspective was still a bit narrow. Giving a radio and a bicycle was nothing. Rich people gave cars. President Su, everything has been unloaded. Zhoumu came over to report. Su Sum glanced at the piled-up goods and said to Ge Honghua, And can our family find someone to help? Ah yes, of course we can. Ge Honghua was finally a bit more clear-headed now, turning around and shouting, Big brother, second brother. From the crowd, the two brothers who were already dazed came out. They had arrived early, coming with their parents. But seeing the scene, they didn't dare to step forward. They just hid in the crowd and watched. Then they were completely stunned by Su Sun's actions one after another. In the blink of an eye, our family became wealthy? This is no exaggeration. Not to mention the food and daily necessities, just this one bicycle alone could make the Su family one of the wealthy families in Xiaohua village. At this moment, the two brothers truly realized how important this relative was to their family. Just a casual slip of the finger from them could lift their family up. From now on, when we go out, our family will have a car. Hee hee. When the two brothers walked over, they were both a bit clumsy. Ge Honghua felt embarrassed, wondering why they were dropping the ball at this moment. Hurry up, go move the stuff. The two hurriedly went to move the items but then found it hard to get started. This is too much. It was still Zhoumu who handed the things to them, and only then did they snap out of it. They quickly moved their hands and feet to carry the items. Su Xiangdong shouted, Give me some more, I'm strong. I can carry pork, I'm strong, I can still carry more. Then carrying a pile of things that could even cover his head, he hurriedly ran home. Su Xiangnan was a bit weaker, looking somewhat flustered. He also muttered, Too much, so much. Too many complaints, give it to us? The bystanders watching the commotion were murmuring in their hearts. In the end, the bicycle was pushed by Su Jinshan. Of course he could ride a bike, and not only him, the children at home could too. When he was the team leader, the team headquarters had a bike, and he made sure all three children learned to ride it. Now it's good it came in handy. This is their own bike, not like the time they secretly used the team headquarters bike. Gu Honghua's face was flushed red, her smile almost crooked with excitement. Controlling her inner excitement, she said, Great niece, let's go home. The dishes are all prepared. Let's invite everyone. By the way, they are. She focused her gaze on Zhoumu because Zhoumu had been standing very close to Su Sun since the beginning. Su Sun then formally introduced everyone. Both drivers were from big factories in the city and had come to help this time. Li Yuli was the manager of a provincial city hotel, and had also come specifically to help. The others listened and thought to themselves, how much face must this be? Workers from big city factories came to help her, and this manager, obviously a leader, also came to help. This is Comrade Yu Xiaoying from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I was able to find you this time thanks to the Public Security Bureau. Comrade Yu Xiaoying is here specifically to conduct an interview and publicity for us. This is Comrade Zhoumu, who is currently my assistant. He is responsible for my security. Worried that others might misunderstand, Zhoumu emphasized, I work for General Su, providing close protection for her safety. The work I do is just like that of the bodyguards for other leaders. Su Jishan and Ge Honghua both had their mouths open. They had known about the interview in advance, so it wasn't surprising. They were just puzzled that the eldest niece could have a bodyguard by her side. The two didn't understand that bodyguard was a term for the people around a leader. They just thought that the person protecting someone was a bodyguard. The person assigned a bodyguard must be a really important figure. So what kind of big shot is their eldest niece after all? Not only Ge Honghua and her husband were guessing, but the onlookers were also discussing, what kind of wealthy family is this? Even the Hua landlord's family wasn't this extravagant before. The landlord's family has long-term workers and servants. But their family doesn't have a car, only a donkey cart. Although Su Jinshan and Ge Honghua were a bit confused, they still knew the etiquette and invited everyone to their home. Li Yuli didn't go. President Su, once we finish here, I'll take them to town for a meal. You can reunite with your family, you must have a lot to talk about. You should have some space. Su Sun said. That's fine, don't be polite, have something good to eat. I'll reimburse you later. Li Yuli smiled and nodded. However, Zhou and Yu Xiaoying continued to follow Su Sun, one to provide close protection, the other to constantly take photos and keep records. When they went to the Su family, many onlookers followed behind the old Su family members. Looking at their backs, Lu Sangjan's face was as black as ink. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had made arrangements. Otherwise, the Su family really would have risen up. Before the group even reached the Su family, the Su brothers had already made a second trip to move things, followed by the bouncing little girl Su Pan, who wiped her mouth and smiled with squinted eyes as she went to help. At the gate of the Su family courtyard, Li Chunlan and Su Baoling anxiously looked on, eagerly awaiting. The two were also stunned by the things the Su Xiangdong brothers had brought back, hearing there were even bicycles and radios. They suddenly felt a bit at a loss. They felt that the meals prepared at home were somewhat below standard. The Su family still lived in an earthen house with both tiles and straw on the roof. This was quite common in the village. Su Sun had seen rural areas before, but the ones she saw were 20 years later. Almost every household had multi-story buildings, and some even had tiles pasted on the outside of their houses. In some coastal rural areas, the houses were built more luxuriously than city villas. This era is really not prosperous. Then some of her plans became easier to implement. Gu Honghua enthusiastically accompanied Su Sun. "Big niece, come inside quickly. This is your sister-in-law, Chunlan." Su Sun glanced at Li Chunlan, whose round face looked simple and sincere. She called out sister-in-law. Li Chunlan hurriedly said, "Hey, hey." Gu Honghua saw that her eldest niece did not look down on her own family and smiled as she introduced her daughter. "This is your... How old are you?" Gu Honghua asked. Su Sun said, "I'm 23. "Ah, then Baoling is your little sister. She's exactly 1 year younger than you." Gu Honghua smiled and pulled her daughter over. Su Baoling called out timidly, "Sister." Su Baoling had a delicate appearance, but her eyes looked a bit timid. She didn't resemble the type who was forced into a relationship as a sent-down youth. Su Sun smiled at her and nodded mm. Then the whole family surrounded Su Sun as he entered the house. Gu Honghua quickly had her daughter-in-law and daughter go to serve tea and pour water. She and her husband took care of moving the stools. The whole family busily attended to their guests in a flurry. Su Sun sat on the bench. "No need to be polite. I came back on behalf of Grandpa to see you all, not to cause you any trouble. If it affects your lives, Grandpa would be unhappy too." Su Jishan only now asked about his second uncle. "My second uncle, he..." Su Sun sighed with slightly red eyes. "He passed away last year. He had been paralyzed in bed for several years, so even if he could have returned to the country, he was unable to travel. Until he left last year, he still told me to be sure to come back." "Second uncle," Su Jinshan choked up and cried. Gu Honghua was also wiping her tears non-stop with a handkerchief. "How could the old man just leave us? My second uncle, we all miss him so much." Su Sun said, "You all shouldn't be too sad. Grandpa knows you still remember him, and he would definitely be happy. Besides, his later years were quite happy." Su Jishan wiped his tears. "What exactly happened to second uncle back then? How did he end up going abroad? At first, we all thought he was dead. I even made a tombstone for him. If I were not the only one left in our family, my father would have considered adopting a son for him." Su Sun then recounted how Su Fuxing was tricked into going to Nanyang, and was later sold abroad. This made the old Su family members unable to hold back their tears again. It was truly tragic. They had left their hometown to work as laborers. When they heard that Su Fuxing had regained his freedom and saved a noble person, the family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Sun was eloquent, and with the bombardment of information these days, storytelling came easily to her. The Everyone Hates system had already outlined the story for her, and she just filled in the details without any problem. This time, she told the old Su family members in even more detail, saying that because of the experience of being cheated by foreigners back then, her grandfather had been unwilling to deal with foreigners over the years. He only invested in some foreign businesses and hired agents to manage them, living a reclusive life most of the time. Life at home was quite good. There were large farms abroad and dividends from many companies. So Su Fuxing lived a very affluent life in his later years. The only misfortune was that his health was depleted when he was young, so he was in poor health in his old age. The story didn't continue beyond this point, such as the situation of Su Sun's parents or any adoption relationships. Su Sun wasn't prepared to talk about these. Not telling his father about the news of his passing was meant to make others wary. There were both young and old involved. So don't get any bad ideas. Not mentioning the adoption was to prevent the old Su family members from having thoughts and causing unnecessary trouble. Anyway, if he didn't say it, others wouldn't know. Fortunately, the old Su family members were already confused and overwhelmed at this point, so they didn't have time to ask about Su Sun's other family members. Outside the old Su family's house, a crowd had gathered to watch the commotion, all captivated by the story. A vast farm that must be a huge enterprise. And you can still sit at home and collect dividends. No wonder they're so wealthy and so generous with their spending. Isn't this just like the big landlords of the past? Then feeling a bit sour, thinking big landlords are never good people. Su Jinshan sighed. My second uncle was also blessed in disguise. Fortunately, he had a decent life in his later years. My dad back then never had a single good day. He didn't even get to see the new society before he passed. Su Sun said, I also regret not being able to meet great-grandfather. If I get the chance, I'll go pay my respects to great-grandfather with some incense. All right, we have everything ready. Go Honghua quickly said. Next to her, Yu Xiaoying carefully recorded all this information, planning to ask Su Sun later if they could create a personal story record specifically for Su Fuxing. Because Su Fuxing's experience was so legendary, if it could be published, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. If their public security bureau couldn't publish it, couldn't it be published in the provincial newspaper? Soon, the Su family prepared a sumptuous lunch for Su Sun. There was chicken and pork, as well as fish and shrimp that Su Xiangnan had caught in the little river earlier. At this moment, this meal was considered quite lavish, and many onlookers were swallowing their saliva. Gahonghua didn't give them a chance to savor the aroma. What are you all looking at? Our family is about to eat. Everyone go back. When she said this, her voice was much softer than usual, but her expression was full of pride. It was the first time in years that she had stood so straight with her back. These people left reluctantly. But the excitement just now wasn't in vain. Now everyone who needed to know knows. So that's how Su Fuxing made his fortune. Some young people go home to be with the elders in their family. I said. The old man beat his chest and stamped his feet. At first, he even asked me to go out together, but I didn't agree. There were even older people who sighed. When I first saw Su Fuxing, I knew he wasn't an ordinary person. I'm quite good at judging people. This person is blessed. Chapter 13. In just the time it took for one lunch, the situation at the Su family was already spreading. 2 cars arrived together and the gifts alone filled 1 car, all good things. And they even gave away bicycles and radios and said they would give Su Jinshan a car in the future. The actual news was already shocking enough, not to mention the rumors that became more and more absurd. In the end, some people really believed that Su Sun had given an old Su family a car. The more people knew, the more people felt it was unfair. The old Su family was not a good family, yet they still had such luck. It's so unfair. The old Ma family was gathered together discussing the Su family's matters. Su Sun came back early, breaking their plan. Originally, they intended to stop people in town, hoping that once they heard news about the old Su family, they would turn around and not acknowledge this kinship. Now, not only did this kinship come, but it also brought so many benefits to the old Su family. The old Ma family felt deeply resentful. Especially Ma the lame, looking at his broken leg. He gritted his teeth in hatred. It's not too late. Let those dogs from the Su family be happy for a while. The happier they are now, the sadder they'll be later. They think everyone in our village is mute. Whatever they've done, anyone who knows about it should spit on their family. The lame horse's father said, then let the kids keep watch outside the old Su family's place and see when someone comes out. We'll go block the road and talk to them. This isn't a bad thing. Are we only allowed to say something if the old Su family does bad things, but not the other way around? Everyone nodded. They all thought this made sense. Although the lunch was abundant, Su Sun really didn't eat much because the cook at the old Su family's place was truly not skilled, and the seasoning was also quite lacking. The appearance and taste were both unimpressive. After coming to this world, Su Sun's palate had been spoiled by those top chef's dishes. On the other hand, the Su family members themselves were eating with their mouths full of grease. Obviously, they hadn't had such a sumptuous meal in a long time. After Su Sun gave the chicken drumstick that the Su family had given her to Su Pan, Li Chunlan was moved to tears. Su Sun. Not worth it, really not worth it. She just thought the chicken was too tough and a bit hard to chew. The hearts of the Su family were settled by Su Sun's attitude. They had previously worried that since Su Sun didn't grow up in the country and hadn't spent time with them, plus the family was wealthy, he might look down on them, the poor relatives. Unexpectedly, he didn't look down on them at all and even gave so many gifts. This was a huge surprise. They hadn't even dared to dream of this before. But the more Su Sun acted this way, the more embarrassed Su Jishan and Ge Honghua felt about asking for anything else. For example, clinging to Su Sun's leg and begging her to get a job for the family. At this point, they really couldn't bring themselves to do that. Honestly, they gave too much. It exceeded their expectations. Even though they felt their skin was thicker than most people's, they still didn't have the nerve to be greedier. Not to mention, with that bicycle, from now on, even if they plant more crops or raise chickens for eggs, they can use the bicycle to take them to the city to sell. They hadn't done this before simply because transportation was inconvenient. Now there's an additional way out. The old Su family didn't bring it up, and Su-sun naturally didn't take the initiative to mention setting up the factory either. This matter wasn't urgent, it needed the right opportunity and occasion to be raised. Although since entering the village she had been steadily earning income, it was all in small, scattered amounts, increasing bit by bit, which was really meaningless. According to Su-sun's thinking, this was just to fill the gap. So after finishing the meal, Su-sun suggested going to pay respects to the ancestors. It wasn't just Su Futian and Su Fuxing who fled here at the beginning, their parents came too. They're all buried here now. Su Jishan had long prepared for this. Coming back to visit family, he definitely had to pay respects to the ancestors. That was unquestionable. They even had firecrackers, incense, paper money, and offerings for the ancestral rites. It's only now that these are available. In the coming years, there won't be any of this. All the items were carried by the strong Su Xiangdong, and the whole family marched grandly toward the back mountain. The old Su family thought, since they were performing the ancestral rites, their relationship would be even closer. It meant they acknowledged being one family, and from now on they had a strong backing to rely on. Each one walked with a radiant spirit and high morale. Even Su Baoling didn't wrap herself up, her face wearing an uncontrollable smile. She fantasized about the envious glances from others in the future. She had secretly looked at the fabric Sister Sun gave her, so many, enough to make clothes she would never finish wearing, truly never finish wearing. Thinking about those girlfriends who looked down on her now having to envy her later, Su Baoling felt both bitter and happy inside. Su Jinshan was still talking to Su Sun about the ceremonial tomb built for Su Fuxing, saying he had thought about dismantling it if his second uncle were still alive. But now there was no need to dismantle it. Su Sun said after a few days, arrange for someone to repair the tomb. Let's keep my grandfather's as well. In the end, he couldn't return to his homeland in spirit, but maybe with a ceremonial tomb, he can come back to his hometown. These words made people feel a pang of sadness again. Su Jishan was sighing when he noticed the road into the mountain was blocked. Seeing the people blocking the way, Su Jinshan's expression changed. Because those blocking the road were all from the Ma family, and the Ma family had quite a big conflict with their old Su family. They usually never showed a friendly face when passing by. Now with this situation, it was definitely not a good sign. Sure enough, the lame horse's mother saw people coming and sat on the ground crying, it's so unfair, really unfair. The old Su family is so unscrupulous, how come the ancestral grave is smoking? I won't let you go pay respects to this grave today. How could heaven be so blind to let such people benefit? The old Su family suddenly looked a bit panicked. They had been so happy just now that they forgot something important. Their old Su family's reputation was not good at all. If the eldest niece/cousin/older female cousin found out, would they still acknowledge this family connection? Gohonghwa immediately rushed forward excitedly. Ma Posi, what are you doing? Step aside quickly. What does our family's business have to do with yours? Don't do anything immoral. Our old Su family is not easy to bully. Su Xiangdong charged over. Don't you dare bully people. Ma Posi sneered. Your old Su family is not easy to bully. Everyone in the nearby villages knows that. Your daughter can't get married, so you forced a sent-down youth to marry her. Your eldest son almost beat the sent-down youth to death and went to labor reform, and your youngest son is even more of a scoundrel. What can't you guys do? The whole town knows what kind of people your old Su family is. Does your relative know this? Ma Lame shouted from the side, if Su Fuxing knew what kind of people your family is, would he still let someone come back to acknowledge your family? Gohonghwa felt flustered for the first time during an argument. Usually even when she cursed at someone, cursing their ancestors for 18 generations, she was never shaken. But now, she was truly panicked and instinctively glanced back at Su Sun. Su Sun showed no expression, and it was even clear that he was somewhat angry. She hurriedly explained, Big niece, don't listen to her nonsense. At this moment, some people came over after hearing the commotion, and some had been tipped off in advance. There were many onlookers. Someone who disliked the Lao Su family shouted from the crowd, everyone in the nearby villages knows about this. Who are you trying to hide it from? Anyone can find out what your family is like just by asking around. Your family is the worst in the village. Even the Lao Li family has stopped associating with you in-laws. Exactly, they really aren't making it up. You can't even hide something like labor reform. Just go ask at the police station. The people of the Lao Su family were extremely flustered. Su Sun showed no expression, and Yu Xiaoying, holding a camera, looked bewildered. She had wanted to capture some positive news, so why did this happen? Meanwhile, Zhoumu quietly approached Su Sun, ready to protect her safety at any moment. Su Jinshan sighed deeply, Great niece, this matter is indeed true, but how to explain it? How can this be explained in a way that people will believe? Just as the old Su family members were angry and despairing, Su Sun raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Stop talking for a moment and listen to me. Don't you think you're going too far? Even if we Su family members made mistakes, they have already been punished. Why can't you forgive them? Shouldn't you try to win them over with love? Everyone who heard Susun's words was stunned. What kind of talk is this? Why does it sound so upsetting? Why must we forgive the Su family? And to win them over with love, that's just disgusting. Especially for the old Ma family, who have a grudge against the old Su family, this was particularly repulsive. After all, Ma the cripple really did have one leg missing. The people of the Lao Su family were full of surprise, feeling as if they had found a way out of a desperate situation. They didn't expect their eldest niece to be so kind-hearted, not caring about these matters at all. She even spoke up for them. Susun sighed. Sigh, actually, my return home this time is not just for a family reunion. I also came back with a task entrusted by my grandfather. We want to invest in setting up a factory in our hometown to help the people there live prosperous lives. What? The onlookers and troublemakers were all stunned. Why did he suddenly start talking about setting up a factory? Surely they wouldn't just stop the factory plan after causing this commotion. For a moment, everyone looked towards the Lao Ma family. The Lao Su family also stared at the Lao Ma family, thinking, how lacking in virtue. Such a good occasion, and yet it's caused such a scene. It's over, it's over. Could it be that the juicy opportunity is slipping away? Gahonghwa cried and wanted to explain, but Susun said, when my grandfather made this wish, he probably didn't know that his relatives back home were being bullied like this. What kind of deep grudge could make you cause trouble on such a joyous day? I can't imagine how they are usually bullied by you. These words made the Su family feel a bit embarrassed, realizing that their usual behavior had somewhat let down Susun's defense. The onlookers were even more confused. Are the relatives of the old Su family really so shameless? How could they say such things? Who is bullying whom? It's clearly the old Su family members who like to bully others. They thought this respectable person knew right from wrong, but it turned out to be a case of twisting facts and reversing black and white. At that moment, Susun kept gaining support. Originally, only the old Su family was disliked, and no one disliked her. But now, some people started to dislike her as well. However, some also began to reflect on whether they had been too harsh on the old Su family members. Susun guided the emotional shifts of these people. She looked at the old Su family members, and the entire old Su family suddenly teared up, their eyes moist as they looked at her. Susun said, I still want to run the factory because my eldest uncle's family is still here. But we absolutely will not accept those who have bullied our family. When it comes to hiring workers, uncle, you will be in charge. Anyone who has ever humiliated us, we will not accept. There are so many fellow villagers in our hometown. I just don't believe everyone bullies others. Hearing this, Su Jinshan was instantly excited. Me, I'm in charge? Susun said, that's right, uncle, you will be the factory director. The old Su family members were all so excited that their faces turned red. They're going to start a factory, and the old man/dad is going to be the factory director. Anyone who bullies them won't be allowed to go. How impressive is that? How dignified is that? For a moment, there was a bit of a dizzy feeling. The people of Xiaohua village who came to watch the excitement were not happy at all. First, Susun twisted the facts and turned the tables, then threatened that anyone who spoke ill of the old Su family would be sent to work in the factory. Now even those who had been somewhat self-reflective began to complain about Susun, saying this was just too petty. At this moment, Susun's income kept increasing again. Susun was satisfied in his heart and said to the old Su family members, now let's go pay respects to our ancestors first. We should also tell the ancestors about this matter. Right, let's go pay respects. Eldest and second brother, get those people out of here, Su Jinshan ordered. Hey! Su Xiangdong's voice was loud and clear. He had just been holding back. Such blatant bullying of the old Su family was as if he wasn't around. Only because his cousin was here had he restrained himself and not acted rashly. Now he was no longer afraid. Move aside quickly, what are you doing, deliberately blocking the way? We know the law and we'll tell the police officers that you're looking for trouble. Even if you get hit, it's just a waste of getting hit. At the labor reform farm, Su Xiangdong had studied law. The Ma family members were gnashing their teeth in anger. Ma Posey stood up, snorted heavily, spat once, and then stepped aside. Blocking the way was useless anyway. The relatives of the old Su family were as shameless as the old Su family themselves. Why keep blocking? The original purpose of blocking was to take the opportunity to bring up the matter. Now that it's been said, it's useless. So, surrounded by the Su family members, Susun entered the mountain. Su Jinshan had indeed established a ceremonial grave for second uncle Su Fuxing, and it didn't look like it was made recently. Susun began to believe that they had truly remembered Su Fuxing all these years. She thought that the young Su Fuxing, who had long since passed away, should have already returned to his hometown in spirit. So, with a bit more sincerity in her heart, she silently said, Don't blame me, okay? Although I'm pretending to be your granddaughter, I've at least given you a respectable experience. And if it weren't for me, your old Sue family would have been finished. I came, and at least I changed something, right? So don't look for me at night. It's not that Susan is superstitious. Mainly, she feels that since such a miraculous system has appeared and she herself can time travel, some things really can't be predicted, so she holds a sense of reverence. Yu Xiaoying also captured her devout expression. She began to worry a little, such a kind and loyal comrade Sue. She hoped Sue wouldn't be bullied by the relatives she recognized. Sigh, really worried. Chapter 14. After coming down the mountain, there were even more onlookers than before because someone eagerly spread the news about Su Sun's plan to start a factory. Those who weren't interested in the spectacle couldn't help but come over to inquire. After all, this is about starting a factory, and starting a factory means recruiting workers. Who wouldn't want to be a worker? Knowing the plan had failed, the village party secretary Lu Sanjian, who had rushed over on purpose, explained to everyone, starting a factory? Impossible. How could an individual possibly start a factory? She must still be a foreigner, right? How could a foreigner start a factory in our country? These words made those who had been angered by Susan earlier feel much better inside. So it turns out she was just bragging. So when the whole Su family came down the mountain with heads held high and chests puffed out, proudly surrounding Susan, someone couldn't help but shout out. However, no one dared to call out to Susan. After all, the spectacle Susan had put on before was somewhat intimidating. It naturally made these people feel that Susan was not someone to be easily bullied. So they shouted at Su Jishan, don't get too happy too soon. Secretary Lu said that individuals can't run factories, so how can foreigners run factories in our country? Exactly, just trying to scare people. The Su family was taken aback and looked at Susun. Susun deliberately said, who is Secretary Lu? Lu Sanjian. Susun said, it seems Secretary Lu is incompetent at work, can't even understand the documents. Now that the country has reformed and opened up, many new policies have been added. Although I just returned to the country, I have also read these policies. The 1979 law on Sino-foreign joint ventures. Does Secretary Lu, as a cadre, not even know about it? The Su family immediately laughed. Compared to that half-baked Secretary Lu Sanjian, they naturally trusted Susun, who obviously was educated. Hearing Susun say this, the villagers immediately looked at Lu Sanjian. Their eyes were full of, Secretary, say something, refute her. Lu Sanjian didn't dare to argue. He was confused himself at this moment. He certainly wouldn't debate Susun in public. If he really made a mistake and it got out, it would make him look useless. So he simply avoided the topic and turned to leave. Everyone present now understood that Lu Sanjian, this secretary, really didn't understand the policy. It was all for nothing. This Lu Sanjian was unreliable and had let everyone down. For a while, no one dared to speak up again, afraid of making a fool of themselves. Susan didn't continue to engage with them and directly took a step to leave. Someone followed behind, sneaking up to ask Su Jishan, is that factory business true? My eldest niece said so. Su Jishan smiled. Would she lie? Does she need to lie? The recruitment matter. Su Jishan was unwilling to say more. We'll talk about it later, I still have to talk to my eldest niece. After saying that, he left. Bah, the man spat secretly behind his back, then remembered what Susun said. Those who bullied the Su family were not allowed into the factory. So he quickly sneaked away again, pretending he hadn't spat. At this moment, Li Yuli and the two drivers had also returned and were waiting at the Su family gate. The reason they came back late was that there was no food in town, so they had to go to the county to eat. They also brought back some meat and vegetables for the old Su family. Susun listened to Li Yuli's words and sighed. Our hometown is still too backward. Gahonghua said, isn't that right? I heard someone opened a restaurant in town before, but no one bought anything at all. Who would be willing to eat out? The dishes are no different from home-cooked meals. Spending money to eat out is not worth it. Better to endure it and eat at home. Then she glanced cautiously at Susun, but eldest niece, if our town sets up a factory, there might be business opportunities. She was worried that Susun would give up on opening a factory because the town was too backward. Susun said, don't worry, no matter how backward it is, this factory will be established. It's my grandfather's wish. You should spread the word as well. That way recruiting workers will be faster. But I still have the same requirement. Anyone who has ever been hostile to our Su family cannot be hired. It's not that I'm petty, I'm just afraid of people causing trouble. You should also publicize this so that no one comes without knowing the situation. Hearing Susun's words, the old Su family finally felt relieved. All right, we'll make sure to get everything done properly. Susun nodded. I need to go to the provincial capital to handle some matters first. I'll come back in a few days. Saying this, he took out a stack of foreign exchange certificates from his bag, about 1,000 yuan worth. Old Su family members. Uncle, take this money and repair the ancestral grave. No need for that. It's not necessary to spend this much. Su Jinshan's hands began to tremble. It is necessary, repair it properly. Saying this, he glanced at the old Su family house. This house needs repairs too, but let's wait until the factory is set up to talk about it. We'll need to hire a designer from the city. Come back to design. The Su family members were even more dizzy than before. They waited until Susan reached the main gate before they suddenly woke up from their daze, hurriedly following her, then cautiously trailing behind to see her off. They had arrived in a grand procession, and when leaving, Susan once again departed under the gaze of the masses. After confirming that Susan had left, many people headed to old Su's house. It was still to inquire about the factory business. This was directly related to their own real interests, so no one could remain calm. On the car, Li Yuli also asked about Susan's factory plans as she had heard from Yu Xiaoying. Susan said, "That's right, this is also a task my grandfather entrusted to me, hoping I can benefit our hometown." When he left home, it was because during the war the hometown was too poor to survive. He thought that if the hometown became prosperous, more people could earn money there. Li Yuli sighed, "The elderly truly have great love." Susan said, "Yes, I just didn't expect that after coming back once, my hometown was no longer the way my grandfather imagined it. Hearing those villagers criticize my family today, I still feel quite upset. If my grandfather were to come back and see this scene, how painful it would be." These words were deeply relatable. Putting oneself in that position, finally returning to the hometown that one has longed for, only to be met with hostility from the villagers. Li Yuli comforted him, "Mr. Su, you are about to set up a factory in your hometown soon. In the future, the people there will surely come to know the good of your family." Yu Xiaoying also understood why Susan was defending the Su family today. Although they hadn't spent much time together, it was indeed infuriating to see a family that one wholeheartedly cared about being despised by everyone. Susan looked at Yu Xiaoying again and said, "Comrade Yu, I have a request. Please do not mention anything about my family in the reports. I don't want their lives to be caught up in public opinion just because I've returned. That would go against my grandfather's original intention. I also don't plan to investigate their situation. To me, the past is the past, and the people I know now are completely new to me. Even if they made mistakes before, I'm willing to give them a chance and try to influence them positively." Of course, she couldn't investigate. What if it ended up whitewashing the old Su family? She definitely couldn't let that happen now. Yu Xiaoying immediately assured him, "Don't worry, I won't bring it up." Susun said, "If you're worried that talking about my return home might be difficult, you can focus on the factory I'm planning to open. I'm preparing to start a factory called Ijia Plastics Factory. It's also to commemorate my grandfather's longing for our hometown." Yu Xiaoying quickly took notes. Overseas Chinese returning to their hometowns to help build their communities is much better than reporting on others' labor reform experiences. Yu Xiaoying asked curiously, "Why a plastic factory?" "Because when I went home for a meal this time, I found that the daily household items were insufficient. I want to produce some plastic utensils to make life easier for the people in my hometown. Making money is secondary. The main goal is to benefit everyone." Yu Xiaoying couldn't help but be moved, then quickly recorded these words. Back in the provincial city, the sun had already set. After first sending Yu Xiaoying back to the Public Security Bureau, Susun returned to the hotel and flopped onto the sofa in the room. Comfortable. At this moment, she happily began organizing the gains she had made today. After she announced the establishment of the factory and declared that those who had bullied the Su family would not be accepted, the appetizer finally upgraded to a full meal. Moreover, the longer the time passes, the wider the spread, and the more intense the emotions, the greater the rewards. On the way back all along, the rewards kept coming. Susan looked at today's daily earnings, dislike value plus 383, reward $38,300. Ha, finally became a 10,000 yuan earner. Converted into domestic foreign exchange coupons, it's over 70,000. Setting up a small factory in a township should be no problem. Plus, there will be a continuous stream of income afterward. This is why Susan decided to set up a factory in the township. First, it would allow the Su family to continuously stimulate people in the surrounding villages, thereby completing tasks and making money. Second, they were poor. She was all talk, but in reality she had no money. With just a few tens of thousands of yuan, if it were to set up a factory in the city, she really couldn't afford it. Taking it out would be embarrassing and could easily ruin one's image. It's different when running a factory in a township. Many costs can be reduced. By then you can even make an excuse that it's because you're considering township sales, so you're just testing the waters first. Perfect. As expected, the Su family really is reliable. Susun was very satisfied and felt that the gift given today was completely worth it. This is only the first day. After the news spreads, this money will definitely be more than this. She knew that at this time, the rural population was at its highest because no one had moved to the city yet, and with large families in every household, a single village could have over 1,000 people. She hoped the Su family would be more supportive. Keep helping her earn more money. Host, clearly you didn't do anything bad today and were actually very kind, so why did you receive so much dislike? The everyone hates system was a bit stunned. Using its program to analyze, it concluded that the time Su Sun received the most dislike points were when he was speaking up for the Su family. This is obviously a sign of the host's kind heart, so why would people dislike it? Its owner is also very kind, which is why they became a heartthrob. Could kindness really be something people dislike? Su Sun said. Maybe it's because I'm too kind and don't fit in with them? Then he comforted it. Actually, it's okay if you don't understand. Human emotions are quite complex. You just need to record the information well and bring it back to your owner for analysis later, right? Your owner never asked you to fully understand these things. Everyone hates system, that's true. It seems human emotions really are complicated. So host, do you think the Su family will be moved by your love? Su Sun said, of course I will. You have to believe in the power of love. As long as they work hard to make money for me, I will love them. The Su family was holding a big meeting. After finally getting rid of those people who came to inquire about setting up a factory, the whole family finally had time to unwrap the gifts. Looking at the pile of gifts stacked high, the whole family smiled foolishly. Manhwa thought the gift arrangement was really good. They bought meat and even helped buy salt. This fresh meat can't be left out for long in this weather. Manhwa arranged for the whole family to get involved, first turning the pork into salted meat to dry. They packed up the fabric and some biscuits and candies. The radio was placed in the most prominent spot in the main hall. The bicycle was wiped down repeatedly and also placed in the main hall. Finally, they gave the little granddaughter a handful of candy and had her sit at the front door to watch the meet in the yard. Only then did the whole family start the meeting. Our Su family's luck has finally arrived, Manhwa said, her face glowing. Old Su, I've been married into the Su family for so many years, but I never expected that the Su family would have a day like today. Su Jinshan felt like he was dreaming. I never expected it either. Dad, so what do we do now? Su Xiangdong asked enthusiastically. He felt like he had endless energy now. Su Jinshan said, didn't the eldest niece say to spread the news about setting up the factory so it will be easier to recruit people later? Su Xiangnan asked Dad, are we really going to set up the factory? This hasn't been decided yet. If we talk about it too early and then don't go through with it, how are we going to handle that? Su Jinshan rolled his eyes. I said you're smart, so why isn't your brain working at critical moments? What's the big deal about losing face in front of others? The key is to do well what the eldest niece has instructed. Manhwa said, Old Su, you're the one who's right. Our reputation is already so bad, what's there to be afraid of? The most important thing is the eldest niece. She's a very respectable person. Look at today's scene, the style and the things she gave us, just casually spending 1,000 on fixing the ancestor's tomb. Oh my, whatever she says, I'm willing to listen. Su Xiangnan rubbed his head. I never said I wouldn't listen, I'll listen. Su Xiangdong chuckled. Anyway, I'm willing to listen to anything. Me too. His wife Li Chunlan immediately raised her hand. Su Baoling also smiled and raised her hand. Su Sun didn't look down on them because of family matters, which made her feel much better. Su Jinshan said, very good, our family is united in opinion. Next, let's get the job done. Everyone find ways to spread the word everywhere. Li Chunlan immediately said, Dad, tomorrow I'll go back to my parents' home and talk to my dad. When she said this, her eyes were full of expectation, shining brightly. Su Jinshan nodded. Manhwa took on the task of spreading the news in the village. Although it had already spread, she wanted to continue promoting it. Such a great opportunity to save face must not be missed. Actually, there was no need for the Su family to spread the word. Before nightfall, the news had already reached the neighboring village. Because someone was looking for workers, they went to the neighboring village to find Li Yud, hoping he could help by telling the Su family so they could come recruit workers. Only then did Li Yud realize that his in-laws were really going to become successful. Chapter 15. At dinner that evening, the Li family found it hard to believe the news they had heard and wondered if there had been a mistake. Especially Li family's daughter-in-law, Su Xiuli, she wondered if her memory was mistaken. Could the things in the dream really be false? But Su Xiuli knew that the dream must be true. Some things in the dream did indeed happen. For example, her younger brother being caught gambling. It was just that in the dream, because her relationship with her husband Li Mingqi was bad and she was not close to her in-laws, nor had she had children, the in-laws did not care about her natal family's matters. In reality, she changed, so other things changed as well. Could it be that this relative from the Su family appeared because of the changes I made, and that had some kind of impact? Su Xiuli just couldn't understand what connection there was between her own changes and this relative from the Su family. So where did this relative from the old Su family come from? Clearly there was no such person in the dream, so why did they suddenly appear? If such a person really existed, the old Su family wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. This can't be true, Su Xioli murmured. Seeing her attitude, Li's mother was displeased. Why can't it be true? I can tell you just don't want our Chunlan to do well. Su Xioli pressed her lips, not wanting to argue with this narrow-minded mother-in-law, and looked at Li Yud, who had remained silent. Dad, do you think this is true? Li Yud said, actually, I heard rumors before that the Su family had a wealthy relative abroad, but I didn't take it seriously at the time. I've known Su Jinshan for so many years, and we're even in-laws. How could I not know their background? So I didn't pay it much mind. But today's matter should be true. Otherwise, why would these people come to our family asking for help and to speak on their behalf? Su Xioli, so, there really is such a relative. Su Xioli was a bit worried now. Her dream no longer seemed so trustworthy. What kind of life was she really supposed to live? If everything in the dream was partly true and partly false, was her current choice right or wrong? Would her husband Li Mingqi really succeed? Li's mother was happy. His dad, this is great. Our Chunlan is really going to live well. I really have no worries now. All three of our children are doing well, and we don't have to worry about them. Li had felt a bit depressed. Because he hadn't had contact with the Lao Su family for a long time. His relationship with the second daughter was not as close as before. So he really couldn't be happy for the Lao Su family. And since he hadn't been in touch with them, and they had become successful, would others laugh at him for being short-sighted? So he stubbornly said, not necessarily, this factory isn't something that can just be set up easily. Just wait and see. With so many policy changes now, nothing is certain. Li had comforted himself like this, because he still hadn't figured out what attitude he should take towards the Lao Su family if they really did start the factory. Li's mother understood him and knew he was just being stubborn. So she didn't believe a word he said and just thought the Lao Su family was going to get rich. However, when Su Xioli heard her father-in-law Li Yud say this, she felt that maybe the factory wouldn't get off the ground. She didn't really know much about the old Su family in her dream. It was all things she heard after returning to her hometown. Although she hadn't heard of such a relative, maybe there was one, but her family just hadn't told her? Then the factory probably didn't open, and the relative also lost contact with the old Su family, which is why the Su family ended up in such a situation later. This was the situation Su Xioli analyzed in her own mind. She still believed in that long dream of hers. The dream was so real, it was as if she had lived another lifetime. The feelings were too profound. She couldn't accept the possibility that she had made the wrong choice. Yes, it must be like that. So Su Xioli's heart also calmed down. Unlike Li Yud, Comrade Lu Sanjin, the village party secretary of Xiaohua village, knew that this factory could definitely be set up. In the afternoon, he was intimidated by what Su's son said about the Sino-foreign joint venture policy at the time, and left in a hurry, losing a lot of face. After returning to the village party branch, he quickly went to search through the documents but couldn't find such a document at all. He even specially called the town office to ask acquaintances about this policy. At that time, the familiar cadre said, Sanjin, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if this policy exists, it's not for us. Which foreign company would come here to set up a factory? They all go south, don't they? There are plenty of preferential policies over there. Or they go to big cities. But I think I've heard of this policy. There really is such a policy. At that moment, Lu Sanjin felt terrible. From the tone, if that fake foreign devil from the old Su family really came here to set up a factory, the town would probably welcome him. So Lu Sanjin felt extremely upset. He angrily drank 2 taels of liquor at home. When the Ma family came looking for him, he wasn't in the mood to see them. It almost caused a commotion, but his wife Li Hongmei sent them away and promised that the agreed matters would be fulfilled. Only then did they leave. Li Hongmei closed the door, feeling very upset inside. What kind of people are these? Just like the Su family, unreasonable. The matter wasn't settled and they still want benefits. Lu Sanjin said, who would have thought that the eldest niece of the old Su family is just like the others in that family? Truly not one of us. Not a single good person. They don't disdain this relative. And now they want to start a factory, making Su Jinshan the factory director. Li Hongmei felt a bit sour upon hearing this. Now they want to start a factory. Hearing this, Lu Sanjin also felt troubled and restless. If the Su family starts a factory, he will be the biggest loser. From then on, everyone will flatter the Su family, so can this village party secretary still have a say? Just thinking about how he went from being the team leader to the village party secretary with fewer responsibilities. Now he's about to become a village party secretary whose words carry no weight, and it really frustrates him. Back when Su Jinshan became a cadre, he was so impressive and commanding. Why hasn't he ever caught a break in his life? Lu Sanjin felt upset and didn't want to sleep at night, so he got up and went out alone. Li Hongmei asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to check on the village committee." He said he was going to check, but actually he was going to make a phone call. At this time, no one was at the village committee. Lu Sanjin liked to contact his son in the city at night. He hadn't told his son Lu Xiaoqiang about the family matters yet. As parents, they didn't want to trouble their child, they only wanted to solve the problems for him. But now this trouble is not something he can solve on his own. He needs to find someone to help him make decisions. Lu Sanjin even had an idea, isn't it about running a factory? Let's find someone to run a factory too. Lu Xiaoqiang was playing cards with his roommates in the dormitory when he was called to answer the phone. He was quite puzzled. "Dad, why are you suddenly calling me? I don't have a vacation right now, so I don't really have time to go back." Actually, it's not that he didn't have a vacation, it's mainly that he felt there was no point in going back to the village. The county town has so much fun. When there's a holiday, he goes out to hang around, eat out, and watch movies. Lu Sanjin said, "Xiaoqiang, something happened in the village." Lu Xiaoqiang said, "What does the trouble in the village have to do with me? Does the matter with the Lao Su family have anything to do with you?" Lu Xiaoqiang was stunned. It really was related. What happened? Did someone in their family go to jail again? Lu Sanjin was speechless. He wished it were that simple. He quickly recounted everything that had happened at the Lao Su family over the past few days, emphasizing the part about the wealthy relative planning to start a factory. On the other end of the phone, Lu Xiaoqiang was also dumbfounded, feeling as if he were in a dream. Is this about the Lao Su family? The Lao Su family has connections like this? It sounded so unbelievable. But he knew his dad wasn't that foolish. He wouldn't make a mistake on something like this. "Dad, you should have told me about this earlier." "What's the use of telling you earlier? I just didn't want you to worry. If you had told me sooner, I would have gone straight to Dongno City to find that relative from the Lao Su family and explained everything before they even met. Maybe I could have stopped them from acknowledging the relationship. But now that they've returned to the village and built that bond, there's no way you can stop it. Besides, with so many people watching, including reporters, even if they didn't want to acknowledge it, they'd have to do it begrudgingly." Lu Sanjin felt a bit regretful after hearing this. Hey, I had arranged for the Laoma family to go to the town, but who knew that person would just drive back in a car? Now it's too late to say anything. "Xiaoqiang, see if you can find Hua Chaoyang and get him to come back and set up a factory. After all, this is his hometown, and coming back to start a factory would be quite prestigious." Hearing Lu Sanjin's words, Lu Xiaoqiang immediately recalled what Xiu Ruiyun had said, that his dad was only fit to be a village official at best, and going any higher would be a disaster. That really wasn't wrong. "Dad, don't joke around. Chaoyang is rich, but he's going to the big city to handle big business. What's the point of going back to the hometown? Besides, he doesn't have a good relationship with the people there, so why would he go back to set up a factory for them? If it were me, I wouldn't want to go back either. Our hometown is such a poor place, whatever you do there, you'll lose money." Lu Sanjin. In front of his son, Lu Sanjin didn't have much of an opinion. He became a village official largely thanks to his son's influence. Back then, those educated youths had good relations with the villagers, and Xiaoqiang also had a good relationship with the educated youths because of Hua Chaoyang. So after they pulled Su Jinshan down, they pushed him up. Should we talk to Hua Chaoyang and the others? They have quite a big grudge with the old Su family. Let's see if they have any plans. We can't just stand by and watch the Su family rise. Hua Chaoyang doesn't have to go back to his hometown, but I still have to stay with the old Su family. When they're thriving, we suffer. I do want to, but brother Chaoyang and sister Ruyan have gone south to survey the market, and that's a big deal. You know, we can't just bother them with everything, it would make me look pretty useless. But you're right, brother Chaoyang and the Su family do have a big grudge, so we have to help. He needs to suppress the old Su family. Lu Xiaoqiang suddenly felt this was an opportunity. Since Hua Chaoyang left his hometown and went to a big city, he felt he couldn't keep up with Hua Chaoyang's pace. He couldn't rely on his dad to provide conveniences for Chaoyang and the others like back home. He also couldn't offer good connections to Chaoyang, nor did he have the courage to help Chaoyang deal with those troublemakers. The people around Hua Chaoyang were all more capable than him. That's why Hua Chaoyang arranged a job for him in the county town back then. Although this job was respectable and something Lu Xiaoqiang never even dared to dream of before, it was getting him further and further away from Hua Chaoyang, and he felt insecure about it. "Dad, keep an eye on things. See if she really intends to come back to set up the factory. If she's just bluffing, that's good. But if she really comes back, we'll put a stop to it. If she wants to set up a factory in our hometown, it's not something she can just decide. Especially since she's already said no one who has conflicts with the old Su family can work there, then let those people cause trouble. I don't believe she can get the factory up and running. Doesn't Chaoyang and Ruiyun still have friends in town? If it comes to it, I'll ask them for help. Lu Sanjin said, do you think that will work? She seems pretty impressive, looks like she has some background. In his mind, Susun was just not on the same level as him. Lu Xiaoqiang said, Dad, what are you afraid of? Even a dragon crossing the river has to bow to the local snake. She's a foreign returnee and she has offended so many people back home. What great ability could she possibly have? At most she just throws money around, but can she really bribe the leaders? If she does, we'll just report her. Hearing his son's words, Lu Sanjin suddenly felt as if he had found a backbone. His son is still sharp and resourceful, truly the most promising person in our old Lu family. Alright, then I'll just watch and see how it goes. I really don't believe the old Su family can turn things around. They don't deserve it. Lu Sanjin felt more and more unfair. Su Jinshan, who was once a lackey servant of a landlord's family, was actually more prosperous than himself, a poor peasant. Later, Su Jinshan fell, but Hua Chaoyang, that brat from the old Hua family, got back up. He even found a city girl as his partner. Now the old Su family was about to rise again. All these ups and downs were better than what Lu Sanjin was experiencing, which made him feel truly bitter inside. Chapter 16. The one who slept the best that night was actually Su Sun. Su Sun kept receiving gains. Early the next morning, she was woken up by the everyone hates me system. The everyone hates me system hadn't rested last night either. As the responsible system, it felt it was necessary to understand the complex emotions of humans and figure out exactly how the host was accumulating dislike points. The result was that throughout the night, it discovered the host could gain dislike points even while sleeping. Just endured the whole night, the everyone hates system couldn't stand it anymore and wondered if something was wrong with itself. Screaming, it woke Susun up. The everyone hates system shouted, what exactly is going on? Why is the task progress still moving forward? Yesterday it could still be said that it was protecting the Su family, but what did it do at night? The host was asleep the entire night. Susun yawned and tentatively said, maybe my overly kind reputation has spread too far, and others dislike me after hearing about it. The everyone hates system almost crashed. Could it be that its owner became a heartthrob because of kindness, or is it because they are not kind enough? Susun got up and walked to the bathroom while checking the latest income. After fermenting all night, she earned more than $5,000 again. Hee hee. This feeling of making money while lying down is really great. Alright, the funds for setting up the factory are becoming more and more sufficient. Looking at the system seeming about to crash again, Susun felt it was better to keep playing dumb. If she was going to play the good person, she couldn't play the fool. What if the system thought her way of completing tasks was worthless and decided to replace her? She brushed her teeth while mentally communicating with the system. Actually, I thought it over carefully. Maybe it's because of the recruitment issue. At that time, I wasn't letting people who had conflicts with the Su family recruit workers to protect my relatives, right? Those people probably didn't get any benefits and thus held grudges. Some people are just like that. Even though I didn't harm them, as long as I don't give them benefits, they'll dislike me. That's human nature. The system, hated by thousands, immediately understood. I see now. That makes sense. If they don't get benefits, they'll be angry and ashamed. Many people dislike the Su family and many don't get benefits, so there will be many who dislike you too. Su Sun said. So far, this is the only explanation that makes sense. I didn't expect that my accidental success would actually lead to a way to complete the task. Would you say this counts as good deeds being rewarded? The disliked by thousands system said, Host, don't be arrogant. Although the Su family members are cannon fodder, they don't interact with many people, so they definitely won't achieve the goal of being disliked by thousands. You need to keep working hard and not become complacent just because of a small success. Su Sun said, Don't worry, I will continue to think hard about how to complete the task. Even if not for myself, then for you. You saved me, and I hope you can fulfill your wish soon. The disliked by thousands system crashed for a moment before recovering. Although I can't understand your feelings, your thinking is correct. As long as the idea helps complete the task, it is the right one. After brushing his teeth, Su Sun hummed a little tune in a very good mood. Then even called to have breakfast delivered to his room. While waiting for breakfast, Su Sun began to coordinate the clothes he would wear today. Then, as if casually asking, System, it seems that opening the factory is helpful for completing the task. So I definitely have to continue with it. In the future, I will come into contact with more and more people, and there's a good chance I'll meet some businessmen from Country M. Do you think if they investigate me, they will find out that my identity and background are fake? The universally disliked system said, Your identity and background are real. My arrangements are flawless. Even the company invested in under Su Fuxing's name is real and valid. Over the years, I've also arranged agents to manage the business. Even if these people investigate, they will only find this information. Except that you can't access these assets, everything else is genuine. Su-sun then asked. So which companies exactly have we invested in? After all, I have to use this identity to interact with people. Although I can't inherit these companies, I still need to introduce my identity to others, right? Otherwise, no matter how perfect your arrangements are, if I slip up, won't it all be for nothing? The hated by thousands system just threw some information to her. It was all information about investment companies. Su-sun glanced casually, then opened her eyes wide. Oh, there's actually quite a lot. And it seems that a few of these companies are quite famous, the kind that will be globally renowned in the future. Just that the shares are a bit fewer. It might also be for safety reasons. After all, having too many shares easily attracts attention. This kind of scattered, small amount is indeed more low-key. All of these add up to quite a lot. No wonder the system can reward her with $1 million. Compared to these investments, $1 million is nothing. Su-sun was even a bit envious just looking at it. Good news, became the heir to $1 billion fortune. Bad news, no inheritance rights. This is also because Su-sun has a good mindset, otherwise she would have turned white overnight. Forget it, better not mention it. Without inheritance rights, there's still a big banner to pull. The people behind her can't find out whether she can inherit the family business, right? At least in the eyes of outsiders, Su-sun has a strong background and power. She is someone worth courting. And the reason Su-sun wants this information now is precisely for this purpose. She wants to pull the big banner and rely on her father. Although starting from scratch in the 1980s was very inspiring, Su-sun had no intention of building everything on her own. If you have a background, you have to fight for it. She memorized the background information above and selected some that she could currently use. For example, one of the plastic products investment companies. She was about to start a plastic factory and couldn't just buy some old machines to get it going. That would be too shabby and not at all fitting for her current status. So Su-sun plans to first use her identity and background to bring in some machinery and technology from abroad. At this time, just after the reform and opening up, some domestic technologies were still behind those of foreign countries. Even if Su-sun couldn't get the latest plastic factory technology, obtaining a lower-level one would still put her in a leading position domestically. As long as she can bring technology back from abroad, she will receive policy incentives from the government. If this business still doesn't make money, she'll be banging her head against the wall. By the way, system, help me transfer the rewards to my overseas account. There's no rush to exchange these US dollars. Daily expenses require foreign exchange vouchers, but running a factory does not. Keeping these dollars in the account means later finding a way to convert them into RMB at a better exchange rate. After all, since she's starting a business, she has to be thrifty and careful. After a while, someone knocked on the door to deliver breakfast. It was Xiaoju from the room service department who specifically served Su-sun in this presidential suite. Su-sun asked, has Manager Lee arrived? Not yet. Su-sun found it a bit strange. Even if he was tired yesterday with Lee Yuli's work attitude, he wouldn't be this late. It was already past 9 in the morning. If Manager Lee comes, please tell her for me that I have something to discuss with her. Okay. Xiaoju immediately agreed. Then, he asked Su-sun if there was anything else he needed help with. Su-sun said, I want to thank the comrades from the Public Security Bureau. I heard they want to make a banner. Can the hotel help arrange that? It would be best to have some bands playing to make it lively. Saying this, he took out several foreign exchange coupons. Are these enough? Xiaoju kept saying enough, enough. There's still more. Those who lived in the big suites really were wealthy. Su-sun said, if there's more, then I'll treat you all to tea. You've worked hard. I can't have you working for me for nothing. Xiaoju didn't refuse either, because she also needed to report this matter to the leadership. All right then, I'll go inform the leadership first. Su-sun smiled and nodded. Having arranged everything, Su-sun was not in a hurry to see Lee Yuli. Although she wanted to take the opportunity to probe Lee Yuli's intentions, she was not anxious. Moreover, if Lee Yuli didn't work out, she could try to get in touch with others herself. After breakfast, Su-sun opened the door. Jomu's room was always open, constantly watching outside. Upon hearing a noise, he got up and went out. Su-sun said, have you had breakfast? Jomu nodded. Now his breakfast was also delivered to his room every day. Su-sun said, let's talk inside. Once in the living room, after Jomu sat down, Su-sun showed him the few clauses he had drafted. Previously, we only had a verbal agreement, which doesn't protect you. I'm preparing a formal labor contract to sign with you. Take a look and see if there's anything you want to add. It's okay, you can bring up anything. Jomu glanced over it. It was the same terms as before. However, there was one new addition. If he resigns early, he needs to notify Su-sun 1 month in advance. If Su-sun dismisses him, there must be corresponding compensation. This looks fair. Jomu shook his head, no other requests. Su-sun nodded, all right, when the time comes, we'll have a lawyer help draft the details. But there's one thing you should know, I'm going to set up a factory in the township, so the working environment won't be as good in the future. Jomu said, no problem, I have no requirements for the environment. Besides, if General Manager Su can tolerate it, I definitely have no issues. He himself also came from a rural background and later went on missions in even harsher conditions. The environment has been so good these days that he feels a bit uncomfortable. He always feels like he's just freeloading and wasting time. Su-sun thinks that people nowadays are really simple and honest. They have no demands on the boss and are not picky about the working environment. Back when she was an intern, not a single senior colleague in those companies didn't complain about the management behind their backs. As an employee, Su-sun also liked to criticize Joe Poppy. But now that she is the boss, she really appreciates employees like Zomu who work hard and endure without complaint. Alright then, let's set off now to find a lawyer to help draft the contract. At this time, Donggo City still did not have private law firms. There was only the legal advisory office. Seeing that the advisory office was crowded with people, Su-sun had another idea. Should they hire a full-time lawyer? In the future, since the Su family would constantly offend people, they naturally needed to know their limits. They couldn't accidentally cross the line and get someone sent to jail. That would have a bad impact on her. This matter needs to be recorded. It's the first time the lawyer at the consulting office has drafted this kind of contract. And this person is also a foreign national. But no matter where they come from, once they're in this territory, they must abide by the law. The elderly lawyer quickly helped draft an employment contract. Seeing the salary and benefits listed, the old lawyer's eyes widened. Su-sun and Jomu signed the contract. This employment relationship then truly gained legal effect. Before leaving, Su-sun also exchanged contact information with the old lawyer, indicating that if there were any related legal needs in the future, he would like to hire someone to help on-site, paying per service. The old lawyer cleared his throat and silently exchanged contact information. Leaving the office, Su-sun took a car straight to the mall. Once there, she glanced at Jomu and said, I have a work task for you now. She then took out a stack of money. Go buy 2 sets of clothes and shoes for when you go on missions. They must be decent. Working by my side, you have to maintain a good image. If it weren't inappropriate, Su-sun was even ready to have him wear a suit. She had to uphold this front. From now on, she would rely on this appearance to make a living. Jomu. When Jomu went to buy clothes, Su-sun was not idle either and headed straight to the watch counter. The diamond-studded Patek Philippe he had his eye on before was still there. It lay quietly inside the display case, still looking so luxurious. Su-sun loved it very much. Who doesn't like something that sparkles like this? The sales clerk came over to assist her. Comrade, which one do you like? I'll get it out for you to try on. Then she saw Su-sun and was taken aback. Comrade, it's you. Su-sun didn't expect the other party to still remember her, truly worthy of being a sales clerk. Of course, the sales clerk had a deep memory. She had been selling watches for so long and had never seen anyone as wealthy as Su-sun. Especially the disdainful expression Su-sun had towards that watch at the time, and those dismissive words. She had been half in doubt for a long time. Comrade, what kind of watch do you need this time? We have just received several new simple-style watches. Su-sun casually pointed to the diamond-studded watch. That one. The one I had before suddenly went missing, and I have some formal occasions coming up. I remember seeing the same model before. Salesperson. Wrap it up for me. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you right away. The salesperson suddenly snapped out of it and quickly helped pack the watch, screaming inside. Ah, how can there be people this rich? Buying watches worth thousands without even blinking as casually as buying cabbage. At this moment, even the most experienced salesperson couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Then he bought 2 more men's watches and 1 women's watch. One watch is for Jomu. A personal bodyguard needs to have some style or it will drag down the boss's image. When it's time to intimidate others, the effect won't be good. The other 2 watches are for Su Jinshan and Gohonghwa, to let them keep showing off and draw more hatred. As for the rest of the old Su family, they don't need any. Having too many of these things makes people numb to them, which actually reduces their impact. Although this money came easily, Su-sun is very particular about how he spends it. Every penny must serve a purpose. After Jomu finished buying clothes and came over, he found Su-sun at the door. Su-sun handed him the watch and said, remember to wear the clothes and the watch. If you need any other daily necessities in the future, just ask. Working by my side, you must pay attention to your image. Jomu. No need for the watch, it's too valuable. Not that expensive, it's office equipment. Su-sun waved his hand, let's go. Jomu. Feeling more and more like a freeloader. After finishing lunch, it was already 2 in the afternoon when Su-sun returned to the hotel. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw Liuli with a haggard face. Although she was wearing makeup, the red veins and swollen eyes were unmistakable. It was clear that something had happened. No wonder she didn't come this morning. President Su, I heard you were looking for me. Li Yuli's voice was a bit hoarse. Su-sun said, there are some work-related matters I want to ask for your help with, but I see you're not feeling well. How about we talk in a few days? It's nothing, I'm fine. Li Yuli forced a smile. Just some family matters, they won't affect my work. When I'm idle, I actually feel uncomfortable. Su-sun smiled. Then come to my room for some coffee, we can chat while we drink. Su-sun did not inquire about Li Yuli's matters but directly talked about her own purpose. She wanted to ask Li Yuli for help in introducing someone she knew who could be her assistant. After all, since she was going to set up a factory in the country, many complicated procedures needed to be handled, and Su-sun needed someone to help her with these tasks, freeing herself from these tedious jobs. I recently need to contact some family partners to get some technology and equipment for the plastic factory. These things take time and I really can't leave. Also, given my current situation, it's time to hire a formal assistant. Li Yuli didn't expect it to be about this matter. She suddenly realized a problem. President Su was going to set up a factory, so he wouldn't be staying at the hotel anymore. Their contact would also be cut off. This was originally a very ordinary matter for Li Yuli. After all, a friendship had already been established between them, and Su-sun had become part of her network. But now, because of family matters and Su-sun's imminent departure from here, she suddenly felt a bit anxious. There is a kind of fear that comes from having nowhere to turn. No one at home knows about it yet, but once everyone finds out, won't she become the laughingstock of those around her? This thought frightened the usually proud Li Yuli. She tentatively asked President Su, when do you plan to set up the factory in the township? Within the next few days, it won't take too long. I can't keep the people back home waiting for too long. Li Yuli suppressed the panic in her heart. I really can't think of a suitable person right now. After all, those capable around me are doing well at their current jobs and won't easily change. How about this? I continue working for you for a while longer and look for someone at the same time. This way it won't affect your work here. What do you think? Su-sun felt a sudden surge of joy in his heart when Li Yuli responded like this, which meant that his plan to poach her might succeed. Li Yuli's efficiency was very satisfactory, and since he could recruit her, Su-sun didn't want to bother looking for someone else. Although he didn't know what had happened to Li Yuli, it was ultimately beneficial to him. That's certainly good, as long as it doesn't interfere with your work. The salary will still be settled daily according to the previously agreed amount. After the two made their agreement, Li Yuli went to help Su-sun inquire about the procedures for foreigners to set up factories in the country. Su-sun also stayed busy. Based on the company information provided by the system, she recorded a phone number, and then went out. The phone in her room couldn't make international calls. She went straight to the front desk and asked, does the hotel have a phone that can make international calls? Our general manager's phone can. Su-sun said, please help me ask if I can make an international long-distance call at 10 p.m. to country M. I will pay for it. The front desk quickly went to find the general manager. Mr. Ju, the general manager of the hotel, heard that the international guest staying in the suite wanted to make a long-distance call and agreed without much hesitation. Chapter 17. Mr. Ju originally thought that the person staying in the suite was just an ordinary foreign guest. After all, since he started working at this hotel due to work requirements, he has also been paying close attention to some situations abroad. Foreign wages are really much higher than domestic ones. He heard that monthly salaries can reach several $1,000s. With such a salary standard, not to mention living in a large suite, even buying a house in the capital is a matter of minutes. So at first, Su-sun's arrival did not attract much of his attention. It was only later, when Li Yuli frequently interacted with the other party, that General Manager Ju learned of Li Yuli's intentions and advised her not to waste her efforts. Then Li Yuli spoke about some details regarding Su-sun, feeling that this Mr. Su was reliable and quick to act. For example, hiring bodyguards at a high cost. When Mr. Ju heard that the other party hired bodyguards at a high cost, he began to take Ms. Su seriously. It wasn't that he was shocked by the salary but rather by this action. Mr. Ju believed that this was not a matter of whether one was willing to spend money but whether one had the awareness. Ordinary people, even if they pretend to be wealthy, would not first equip themselves with bodyguards. Only those who are used to having bodyguards will hire one immediately upon arriving in an unfamiliar place. So Mr. Ju's regard for Su-sun has now risen to a new level. He planned to stay until 10 o'clock at night to accompany Su-sun in making this call. Firstly, to continue probing, and secondly, since this is an international call made from his office, who knows if there might be any illegal activity? It's better to be cautious. Su-sun was unaware of Mr. Ju's actions. After agreeing on the time to make the call, Su-sun took Shomu out to survey the plastic products market. Although she didn't handle trivial matters like the factory setup process, she still needed to understand the overall direction. Susun had no experience as a boss, but she had plenty of work experience. She had done countless part-time jobs since childhood, interned at a foreign company during university, and because of her excellent internship performance, she stayed on at that company after graduation. If nothing had gone wrong, her future wouldn't have been bad. Probably because her goal had been clear from a young age. To make money, Susun was very good at learning. She learned from colleagues and management around her and occasionally read biographies of bosses. So although Susun was not very old, she was not a workplace novice. She possessed the necessary awareness and skills. After all, plastic products are industrial goods and have not been fully popularized. The price is not exactly cheap, just somewhat cheaper compared to steel products. No wonder she didn't see a single plastic product at the Lao Su household. This also indicates that the market is not a concern. At that time, Susun decided to start producing plastic products precisely because she had considered the market issue. She didn't understand clothing and the like, and it was also not easy to get policy support. Plastic products are different. They have technical content and are easy to get government support. They are very convenient for storage and transportation, which is beneficial for setting up factories in towns and rural areas. Moreover, Susun has seen newspaper reports about the import of foreign waste, which includes plastic product waste. This also reduces costs for domestic plastic product factories. Of course, the most important thing is that there is no shortage of market demand. These daily necessities are needed both in cities and rural areas. There is absolutely no need to worry about market issues. Basically, as long as there is stock, it can be sold. This is the current market situation Susun has investigated. Plastic products sell quickly, whether in department stores or street supply and marketing cooperatives. These products are available. This indicates a large demand for such products. Otherwise, so many sales points would not be arranged to stock them. Susun was very satisfied with the inspection results and nodded, "All right, let's go back for dinner." Jomu. He didn't understand what exactly Susun was looking at or how he was assessing the market. At this moment, he realized the gap in their perspectives. Having always been at the office before, he wasn't very familiar with the outside situation, and after coming out, he was completely confused about future development. Regarding that person's mockery, he felt nothing but anger and helplessness. That person not only could make money but also could help the villagers make money, so after the conflict occurred, everyone back home gave up on Jomu. At this moment, Jomu really wanted to ask Susun how exactly he had assessed the market. But after thinking it over, he still didn't ask. That wouldn't comply with work regulations. Liuli's work efficiency was as high as ever, seemingly unaffected by family matters. During dinner, she came to report two things to Susun. The first thing was that the banner had been expedited and completed. They had hired the city's lion dance team for the send-off, with gongs and drums all ready. It was guaranteed to be lively. It could be delivered tomorrow morning. The second thing was that she had already inquired about the factory setup process for Susun. The country is now undergoing reform and opening up, and there are relevant laws and regulations for Sino-foreign joint ventures. Following the procedures will be fine. Moreover, if the technology Susun offers is good enough, there might even be additional support. It all depends on Susun's own strength. Susun looked over some of the procedures and required documents that Liuli had copied down. These are all fine. As for the technical qualifications, I am also handling that. Manager Li, you will have to work hard to handle these formalities later on. Liuli smiled and said, "I'm getting paid by you, so it's only right. I'll take care of everything that can be done in the next few days. Do you think we should go directly to negotiate with the local town, or contact the relevant departments of the Dongzhou city government?" Susun shook his head. "My initial investment won't be too much, and it wouldn't be appropriate to alarm the city government, so the specific investment matters should still be handled with the local township government. Let them report the situation upward themselves. I just hope to finalize the cooperation as soon as possible so I can also apply for proof of long-term residence in the country. Being a foreigner has this inconvenience. Even the length of stay is restricted. Moreover, the entry procedure application prepared by the system for Susun is limited to activities in Dongzhou City. If he goes to other cities, he must report to the relevant departments. Although inconvenient, Susun does not plan to change his nationality for the time being. If she changes her nationality, she will have to handle everything abroad, which is easy to expose. And to be realistic, her current foreign nationality can still intimidate people at this moment. In the future, it can also be used as a selling point for import and export business. Liuli didn't ask much either. She had started to doubt herself now, so she wouldn't question others' decisions. Therefore, she didn't say anything. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Susun went to General Ju's office with Jomu to make a phone call. General Ju had been waiting in the office. When he saw Susun arrive, he politely poured her a glass of milk. It's not appropriate to offer coffee or tea to General Su at this hour. Su-sun smiled and said, "You're too polite. This is all to be expected. I wonder how General Manager Su is finding your stay here? If there is anything inconvenient, please do not hesitate to speak up." Su-sun said, "Everything is quite good." General Manager Ju said, "Please don't be polite. I sincerely seek your advice. We hope every guest who comes here can offer us some suggestions." Su-sun saw he was serious, so he said, "Then I'll just mention one thing. The toilet isn't smart enough. As the so-called most luxurious international hotel in Dongdo City, it surprisingly doesn't have smart toilets." General Manager Ju, are there smart toilets? Although he didn't understand, General Manager Ju decided to make a note of it and look up what exactly it was later. "Your valuable feedback is something we will definitely take seriously. We will strive to install those smart toilets as soon as possible." Su-sun said, "I was just speaking casually, hoping it would be helpful to you." He glanced at his watch and asked, "Is it convenient to use the phone now?" The diamond on the watch caught Mr. Zhu's eye. "Of course it's convenient, please go ahead." Mr. Zhu smiled and pointed to the landline phone. Then he plopped down on the sofa, clearly not planning to move. Jomu glanced at him, then looked at Su-sun. Su-sun slightly shook his head, indicating it didn't matter. Then he started making the call. Since it was an international long-distance call, it needed to be transferred midway. The noise was also quite loud. Finally connected, the other side spoke a long string of foreign language. Su-sun immediately communicated with them in fluent English. At first, her leader was a foreigner and meetings and work were conducted in a foreign language. Su-sun was good at foreign languages. American-style spoken English was no problem. No pressure. After a call with the other party's management, Su-sun introduced herself in a very arrogant tone. Translated, it means, "I am a shareholder of your company and my grandfather is Su Fuxing. Why is it a phone number from Huagua? Of course, it's because I am visiting relatives in Huagua. You can contact my agent XXX to verify my identity. But for now, don't delay my important matters. I suggest you take out paper and pen to record my requirements. I am currently visiting relatives in Huagua and I am preparing to invest in a small plastic factory here. I want to purchase technology and equipment from you. The amount won't be too large. I'm just opening a very small factory. This is my personal need, and I will settle the account after 1 quarter. There's no need to settle with my agent. This is my personal business. Alright, now go verify it and get back to me as soon as possible. I hope this won't take too long. If it delays my work, I will hold you responsible." With a click, the call was hung up. It wasn't that Su-sun wanted to be deliberately arrogant, but she found that when dealing with some people, the easier you are to talk to, the harder it is for the other party to communicate. So as someone with confidence, Su-sun naturally took the initiative to strike first. Mr. Ju, sitting on the sofa, was dumbfounded. As the general manager of an international hotel, he naturally knew some foreign languages. Although not very fluent, he could definitely understand some of it. So after understanding the meaning of Su-sun's phone call, he was shocked. He recalled those arrogant foreign guests he had once received. "I originally thought these people just had this lousy attitude, but now seeing President Su treat those foreigners the same way, I suddenly understood. It turns out it's not that they are naturally arrogant, it's that my own strength isn't enough. When you meet someone stronger, they will also back down." The soundproofing on this phone is poor. Although he didn't catch what the other side said clearly, he heard several apologies. At this moment, President Ju no longer doubted Su-sun's background and wealth at all. This is truly formidable strength. To start a factory, you need technology. Just call directly, introduce yourself, and ask for help. Judging by this attitude, their strength abroad is probably not low, otherwise they wouldn't have such confidence. Fortunately, Mr. Su seems to still be very courteous to compatriots at home. Then Su-sun made another call, this one to a manufacturer that has a cooperative relationship with a company invested in by the system. Su-sun asked if they had invested in a plastic products factory in Huagua. After receiving an affirmative answer from the other party, she expressed her desire to visit. This small request was agreed to immediately without any hesitation. Although Su-sun's identity had not yet been verified, no one would risk offending a potentially influential friend over such a trivial request. After 2 phone calls, Su-sun's objective was achieved. After hanging up the phone, she said to President Ju, "The call is finished. Let's settle the charges together with my room bill." "Oh, President Su, what call charges?" "It's not much." President Ju had already decided he would pay the fee. He laughed heartily. "If you need to use the phone in the future, just come over." Su-sun said, "This might not be a one-time thing, it's simpler to pay the charges." President Ju realized that she didn't want to owe anyone a favor over such a small matter. "Mr. Su, well, although this money is really not much, since you insist, I won't refuse it. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. But if you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. The saying 'rely on friends when you go out' really makes sense." Susan nodded. Then thank you in advance, Mr. Zhu. Maybe I will really need your help in the future. Mr. Zhu asked, I heard you want to set up a factory. Do the city leaders know about this? For foreign-funded factories, we have some incentives. Susan said, that won't be necessary. I don't plan to set up a factory in Donggo City proper. I'm going to my grandfather's hometown, which is just a township. The investment scale won't be very large, so there's no need to alert the Donggo City departments. General Zhu realized that the relevant city department still didn't know that a major player had arrived in Donggo City. No matter the scale of the investment, what we want is technology. Technology? As long as the technology is advanced, won't Donggo City have another pillar industry by then? General Zhu was already anxious. So after politely seeing Susan off, he sat in his office thinking it over and decided he still needed to report this matter to his superior. If he could really secure investment for Donggo City and develop a pillar industry, what a great achievement that would be. As soon as Susan returned to his room, the everyone hates me system started shouting, Host, how could you do this? Susan asked, what's wrong? You used the identity I arranged for you. Can you blame me? Who told you to assign me this identity? You say I clearly have status and background at home, but I don't use it at all. Completely disconnected from my family, isn't that obviously telling others that there's something wrong with my identity? Analyze the data yourself, won't there be problems? The system hated by everyone really did the data analysis. Then it found that there was an 80% chance of being suspected. Indeed, there will be suspicion. Susan sighed, see, I wasn't wrong, right? And I haven't gained much benefit either. After all, I didn't receive any financial support from home. Every penny I'm using now is earned by myself, isn't it? The system hated by thousands had nothing to say. In the end, it could only compromise. It can only be like this. This was indeed a loophole. Moreover, the current situation is that even if a patch is applied, it can't be done because the host has already revealed the situation in advance. Even if the industry is sold off now or directly donated, it's already too late. But the 10,000 dislikes system still recorded this data. It decided that after returning, it must mention this to its owner, so that future tasks can avoid these kinds of loopholes. Susan saw that the 10,000 dislikes system no longer objected and continued, by the way, remember to contact the agent and have him cooperate with me. Otherwise, I'm worried I might be caught as a fraud back home. 10,000 dislikes system. So now patches still need to be applied, patching up the host's bragging. Fortunately, the inheritance rights will never be given to the host. Anyway, this can be handled by making a will. They can only receive money, not inherit the estate. At night, while Susan was sleeping happily, the system greeted the agent. It never meets the agent in person. They always communicate by phone. Even the proof documents are sent by mail. After contacting the agent, the widely disliked system regained its confidence. It was still the outstanding system it always was. Li Family Village, Ping'an Town. After finishing the household chores, Li Chunlan quickly changed into a newly made outfit and went out. She rode the family's new bike, with 2 jeans of freshly salted pork hanging from the front. Hanging and drying at the same time, not afraid of it spoiling. Originally, she was supposed to come to her parents' home yesterday, but her mother-in-law, Comrade Go Honghua, insisted on finishing her tasks first, going around the village shouting out news. Then she said her legs were inconvenient and that she needed to take the bike. She had her father-in-law ride the bike and took a whole day circling around the village. So Li Chunlan simply stopped rushing, pulled her sister-in-law to help, and after a day and a night, they managed to sew a new piece of clothing. Today the bicycle was free, so she wore the new clothes and went out carrying 2 jeans of meat. As the daughter of a village official, Li Chunlan naturally knew how to ride a bike. This new bike is really great to ride. Ah, it's a pity my daughter didn't want to come along because she wanted to eat at home. Otherwise, she would have seen how impressive her mom looks. Chapter 18. Li Chunlan deliberately came in the morning. At this time, everyone was working in the fields. As long as she passed through the main road into the village, many people could see her. So her arrival was soon noticed by the people of Lijia village. At first, no one could clearly see who was riding the bike, until Li Chunlan deliberately called out, "Second uncle, where is my dad?" Uncle Li Er then realized that the person riding the bike was actually his second niece Li Chunlan, who had married into the Lao Su family. Ah, how did she get on the bike? Chunlan is back. Whose bicycle is this? Whose else could it be? Of course it's ours. Haven't you heard? Our second great-uncle made a fortune abroad. His granddaughter came back to visit us a few days ago, bought a whole house full of things for our family, and even bought a bicycle and a radio. When Li Chunlan said this, she felt truly relieved. Over the years, she had been the subject of many whispered talks behind her back. Her father was a senior village official, so everyone in the village kept an eye on her. The worse her life seemed, the more people talked. Li Yu's daughter is just living like that. It was as if by saying she was doing poorly, those gossipers felt better and somehow satisfied. Before, Lee Chunlan lacked confidence and ignored these rumors. Now she was ready to slap those people in the face. She wanted them to see that fortunes change, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Lee Chunlan's good days have arrived. The people working in the field straightened up and looked at Lee Chunlan when they heard her words, especially those closer to the main road who even ran over from the fields, then gathered around her new car. Is this car really yours? Which relative gave you the car? Our old Sioux family relatives only give cars as gifts, but my second great-uncle is abroad. He's a boss overseas. Emphasizing once again, I've made a lot of money. My second great-uncle's granddaughter, who is my eldest younger sister, is even going to set up a factory in town. Su Sun had already become the eldest younger sister in the mouths of the old Sioux family, while Su Baoling was the youngest younger sister. What, still going to set up a factory? The speaker was Lee Chunlan's second aunt. She didn't believe it. How could she possibly run a factory? That would cost so much money. Our youngest sister has money, you just didn't see it. When she came back, she rode in 2 cars. Lee Chunlan held up 2 fingers, speaking exaggeratedly. She even had a bodyguard. The driver was the chauffeur of the director of a state-owned factory in Dongdo City. The others listened in stunned silence. This really sounded like someone important. Then the 5th uncle from the neighboring house said, I think I heard that an affluent relative from the old Sioux family in the nearby Shaohua village has returned. But I haven't heard anything about setting up a factory. Lee Chunlan said. Of course no one said anything. If I told you, wouldn't more people rush to grab the opportunity? I came back this time specifically to talk to my dad about this so everyone can be prepared. When the factory opens, we'll go to apply for jobs. Although she didn't know what exactly people should prepare, since my younger sister said to prepare, there must be a reason, so just follow her advice. Hearing Lee Chunlan's words, everyone was excited. 5th aunt grabbed Lee Chunlan, is it true? Chunlan, if this good thing really happens, don't forget to take care of your own family. 2nd aunt snorted, thinking the old 5th family was too naive. Whatever Chunlan said, they just believed it. Some believed it, some didn't. This was also because it was the autumn harvest season, and everyone was busy, so they hadn't had time to visit relatives. Therefore, the matters concerning the old Sioux family hadn't fully spread yet. Those who had heard the news were also told not to spread it to avoid too many people rushing in. So even though Lijia village was not far from Shaohua village, there were actually very few who knew the news. Li Yud was the first to know, but he simply didn't believe it could actually start. He was reluctant to accept this reality, so he was even less likely to tell others. He didn't want to be laughed at. That's why the people of Lijia village were only half convinced by Lee Chunlan's words. Moreover, the idea of starting a factory felt incredibly distant to everyone. Not to mention private factories, even in the past, when it came to production teams or communes, setting up a factory was extremely difficult. 2nd uncle was smoking a dry tobacco pipe. Chunlan, you better not lie. We don't tolerate bragging. Lee Chunlan snorted, believe it or not everyone gets this chance. Anyone who has spoken ill of my in-laws can't join the recruitment. That's what my younger sister-in-law said. She really protects us. What? Those who spoke badly can't go? How can that be? The protest came from the village's notorious bald-headed troublemaker, who loved gossiping the most. Lee Chunlan said, anyway, that's the requirement, just know it. I won't say much more, I'm going to find my dad. Only fakes worry about others not believing them. Her family's story is real, so who cares if people believe it or not? Those who don't believe will be the ones to suffer. After she left, the others continued to discuss. Is this really true? No way the Sioux family has this kind of luck? Both sons have been to labor reform. This has nothing to do with their sons, it's their ancestors showing a sign. Their family is really lucky, but they're just too bullying. How come they don't let you go just because you said something bad? Isn't that deliberately bullying? That rich relative of theirs, why is he so petty? Exactly, we're poor farmers but more generous, just not as enlightened. Lee Chunlan didn't go back to her parents' home. She went straight to the brigade office to call Li Yud. Li Yud was in a meeting, but when he heard the noise he came out and said, what are you shouting about? Then I saw Lee Chunlan riding a brand new bicycle, smiling proudly. Li Yud, hey. Was this bike really a gift from the Sioux family relatives? Lee Chunlan said proudly, Dad, so you've heard about it too. This was a gift from my youngest sister who just returned from abroad. Look how nice this bike is. It's a Shanghai Phoenix. Li Yud felt extremely bitter inside. His family also bought a bicycle, but it wasn't as good as this one. The reason for buying the bicycle was that his son had transferred to the town to drive for the town mayor, making commuting inconvenient. Although he was a village official, it was still not easy to get a bicycle permit. But old Sue's family was able to have a bicycle fall from the sky. Li Yud felt a sour pain in his heart. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it was another. Originally, with the same family background, you were still worse off than me, and now you suddenly surpassed me. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. He awkwardly didn't want to look at the bicycle anymore and asked, "Why did you come over? Isn't it busy at home?" "Of course it's busy at home, but I don't have to do the work in the fields. I just happened to come back to complete the task my younger sister assigned me. She's coming back to start a factory, and she'll be hiring workers then." "Dad, you should tell the people in the village to let anyone suitable in the family prepare in advance and participate in the recruitment." Lee had said, "Maybe it won't get off the ground." "Why can't you say something good about me? My little sister is not the type to brag. She speaks with conviction. Besides, the reporter was there that day, and she said it right in front of him." The more Lee had listened, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that the old Su family's factory was really going to start up? "Dad, I'm not going to argue with you. Remember to help me spread the word in the village. I'm going to see my mom. Look, I didn't come back empty-handed. I brought something with me. We're not just leeching off my mother's family." Looking at the 2 pounds of meat hanging on the front of the car, Li Yud's expression grew awkward. Without a word, she went straight into the house. Seeing her father like this, Li Chunlan felt incredibly happy inside. Finally, a moment to hold her head high. Li's mother walked around her daughter twice, and upon seeing her daughter's new clothes, new car, and the 2 pounds of meat she was carrying, she smiled so broadly her teeth disappeared from view. "Chunlan, your good days have finally come. I've been saying all these years that our Chunlan is a lucky person. How could she possibly live a hard life? Look at this meat. Your mother-in-law is really generous." Saying that, she quickly grabbed the meat and headed to the kitchen. Li Chunlan sat in the yard shelling sunflower seeds, talking to her motherly about the changes in her husband's family. Now in the entire Xiaohua village, who would dare say a bad word about the Su family? Everyone wishes they could take back what they said before. "There is more meat at home than we can eat every day now. There is also plenty of fabric for making clothes. She feels very comfortable wearing this new outfit." Li's mother came over and touched it. Sure enough, it was good material. "Mom, I'll start working soon and earn money to buy you good fabric for clothes." Li's mother said, "You're going to work?" "Of course, my younger sister said she wants my father-in-law to become the factory director, and then we can also work at the factory." Li Chunlan fantasized about a bright future. She would also be a salaried worker. "Can you arrange a job for your brother's wife then?" Li's mother whispered. "I definitely won't do that. I don't get along with her." Li Chunlan immediately refused. Li's mother said, "We're all family. Although she's not good, for your brother's sake, you have to help her out. That's how the elderly are. When one is doing well, they want to lift others up." "Just her? All talk and no skill." Before, Dad asked her to work at the village branch, and she wasn't even willing, complaining the pay was too low. "I don't care about her at all." Inside the house, Su Xioli was counting with the child. After all, she had experienced precognitive dreams, so she was aware of early education. She started nurturing the child as soon as he turned 1 year old. Pointing to the child's future success, she hoped there would be someone to rely on later. Hearing Li Chunlan bragging outside, she didn't want to pay any attention at all. She felt that no matter how successful someone like Li Chunlan became, she could never change the crude, uneducated streak deep in her bones. She was no match for Li Chuanxia, the city worker's sister who understood things better. She looked down on talking to someone like that. Of course, more importantly, she always believed that this factory would never get off the ground. The Su family's tragic fate was destined. She should stay out of it. So when she heard Li Chunlan refuse to help her get a job, she immediately shouted outside, "No need, I'm not going." Li Chunlan said, "See, Mom, you were kind for nothing." Li's mother was also speechless. She looked at her son who also worked in town, and when the daughter-in-law went to town too, wouldn't they keep each other company? It would be so comfortable for them to live in town then. Such good young people, why don't they know how to be ambitious? When she was young and had this opportunity, she would have woken up laughing from dreaming about it. Li Chunlan, having achieved her purpose, didn't stay long. After finishing the sunflower seeds in her hand, she left. She also reminded Li's mother not to agree if anyone came asking for help, especially those who had spoken ill of the old Su family, no exceptions. Then she rode off on her bicycle with flair. She thought to herself that this could count as doing a favor for her eldest sister. When Su Sun's eldest sister returned, maybe she should report her good deed. Su Sun was busy beating drums and gongs to present a banner to the Public Security Bureau, when he noticed another gain. Yesterday, the income speed slowed down a lot. After all, not everyone in Xiaohua village hates the old Su family. There are always those who neither like nor dislike them and just keep to themselves. Some children also don't understand these rights and wrongs. There is also a portion of people who think the old Su family's factory won't get off the ground. So most of the potential in Xiaohua village has already been developed. There isn't much space left. It's estimated that I'll have to go back and put in more effort to fully tap into the potential. Now the new income probably comes from other villages. It seems the old Su family's people do handle things well. After they promoted it, it really did get done. He only glanced briefly, then Su-sun focused back on the task at hand. This is the banner ordered yesterday expedited. It was received this morning. They specifically waited until everyone was at work before delivering it. In front, Su-sun was slowly driving the car, followed by a band beating drums and gongs, and at the end was the lion dance troupe, dancing and moving the lion heads as they walked. As soon as this procession appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of residents and passers-by along the streets and alleys. This is an era without short videos. If you want to see some excitement, you just have to rely on luck. If you catch one, naturally you follow it all the way. So a group of people followed all the way to the courtyard outside the Public Security Bureau. Of course they didn't go inside, they were still making noise outside the courtyard. The police officers inside the bureau were also shocked by the commotion and rushed out in a swarm to see what was going on. Officer Gao saw Su-sun coming out of the car and then saw the banner Su-sun was holding with both hands, immediately understanding what was happening. He stepped forward and asked, "Comrade Su, what is this?" Su-sun said, "A few days ago, I finally met with my family. I fulfilled my grandfather's long-held wish. I am very happy and very grateful. Therefore, after returning, I wanted to do something to express my gratitude. I originally planned to give a gift, but someone told me that would be inappropriate. So I made this banner. All my gratitude is expressed on this banner." Saying this, he handed the banner to Officer Gao. "Please accept my sincere thanks, officer." Where would Gao from the public security dare to take it? Wait a moment. After speaking, he looked back, and sure enough, the director also came out to check on the situation. Gao from the public security immediately ran over to report the situation. The director walked over with a smile, warmly shaking hands with Su-sun and exchanging greetings. "We've all heard your story. Helping Comrade Su fulfill his wish is our duty as public security officers. You're too polite. Gratitude and duty are not in conflict. You have helped me and I want to express my thanks. I hope you can accept this sincere gratitude." The director laughed heartily. "All right then, our bureau will accept this banner. We also thank Comrade Su for recognizing our work." He glanced to the side. "Lao Gao, come over. This banner should be accepted by you personally." Only then did Officer Gao come over and solemnly accept the banner. Yu Xiaoying from the publicity department immediately took a photo of the moment when the banner was received. The drum band outside played even louder. Finally, Su-sun took a group photo with the director and Gao from the Public Security Bureau. Gao from the Public Security Bureau stood in the middle holding the banner, with the director and Su-sun standing on either side. With a click, it was over. Yu Xiaoying glanced at the photo and thought it was very suitable for publication. What a pity her own article had already been published. Now the bureau should be able to see it. But the newspaper was still preparing to publish this news, so it was just right to include this. Here, the lion dance troupe and the band had already dispersed, but the director was still chatting with Su-sun. The director was aware of Su-sun's situation. This morning's internal publication from the publicity department included a report on the matter. Just as the director was curious about Su-sun, he arrived. Naturally, the director took the opportunity to learn more. It wasn't for any other reason but to probe the other party's background. As one of the city leaders of Dongzhou, Director Chiao also had a heart to contribute to the construction of Dongzhou. If it were just an ordinary person returning home to visit family, that would be one thing. But if this person had the capability to run a factory, then it was a different matter altogether. If he missed such an opportunity due to his own negligence, wouldn't others think he is unreliable in handling matters in the future? He tentatively brought up the internal newsletter he saw today. It seems Comrade Su is planning to stay as the mayor of Dongzhou City. Su-sun said, "This is the place my grandfather was deeply attached to, and it is also my hometown. I hope to build my hometown here." Hearing this, Director Chiao laughed. "All right, if everyone has this kind of spirit, how could our Dongzhou city fail to develop? I wonder when Comrade Su plans to start the factory and what kind of support you might need from the government." Su-sun said, "Not really. Last night I already called our family company and asked them to send me the technology and equipment. The next step is to discuss specific cooperation issues with the local government." Upon hearing this, Director Chiao immediately asked, "Your family is abroad, what exactly do you do? Is it also in plastics?" Su-sun said, "We have investments in various industries, such as computers, communications, hotels, and so on. The plastics factory is just a small project of ours. It was only because we planned to start a plastics factory that I remembered our family has investments in this area." These words sounded a bit shocking to Director Chiao. He originally thought it was a family with some background, but he didn't expect the background to be so solid. Director Chow suddenly felt that he hadn't been careful in his work. The person had already reported to the Public Security Bureau long ago. He hadn't paid enough attention. He thought the other party had come back alone to find relatives and probably wasn't from a big family. Besides, he heard it was a poor peasant who had gone out and just happened to become wealthy. There wouldn't be much family wealth accumulated. After all, wealth needs to be built up over several generations. Unexpectedly, "Your grandfather was quite capable," Director Chow remarked with admiration. Then he also felt a bit doubtful about Susun's words. He just felt it was somewhat unbelievable. As far as he knew, some big capitalists from the old society who went abroad only said they lived comfortably, but actually felt quite helpless overseas. Susun smiled and said, "My grandfather always said his luck came in the latter half of his life. He invested a sum of money back then, and unexpectedly, all the projects he invested in developed very well. Over the years, the results have been quite fruitful. But I think my grandfather also had a unique vision." That's right, a unique vision. Director Chow felt the credibility increased upon hearing Susun's explanation. If luck is this good, then getting rich really isn't that hard. And he no longer dwelled on how much truth there was in Susun's words. After all, Susun was going to open a factory here. As long as they could bring technology and capital, what she said was true. This matter must be reported. He tentatively mentioned, "Comrade Su is going to set up a factory in Dongzhou City, so we must show some hospitality. When the time comes, our Foreign Affairs Department comrades will have to treat you well, Comrade Su." Susun said, "This time my initial investment is only set in Ping'an, so the scale is not large. It wouldn't be right to make a big fuss over it. How can investment matters be considered making a big fuss? If the hospitality is inadequate, then that would be our dereliction of duty." Hearing this, Susun could only say, "As long as we don't cause trouble for the locals, that's fine." Contacting city-level leaders was also part of Susun's plan. For example, making a phone call in Director Ju's office yesterday and today, grandly presenting a banner. All of this was to make people aware of her. Although she was planning to invest in the town, she didn't know what kind of leaders Ping'an had. Maybe they welcomed investment for development and gave the green light. That would be great. But what if she encountered someone stubborn who was unwilling to accept change? Would Susun then not set up the factory? Of course she would. At that point, she could seek help from the city leaders. However, since she couldn't put up much investment initially, she naturally couldn't take the initiative to approach people. Taking the initiative without bringing money would make her seem rather unscrupulous. But if the other party came to her first, that would be a different matter. Compared to IQ and EQ, Susun believed he couldn't match these people, but isn't there still strategy? Having experienced the era of online bombardment, Susun's mind was not lacking in tactics. Many predecessors used successful cases to teach everyone a truth. Deep feelings can't be held onto since ancient times. Only strategies win people's hearts. Having handled everything that needed to be done in the provincial city, Susun was preparing to go to Ping'an to gauge the attitude of the local town leaders. Chapter 19. Returning to the hotel from the police station, Susun saw General Manager Ju lingering at the door. General Manager Ju saw Susun had returned and hurried over. "General Manager Su, just now at 9 o'clock, there was an international long-distance call. They were looking for you." Susun raised an eyebrow. Faster than she expected, it seems the system assigned her a strength even more formidable than she had imagined. Susun asked, "Did they say anything on the phone?" "They left you a contact number, which is the phone of their branch office in Port City. If you need technology and equipment, get in touch with them. Port City is relatively close to here, so they can better meet your needs." Susun was very satisfied. "Thank you, President Ju, for passing on the message. I need to use the phone now. I wonder if it's convenient." "Of course it's convenient," President Ju said happily. He had been thinking early in the morning whether to wait for Susun to get the technology before reporting, or to report first, and then he received the call. He was a bit shocked at the time, because in his impression, these foreign friends handling matters. The efficiency is not high. He heard from a leader of a large machinery factory in Dongzhou City that they hired foreign engineers with high salaries to guide them, but when there was a problem, they could drag it out for 1 or 2 months. They ate and drank for free, yet caused more trouble. Not like General Manager Su, who would get a reply by the next morning after making a phone call at night. This directly proves that General Manager Su is also very capable abroad. He personally led Susun to the office to make a phone call. This time, he didn't stay in the office to eavesdrop but thoughtfully went out and helped close the office door. He found Li Yuli, who had just accompanied Susun back from outside. "Comrade Yuli, you've really done a good job this time. Entertaining General Manager Su well will definitely benefit our Dongzhou City." Li Yuli smiled and said, "I didn't think much about it at first. But General Manager Su is a very easy person to get along with. General Manager Zhu said, "Yes, what's rare is how low-key he is. In the past, we've met some people who didn't have much money and just brought back their wages, but they were arrogant." He said to Li Yuli, "You haven't really had a break these past few days. It still counts as working. Just focus on hosting General Manager Su well. If you need anything, just tell me. We have to make sure the leaders treat General Manager Su properly." Li Yuli replied, "That's not necessary, anyway I have vacation time." General Manager Zhu disagreed, "Hey, you can't let your work go unrewarded. This is a merit. I was worried before that you might have misjudged the person and wasted your effort. But now it seems you have good judgment. You immediately saw that General Manager Su is extraordinary. Yuli, if you really get to go abroad with General Manager Su, I would have to wish you well. Going abroad to earn a few years' salary and then retire comfortably is more than enough." Li Yuli was taken aback for a moment, then a look of desolation appeared on her face. Director Zhu, sharp-eyed, noticed this and, recalling the rumors he had heard, sighed, "Comrade Yuli, just focus on doing your work well. If nothing comes up these days, you can stay at the hotel." Li Yuli nodded. She indeed hadn't gone back for 2 days. She didn't know how to face that home now or the extra person there. She worried that her emotions might get out of control, making her appear ugly instead. While the two were talking, Su Sun had already come out of the office with a beaming smile. The people from the branch office in Gangqing had received instructions from the head office and knew that Su Sun's family had invested in the head company. Holding original shares, their words carried weight. Therefore, there was no discount at all on the demands made to Su Sun. For example, they could take the equipment and technology first and pay the money later. No problem, the other party's family was so wealthy, would they really run off without paying? Need technical personnel support? That was no problem either. When the machinery was delivered, professionals would be arranged to come over for technical training. Anyway, Su Sun is only running a small plastic products factory. For an established company that has been operating for many years and has strength in the industry, supporting it is not a difficult task at all. Moreover, this is the first time that the most mysterious shareholder of the head office has made such a request. Naturally, one must get along well with such a person. Especially the person in charge of the Hongcheng company. They are very eager to gain the shareholders' approval, hoping to be promoted in the future. These employees who left the headquarters felt like they were being exiled. They always hoped for a chance to return to the mainland. This time, Su Sun's request gave the Hong Kong branch employees hope. Naturally, their attitude was eager. As Su Sun walked away, she asked the system, what did the agent say to them? She didn't think she had a domineering aura. Just one phone call yesterday was enough to intimidate them. The everyone hates system, while confirming your identity, informs the other party of our investment scope. This prevents you from bragging next time and creating loopholes for us. Regarding the current situation, the everyone hates system is not satisfied. It feels it has exceeded the plan. But since this loophole already exists and cannot be undone, it can only continue. However, this time it firmly patches it up to prevent Su Sun from causing more trouble. Su Sun smiled and said, "You're so thoughtful." Afraid she would brag, so it helped her blow the horn first. Very good system. President Zhu saw Su Sun beaming with joy and knew there must be good news. Smiling, it seems everything is going smoothly for President Su. That's right, in a few days professional technicians will come to Port City to guide me in setting up the factory. Once everything is arranged here, the shipment will be sent and the machines will be delivered. That's really great, General Manager Zhu said happily. He then extended an invitation. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to invite General Manager Su to dinner. I want to celebrate the successful factory setup with you in advance. Su Sun glanced at his watch. Then I shall accept your kind offer. General Manager Zhu laughed happily and called out to Li Yuli. Comrade Yuli, you come along too. Then he looked at Zhou Mu. And Comrade Zhou, join us as well. Zhou Mu said, no need, I have an employee meal. He was not someone who didn't understand etiquette and wouldn't take others' politeness seriously. General Manager Zhu was just being polite, and seeing this he said, all right then, I'll have the kitchen prepare today's specialty dish for you, and also add a meal for Comrade Zhou. Zhou Mu nodded. He recalled an old saying, a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister's gate. He felt he was benefiting from the boss's influence. General Manager Su was capable, and even he as a bodyguard was being valued by others. At noon, the three of them dined in the hotel restaurant. What they ate was secondary, the main thing was that Su Sun felt the hospitality that made her feel at home. Her persona was becoming increasingly solid. After finishing the meal, General Manager Zhu immediately went to the office to make a phone call, reporting the information he knew to his superior. He also emphasized that with just one phone call, they could obtain technology and equipment, as well as the attentive attitude of those foreign friends. What an incredible resource this was. These were people from Dongho City who had gone out into the world. If they didn't seize this opportunity, it would truly be a huge waste of such a great chance. Susun actually let Li Yuli come into her room to understand some of the factory operation procedures. She planned to go to Ping'an Town tomorrow. She picked up some materials prepared by Li Yuli and read through them to familiarize herself with the content. This was to prepare well for the upcoming cooperation negotiations. Things didn't have to be handled personally, but she had to understand them. While she was busy, someone knocked on the door. Li Yuli hurried to open the door and was a bit surprised to see General Manager Zhu. General Manager Zhu asked, "Is General Manager Su available now? I have something I'd like to discuss." Susun got up and went over. "What is it?" General Manager Zhu said, "Our leadership knows that General Manager Su is eager to develop his hometown and is very grateful. So we wanted to check on General Manager Su's situation and extend our hospitality as hosts." Susun is very discerning. It's either for the technology, the foreign exchange, or because they are attracted by the Su family's overseas capital influence. Although moved by the other party's dedicated work attitude, Susun is not in a hurry to meet them for now. She wants to see how things go tomorrow before deciding what to say when she interacts with these people. If she meets too early and they ask her to invest in the urban area of Dongho City, she definitely has to refuse since she doesn't have the capability. Once she successfully negotiates cooperation with Ping'an Town, she will have a good excuse to decline. And in case the peace talks within town fail, she can also consider the city government side as a fallback. As the saying goes, if you refuse someone in advance, how can you have the face to ask for their help later? Although Susun is not very old due to her experiences since childhood, she approaches everything cautiously. After all, if she makes a mistake, there will be no one to clean up after her. "I have to go out on business tomorrow and today is very busy. How about this, when I come back, I'll treat them to a meal?" General Manager Zhu immediately said, "You've come to Dongzhou City, so there's no need for General Manager Su to treat them. It's settled then. When you return, I'll help you get in touch with them." Susun smiled and nodded, "Then thank you, President Zhu, for your efforts." President Zhu immediately went back to call the leader. The leader on the other end of the phone was very pleased, feeling that this was seizing the initiative. Fortunately, Xiaozhu was clever. After figuring out the situation, he quickly informed him. Otherwise, he would really have been negligent in his duties. As a leader of the Foreign Affairs Department, missing out on such a valuable overseas compatriot would be a huge mistake. However, this leader of the Foreign Affairs Department was also quite strange. How could he have overlooked the information about this overseas compatriot named Susun at that time? Logically speaking, this person, upon coming here, should have also greeted them on this side. This leader even specifically reviewed some application materials submitted by Susun before his arrival. Make sure the information is complete. Sigh, I just don't understand why it wasn't taken seriously. It seems the people below are still vague and not careful enough in handling things. They just thought that since the person came alone to visit family, it wasn't a big deal. We still need to remind everyone not to make this kind of empirical mistake in the future. We must value every returning compatriot, actively reach out, and care about their situation when they return to their hometown. Before Susun went back, he did call the village branch of Shaohua village in advance to find Su Jinshan. Even though Lu Sanjian was extremely reluctant to pass on the message for the old Su family as a village official, he had this obligation. So he could only grit his teeth. He sniffed and sent someone to find Su Jishan. Soon, Su Jinshan came over, full of vigor and spirit. Ever since Susun returned to Shaohua village once, the entire old Su family's morale had noticeably changed. No matter how arrogant and overbearing the old Su family used to be, people always felt there was a hint of decline about them. In other words, they seemed to be plagued by bad luck. Looking now, each one is glowing with health and luck is on their side. Su Jinshan wore a newly made blue jacket, had shaved his beard clean, and walked into the office with his head held high and chest out. After a while, the phone rang. He answered it directly, his voice loud and clear, "Great niece, it's me." On the other end of the phone, Susun told him that everything for setting up the factory was almost ready. Tomorrow, they would go to the local government to discuss cooperation. She asked him to also go to the town tomorrow. She had made a banner for the local police station and asked him to deliver it then. Hearing about the factory plan, Su Jishan straightened his back even more. "What, coming back tomorrow to discuss the factory? Big niece, your efficiency is really impressive. Don't worry, I definitely won't be late tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you in town early. We definitely won't hold back on this big matter. Just relax. When the time comes, I'll help you find people. Although I'm no longer an official, I still know some folks." After the conversation, the call ended. The flush on Su Jinshan's face seemed about to float right off. Good news lifts the spirit. He felt extremely clear and bright inside now. Before, when Big Niece said she wanted to start a factory, he couldn't truly feel at ease until the matter was settled. Now my eldest niece has given the exact news, he really doesn't worry about anything anymore. The luck of the old Su family has arrived. Lu Sanjun, seeing him like that, couldn't bear it, held back his bitterness and asked, "Are you really going to start a factory?" Su Jishan said, "Could there really be fake ones?" Lu Sanjun said, "What's there to be proud of? Your family is running a factory, but who knows if you can even hire people who would want to work at your factory?" The others in the office secretly thought, "We want to go. Working in town as a laborer definitely offers better treatment than staying in the village." But unfortunately they couldn't say this out loud. Their relationship with the old Su family wasn't very good. If they said it, they would offend Lu Sanjun, and then they wouldn't be able to work there, then they'd really be doomed. Su Jinshan naturally knew that Lu Sanjun's words were pure nonsense, so he chuckled and ignoring him went back home. He had to go back and fix his hair. Tomorrow he couldn't lose face in front of his eldest niece. Seeing Su Jinshan's confident look, Lu Sanjun not only felt unfair but also began to get a little anxious. Who would have thought that the foreigner from the old Su family would be so quick in handling things? Only a few days and they're already coming to set up the factory. He comforted himself every day, thinking the other side was just bluffing and that over time, they would act as if nothing had happened. But in just a few days they slapped him right in the face. It was so sudden that he didn't even have a chance to make plans. Originally, he could have stirred up the villagers to cause trouble in town, but since it wasn't certain the factory would really be set up, he didn't act early. Now it's not easy to do anything quickly and it would also risk exposing himself. He couldn't very well as the party secretary openly lead the villagers to cause trouble. Lu Sanjun considered himself not that stupid. So he decided to put this matter on hold for now. Lu Sanjun paced back and forth outside the office, like an ant on a hot pan. Finally, he made up his mind to first use Hua Chaoyang's connections in town to sabotage this cooperation deal. So he went back once, took a few packs of good cigarettes his son had brought back and then rode his bike to town. Chapter 20. The Lao Su family took this matter extremely seriously. It was a matter of whether their family could truly rise above others in the future. Whether they could inherit the immense wealth bestowed by their ancestors depended entirely on this one chance. If they can run the factory, even if the eldest niece goes abroad later, the old Su family can continue to thrive. If they can't manage it, once the eldest niece leaves, who knows if they will still remember their entire family of relatives in the long run. Because of the tension, no one slept all night. The next day, Su Jinshan took the second son, Su Xiangnan, to town together. Why not bring the boss? The boss has to do farm work, and the work in the fields can't be delayed. You can't just say the boss is too straightforward and bringing him along might cause trouble. Su Xiangnan was still a bit apprehensive. "I'm just afraid that if I go along, old issues will be brought up again. That matter of mine is somewhat embarrassing. Being a hooligan is way more embarrassing than fighting." Su Jishan said, "I specifically brought you here this time to find an opportunity to make things clear to my eldest niece. To let her know that you are not a scoundrel. You were framed." Su Xiangnan said, "But the matter is already in the past and such things can no longer be thoroughly reinvestigated. As long as Qiu Ruoyun insists that he was a scoundrel back then, he really has no way out." Su Jinshan said, "Son, when we had no ability, no one listened to or believed the truth we told. But now that we have ability, people are willing to listen to what we say and must believe it." Su Xiangnan's eyes grew hot, and the tears he had held back for years finally flowed down. Dad was right. Why did everyone believe Qiu Ruoyun back then but not him? Because Qiu Ruoyun was more prominent and capable than him. His family had already run into trouble at the time, and it was a moment when anyone could be trampled on. On the other hand, Qiu Ruoyun had connections in the city and could help everyone bring in industrial goods, which involved everyone's interests. So everyone preferred to trust Qiu Ruoyun. Now the situation is completely different. Su Jinshan set off early and arrived in town just as work was starting. Of course, he couldn't just wait around. He first went to smooth things over. Otherwise, when he brought his eldest niece, they would have to wait in the big courtyard for a while. Su Jinshan didn't look for anyone else. He went to his former superior, Deputy Town Mayor Lin. Speaking of which, Deputy Town Mayor Lin was indeed his old boss. Back then, Su Jishan became a team leader thanks to Lin's recommendation. Lin put forward his name, and then the team members voted, allowing Su Jishan to rise and become a team cadre. It was precisely because of this relationship that Deputy Mayor Lin was also influenced by him back then. Originally, based on Deputy Mayor Lin's seniority, he was a strong contender for the position of commune leader at the time. However, due to a misjudgment, he ended up remaining in a deputy position. Over the years, as he grew older, his seat became increasingly cold. Even so, Deputy Mayor Lin treated him well. Although they no longer interacted openly, when Lu Sanjun tried to take advantage of the situation to step on him, Lin still reached out to help. So now Su Jishan naturally thought of this old leader first. Unfortunately, the town leaders were in a meeting today, and Su Jinshan waited a long time before he could see anyone. Why did you come here? Deputy Town Mayor Lin, with his graying hair, looked at Su Jinshan in surprise. He knew very well that Su Jinshan had rarely come to the town in recent years, let alone come to his office to find him. Are you facing difficulties? Jinshan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I don't have much ability now. A few days ago, the work was reassigned again, and now I'm in charge of education. Even the health work has been handed over. As a township unit, how much education could there possibly be to manage? Anyway, Deputy Mayor Lin felt particularly aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. Su Jinshan said, "Old leader, this time I'm not here to ask for your help, this time I have some good news to discuss with you." Deputy Mayor Lin asked, "What good news?" Su Jinshan then told Deputy Mayor Lin about his eldest niece. Deputy Mayor Lin spat out a mouthful of tea. Could it really be true? A few days ago, I heard someone whisper that 2 cars had arrived. At first, we thought it was the leaders, but then the cars went to the countryside. I called several village branches and they all said they didn't know anything. Su Jinshan said, "Then that means Lu Sanjian knew but didn't report it." Then tell me carefully, is this true? Is the factory business really happening? Of course it's true, it's coming today. Alright, this is really a good thing, Deputy Mayor Lin said with emotion. If we set up a factory here introducing foreign technology, even the city leaders will have to pay attention. That would be something. Then he added regretfully, but this isn't something I'm in charge of. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Su Jinshan said, although you're not in charge of this, if you get involved when results come out, you'll get some benefits. That's why I specifically came to see you. Deputy Mayor Lin laughed, you're really something. You let me know when there's good news. Ah, it was a pity back then. But your luck is good. I bet no one expected that, you, Su Jinshan. Still have this kind of luck. Su Jinshan also laughed, to be honest, I didn't expect it myself. This time, Susan only took 1 car. He was accompanied only by Domu and Li Yuli. The driver was still Old Wei. Although there were only 3 people, Su Sun was very satisfied with her simple team. Each one was a talent. Once the factory was up and running, she would bring Lao Wei over. Li Yuli also needed to thoroughly wrap things up here. If it worked, if not, then not. She was unwilling to wait for just one person. Her situation was becoming clearer, so there was no need to force things. In the car, she and Li Yuli discussed again and both felt that this time the problem was minor. Li Yuli was especially optimistic about this cooperation. A township being able to bring in advanced foreign technology, what more was there to say? A free grade. At the town intersection, Su Jinshan and Su Xiangnan were already waiting. Su Sun rolled down the car window. Are we going straight to the government? Su Jinshan said, I already went to notify them just now, we can go straight there. Su Sun said, alright then, uncle, you lead the way. So Su Xiangnan rode his bike, leading Su Jin into the mountains ahead, while Master Wei followed slowly by car. Naturally, the car attracted a lot of attention in the small town. Everyone was speculating, wondering who was inside the car. Could it be a county official visiting? But this had nothing to do with the townspeople, it was a matter for the town's leadership. The town leaders are indeed discussing this matter. Deputy Mayor Lin went ahead to inform Mayor Wang Weiman in advance to ensure proper reception for Su Sun. Anyway, since this matter won't bring him any credit, Deputy Mayor Lin has no reason to keep it to himself. Originally, it was thought that once Wang Weiman knew about this, he would immediately take it seriously. But after hearing this, Mayor Wang just responded lightly, got it. Seeing his attitude, Deputy Mayor Lin found it interesting. Shouldn't we hurry up and get ready? I heard they're coming by special car and might arrive soon. Mayor Wang said, I've known about this for a long time. I've thought it over. Old Lin, you'd better worry less. The college entrance exams have been restored for several years now, but the education in our town hasn't improved at all. You should be concerned about that. Hearing this, Deputy Mayor Lin's face immediately flushed with anger. Wang Weiman, don't act ungrateful. As soon as I heard the good news, I came straight to inform you. And this is your attitude. Mayor Wang said, what good news is that? We're all experienced people here. Can't we see through these people's true colors? Our place is poor and barren, relying only on family connections. A foreign boss comes here to set up a factory? I think there's an ulterior motive. If Susan heard this, he would probably praise him, saying he guessed right. Unfortunately, Deputy Mayor Lin couldn't understand his point. Even if there are ulterior motives, that's a good thing. It's better than no birds coming to poop at all. Mayor Wang. Anyway, just give me a definite answer. Are you going to negotiate this or not? Alright, I'll handle the reception. You don't need to worry. If the conditions are good, I'll negotiate, Mayor Wang said perfunctorily. Who doesn't know who, right? Deputy Mayor Lin realized that this Wang guy just wasn't taking it seriously. He simply decided not to wait any longer and turned around to go find the old party secretary. If the mayor doesn't take care of things, then go to the old party secretary. When he got to the old party secretary's office, Deputy Mayor Lin found out that the old party secretary had already left early in the morning to attend a meeting in the county. In the town mayor's office, Wang Weiman lit a cigarette, the smoke obscuring his worried expression. He really had no choice but to refuse this matter. Wang Weiman was a particularly responsible person and had a strong sense of justice. Because of this, he had formed a deep friendship with the loyal and righteous Hua Chaoyang. He firmly believed that this resilient young man, who was strong and unyielding in adversity, would definitely make a name for himself in the future. Not to mention, he also owed a favor to Hua Chaoyang. When he was first elected as the club president, it was a time when he was under a lot of pressure and being closely watched. Hua Chaoyang helped him get a lot of fertilizer, which solved his urgent problem. So when Lu Sanjian came to see him yesterday and mentioned the matter of Su Jinshan's foreign relative, Wang Weiman, although hesitant, also felt that Lu Sanjian's concerns were not unfounded. He considered 3 points. The first point is, although there is reform and opening up nowadays, no one can guarantee whether this will last long. If the policy reverts to the old ways and later on they investigate, would accepting foreign investment to run a factory have a very bad impact? The second point is, the old Su family rising up really doesn't benefit Hua Chaoyang. If he really gets along well with the old Su family, he won't have the face to see Hua Chaoyang anymore. No matter how capable the old Su family's relatives are, they are abroad. Unlike Hua Chaoyang, who can genuinely contribute to Ping'an Town in the future as an outstanding young man. The third point is what Lu Sanjian said. The old Su family's relatives actually declared that anyone who has conflicts with the old Su family cannot work in the factory. Doesn't this make the old Su family a one-man show? This easily provokes the anger of the villagers. It's too reckless. This is not the proper attitude for running a factory at all. Moreover, he truly believes that even if the old Su family's relatives are capable, their abilities are limited. If they were really capable, they wouldn't have come to this remote poor countryside. For these reasons, Mayor Wang Weiman was not so enthusiastic about this so-called foreign investment setting up a factory here. Just now, Deputy Mayor Lin came to talk to him about this matter and reminded him of something. Old Lin has a good relationship with Su Jinshan. Su Jinshan's family runs a factory in the town, so who knows, Old Lin might cause trouble again. By then, the government compound would be in complete chaos. Mayor Wang was increasingly reluctant to see Su Suan. But when people come, you still have to see them. The government gate is wide open. How can you not see people? So when Su Jinshan led Su Sun and the others into the government compound, Mayor Wang also came out of his office, greeting them with a big smile. A rare guest, a rare guest. You must be General Manager Su and Mayor Wang Weiman. Su Sun said, hello Mayor Wang. Sorry to trouble you by coming here. Haha, not at all. I heard you were coming, so I prepared hot water and tea in advance. Then he led Su Sun and the others to the meeting room. Deputy Town Mayor Lin stood aside, secretly signaling to Su Jinshan. Su Jinshan leaned over. What's going on? The situation isn't looking good. Be mentally prepared. Su Jinshan said, old leader, what's the matter? Who knows what Wang Weiman is thinking? I told you he's young and unreliable. Wang Weiman is just a little over 40 now. When he was elected as the commune chief back then, he wasn't even 40 yet. Su Jinshan couldn't help but curse him in his heart and worriedly said, old leader, what should we do now? Don't worry, I've called the county. Wait for the secretary to come back. You hold your relative steady for now. Su Jinshan felt very uneasy. This was clearly a matter of giving benefits, but it ended up causing trouble. On top of that, he still had to keep his eldest niece calm. What's going on? Is the eldest niece supposed to take the blame and just endure it? Even if it was the old leader speaking, he didn't like to listen. He simply shook his head with a sigh, then went into the meeting room. Inside the meeting room, Wang Weiman only politely expressed concern about the hardship Su Fuxing endured when he left his hometown years ago, praising his unwavering loyalty to his hometown. He didn't take the initiative to discuss cooperation. At this moment, Su Jinshan led Su Xiangnan in. Mayor Wang glanced at them, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. He felt that in this setting, someone like Su Xiangnan, who had been through re-education through labor, shouldn't appear. Sure enough, the Su family was already getting wildly arrogant without waiting. Even the attitude was more perfunctory than just now. Su Jinshan whispered a few words into Su Sun's ear. Su Sun was somewhat surprised. She thought the cooperation might fail due to differences in concepts and conditions not being agreed upon. She never expected that they had already planned to slam the door shut in advance. They didn't even want to talk. But thinking about it, Su Sun was not surprised. In the course of history, there are always all kinds of people. Who can guarantee that a township leader in an underdeveloped area must be a shrewd and capable person? Su Sun simply didn't want to waste everyone's time. She took the initiative to bring up the purpose of this visit. To fulfill my grandfather's wish to develop our hometown, I plan to set up a plastic products factory here. On one hand, it can help provide some local jobs and boost economic income. On the other hand, the plastic products we produce will also make life more convenient for the locals. I came here today specifically to discuss cooperation with you. Mayor Wang originally wanted to brush it off, but since they brought it up themselves, he couldn't avoid it. He said awkwardly, "As leaders, of course we hope for local development. But for private factories like yours, I think it's still inappropriate. We cannot accept it. There are 3 reasons." Just as Mayor Wang was about to explain the reasons he had prepared one by one, Su-sun stood up. "If it's inappropriate, then consider our visit today a disturbance." Mayor Wang. Chapter 21. Not to mention Mayor Wang, even Deputy Mayor Lin was stunned. How could he just leave like that? There was no discussion at all. He hurriedly stood up. "Hey Comrade Su, General Su, don't rush to leave. Su Jinshan, say something." Su Jishan turned around. "Old leader, what can I say? My eldest niece is not the type to cling on like us. I really feel bad about stopping her." Deputy Mayor Lin was immediately left speechless. What can you say? Su Jinshan is no longer an official of the organization, so can anyone really demand that he must obey? Su Jishan took his son outside. Actually, at this moment he was quite anxious, his heart sinking lower and lower. He felt that all the beautiful futures he had imagined before were drifting away from him. He didn't even have a chance to seek justice for Xiang Nan. He had planned today, with the cooperation successful and everyone happy, to mention Xiang Nan's matter. Who would have expected it to turn out like this? "Uncle," Su-sun called out from outside the courtyard. Su Jinshan quickly went over. "Great niece, this is my fault. I didn't get it done in advance." Su-sun beckoned them aside and said quietly, "How can this be your fault? You're not the town leader. This is their own incompetence. Don't worry, the factory will still be set up. If the town won't allow it, then I'll go talk to the leaders in Dongzhou City." She still had a fallback plan. With technology and money, how could she not set up the factory? Hearing this, Su Jinshan suddenly felt a turn of events. This can work? They wanted to meet with me yesterday, but I didn't agree because I was preparing for today's matters. So don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right, uncle, I'll listen to you." Su Jinshan felt instantly delighted. If the city leaders support us, what does this Wang guy's opinion matter? So don't worry about today's matter either, it's not something important. Uncle, you should go now and present the banner to the police officers who helped us. I've already prepared the banner. Su Jishan was no longer worried. "Okay, I'll go right now." Saying this, she quickly took the banner. Su-sun then asked Li Yuli to bring a few packs of candy to Su Jishan, telling him to hand them out to acquaintances when he sees them. This was a family reunion wedding candy. She thought that this could stir things up, making people in the town who know Su Jinshan but are unaware of the current situation of the Su family learn about it sooner, laying the groundwork for increasing the family's reputation in the future. But Su Jinshan understood it as his eldest niece wanting him to build a good relationship with the police station. That made sense. If he was going to run a factory here in the future, he would have to deal with the police station. He couldn't afford to have a strained relationship with them. "You're really thoughtful. But niece, there's something I need to tell you. Back when I dealt with the police station a few times, it wasn't exactly honorable. You know our family situation. Your eldest brother and second brother have both been taken away by them before." Su Xiangnan lowered his head. Su-sun said, "That's nothing, it's all in the past. They can't hold on to it forever. No, I need to make this clear to you. We can't deny that your eldest brother hit someone. No matter the reason, he did hit someone. But your second brother is different. He wasn't acting like a scoundrel at the time. He discovered that the female educated youth was speculating and profiteering, so he was preparing to report her. Instead, he was counter-accused." Su Xiangnan immediately said, "I swear, I didn't act like a scoundrel." Su-sun had known about it long ago and even gave an evaluation at the time, saying that Su Xiangnan was just one move short in the game, so he ended up at a disadvantage. It seems the old Su family wants to clear their name, so they took the initiative to bring up this matter to her. What could Su-sun do? Of course, she could only speak against her conscience. If the old Su family clears their name, how could she help earn disdain points? If she can't make money, where would the old Su family's prosperous days come from? So brother, you'll just have to keep enduring this grievance. She sighed and said, "Of course, I believe you all. But the matter is in the past now, and we don't need to dwell on it too much. The innocent are clear in their own conscience and need not care about others' opinions. From now on, with me here, second brother's future won't be bad. When the time comes, others will naturally look up to him. Why cling to past matters?" Don't be fooled by what Su-sun says. Deep down, she definitely doesn't agree. The idea of the innocent are clear is just a mental victory tactic she uses to brainwash herself because she can't beat others. Her principle is, whoever throws dirt at her, she'll throw rice at them in return. Let's see who's dirtier. But the two Su family elders didn't know this. They heard that Su-sun believed in them and even encouraged them, giving a promise to take care of Su Xiangnan in the future. They were genuinely moved. It's just that over the years, too many people have misunderstood them. Even if they spoke out, no one believed them. They suffered losses and lost their reputation. Only they themselves know how it feels. Su-sun then appropriately took out 2 watches she had prepared to divert attention. Uncle, these are gifts for you and Aunt. Alright, now Su Jinshan didn't really feel like dwelling on past pains anymore. Looking at the watch box, he was stunned for a long time without reacting. This is for me? Of course you and Aunt each get one. When I came back last time, I didn't know what you needed, but I thought since you'll be working at the factory from now on, you'll definitely need one. Aunt is an elder, so she can't be left out. This, dear niece, then I won't be polite with you. This is your heartfelt gift after all. Su Jinshan accepted it, deeply moved. His heart was filled with joy. Dear niece, I'm going to the police station to deliver the banner now. Do you want to come with me? I'm not going, this time the matter wasn't settled, and I shouldn't come into contact with too many people, so they don't think I'm trying to curry favor with anyone. That's true. There are too many people with petty minds. Su Xiangnan immediately said. Su Jishan asked again, are you going back home? I also hired someone to repair the ancestral grave. I even got some cement. Of course, cement plastering is not easy, but he had foreign exchange coupons from Su-sun, and he didn't need much cement. So he managed to get the cement. He also got some bricks and repaired the ancestral grave nicely. Su-sun said, let's go another time. I haven't even set up the factory yet, so I don't feel comfortable seeing Grandpa now. Su Jishan scolded Wang Weimin again in his heart. Alright, then I won't keep you. Watching Su-sun leave by car, Su Jishan said to his son, see that? This is someone with confidence. Your older sister has confidence, she doesn't even take someone like Wang Weimin seriously. Su Xiangnan was full of fighting spirit. Dad, I understand now. I will work hard from now on. Dad, I have an idea, do you want to hear it? Su Jinshan asked, what idea? Su Xiangnan said, I know a few people in town, right? I'll spread the word that Mayor Wang is not allowing factories to be built and is not letting the town benefit. What do you think? Su Jinshan was silent for a moment, thinking it over, and felt it was a good idea. They couldn't just swallow this loss quietly. The eldest niece had her own way, they couldn't just pretend nothing had happened. When the city leaders handle this issue, they will also need to consider the attitude of the local people. Let the city leaders see everyone's attitude. After the two discussed, they acted separately. Su Jinshan also didn't let his son go to the police station. Young people care about their face after all. He went alone anyway. It was the first time the police station received a banner. It wasn't that they hadn't served the people, but most of the townsfolk simply didn't have that awareness. No one ever thought about spending money to have a banner made in the county to give to someone. So Director Ju was extremely happy. Even though he felt a bit awkward seeing Su Jishan, he still accepted the banner with a smile. Officer Xiaoli was even eating candy on the side, smiling with complete satisfaction. He was the one who had made this happen. Su Jinshan took the initiative to bring up past matters to Director Ju, expressing that it was all in the past, and now the family's situation had improved, so it was time to look forward. This made Director Ju feel much less awkward inside. Yes, it's all in the past, all in the past. Ha 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 ha. On the way back, Su-sun didn't say much and kept her eyes closed, resting. In fact, she was observing the increase in the dislike value. She found no change. It seemed her uncle hadn't made a move today. Everyone thought she was angry, so no one took the initiative to speak. Because not much time was wasted in town, it was just a little past 1 o'clock when they returned to the hotel. Su-sun took a few people to the state-run restaurant for a meal before returning to the hotel. When General Manager Zhu heard that they had returned, he came out to greet them. Seeing Su-sun's pale face, he was puzzled. What's going on? He wanted to talk to Li Yuli, but as soon as Li Yuli came back, she went upstairs with Su-sun. Obviously, they had something to discuss. He could only wait for news. Upstairs, after Li Yuli entered the room, Su-sun said to her, please help me reply to President Ju and arrange a meeting with the relevant departments. I also really want to ask in person whether the investment environment in Dong'o City is the same as in Hepingen Town. Li Yuli hurriedly said, don't worry, President Su, Dong'o City is definitely not like that. This is just an isolated case. Su-sun said, I hope so. Then he smiled and said, Manager Li, our cooperation has been very successful these past few days. Maybe before long I can help you achieve your wish. Hearing this, Li Yuli no longer felt the joy she had before of her wish about to come true. She smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Su-sun sensed her change and wondered what had happened in Li Yuli's family and whether this would be beneficial for his own efforts to undermine her. Soon, Li Yuli reported the situation to General Manager Ju, emphasizing Su-sun's anger toward this investment environment. She came with sincerity but was met with a cold shoulder. Mr. Ju, think about it. The first time she returned to her hometown, she found the locals hostile. Now the second time she comes back planning to set up a factory, the hometown leaders outright refuse. Tell me, who could tolerate this? Hearing this news, Mr. Ju felt terrible. Such a great opportunity, how did it turn into such a mess? If the leaders found out, who knows what they would think? Ah, Comrade Yuli, you should have told me about the cooperation discussion today. This way, I feel very passive. Li Yuli felt wronged in her heart. She never thought Su-sun investing in a small factory was such an important matter. She had gotten used to helping Su-sun handle factory setup work these days. Besides, she couldn't possibly report Su's situation to you all the time. What does she take Su for? Before making a decision, she definitely wouldn't want to upset Su-sun. It's not really fair to say it like that, so she just played dumb. You didn't ask me to bring it up either. I didn't expect the comrades below to act like this. General Manager Ju suddenly found himself unable to question further and didn't dare to delay, so he quickly called the leadership. The leader contacted by General Ju, Vice Mayor Lu, is in charge of the city's Foreign Affairs Bureau and also handles matters related to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission. Therefore, some people call him Vice Mayor while those in his department call him Director or Chief. In the past, Vice Mayor Lu mostly managed affairs related to the State-Owned Assets Office, with relatively little work in foreign affairs. Now that Su-sun has arrived, he finally has a new work target. He plans to bring new foreign technology and equipment to Dongno City, as well as a large amount of foreign exchange. So he takes the news about Su-sun very seriously. Right now he is reading newspaper reports about Su-sun. Although he has read this newspaper several times, he still glances at it whenever he has free time, pondering this person's character to prepare for their upcoming meeting. He is not the only one reading this newspaper. The mayor has also seen it. During the meeting this morning, the city leadership inquired about the matter. They said the Public Security Department reported on it, and the United Front Work Department also verified that this comrade is no ordinary person overseas. It requires serious attention. Dongzhou is our home, and its development depends on everyone. As the head of the Foreign Affairs Bureau, Vice Mayor Lu immediately reported Su-sun's situation clearly. He also explained that contact had been made with the other party, and that they would be meeting soon. This pleased the city leaders as well, who praised Vice Mayor Lu's ability to get things done. Vice Mayor Lu naturally felt very motivated, thinking about how he could contribute to the construction of Dongno City in the future, which made him happy. Just as he was feeling pleased, a call from General Manager Ju came in. He answered the phone and upon hearing it was General Manager Ju said, "Is there any news?" "Mr. Ju, there is news, but it's bad news, sir." So he directly recounted Su-sun's experience today over the phone. After hearing the situation, Deputy Mayor Lu immediately stood up. "This is really a mess. Stay calm, you must stay calm. Arrange for us to meet immediately, this matter needs to be remedied." Deputy Mayor Lu stood up, his face looking very grim. He knew about Su-sun wanting to set up a factory in Ping'an Town. It was mentioned in today's newspaper as well. The city leadership also gave instructions to try to attract investment to the urban area of Dongno City. This was also Deputy Mayor Lu's idea. He had learned in advance from Old Ju that the investment in Ping'an Town wouldn't be very large, and it was basically just a small factory set up to support hometown relatives. It was just a small-scale operation. How meaningless is that? Naturally, he insisted on bringing this cooperation to the urban area of Dongno City. Building the hometown, isn't Dongzhou City also the hometown? As for the hometown relatives, wouldn't it be better for them to come to Dongno City to work? The conditions can all be negotiated. Of course, Deputy Mayor Lu admitted that he also had selfish motives. Su-sun proactively went to Ping'an Town to set up a factory, but how could that compare to the greater results of him actively attracting investment? Deputy Mayor Lu never thought that Su-sun would suddenly negotiate cooperation with the town. Then the people below even directly rejected it. This is really... It's too late to regret now. Deputy Mayor Lu can only hurry to make amends. Otherwise, if they really investigate, his work will be seen as careless. Someone will definitely ask, why didn't you notify the colleagues below in advance? The key is that he only recently started paying attention to Su-sun and was still figuring out how to attract investment. The progress was so fast he didn't even react in time. There's no time to follow the procedures. Deputy Mayor Lu stood up, took his secretary, and went out. He had to quickly meet with Comrade Su-sun. Chapter 22. Su-sun was still pondering the events that happened today in Ping'an Town in his own room. As for the factory business, she really hadn't expected to be rejected so directly by someone before. But Susun was not a procrastinator. She came with technology and equipment, and also with US dollars. With such conditions, having to beg someone eagerly made Susun feel embarrassed. So after making her stance clear today, she left without saying a word. She didn't even bother to say more. What's the point of talking to someone so irrational? Susun asked the system, hey, did that Mayor Wang contribute any dislike points for me? The dislike system replied, yes, he did. Hearing this, Susun nodded, then paused. Huh? From now on, when dealing with people, she could find out if they disliked her or not. What a pity, I could only test it to the point where I disliked her so much I wanted to hit her. Barely usable. At least personal safety is somewhat more assured now. The universally disliked system, host, are you just going to wait like this? What if they don't help you? Are you not going to run the factory? This can't be blamed on the system that everyone dislikes caring about this matter. The main reason is that it previously gained so much dislike value through Lao Su's family. This gave it a taste of success. Just because of one recruitment condition, it could get so much dislike value. It is very much looking forward to the situation after setting up the factory. Susun said, don't worry, there will be someone to handle this matter. If all our predecessors were like that Mayor Wang, our country wouldn't have developed so rapidly. The process of development is essentially a process of selection. A small portion of people who don't fit the times will eventually be eliminated. While the two were communicating, President Zhu hurriedly came to knock on the door. Susun got up and opened the door. Seeing President Zhu, he showed a look of surprise. President Zhu smiled broadly and said, President Su, our leadership heard about what happened to you today in Ping'an Town. They were quite angry and specially came to see you. Do you think it's convenient to go downstairs for a cup of tea now? Seeing how quickly they had come, Susun felt more confident and nodded. You are too kind. I happen to be free right now. After tidying up a bit, Susun went downstairs together with President Zhu, who was waiting outside. Zhoumu naturally followed closely. The place for drinking tea was naturally in the private room of the hotel for receiving guests. Tea had already been ordered inside, and two gentlemen were sitting on the sofa nearby. One looked to be in his 50s, the other in his 30s. Both were wearing glasses. Seeing Susun arrive, the two stood up wearing polite smiles. The man in his 50s spoke first. You must be General Manager Su. Hello, I am Lu Waxing, Deputy Mayor of Dongno City, in charge of foreign affairs and state-owned assets. Susun immediately shook his hand. Hello Mayor Lu, I am Susun. You can just call me by my name, after all, nowadays I am also interacting with you in a personal capacity. Ha ha, then I'll boldly call you Comrade Susun. Overseas patriotic compatriots are also our comrades, Deputy Mayor Lu said with a smile, then turned to Mr. Zhu, serve the coffee. Comrade Susun should like coffee, right? Susun replied, I also received a Chinese-style education in the United States. I drink quite a bit of tea as well. Deputy Mayor Lu said, no wonder Comrade Susun has such passion for the motherland. Today we will have Comrade Susun taste the fine tea from Dongzhou. The secretary he brought diligently helped the two pour tea. He also poured a cup for Zhoumu. Deputy Mayor Lu took a sip of tea before starting the conversation. In theory, I should have come to check on Comrade Susun's living situation in Dongzhou earlier. Coming late is a failure on my part. Susun smiled, I am living well in Dongzhou. General Manager Zhu takes good care of me. The environment at Dongzhou International Hotel is also very nice. The public security officers are very enthusiastic. Here, I have left many wonderful memories. Deputy Mayor Lu was very pleased. Being recognized by the guests means that Xiao Zhu did a good job. General Manager Zhu immediately smiled. Deputy Mayor Lu's expression suddenly turned serious again, but regarding Comrade Susun's trip to Ping'an Town this time, that was still his dereliction of duty. If he had told me earlier, I could have arranged for the colleagues below to properly host Comrade Susun. General Zhu. Susun thought to herself, if she had spoken too early, the result would probably have been the same. The other party would just have been more tactful, wasting more of her time. It's obvious even without thinking hard. Such an active leader reaching out is not just for investing in a small township factory. They might even obstruct her from setting up a factory in the township. Susun was realistic, so she considered things from a practical perspective. This isn't General Yu's fault. I think setting up a factory is just a small matter. The main goal is to enrich my hometown. It can't be that the people of my hometown have to treat me like a guest. That would go against the original intention of my elders. It's just, I didn't expect this outcome. Maybe all of this was just my wishful thinking. I should respect their views. Hearing Susun's disheartened words, Vice Mayor Lu became a bit anxious. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, with that mindset, she might have packed up and left the country overnight. He quickly reassured her, that's an isolated case. For such officials, we do not support them. If you want to come and develop Donggo City, your hometown, we definitely welcome you wholeheartedly and will fully support you. Su-sun was not moved. Instead, he sighed and said, I've heard these words many times before. Before returning to the country, I also heard about some preferential policies for foreign investment. That's why I was so confident this time. But after this sudden blow, I no longer have the same confidence. The policies are good, but the most important thing is how the local officials implement them. Now Vice Mayor Lu's promises are naturally trustworthy, but what if later on, someone like Mayor Wang takes over? Vice Mayor Lu immediately assured, I can guarantee this, as long as Comrade Su-sun invests in our Donggo City, people will treat you well, and the local government will support you. We can discuss preferential policies. As for the future, even our mayor takes this seriously, why would we worry about anyone causing trouble? Su-sun said, as I said before, given the current situation, there is no guarantee for the future. So regarding making a large investment, I remain cautious. Vice Mayor Lu was so angry inside that he wished he could call Pingtown right now and give those people a severe scolding. Can't get things done and still holding us back. Comrade Su-sun, there's an old saying. You can't condemn a whole group with one stroke. Individual cases should be treated individually. Just as there are short-sighted people like Wang Weiman, there are also people like us who actively embrace reform and open up to the world. Now that I have taken the initiative to come to you, can't you see our sincerity? Otherwise, Comrade Su-sun, why don't you share your thoughts? What would it take for you to have confidence in us? Su-sun sighed, I still have a lot of appreciation for Donggo City. From the very first day I arrived here, everyone I met was very kind. The comrades at the Public Security Bureau were especially helpful in finding my relatives. So I do have feelings for this place. If conditions permit, I would naturally be willing to increase investment here and give back to my hometown. But hearing the turning point, Deputy Mayor Lu leaned forward on the table. You say. But I still want to personally try out the investment environment in Donggo City. No matter what people say, it's better to try it once. Since it's just an experiment, the scale won't be very large. Therefore, I still want to invest in Pingtown as before. Comrade Su, you still want to invest in Pingtown? Deputy Mayor Lu couldn't understand. Is that place really that good? Su-sun said, where you fall is where you get up. Since Mayor Lu wants to prove that Mayor Wang is just an exception, I will continue to invest there. I want to see if the results would be different if someone else were in charge of this matter. I am a businessman. I can't just rely on some guarantees to make large investments, especially since I just had a bad experience. Now Deputy Mayor Lu really didn't know how to persuade him. In the end, it's still Pingtown's fault for causing such an incident. It made Comrade Su-sun upset and even doubtful about the investment environment in Donggo City. This directly increased the difficulty for the city to secure large investments. However, Vice Mayor Lu's purpose for coming this time was achieved. Before leaving, he didn't expect to secure investment immediately under these circumstances. His goal was to stabilize Su-sun. Now that Su-sun is willing to give Donggo City a chance and still tries to invest here, the situation is already very good. But if he can't secure a large investment, Deputy Mayor Lu won't be able to report success. Others will say he's incompetent. Seeing Deputy Mayor Lu deep in thought, Su-sun made another promise. Within 3 years, if my initial investment project progresses smoothly, then I will increase my investment in the urban area of Donggo City. By then, she could have earned $1 million. Investing in factory construction would be a piece of cake. So this promise from Su-sun was absolutely genuine. If Donggo City can really offer her favorable policies and a good production environment by then, why would she look elsewhere? It should be noted that although the environment in the south is open, the competition is also very intense. Su-sun can completely hold on in Donggo City for a while, then go south to compete with everyone. 3 years. Deputy Mayor Lu calculated the time in his mind. Although it's not long, it's not short either. Deputy Mayor Lu looked worried. 3 years is too long for Dongjo. Like you, Comrade Su-sun, we hope it can be developed better. Su-sun pretended to consider. It doesn't have to be 3 years. That's the latest time. If earlier, 1 or 2 years is also uncertain. But it definitely can't be short-term. After all, setting up a factory takes time. Mayor Lu, please don't make it difficult for me anymore. I'm not optimistic about setting up a factory in Pingtown right now. I don't know what other situations we might face. Seeing Su-sun take a step back and having already made a clear statement, Deputy Mayor Lu also knew that asking for more would be inappropriate. To have the negotiation go this far was largely thanks to the other party being a young person who values relationships. If it had been an experienced corporate CEO instead, they probably wouldn't have even started talks. China is so vast. Who insists it has to be Dongzhou? Let Su-sun get the factory up and running first. There will be more opportunities for contact later. Anyway, Comrade Susun's investment in Pingintown won't be too large, and it's probably just a drop in the bucket for her. It's no big deal and won't delay future investments in Dongjo City. Since Comrade Susun has already made a commitment to invest in Donggo in the future, what more could he ask for? Even if this matter is reported to the mayor, it would still count as handling things reliably on one's own. Deputy Mayor Lu had a plan in mind and immediately responded, "Since Comrade Susun feels this way, I can only support your decision. I also believe that Dongjo will not let you down. Rest assured, I will personally follow up on the factory project in Pingintown to ensure that nothing will be delayed." Hearing this, Susun smiled and said, "With Mayor Lu's involvement, I am more optimistic about this investment." Deputy Mayor Lu took the time to understand the details of Susun's factory plan in Pingintown, seeing which parts might require his assistance. It was a gesture full of sincerity. By the time the conversation ended, the sun had already set. The deal was made, and both parties were in good spirits. Deputy Mayor Lu invited Susun to dinner. Although it was still early, ordering dishes, waiting for the food slowly, and chatting made the time pass quickly. It was also just right so that Susun wouldn't be delayed in returning early to rest. There is a long-established local restaurant whose head chef came from the capital. I heard his ancestors used to prepare imperial cuisine. It will definitely suit your taste, Comrade Susun. Susun smiled and said, "It's indeed hard to find authentic Huagua cuisine abroad. Although there are restaurants run by Huagua people, the ingredients are ultimately different. The flavor is somewhat lacking." Deputy Mayor Lu said, "Then I'll have someone make a reservation. Shall we head over shortly?" Susun smiled and nodded. Soon, Deputy Mayor Lu's secretary went to make a phone call and came back to report that the private room had been cleaned up and was ready at any time. The group walked out of the hotel's private room and, upon reaching the hotel lobby, they heard a commotion. From the sound, it was a child's voice. However, no one paid much attention. After all, this was a hotel and having children around was normal. Perhaps there was a misbehaving child throwing a tantrum in public. It was nothing serious. Only when I got closer did I see clearly that the child was crying while holding onto a woman's thigh. The child looked about 6 or 7 years old, a boy with delicate features and a smart face, crying his heart out. It was quite pitiful. Then I looked again at the person whose thigh he was holding. "Oh, isn't that Li Yuli?" Susun immediately realized that this was Li Yuli's family crisis. Auntie, I beg you. Please give my dad back to me. My mom and I are very pitiful. I haven't had a dad since I was little. Auntie, I'm begging you." The child choked up after just a few words. Coupled with these ambiguous words, it made Li Yuli the center of this farce, even the focus of the entire hotel. Mr. Ju, who was accompanying Susun and the others, was already sweating profusely with anxiety. Why is this? Such a commotion at this time. Looking back at Vice Mayor Lu, his face was as dark as ink. Vice Mayor Lu recognized him immediately. Wasn't this Li Yuli, the service manager of this hotel? So embarrassing, really so embarrassing. At this moment, Vice Mayor Lu felt his face flush red. Just moments ago, he had praised the environment of Donggo in front of Susun, assuring that people like Mayor Wang were exceptions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, someone with a style problem appeared. "Xiaozhu, go handle this quickly," Vice Mayor Lu instructed. Director Ju hurried over and said to the child, "Kid, let's go inside to talk. Don't make a scene here, okay?" "No, I won't leave. Unless Aunt Li returns Dad to me. Aunt Li is deliberately not coming home. She's trying to threaten Dad to not have me." Hearing this, Li Yuli's long-suppressed feelings of embarrassment and helplessness exploded. "It's not like that. Your father is a liar. He deceived me. Aunt Li, but everyone says it was you who used kindness to trap my father. You made him abandon me and my mother to marry you." The child looked timid and shrinking, seemingly afraid of being punished for telling the truth. Among the adults and children, everyone naturally believed the child. So everyone began to suspect whether Li Yuli really was the one who made someone abandon his wife and children to marry her. General Ju hurriedly said, "If there are any problems, we will solve them. Don't make a big scene here. Let's go, Uncle will buy you some candy." The child stubbornly refused to leave, tightly clutching Li Yuli's pant leg. Whoever tried to pry his hand away, he would cry heart-wrenchingly. Deputy Mayor Lu quickly said to Susun, "Comrade Susun, let's go to the restaurant to eat first. Leave the matters here to Xiaozhu." Susun said, "It's okay. I also want to know what the truth is. Manager Li has helped me a lot, and I care about her too." Deputy Mayor Lu. "Are you sure this isn't just to watch the commotion?" The child cried even harder because of Mr. Ju's pulling. Mr. Ju was truly at a loss. With a child like this, he couldn't just carry them inside in front of everyone. Otherwise, people might think their unit was bullying the child. The crowd watching the commotion kept growing. There were even outsiders watching at the main gate. Deputy Mayor Lu couldn't stand it anymore. His face was so dark it was unbearable to look at. General Manager Ju felt that after this matter was over, his job might be affected. The only one unaffected was Su Suan, who was seriously watching the commotion. She was also taking the opportunity to observe Li Yuli as a person. She wanted to recruit this talent, but if this talent was influenced by family troubles and didn't know how to resist, then she didn't need him. She wasn't desperate for Li Yuli right now. The universally disliked system said, "Host, why haven't you gone to help yet?" Su Sun said, "I have nothing to do with her. If I go, would that be meddling or an overflow of righteousness? That would seriously affect my future dislike value. The everyone hates system, aren't you two pretty close?" "Not at all, it's just a financial relationship. I give money, she handles things. Besides, I think she's very untrustworthy. Riding a donkey while looking for a horse. You tell me, just for such a relationship, if I step in to help her, wouldn't that be an excess of kindness? Could I become a heartthrob in the future?" The everyone hates system. No, Li Yuli is also a top-tier cannon fodder. If you help her like you help the Su family, it will be beneficial to our mission. Su Sun. No wonder the system is so proactive this time. It turns out it got a taste of success from the Su family. It approved her method and now wants to replicate that path. But not all cannon fodder have this kind of effect. Things at the level of the old Su family are rare and hard to come by. I've basically become a stronghold for cannon fodder. However, from different perspectives, everyone can be the protagonist of their own life, or the villain in someone else's. It's just that people always like to see those who get rewarded as the protagonists. It's the old saying, the victor is king, the loser is a bandit. After Su Sun sighed, she asked the system, "So what exactly is her situation?" She was curious about how someone like Li Yuli would end up as cannon fodder. Judging by her shrewd and capable demeanor, it was hard to imagine. The system, Wan Rengshan said, Li Yuli's husband, Hao Jiangwen, met and fell in love with the female-educated youth Xiao Wenjing during his time in the countryside. They got married there, but due to special circumstances, they only held a banquet and did not register their marriage. Later, Hao Jiangwen, pressured by his parents, returned to the city and was forced by them under threat of death to marry Li Yuli, who was a suitable match. With the help of Li Yuli's parents' connections, he got into a workers' and peasants' university. Because of this, he felt guilty toward Li Yuli and lived in pain and self-blame for many years. Su Sun said, saying it so nicely, "Isn't he just a scumbag? What pain and guilt? He got all the benefits anyway. Such a person can't be the male lead, right? What good qualities does he have? Thick skin." The system, Wan Rengshan, replied. He was very devoted. Feeling guilty toward the one he loved and learning that she had his child, he actually abandoned his own flesh and blood. He felt unworthy of being a father. So he underwent a vasectomy. Although he had been married to Li Yuli for many years, they never had children. The female lead, who originally misunderstood him, was deeply moved after learning the truth. However, constrained by ethics, the two were entangled for half their lives. Finally, when the child grew up, Hao Jiangwen and Li Yuli divorced, and only then did the two reunite as a family. Su Sun, so what happened to Li Yuli? The hated by thousands system, Li Yuli did many wrong things. If she hadn't been infatuated with Hao Jiangwen, Hao's parents wouldn't have forced their son to marry her. This wouldn't have caused the male and female leads to be separated for many years. After learning that her husband had been married before and had a son, she turned dark. She stirred up trouble in the Hao family, disturbing their peace. She made Hao Jiangwen's father ill from anger and often mistreated Hao Jiangwen's son. She is the epitome of a malicious daughter-in-law and a wicked stepmother. Su Sun chuckled, so why didn't such a bad Li Yuli kill them? The hated by thousands system, because Li Yuli was emotionally unstable for many years and often through tantrums, she developed cancer. After being diagnosed with a terminal illness, she finally realized her mistakes. She divorced Hao Jiangwen at her sickbed, allowing him and Xiao Wenjing, the two unfortunate souls, to be together. This let their family of three reunite. In the end, Li Yuli died, and the Hao family lived 3 generations under one roof, making dumplings together for the new year. Su Sun said, "Isn't it that Li Yuli figured it out and didn't want to die, so she tied herself to Hao Jiangwen?" The hated by thousands system, the story describes that Li Yuli misunderstood. Su Sun couldn't help but laugh. This Li Yuli is quite strong, even the screenwriter didn't know how to make her a loser, so they just let her die of illness. She sighed, I suddenly feel a bit sorry for her. I have to help her. The universally disliked system. The host changes so quickly. Originally, Su Sun was a bit fed up with Li Yuli's hesitation to make a decision. Plus, her situation is better now than before, so recruiting people shouldn't be that difficult, meaning Li Yuli isn't absolutely necessary. Now it turns out that Li Yuli seems to be more outstanding than she thought. Shouldn't one be more patient with talent? Shouldn't one offer a bit of help at her critical moment? By now, Li Yuli's parents-in-law had already received the hotel notification and came over to pick up their grandson. Originally, seeing them come over, General Manager Ju finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, these two elders not only came to pick up their grandson but also tried to persuade Li Yuli to go home. They said she had been staying away for a few days out of spite. The family was so worried they couldn't sleep. Yuli, Mom knows you're feeling wronged. But you also know how we've treated you all these years. You can't have children, but in the future let Liang Yang be your son, isn't that the same? When Susun walked over with a look of concern, she heard this and asked the system, do these two know that their son has a child and has been sterilized? I don't know. The male lead took all the blame upon himself so that his parents wouldn't feel guilty. It wasn't until the child's grandmother accidentally discovered that the biological father of her grandchild was Hao Jiangwen and brought the child over that the truth came out. Susun, so noble. Susun said, everyone, Manager Li is my friend. Please allow me to say a few words. Seeing that she was a respectable person, the group immediately felt a reluctance to refuse. Li Yuli felt utterly ashamed. She also felt that this last path had been cut off by her in-laws. After causing such a scene, General Su probably wouldn't want her to work anymore. Suddenly, a surge of hatred grew in her heart. Why did she have to go through all this? Why did it have to be her? It was clearly the Hao family who wronged her. If she was going to suffer, then for the rest of her life, she would make sure the Hao family suffered too. Just as Li Yuli lost control of her emotions, Susun gave her a reassuring look. Li Yuli's eyes suddenly welled up and she lowered her head, not letting anyone see her vulnerable side. Susun looked at the child and said, Kid, let me ask you. You say she took your dad away, but how old is your dad? My dad is very big. Susun asked, is your dad impressive? Hao Liangyang proudly said, very impressive. The two elders of the Hao family both looked at Susun, not knowing what he meant by asking these questions. Xuandao said, if you're so capable, why don't you go find your dad? Let your capable dad stay with you. Can't he do that? Or does he not like you enough? How can you say such things to a child? Old lady Hao angrily scolded. You shouldn't say things like that to a child. Susun said, this kid is not ordinary. He came to Li Yuli's workplace to cause trouble and can't be coaxed away. He's really bold. I'm teaching him the right way. Causing trouble at Li Yuli's place is useless. Causing trouble to his dad is more effective. As long as his dad cares about him, he'll let him have what he wants. Old man Hao became anxious. Liang, don't listen to her nonsense. We can't cause trouble. We have to be well-behaved children. Hao Liang also shouted loudly, Grandpa, don't worry, I won't disturb my dad. Hearing this, Susun pointed at the child and said to everyone, see, this kid is clear-headed. He knows he can't affect his dad's work, but he can affect his aunt's work. He knows that causing such a fuss is not good. This is intentional harm. Although the onlookers felt that Susun's reasoning was somewhat far-fetched, how could a child be so scheming? Upon further thought, it made some sense. Why not go to his dad? You're talking nonsense, I didn't. Hao Liangyang glared angrily with his round eyes. The two elders of the Hao family also protected the child. How can you think like this about a child? He went to Yuli because Yuli didn't come home. Susun immediately checked his own disgust level and sure enough, he received 3 steaming hot disgust points. Susun said, I'm just stating my guess. As for the truth, you all know it in your hearts. Saying this, he glanced at Li Yuli, then turned and left. With a flick of his sleeve, he didn't stay long. Helping others should be done in moderation. She doesn't have the habit of helping people fight. Besides, what if Li Yuli still doesn't want to separate from Hao Jiangwen right now? She might end up being the villain herself. If Li Yuli can't handle this matter, then she won't be fit to be a successful worker in the future. Seeing Susun leave, Li Yuli had a premonition that if she didn't do something, she would truly have nothing left in the future. No one respects a useless person. The Hao family deceived me into marriage. I had no idea he had been married before. Hao Jiangwen tricked me. If you keep making a fuss, I'll go to Hao Jiangwen's workplace and talk to his boss. Just as Susun and Vice Mayor Lu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, stepped out of the hotel entrance, they heard Li Yuli shouting from behind. Vice Mayor Lu looked back, frowning. He felt even more embarrassed. Another one claiming to have been deceived into marriage appeared. His reputation in Dongdo City was completely ruined. However, since Susun and that Li Yuli seemed to be familiar with each other, Deputy Mayor Lu didn't say much. He just reminded General Manager Ju, you should get in touch with the leader of Hao Jiangwen's unit and see if they know about this situation. As leaders, they can't just ignore things. The atmosphere in our Dongdo must not be spoiled by a single bad apple. General Manager Ju quickly agreed. Hearing Deputy Mayor Lu's words, the Hao family's faces immediately changed drastically. They wanted to plead for leniency but couldn't catch up with the person who had already gotten into the car. All the way, Susun and Vice Mayor Lu acted as if nothing had just happened, chatting happily about the upcoming cooperation. Hearing that technicians from Susun Port City would be coming over, Vice Mayor Lu was very pleased. Speaking of which, our Donggo City really lacks a strong plastic products factory. Su-sun said. There will be one in the future. Vice Mayor Lu smiled. When Su-sun followed Deputy Mayor Lu into the restaurant, she felt that the place looked somewhat familiar. Not only did she find it familiar, but the waiter also recognized her. Secretly, he pulled another waiter nearby and said, "This person looks very familiar. Look, that's the one Deputy Mayor Lu is accompanying. If this person is with him, they must have just returned from abroad. How could you possibly recognize them? Could it be that I remembered wrong? Sigh, why does it feel so memorable? It seems this impression isn't a good one. Oh well, since the leader was accompanying, I must have remembered it wrong. Meeting so many people every day, I really got confused." The waiter just threw this impression out of his mind. Su-sun finally got to taste the wonton he missed when he first came into this world. So delicious. The meal was enjoyed by both host and guest. Deputy Mayor Lu was happiest during the meal, subtly probing to learn more clearly about Su-sun's situation. Although General Manager Ju provided information and the United Front Department also inquired with familiar overseas compatriots, the information was not specific. During this meal, Su-sun revealed that her family had investments in several very influential domestic companies in Country M, which was Deputy Mayor Lu's greatest gain. He believes that Su-sun, this patriotic compatriot, has enormous potential. In the future, Dongdo City will not only have investments in plastic products. Maybe it can even bring in some more advanced technology. It is precisely because of this that Vice Mayor Lu is even more dissatisfied with Wang Weiman from Ping'an Town, who almost ruined the matter. You say you are from a remote township and by sheer luck, a talent emerged. He came back to help you get rich. And you still refuse. Is this just your personal matter? This concerns all the local people and even more so it concerns Donggo City. You Wang Weiman have no right to refuse outright. Once you become the town mayor, you start running a one-man show. It seems that grassroots management also needs to be strengthened. Unfortunately, he is not in charge of personnel matters below, so after dinner, he didn't even go home but went straight to the mayor's house. He was in a hurry today to stabilize Su-sun and still had to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 23. Su-sun returned to the hotel and Li Yuli was waiting for her in the lobby. Seeing her return, he quickly stood up to greet her, forcing a smile. "President Su, thank you for today." Su-sun somewhat admired Li Yuli. After going through those things this afternoon, she was able to calm down now. She didn't ask what had happened today. "It's nothing serious. You should rest early." After saying that, she was about to go upstairs. Li Yuli saw the situation and followed a few steps behind. Actually, she felt quite upset inside. How could she not be upset when encountering such things? Life and living were all in chaos. But she could distinguish the main points from the secondary ones. She was still young and couldn't let her life fall apart. She had to save herself. She had to find a way out. So now she had to ensure that today's events didn't affect President Su's opinion of her. She wanted to work alongside President Su. When her colleagues laughed at her and the leader blamed her for causing trouble for the company, only General Manager Su spoke up for her. Li Yuli felt that working with someone like him, no matter what the future held, couldn't be too bad. And to be realistic, if she stayed at the hotel, although her future would be secure, there was no chance for advancement. Even Vice Mayor Lu saw her like that today. No matter whose fault it was, the leader's impression of her was definitely very poor. There was no future for her if she stayed here. She now had to work hard to cling to Su-sun's support. "General Manager Su, about what happened today I want to explain. I'm not that kind of person." Li Yuli followed behind him as she spoke. Su-sun had long known that the system had heard even more detailed information here, possibly even clearer than what Li Yuli herself knew. So she didn't want to waste time listening to explanations. "No need to explain to me. I don't really care about these things, nor do I intend to pry into your personal privacy. Besides, I trust my own judgment." She wasn't planning to be a street director, handling these family disputes. After listening, was she supposed to discuss Li Yuli's family matters with her? "Thank you," Li Yuli said, touched. Su-sun said, "Get some rest early." Li Yuli wanted to say something more, but upon hearing this, she didn't know what to say. "Then you should rest early too." After Su-sun got into the elevator, she turned around and went back to the dormitory. The universally disliked system asked right after Su-sun entered the room, "Why didn't you comfort her? Aren't you supposed to sympathize with her?" Su-sun said, "Haven't I already helped her? Do I also have to take care of the aftermath?" "The everyone hates system said, "I thought you would treat the Su family the same way. You are willing to protect the Su family." Su-sun thought to himself that it was because the Su family could make money for him. If they couldn't provide dislike points, do you think I would care about them? As for Li Yuli, she had no intention of becoming friends with Li Yuli. The leadership most fears mixing personal and public matters. Since she planned to use Li Yuli, she had to keep personal and public matters separate. To keep personal and public matters separate, she was willing to spend money to pay wages before rather than owe Liuli any favors. How could she let all that effort go to waste now? Of course it's different, the Su family. After all, they are my only relatives. After saying this, he sighed. Moreover, system, for our shared mission, I have now started to learn to change myself. I can no longer be as kind-hearted as before to avoid becoming a heartthrob. So even though I sympathize with her, I can't give any more care. I'm really suffering. After saying this, he sighed helplessly again. The heartthrob-hated system said, Host, you really try so hard. Its owner simply can't change his kind nature no matter what. Su-sun said, after all, this not only concerns me but also concerns you. If I don't consider myself, I have to consider you as well. The hated by 10,000 people system crashed for a few seconds. I felt a bit unable to understand that complicated feeling. Instead, I strangely felt like the data inside my body was dancing. Sigh, could it be that this artificial intelligence can also get sick? It used its own intelligence system to analyze the meaning of Su-sun's words, which was, I have withdrawn all my goodwill and given all that goodwill to you. The hated by thousands system played a cheerful piece of music for Su-sun. Su-sun, playing music in the middle of the night, are you crazy system? But Su-sun was in a pretty good mood. Finally managed to fool the system. At night, Su-sun happily went to sleep again. She didn't have to worry about anything now. She just waited for Vice Mayor Lu to clear the way for her so she could run the factory with peace of mind. The next morning after breakfast, Su-sun prepared to go out for a walk. She didn't want to waste time staying in the room waiting idly for news. Taking advantage of this time, she wanted to learn more about the various units in Dongzhou. This was to prepare for her future investments and talent recruitment. Moreover, her plan was simple. Vice Mayor Lu had already promised her yesterday that whenever she wanted to visit, she could tour any of the factories at any time. Deputy Mayor Lu was very willing regarding Su-sun's visit. There are no confidential units in Dongzhou City's factories. The machinery is outdated and the technology is not advanced enough. Moreover, there are especially many light industries. Given Su-sun's background, it's already good that she is willing to understand this market environment. Maybe she'll take a liking to some industry and invest immediately. So naturally, there was strong support. He even offered to accompany her personally, but Su-sun declined. She didn't want to spend her energy on small talk with people. So at that time, she said she didn't want to delay Deputy Mayor Lu's work, especially since the issues in Ping'an Town hadn't been resolved yet. This left Deputy Mayor Lu with no choice but to resolve the matter in Ping'an Town as quickly as possible. Su-sun went upstairs to change clothes and came down to see Li Yuli waiting by the elevator. This time, he was not wearing his work uniform but casual clothes. President Su, I have resigned. Su-sun was slightly surprised, then felt very satisfied with Li Yuli's determination to burn her bridges and also pleased with her sincerity. However, she still asked, why are you resigning? Could it be that General Manager Ju blamed you for what happened yesterday? No, I want to resign on my own. General Manager Su, I want to work for you. I wonder if you would consider my application. After speaking, Li Yuli was both nervous and hopeful. Su-sun was silent for a moment, then asked, do you still want to go abroad? So you want to find a job with me and then go abroad later? Li Yuli quickly denied it. That's not the case, President Su. After what happened in my family, I have no intention of seeking treatment anymore. I want to work with you because I am not willing to live like this. I want to challenge myself. Recently, working with you, President Su, I feel different from before. I have more drive. Su-sun said seriously, managerly, I admire you very much, but I don't want to hear such flattering reasons. I want to know your true thoughts so I can judge whether you can wholeheartedly work for me, rather than just using my company as a place to escape problems. Li Yuli originally did not intend to tell the truth. He felt that saying this might easily upset Su-sun. But when Su-sun made this request, she immediately remembered what kind of person Su-sun was. Although this General Manager Su is young, he is not easily fooled. She immediately changed her approach and decided to tell the truth. Although I can still continue working in this unit, it will be very difficult for me to make any progress in the future. I might even be sidelined. Su-sun said, yesterday's matter wasn't your fault, right? Following the crowd, rumors cannot judge truth from falsehood. My influence in this position is not good, and I might be transferred later. I am not willing to accept such a future. I want to stand out. Being by your side, Mr. Su, I have seen an opportunity. Su-sun nodded, which was considered an acknowledgement of her response. However, Su-sun was also a bit curious in his mind. This Li Yuli in front of him was so clear-headed, so why in the original story did she get entangled with the Hao family for a lifetime? Perhaps it was because she hadn't found another way out and was suppressed at work. Frustrated and unfulfilled, she then harbored thoughts of revenge? Moreover, in the original work, yesterday's situation must have been different as well. Susun said, since that's the case, I have to ask one more question. Your family matter happened a long time ago, so why didn't you seize the opportunity earlier to reveal the truth? It's not that I want to pry into your privacy, but I'm very worried that in your future work, you might make mistakes by choosing to hide problems rather than solve them. Simply put, she couldn't stand to see a smart person act foolishly. She needed to know whether Li Yuli's foolishness was targeted or general. Li Yuli found it hard to speak, but now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. What face? It really doesn't matter anymore. I was a bit confused myself at the time, just wanting to save face. I'd rather others think I'm a bad person than think I'm a fool. Looking back, realizing I thought that way was actually even more foolish. Susun. Susun thought for a moment. It seemed like the plot master's arrangement. Maybe it was specifically about family matters? He decided to give her a chance. Your way of thinking is very unwise. I hope that in the future you try to solve problems rather than choose to hide mistakes to cover them up. If there's another instance like this at work. Li Yuli heard the meaning behind Susun's words and immediately became excited. Rest assured, I have reflected on it. And I will always keep it in mind, never to make the same mistake again. Susun gave a hum of agreement. Here's the deal, you follow me for a while first, and once the factory is up and running, if both sides feel it's okay, we'll sign a formal contract. But there's one thing I have to make clear, our company is not a state-owned factory. If the work isn't done well, I won't keep you. We practice survival of the fittest. I understand, Li Yuli felt relieved in his heart, I know everything. Rest assured, I will work hard. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Susun finally smiled. All right, you will be my special assistant for now. From now on you are Assistant Li. Assistant Li took office immediately. He looked visibly more energetic than before. After Susun went upstairs to change clothes, she went to say goodbye to President Xu. President Xu heard that she had already found a job by Susun's side. He was happy for her. President Xu is not an ordinary person, this opportunity is rare. It might even be better than your previous job. Not to mention, the salary is quite substantial. You must cherish it, Comrade Yuli. I will, thank you, President Xu. Yesterday, when you helped me call the school and made Hao Jiangwen lose face, I saw how painful he looked, and suddenly I felt how ridiculous it was for me to hide the truth before just to save face. I said it was to protect my own dignity, but in reality, I was protecting his ego. President Xu asked. Then what are you planning to do about your family situation? Can you still keep living like this? Of course I can't go on like this, but for now I'm not planning to give up my place. I'll just focus on doing my job well outside. Casually letting go and giving up a position, that's impossible. She hadn't yet figured out how to get back at Hao Jiangwen, so she couldn't just let him off so easily. Since she had already taken the blame, she might as well not waste it. Li Yuli found that as long as she didn't go back to that home, her mind stayed a bit clearer. After returning, she would easily lose control and go crazy. Seeing that family made her want to torment them, venting the anger inside her heart. She had no energy left to do anything else. If it weren't for General Manager Sue reminding the front desk last time and the front desk going to her home to find her, she wouldn't have realized she still had work outside. She might have even forgotten she had a shift to attend. Li Yuli felt this was a mental illness that needed to be overcome. The way to overcome it was to vent her anger fiercely. If she got divorced and became an outsider, trying to cause trouble for the Hao family would be easily blocked. Before venting, she had to maintain this already non-existent marital relationship. After all, someone was more anxious than she was. Because Li Yuli had worked for Susun before, the current identity change was very natural. She handled things smoothly and skillfully. After getting in the car, Susun told Li Yuli about Zhoumu needing to buy work uniforms all year round. He asked Li Yuli to remember this so that Zhoumu could reimburse her directly in the future. As his bodyguard, she wouldn't have to go through complicated reimbursement procedures. Li Yuli took out a small notebook and wrote it down. The factory is about to start operating, and I hope to recruit some grassroots talent from Donggo City. For example, in finance and human resources. I don't expect there to be suitable people in Ping'an Town. I also don't want to waste time training talent. So this matter is your responsibility. It must be someone capable of getting things done. Li Yuli's mind had already begun to recall who would be suitable candidates. Susun said the salary standard will be calculated at double the current position. Food and accommodation are included. This is to compensate for their loss of stable jobs. But they must be talented. Li Yuli immediately felt confident. Master Wei's heartbeat quickened a few beats. By the way, when it comes to negotiations, include the car among the materials the other party needs to provide. The development is uncertain for now, so I'm not planning to invest too much in this place. Li Yuli said, so what about the car now? Of course it will be returned. The money that needs to be settled should be settled clearly. We can't owe anyone favors. Liuli said all right. When they arrived at the place, Master Wei's mood turned gloomy. After everyone got off the car, he parked it by himself and found a corner to start smoking. Double pay? Just as Susun was touring the major state-owned factories in Donglo City, the situation of Mayor Wang of Ping'an Town was not looking good. No one knows who started the rumor that Wang Weiman refused the big foreign investors' plan to build a factory in town, but the unemployed youth in the town all started causing a commotion. Compared to people in the countryside, these unemployed youths in town need this factory even more. In the countryside, you can still live by farming a bit of land at home. It's different in town. There's no farmland. No jobs are allocated. They can only stay idle at home. Some are willing to put aside their pride to run small businesses and manage to make a living. But some can't let go of their pride, and others, even if they could, simply don't have the ability. So they long for a job. Now someone tells them that this opportunity is about to come, but their mayor pushed it away. Who could stand that? Groups of 3 or 5 have agreed to come and demand an explanation from Wang Weiman. Wang Weiman is still sulking over the cold attitude Susun showed him yesterday. Knowing that someone came to cause trouble over this matter, I immediately understood that it was instigated by someone. The emotions of these young people are the easiest to stir up. Yesterday, only Lin, the deputy town mayor, and I knew about this in the meeting room. Who else knew? If it wasn't deputy town mayor Lin, then it was someone from the old Su family. The goal is to harm Wang Weiman. No wonder they left so quickly yesterday. It turns out they have this trick today. Do they really think I will give in because of this? Mayor Wang slammed the table in anger. Then he stood up and went out to face the troublemakers. He was never afraid when facing these troublemakers. When the educated youth caused trouble before, he was the deputy director and had also stepped forward to calm those young people. Now, could these people be more difficult to deal with than those educated youth who came from the city? Mayor Wang, holding a loudspeaker, looked at the crowd blocking the entrance of the town government courtyard and felt very angry. But he still patiently tried to reason with them. Comrades, I am Wang Weiman, the mayor. I know the reason why you are causing trouble, but I hope you will listen to the truth of the matter. I don't want you to be confused or used as tools by others. These young people were after all from the town, and they still had some respect for Mayor Wang Weiman. So out of respect, they quieted down. Wang Weiman began to earnestly explain the truth of the situation. First, they talked about the group of people who came to invest. They listed all the wrongdoings of the old Su family one by one. Tell me, can a unit involving such people be a good unit? If you really send someone to work there, you don't even know how they'll be harmed. A bold young man shouted, I heard it's a big boss who returned from abroad. The Su family can't make decisions, right? But she will protect the Su family. She even declared that anyone who doesn't get along with the Su family can't stay in the factory. If that's really the case, isn't it just letting the Su family exploit everyone? Besides, don't you understand the American empire? People who come back from there only care about interests. Do you really expect her to do good deeds? These words made the young people somewhat understand. Although they wanted to work in the factory, if they were really bullied, then this job really couldn't be taken. The youth of the new era cannot be exploited by bullies and American imperialist capitalists. Wang Weiman looked at the now calm crowd, feeling reassured. From beginning to end, Deputy Mayor Lin had been watching him coldly. He recalled when the educated youth came to cause trouble. Wang Weiman also stood on the podium to calm everyone down. His way of calming them was to admit all the accusations the educated youth made against Su Jishan and promised to severely punish Su Jishan. And whenever their leader spoke a word in defense of Su Jishan, they were accused of shielding him. The final result was sacrificing Su Jishan alone, allowing the commune to regain peace. It also paved the way for Wang Weiman's promotion. Suddenly the sound of a car came. Behind it, there was also the honking of a Didi. Obviously a car was about to enter the compound. These people, afraid of being hit by the car, quickly made way. But the car didn't come in. Instead, several people who looked like officials walked out from the side and went straight into the yard. Obviously, they had gotten out of the car earlier and had been listening to the speech from behind. Mayor Wang saw the person at the front with a pale face and instinctively jumped down from the table. County Chief Gao. Wang Weiman, you really are something. County Chief Gao was so angry that his voice trembled. He was just about to go to bed last night when he received a call from the mayor and was severely criticized. It really ruined his mood for the whole night. He didn't even have breakfast this morning, and comrades from the city's state-owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission also came over. They set out from the city before dawn to handle the issue. So County Chief Gao personally brought them here. He originally thought that just criticizing and disciplining Mayor Wang and issuing the city's work instructions for this factory construction would be enough. But before the problem was solved, Wang Weiman created new problems for them again. A mayor actually refused a factory with foreign capital bringing technology and equipment just because of his own subjective views. Moreover, he widely spread such statements. If Wang Weimin really gets it done, then when this factory starts up, won't the townspeople boycott it? Look behind you, there are also comrades from the Municipal State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. How will they view you as the county magistrate? Might they think you haven't properly conveyed the directives from above? Comrade Lin, go and explain to everyone that foreign investment in setting up factories here is beneficial to the local economy. Not what Wang Weimin says. Wang Weimin is wrong, and we are about to educate him. Wang Weimin's complexion was even worse than County Chief Gao Gang's. Deputy Town Mayor Lin immediately seemed energized, as if injected with adrenaline, and quickly took the loudspeaker from Wang Weimin's hand before going to speak. Meanwhile, Wang Weimin had already entered the conference room with County Chief Gao and his group. Besides Wang Weimin, there were other town officials present as well. Whether they already knew the truth or not, everyone now clearly understood what stupid thing Wang Weimin had done. The investment project that even the city was vying for was snatched up cheaply by Ping'an Town. But Wang Weimin just shut it down with a word. They hadn't even done anything wrong yet, and you already rejected them? And then you pushed away a good opportunity that was within reach? Other towns will hear this news and will treat Ping'an Town as a joke from now on. I'm a bit confused. Mayor Wang isn't usually this muddled. He usually organizes work so methodically. Why is he acting so foolish this time? The town's old party secretary was the first to admit his mistake, then explained that he had gone to a meeting in the county yesterday and only heard about this matter after returning. It was already too late. He had originally planned to call the county today to report the situation. County Chief Gao was angry. Waiting for your report was too late. But today is not the time to hold you accountable. Now we need to ask Comrade Wang Weimin why he made the decision to refuse. He also emphasized, Comrade Wang Weimin, don't use the twisted reasoning you just gave. You may fool others, but you can't fool me. Mayor Wang struggled for a long time but simply couldn't find any other reason. He could only say, my heart is devoted to Ping'an Town, and I have a clear conscience. Deputy Mayor Lin, who had just come in from outside, said, Leader, I have something to say. County Chief Gao said, you may speak. Deputy Mayor Lin then recounted the matter involving Su Jishan. I won't comment on the truth of Su Jinshan's case, but since Mayor Wang was involved, did he consider that if the Su family made a comeback, they might cause him trouble? Other than that, it doesn't make sense. You are slandering. Mayor Wang stood up angrily. Deputy Mayor Lin said, then give a reason that can convince everyone. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why, after I reported the news to you, you didn't even consider it and immediately vetoed it. Without giving it any thought at all. Could it be that you already knew? If you did, why didn't you discuss it with us, but instead made a unilateral decision at the last moment? At this, Mayor Wang suddenly felt at a loss for words. He couldn't say he already knew, nor could he explain why he vetoed it so quickly. County Chief Gao saw Mayor Wang remain silent and felt equally frustrated. He figured it out. It really wasn't something he passed on himself. The problem wasn't with the policy work, but that Wang Weimin had something fishy going on. Comrade Wang Weimin, since you can't give a legitimate reason, you should go back and write a self-criticism report. The rest of the meeting has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Wang Weimin panicked. He clearly understood the meaning behind those words. As the town mayor, the work in this town must be related to him. But now they say it's unrelated. Are they going to reassign his job? He never expected it to turn out like this. Lu Sanjin, oh Lu Sanjin, you really shouldn't have come to me. Chapter 24. The meeting in Ping'an Town this time was very clear. It was to prepare for the upcoming foreign investment in the plastic factory. The entire town must unify their thinking and opinions. Situations like what happened with Wang Weimin before are not allowed to happen again. If foreign capital comes and sets up factories here, and some people in the town make things difficult during the process, the city definitely won't allow that. After conveying the city's arrangements, the cadre sent by the State-Owned Assets Office carefully understood the current situation in Ping'an Town. They looked into how much investment Ping'an Town could attract during the investment process. If it's not enough, whether the city needs to provide assistance. The old party secretary of the town reported the current situation of Ping'an Town. For words to describe it, utterly poor and blank. County Chief Gao sneered coldly. Now they admit to being poor. So why were they so confident in rejecting investment before? If people were willing to invest in Ping'an County, they would have already started beating drums and making a big fuss about it. No matter how much the investment is, foreign investment is always a great gimmick. Foreign technology and equipment, what's there to complain about? If a state-owned factory wanted to buy, they'd have to go through a lot of hassle just to get good equipment. As for technology, who knows how much effort that would take? Because who wants to please those people? Isn't it all for development anyway? The people below actually spat out the meat that was handed to them. Just thinking about it makes me so angry. Unfortunately, he found out about this matter too late. The city took over the case. Even if the plastic factory was built in Ping'an Town, his superior position couldn't manage the factory, nor could it be counted as his achievement. Even at this meeting he was only there as an accompanying guest. But County Chief Gao had his own thoughts. Since they could invest in Ping'an Town, that counted as settling here. Would there be fewer opportunities to attract investment to the county in the future? He had heard that these foreign businessmen were very difficult to deal with. Very troublesome. Even city leaders had to be polite when interacting with them. The meeting went smoothly. Obviously, apart from Wang Weiman, everyone else in Ping'an Town is still normal. They are also very supportive of this factory project. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Some even want to get involved in the factory project and want to be one of the leaders. However, County Chief Gao did not speak, and the people from the State-Owned Assets Office said they need to report back to the city leaders and wait for the city's arrangements before deciding who will be the leader. The meeting ended, and everything that needed to be understood and explained was completed. This time, the people from the State-Owned Assets Office came with instructions from Vice Mayor Liu. After finishing, they will also report back on the work. Later on, they will follow up on these tasks on behalf of Vice Mayor Liu. County Chief Gao and the town leaders accompanied the comrades from the State-Owned Assets Office to eat at the town canteen, then saw them off as they left by car. County Chief Gao clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. It's finally settled. I just hope this factory gets built quickly. Your Ping'an Town will also have an additional source of income. To be realistic, even if policies change in the future, the technology will remain and can be used continuously. The town's old party secretary said, "Rest assured, this time we will definitely cooperate well. No one will cause any trouble. I will personally oversee this matter." Deputy Town Chief Lin was cautious. As County Chief Gao was about to leave, he mentioned Su Jishan to him. He said that this time, the people came here to set up the factory precisely because of Uncle Su Jishan. County Magistrate Gao just remembered this matter. Right, these foreign businessmen actually have relatives here. These factories are all set up for them. It shows that they really value this family connection. County Magistrate Gao felt this was like being handed a pillow just as he was about to doze off. He was worried about how to attract investment to the county town in the future. Isn't this a ready-made person to help? Dealing with fellow locals is much better than dealing with those outsiders. So he made a decision to go see Su Jishan and talk with him about the factory matters. He also wanted him to convey the county's attitude. Anshui County would definitely be supportive. Deputy Mayor Lin naturally accompanied them. The old secretary watched the two get into the car and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that old Lin would have this opportunity one day? You really can't predict anything. He turned around and went back to the office. Mayor Wang came to see him, secretary. The old secretary looked at him and couldn't help but sigh. When Wang Weiman first became mayor, it was with his support. Because he thought old Lin was a complicated person and Wang Weiman was full of passion and in his prime. Having someone like him lead Ping'an Town's development made him feel at ease. After he became secretary, he got older and gradually stopped managing things. Big or small matters were all handled by Wang Weiman. Because there were no conflicts among the leadership, Ping'an Town had been peaceful and stable these past few years. Who would have known what kind of person Wang Weiman really was? Why are you so stubborn? Can't you tolerate Su Jishan? So what if he gets up again? Can he really deal with you? Our city leaders care about investment, but they would never punish their own comrades without reason just for an investment. This is a matter of principle. You're too confused. Now if the higher-ups want to punish you, it's completely justified. Because you are obstructing development. Mayor Wang immediately became dejected. I was just momentarily confused. It's not because I can't tolerate Su Jishan. At that time I had my own considerations. Then tell me your considerations. There's no use hiding it now. The result is the same anyway. I didn't expect the city to take it so seriously. Besides, I have a good relationship with Hua Chaoyang, as you know. I have a lot of confidence in his abilities. I heard he's doing well in the city now and plans to build a factory in the south. If such a person returns to develop our hometown, he will definitely be more dedicated. Isn't that more reliable than some foreign investment? I can't let short-term interest discourage the ambitious local youth. Now that you mention it, Mayor Wang's confidence returned. He felt that he had thought everything through very thoroughly. He didn't refuse without reason, nor was it out of selfishness. It was entirely for the development of the town. He thought the old secretary would understand him after hearing his explanation. But the old secretary was dumbfounded. After a long pause, he pointed at him. Wang Weiman, you are really confused. Truly confused. You are the mayor of Ping'an Town. How can you place the hope of building Ping'an Town on one person? Just for this possibility you willingly become Hua Chaoyang's lackey and enforcer. Mayor Wang was instantly struck as if by lightning. County Chief Gao and Deputy Mayor Lin arrived at Xiaohua village, naturally drawing the villagers' attention again. Could it be that relative from the old Su family, that fake foreign devil, has come? At this moment, because of their resentment toward Su's son, everyone called her the fake foreign devil. Originally, no one dared to talk about it openly. They only whispered secretly behind closed doors. But yesterday Lu Sanjian said that the Su family's factory project couldn't go through. The town didn't agree and refused to do business with the foreign devils. Compared to the Su family's fake foreign devil relatives, everyone naturally trusted the town leaders more. If the town leaders didn't allow the factory, then it definitely couldn't be established. So the recruitment effort naturally failed as well. As a result, many people couldn't help but vent their grievances and openly referred to it that way outside. Anyway, as long as the old Su family didn't hear it, it was fine. Otherwise, the old Su family might get desperate and take it out on them. At this moment, the people of the Lao Su family also saw the car. The people of the Lao Su family had all heard what Su Jinshan said, so they were not worried at all. Seeing the car now, Su Xiangnan said, "Dad, is it my eldest sister coming back?" No call back. Su Jishan was also puzzled. But he still brushed the dust off his body and planned to go over and take a look. Anyway, whoever can drive a car at this time is either his eldest niece or a high-ranking leader. If it's a high-ranking leader, he might even be able to get some information. When the car arrived outside the village party branch, Lu Sanjian also thought it was relatives from the Su family returning. It must be because they couldn't afford to run the factory anymore, and came back to discuss with the Su family. So when he heard the sound of the car, he didn't move. Until he heard a familiar voice outside, "Lu Sanjian, Lu Sanjian?" As soon as Lu Sanjian heard it, wasn't that the voice of Deputy Town Mayor Lin? At that time, this person had even come specially to warn him on behalf of Su Jishan. So he didn't have a good impression of Deputy Town Mayor Lin. But since he was a leader, he still had to deal with him. So he came out slowly. Upon coming out, he saw County Mayor Gao. "Lu Sanjian." "Director Gao, why are you here?" Director Gao waved his hand. "I came over to check on Comrade Su Jinshan." Lu Sanjian immediately felt a jolt. "County Chief, you're looking for him because..." "You still ask me? Don't you know about such a big matter? The Su family's overseas relatives have come back to set up a factory. Why didn't you report it to the higher-ups?" On the way here, he just learned from Deputy Town Chief Lin that they had already come to acknowledge kinship and had said they wanted to set up a factory. It was just that the people below didn't report it. The town didn't know, so it didn't report to the county. And this county chief only saw the news in the newspaper and hadn't had time to understand the situation when the trouble happened. The city called and scolded. Lu Sanjian, could he say that he reported it? This? I also didn't quite believe it, thought it was just talk. Afraid of making a fool of myself. County Magistrate Gao, upon hearing this, immediately felt that this person was timid in handling matters. If he was afraid of making a fool of himself, shouldn't he take the opportunity to follow up on this matter and clarify the report? Being so close, wanting to follow up on this matter. Isn't that very simple? Having experienced Wang Weiman's endless excuses once, County Magistrate Gao now looked down on such behavior. He simply waved his hand without saying a word. "Let's first go to Comrade Su Jinshan's home and have a look." Deputy Mayor Lin immediately said, "I know, I'll lead the way." Lu Sanjian stood at the back, completely unsure whether he should follow along. His mind was in a terrible state of confusion right now. Wasn't it the town that rejected it? So why did the county magistrate suddenly show up? Judging by the tone, the county really supports this matter. He really wanted to call Mayor Wang to get things clear. But now was definitely not a good time, so he could only hurry to catch up. Soon, the group ran into Su Jishan coming from the opposite direction. "Jishan, come quickly, County Chief Gao is here to see you." Deputy Town Mayor Lin greeted warmly, admiring Su Jishan in his heart. No wonder he walked away so confidently that day, not even giving this old leader any face. It turns out he has connections in the city. When Su Jinshan saw County Chief Gao arrive and looked at their expressions, he knew the outcome. His great niece really is capable. He smiled and came over. "Hello, leader." County Chief Gao laughed cheerfully, then reached out and shook Su Jinshan's hand. "Comrade Jishan, you are the real hero. You secured such a project, which not only contributes to Ping'an Town but also benefits Anshui County. This makes it sound as if Su Jinshan personally went out of his way to bring in the project." Lu Sanjian, who was following behind, looked at the situation and felt a surge of jealousy welling up inside him. The outcome was even worse than he had expected. Isn't it just about setting up a factory? When our town set up a factory back then, we never saw county leaders come to show any concern. With Lu Sanjian's perspective and understanding, he really couldn't comprehend the situation. He felt it was unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Later, he really couldn't stand it anymore and found an excuse to go back to the office. County Chief Gao and Deputy Town Chief Lin completely ignored him and continued talking with Su Jinshan about setting up the factory. Then they even went together to Su Jinshan's home. Seeing this situation, Lu Sanjin couldn't stay at all. He turned around and left. After returning, he didn't even care that there were people in the office and called Town Chief Wang. "Hello, Mayor Wang, this is Lu Sanjin from Xiaohua Village." "Get lost. Lu Sanjin, how dare you call me? You're nothing but a troublemaker." After saying that, there was a click as the phone was hung up. Lu Sanjin was so scared that the receiver fell onto the desk with a thud, making a noise. Everyone else in the office felt terribly sorry. This phone was usually untouchable by others. When not in use, it was kept locked inside a wooden box. Only Lu Sanjin had the key. It was considered a real treasure. So how did Lu Sanjin end up smashing the phone now? The key point is he is still dazed now. It's just like being sick, and no one dares to ask him. Accountant Tion, who was close to Lu Sanjin, came over with concern and asked, "Secretary Lu, what's wrong with you?" Lu Sanjin was startled and snapped awake. "Why do you care so much?" Then flustered, he hurriedly locked his phone and walked out. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew that this matter was starting to spiral out of his control. In the future, Su Jinshan was going to turn things around, but he had also offended Mayor Wang. Could life still be good? Could he still hold this position? The county magistrate was also on good terms with Su Jinshan. Would Su Jinshan let the county magistrate take away his son Lu Xiaoqiang's job? The more Lu Sanjin thought about it, the more scared he became, sweat breaking out on his back. No matter how unwilling Lu Sanjin was, the news that County Magistrate Gao personally came to the village to see Su Jinshan still spread. Of course, Ge Honghua's loud voice was indispensable in all this. When the county magistrate was at her house, she personally entertained him and even served him brown sugar water. County Magistrate Gao was very easy to talk to. Ge Honghua didn't miss this opportunity. On the way to see County Magistrate Gao off to his car, she deliberately spoke loudly, "County Magistrate, you've worked hard. Please come visit our village more often in the future." So naturally, everyone knew that the visitor this time was the county magistrate. The county magistrate personally came to the village and personally went to the Su family to talk to Su Jinshan. The people in Xiaohua village who heard the news were immediately baffled. What's going on? Didn't they say the factory couldn't be reopened? Why is the county magistrate coming to the village again? No one dared to ask the old Su family, so they could only go to Lu Sanjin to inquire about the news. As a result, when they went, they were met with a cold shoulder. Now everyone who knows Lu Sanjin's nature knows what's going on. This time, that old rascal Lu Sanjin was unreliable again. The information he gave was fake. So now that old guy has no face to show anyone. That's it, we've said plenty of bad things about those fake foreign devils. Overseas relatives. What do we do now? It's completely hopeless. I told you Lu Sanjin can't be trusted. Stop second-guessing. When Xiaohua village was bustling, Su Sun also visited several representative state-owned factories. Then at noon, the directors of several state-owned factories invited Su Sun to have lunch together at a large restaurant. The leaders of these factories all extended an olive branch to Su Sun, hoping he could invest some money and bring in technology and equipment. Su Sun was not giving in. First, things that come too easily are worthless. Second, she didn't have any anyway. She could run a small factory herself, get some goods from others, and delay payment. That would be easy. But really endlessly getting goods from others? Those foreign friends aren't without temper either. She better not earn a bad reputation as a deadbeat in the foreign community. She's relying on this to keep up appearances now. If she really became a deadbeat, these people in front of her would definitely turn their faces immediately. She said calmly, "I've already discussed the investment matter with Mayor Lu. There's no rush for now. The plastics factory is my first investment here. And I want to see the results first. So please everyone, don't bring this up again." Director Su of the machinery factory immediately said, "Do you need our help? If they treat this little ancestor well, they might just get excited and invest." Su Sun said, "That's not necessary. I have machines and technology provided by Gangcheng. Funding is also sufficient. The site should be provided by the government." The director of the garment factory asked, "What about sales? I know some heads of department stores." The fertilizer factory also joined in. "We know many town leaders, so it will be convenient to supply goods through their township supply and marketing cooperatives. Want to use these favors to exchange for personal connections?" "Of course not." Su Sun said, "No need for that either. My factory is small in scale and I'm not worried about sales. Besides, if I really can't sell everything, I'll ask friends to help me export. After all, the world is so big, there's no shortage of markets." Hearing Su Sun's words, several factory directors' eyes turned red. "Export? Ha! These days, exporting is really difficult with very high requirements. Anyway, they could never find this path. If they could really export and earn foreign exchange for the country, they'd be walking with the wind right now. When talking to city leaders, their voices could even be a bit louder. President Su is really talented. Even with just small plastic products, he can export them. Why is the gap between people so big? I really hope President Su can give us a hand. So we have to hold on tightly to President Su and not let go. Factory director. There are many people in our factory, thousands of them, and we always struggle when it comes to distributing benefits. How about Mr. Su, you give us a hand and sell some of these plastic products to us in the future? This immediately gave everyone present some ideas. Yes, plastic products are really good stuff. Mr. Su shouldn't just focus on exports, he should also consider us a bit. That's right, our garment factory doesn't have many people, but it's not few either. We all need this. Suddenly everyone became buyers of plastic products. And they even became people Susan helped out. Susan felt that dealing with these savvy people was really quite comfortable. But she didn't get carried away, they all had their own agendas. However, Susan really didn't need their small amount of sales. She believed Mayor Lu would definitely solve her sales problems. Plastic products were easy to sell anyway, and with the city's help in distribution, there was nothing to worry about. Why is she so confident? Doesn't the city leadership still want to point to her factory running smoothly and then continue to expand investment? If this were a small factory that couldn't sell its products, how could it possibly get more investment? So Susan was full of confidence. I don't pay much attention to the factory's affairs. Assistant Lee, you take note. Everyone can come to Assistant Lee if they have any needs later. Li Yuli quickly agreed. Others laughed one after another. Then they remembered that they also had a relationship with Li Yuli. This is great. There will be more opportunities to interact with General Manager Su in the future. Assistant Lee will be counting on you from now on. Yes, Assistant Lee, please remember our factory first. Everyone was chatting away and once again started talking with Li Yuli. At this moment, Li Yuli was like she had been injected with adrenaline, excited and thrilled. She truly felt she had made the right choice. This was the most correct decision of her life. In the past, when dealing with these leaders, she had to make an effort to flatter them. But now, thanks to General Manager Su, everything had changed. After the breakup, Susun went back to the hotel to rest. She wasn't planning to get involved anymore. When it's time to work, work. When it's time to rest, rest properly. She was trying hard to adapt to her current persona. But before entering the room, she reminded Li Yuli, I know they are your old friends, but you have to keep personal and professional matters separate. You should understand what their intentions are. Li Yuli immediately said, I understand. Without President Su, there wouldn't be the me I am today. Don't worry, President Su, I'm clear-headed. Without President Su's promotion, she would be a joke in these people's mouths. Having experienced the ups and downs of human relationships, she was very clear-headed and rational. Susan finally returned to the room. She needed to quickly enjoy life here because soon she would be going to Ping'an. In recent days, the income from the pawn shop had been slowing down even more to the point of stagnation. She had to make a move. Late at night, in the village branch office of Xiaohua village, Lu Sanjin was crying with tears and snot streaming down his face. Xiao Chong, I really don't know what to do anymore. I've already used Hua Chaoyang's connections, but it didn't work. This afternoon, I secretly went to town to ask around and found out that the city officials already know about this. Tell me, how can Su Jinshan be so cunning? With such ability, why didn't he say anything earlier? If he had, would I still have to go find Mayor Wang? Now Mayor Wang probably hates me. See if you can find Hua Chaoyang first and have him say a few good words for me in front of Mayor Wang. Otherwise, your dad's position is as good as gone. Lu Xiaoqiang was also in a bad mood on the other end of the phone. He didn't expect it either, thinking it was a pretty simple matter. How did it end up like this? Not to mention Lu Sanjian, even Lu Xiaoqiang himself was scared. It wasn't that he was afraid his dad wouldn't become a leader, nor was he worried about his own job. It was the concern about his friendship with Hua Chaoyang. If Hua Chaoyang found out that he secretly used his connection with Mayor Wang and even messed up that connection, he would definitely blame him. Relatively speaking, work matters weren't that important anymore. As long as he had a good relationship with brother Chaoyang, wouldn't work be a piece of cake? So at this moment, Lu Xiaoqiang was truly scared. He also didn't know if Mayor Wang had contacted brother Chaoyang. Dad, just being scared won't help. We need to find a way to fix this. Lu Sanjin said, how do we fix it? Of course, the factory shouldn't be allowed to operate. Everyone should oppose the factory opening. Let the leaders know that Mayor Wang's decision not to allow factories in the town is correct and aligns with the wishes of the people of Ping'an Town. This way, not only can the relationship with Mayor Wang be eased, but the factory can also be organized to start up. Back then, Lu Xiaoqiang was somewhat smart to start a business with Hua Chaoyang. He just lacked education and some insight. Right then he gave Lu Sanjian an idea, telling him to find a way to incite everyone to cause trouble. This also fit perfectly with Lu Sanjian's previous plan. It just didn't work out at the time because there was too little time. Later, when County Chief Gao arrived, Lu Sanjian thought the plan probably wouldn't be needed anymore, so he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Now after his son's reminder, he suddenly became clear-headed. Yeah, this plan is still useful. No matter whose decision it is, the opinions of the people must be respected. When they wanted to build the cement factory, I heard it was harmful to the crops. The elders from each village went to the commune to voice their concerns, and the project never got approved. Son, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter well this time. Su Sun soon met with Deputy Mayor Lu again. Regarding the factory setup, Deputy Mayor Lu was clearly even more proactive than Su Sun. Once everything was arranged, he immediately came to get in touch with Su Sun. Deputy Mayor Lu told Su Sun about the situation in Ping'an Town. Comrade Su Sun, rest assured, everyone in Ping'an Town is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Last time we couldn't properly host you, and many comrades were deeply regretful. Su Sun said this time there won't be any obstacles, right? Deputy Mayor Lu patted his chest and said, rest assured, absolutely not. This time when you go back to choose the site, I'll accompany you. Once the site is selected, we'll start discussing the remaining matters in detail. Our mayor has already given the word that you'll definitely get the best preferential policies. This will also set a good precedent for Dong'o City. Although these were just formalities, Su Sun still felt confident about securing favorable conditions. Isn't there also the big promise made earlier? To make that promise come true, Su Sun believed that the leaders of Dong'o City wouldn't want to disappoint her either. The day before departure, Su Sun called Su Jinshan again, asking him to come to town at that time. After all, the factory's affairs would be managed by Su Jinshan in the future, so he had to be involved. Su Sun decided to make Su Jinshan the factory director, and this was a considered decision. Her current image was really not suitable for taking on the role of director of a small township factory. Having that title on her would be somewhat embarrassing. But the director had to be someone who would listen to her and understand her ideas. Since ancient times, what has been the easiest thing to make people feel disgusted? Isn't it being a capitalist? Especially a capitalist who oppresses workers. Su Sun wants to accumulate disdain value but can't do anything bad. So what to do? Doesn't that mean relying on Su Jinshan to carry out her will? Besides, Su Jinshan used to be the production team leader, so Su Sun thinks he must have some management ability. Daily management shouldn't be a problem. At that time, let Li Yuli, the group's special assistant, supervise the other major affairs of the factory, and there won't be any problems with the factory. Anyway, no matter how profitable the factory is, as long as it can earn enough disdain value, it will be worth it. Su Jishan had no idea about his eldest niece's thoughts. Hearing that the formal contract was going to be signed this time, he was really very happy. And this time, the city leaders came personally. Even Su Jinshan, who considered himself experienced and somewhat composed, couldn't help but grin crookedly. He looked around, then whispered, "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret this time. Once it's done, we'll spread the word." Last time when something happened, Su Jinshan reflected after returning and felt that he had gotten a bit arrogant. At his age, how could he forget the principle that things won't succeed if they're not kept secret? The bigger the matter, the more it needs to be kept confidential. As soon as Su Sun heard this over the phone, she immediately felt something was wrong. Is her uncle starting to lay low? How could that be? The Su family must be arrogant, must be flamboyant. They must be unrestrained. As long as it's not illegal, go all out. Uncle, you're wrong. When we Su family handles things, we never need to be secretive or vague. We should do it openly and let everyone know. When you go back, have Aunt and the others help spread the word. I want to see who dares to cause trouble. Those words were truly invigorating. Su Jinshan felt incredibly comfortable inside. This was the feeling of confidence. After all, low-key people are usually those without confidence, afraid of trouble and making mistakes by speaking too soon. But his eldest niece wasn't afraid. There were others who were even more afraid of making mistakes than she was. All right, I'll go back and talk to your aunt. After hanging up the phone, Su Jishan let out a sigh. Lu Sanjian said, "Is it about the factory again?" Su Jishan was already used to Lu Sanjian asking about things every time. This Lu Sanjian is just that kind of person, always jealous of others and then never believes that others could have any good news. It's as if by asking personally, he could somehow take away the good news. Su Jinshan indulged him. "That's right, my eldest niece is here this time with the city leaders to discuss cooperation. This time they also need to choose a good factory site. Our factory is about to be established soon. Secretary Lu, you better not keep thinking about this matter anymore." After saying this, he walked away with a face full of radiance. Su Jinshan felt that ever since his eldest niece came back, his spirits had been especially good. He felt like he had become 10 years younger. He was more relaxed than when he was the team leader back then. Being the team leader at that time was really exhausting. The pressure was high. He had to worry about the entire production team's harvest, fearing a poor harvest would leave everyone hungry. He was also afraid of failing to meet the tasks assigned from above. It was nowhere near as comfortable as it is now. But from now on he had to work hard, even harder than when he was the team leader, to help his eldest niece manage the factory well. No one was allowed to be lazy or slack off like Mabatsi. Because of Susun's special request, Su Jishan didn't keep it a secret when he went home and told his family the good news. The whole Lao Su family instantly became even more festive than during the New Year. Manhwa quickly went to find clothes for her husband. "Dad, can we go out and see the world together?" Su Xiangnan asked eagerly. Su Jin said, "Let's talk about it later. This time it's a big deal. With so many of us going, what if the leaders don't like it?" Su Xiangdong said, "Exactly, I'm not going. It would be so embarrassing." He felt he wasn't very educated and was a bit shy about meeting the big leaders. His wife Li Chunlan pinched him. She wanted to go see the excitement. Then she could brag about it back at her parents' place. Su Belling said, "Dad, will Sister Sun come back for dinner then?" Manhwa said, "He definitely won't be eating there. He's surely having a meal with the leaders in town. Your dad will definitely be able to join them too." Just thinking about the old man dining with the city leaders made her heart bloom like a flower. In the past, the Su family had never been this prestigious. "Old Su, put your watch on." "Got it." Su Jinshan thought about being able to wear his new watch and immediately felt delighted. After bringing the watch back, neither he nor his wife dared to wear it. Every night they would carefully examine it. It even made their sleep more peaceful. At this moment, Lu Sanjin's family was also holding a meeting. Several managers from Ma the Lame's family gathered together, listening to Lu Sanjin complain about the matter. Lu Sanjin sighed and said that once this factory got up and running, the old Su family would truly take off. After all, with even the city leaders supporting the factory, there was no doubt about its development prospects. From then on, the Su Jinshan family lived a life of luxury and became the most prominent in our village. Maybe in the future, the whole family will even move to a big city to live. Hearing these words, Mabatsi's face turned green. He truly hated Su Jishan and Su Xiangdong. "If it weren't for them back then, I wouldn't have ended up with a crippled leg. At that time, I almost lost half my life. Even though I survived, I, a young man, ended up a cripple. People in the village pointed fingers at me. I even got the nickname Horse Limp." He wakes up in the middle of the night, filled with hatred. Only after the Su Jishan family suffered misfortune did his mood slowly improve. And since Su Xiangdong fights fiercely, he didn't dare to provoke the Su family. What else could he do? Now the Su family has turned things around. They're going to live a good life. Mabatsi's father poured a glass of wine for Lu Sanjin. "Secretary Lu, are you just going to stand by and watch?" "What can I do if that's the leader's intention? I'm a cadre, I can't oppose the demands from above." "Sigh, unless..." Mabatsi asked, "Unless what?" "Unless it's like back when the cement factory situation happened, the leader saw the people's thoughts, then naturally." The Ma family understood. At night, while the people of the Su family were dreaming sweet dreams, many households in the village were still awake. Someone went door-to-door knocking, then went inside to talk. After a while, they came out again. They were busy like this, thoroughly engaged. Chapter 25. It wasn't only some people in Xiaohua village who couldn't sleep. In the neighboring Li family village, the village party secretary Li Yid also couldn't sleep. His son, Li Mingqi, is the driver for the town mayor. This had always been something he was very proud of. But his son suddenly came home and told him that Mayor Wang might not be doing well and work had almost come to a halt recently. So he, as the driver, was also left with nothing to do. The reason Mayor Wang was not doing well was because he refused to let the Su family set up a factory. As a result, not only did he fail to refuse successfully, but leaders from both the city and county also came over. He was even kicked out in the middle of a meeting. This matter spread like wildfire, and even Li Mingqi, the driver, had heard about it. Second sister Li Chunlan was the daughter-in-law of the old Su family, and Li Mingqi felt he needed to go back and tell his own father about it. When Li had heard the news, he couldn't believe it at all. If it weren't for his son saying it himself, he would have doubted it if anyone else said it. Even a couple of days ago, when his daughter called from the county town saying that the Lao Su family was in the newspaper and specifically called back to ask about the situation, he told his daughter that the people recognizing kinship weren't because the Lao Su family was successful. They couldn't even run a factory properly, so it was no big deal. No need to come back just for that. But now he couldn't deceive himself anymore. That relative from the Lao Su family really was capable. They not only wanted to run a factory, but this factory was also valued by the city leaders. Those were city leaders after all. Li Yud had never thought in his life that city leaders would have anything to do with his family. Well, the Lao Su family and his family are in-laws, so they're practically family. Li Yud felt so bitter inside, so bitter he couldn't sleep. Then his mind kept thinking about how to ease this relationship. What's there to wait and see for? Anyway, once the city leader appeared, Li Yud was directly shaken into clarity, no longer in the mood to cause trouble, and wholeheartedly wanted to cling to his in-law's big leg. But only I know how fiercely I have clashed with the Lao Su family over the years because of my attitude. Now coming together like this, who knows what they might be thinking? All night long Li Yud kept pondering this matter. In the room opposite, Li family's daughter-in-law Su Xioli was also having some trouble sleeping. She felt a bit scared thinking about that long dream she had. Could it be that her dream was really wrong? She was afraid that she had trusted the dream mistakenly and made the wrong choice. Because before she had always believed that Li Mingqi was the most suitable support for her in this life. Now that the dream was no longer real, could that support still be relied upon? In that dream, Li Mingqi was promoted by Mayor Wang and later became a cadre. Then Li Mingqi seized the opportunity, opened a shop in the town, and had his family start a business. Now that Mayor Wang is in trouble, can her husband Li Mingqi still be the same as in the previous life? For Su Xioli, this is truly a terrifying thing. She had always regarded that long dream as her past life and believed it was a failed past life. So in this life, she made a new choice, thinking it was the most suitable one. But now she realizes the dream was false and the choice she made this time is the wrong one. This is really enough to scare someone into sleeplessness. If it weren't for the beliefs that supported him before, who could possibly endure having such a nightmare mother-in-law and a nightmare second-hand at home? Early the next morning, Li Yud, with dark circles under his eyes, made a decision to personally go to town. Since your second sister's family has a celebration today, let's go join the fun and take a look. Li Mingqi understood his father Li Yud's intention and was very supportive of it. As someone who could be appreciated and promoted by the town mayor in the future, and who could buy a shop on his own, Li Mingqi's mindset was also very flexible. He knew how to read the situation. Dad, we need to ease the relationship with second sister's family. Hearing this, Su Xioli felt somewhat uncomfortable. She felt that Li Mingqi had lowered his entire status. She used to think he was a smart and capable man. Now she felt he was just a snob. The thought of her husband trying to please the Su family and that annoying, unbearable second aunt made her feel extremely upset. But no one cared about what she thought. Li's mother was very happy. She had heard from her son before that the town mayor refused to approve the factory. She felt particularly upset and couldn't sleep all night. Now that luck had turned, she was truly happy inside. Old Li, I also want to go see the excitement, Li's mother requested. Li had said, all right, let's all go take a look. Normally, he wouldn't agree. But he realized that over the years, only his wife had a good relationship with the Su family and often helped their daughter. With her there, if they ran into the Su family, the atmosphere wouldn't be so awkward. Li's mother originally just mentioned it casually, but it ended up succeeding. She was overjoyed. This was the first time she had received the old man's support on an important matter. In the past, they never let her handle anything because they looked down on her lack of education and feared she would mess things up. The whole family set off early to show their sincerity. Even Su Xioli entrusted her child. Paid to the second uncle's family of the Li family. Then she also went along. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether this matter was true. Lijia village and Xiaohua village share the same main road to the town. It's essentially a merging route. As Li had walked along, he was thinking, hey, if he met the in-laws halfway, how should he talk and greet them? If the greeting went well, would Su Jinshan take him along to meet the city leaders? Just as he was daydreaming, he was suddenly stopped by his son, Li Mingqi. Dad, there's some movement behind us. Li Mingqi had at least served in the military before, so he was quite alert. The whole family stopped rushing and looked back to see if it was the Su family coming. But it wasn't the Su family who arrived. It was people from Xiaohua village. Ma the Lame, leading a group, was heading toward the town with a fierce momentum. Because they were close by, Li Yud also knew them. When they came over, he quickly asked, what are you planning to do? Everyone in Xiaohua village knew that Li Yud was a very righteous person. Back then, because his in-laws' family did something bad, he severed ties with the Su family. So at this moment, when everyone saw Li Yud, they didn't think of him as being part of the Su family. Instead, they wanted to call him to join in causing trouble, and it would be even better if they could get the people from Li village involved. That way, their numbers would be even more impressive. So someone told Li Yud about their plan. Li Yud, hey? Was he unable to sleep last night? Is he hallucinating? Otherwise, why would such a bizarre thing happen so early in the morning? Are you people from Xiaohua village crazy? If you can't recruit workers yourselves, do you have to block everyone else's way? He was so jealous of Su Jinshan's good life, but he never thought about going to sabotage it. He did think about it, but since the other side was numerous and powerful, Liud was afraid of getting beaten, so he didn't refuse. But he also didn't accept. Well, we're going to the city today to visit relatives, so we won't get involved. You guys go ahead. Hearing this, the people from Xiaohua village who came to cause trouble suddenly felt it was pointless. They looked down on Liud. Such a big matter, and visiting relatives was still more important? So they ignored him and kept moving forward. As for being afraid that Liud would leak the news, they never thought about hiding it from anyone. Even if the Su family found out, so what? Could those few people from the Su family really stop a whole group of them? Watching the people from Xiaohua village leave, Li's mother was extremely anxious, pinching Liud's arm. Dad, what should we do now? Don't panic, Mingqi, you're fast. Hurry and take care of something. Notify everyone, just say the people from Xiaohua village are causing trouble and won't allow the factory to be built. They're blocking everyone's path to becoming workers. Our Li family village's opportunity has come. The chance to make a meritorious deed is right in front of us. Li Mingqi quickly rode his bicycle back. Su Xiaoli was still immersed in a sudden realization. She felt that perhaps this was the unforeseen change. This was the change in the dream that caused the factory not to be established. It must have been these people causing trouble, driving away the Su family relatives. That's why the Su family ended up in that situation. And judging by the outcome of the previous life, her father-in-law also failed to stop at this time. They definitely caused a commotion. In the end, the factory couldn't be set up. Dad, maybe this is destined by heaven. Would it be wrong for us to get involved? Su Xiaoli suggested. In the past, her father-in-law Liud was willing to listen to her suggestions, because she had attended high school and had given Liud some useful advice before. But at this moment, hearing his daughter-in-law's words, Liud was a bit dumbfounded. How could he not be dumbfounded? Usually quite clever, so why act foolish at a critical moment? And even say it was destined by heaven? Why hadn't he noticed before that his daughter-in-law was so mysterious? Now that this has happened, don't go checking out the commotion. You and your mom should hurry home. I don't feel comfortable leaving the child with someone else. Li's mother asked. His dad, what about you? I have to go report this. Such a big matter, I have to inform the town leaders, right? After saying that, he took off running, and despite being in his 40s, he ran like the wind. On the other side, the Su family, relatives of the Lao Li family, also mobilized the whole household. Each one was dressed beautifully. Previously, Su-sun had bought many new types of fabric. At first, they were reluctant to wear them, but later, seeing that they couldn't afford to lose face for Su-sun, they all made a set of clothes. Since Li Chunlan and Su Baoling didn't need to go out, they stayed at home making the new clothes. By the time the work in the fields was almost done, the clothes were also finished. Today it came in handy. Ge Honghua and the others had already thought it through. When Su Jinshan went to meet the leaders, she and the children would wait outside. Opportunities to get close to city leaders like this might be rare in a lifetime. They had to witness it with their own eyes. Not sure if it was just their imagination, but when the Su family went out, they noticed the village seemed less lively than usual. In the past, at this time, there would usually be quite a few people on the village road, either rushing to work or hurrying back to have breakfast, but today, there were only a few scattered people on the road. This made the Su family feel a bit disappointed. They had thought they could show off along the way, but in the end, there was no one. Su-sun and Deputy Mayor Lu also set off early in the morning. She brought a large group of people, so she did not sit in the same car as Vice Mayor Lu. Instead, she remained in the car she had borrowed. Along the way, she continued discussing work with Li Yuli. When the factory is up and running, my eldest uncle Su Jinshan will be the factory director, and you will be responsible for coordinating with him. Convey some of the headquarters arrangements. Although this is just a branch factory of our company, you still need to be attentive. At this moment, Su-sun, still a lone commander, spoke as if he represented the headquarters and the branch factory, completely without any sense of pretense. Anyway, she can't inherit the overseas assets, but who can say they aren't from her family? Li Yuli said, President Su, aren't you planning to manage it yourself? If I have to personally manage every small factory like this, then I won't have any time to rest. Even the overseas business is now handled by professional managers. In the future, I will definitely invest more and more domestically. I will need someone to help manage that. Moreover, after investing in Huagua, I will also invest in other countries. How could I possibly manage all that? Hearing this, Li Yuli's heart kept racing. At this moment, she imagined her future career life. Directing the country, commanding with vigor. Suddenly, she felt that Hao Jiangwen was nothing, and the Hao family was nothing. To waste even a bit of her thoughts on them was a betrayal of her bright future. Divorce? Hurry back and get a divorce. Li Yuli felt completely clear-headed. It felt like his eyes were bright and his heart enlightened. Because they set off early, the group arrived in Ping'an town quite early as well. Along the way, Deputy Mayor Lu was in a very good mood. This was the first foreign investment in Donggo City. Once it was settled here, everyone could finally feel at ease. Therefore, he even brought reporters from the newspaper over. He was preparing to focus on publicity. Deputy Mayor Lu was immersed in a beautiful vision of the future when the car suddenly stopped. What's going on? The road ahead is blocked. Deputy Mayor Lu quickly opened the window and looked outside, only to see a group of people blocking the intersection ahead. From their appearance, it was clear they were local villagers from nearby. Could it be that something had happened, and the villagers were blocking the road to seek justice from him? What kind of place is Pingantown, and how could something like this happen? And of all times, it had to be right now. By now, the car behind had already stopped, and Su-sun also saw the road ahead was blocked. She also remembered the lame horse up ahead. Looks like today is going to be lively, Su-sun thought, not feeling anxious at all. Because there were people ahead who were more anxious than her. Anyway, she didn't have to deal with this matter. She just needed to wait for the outcome. Li Yuli said, President Su, do you need me to go ahead and ask about the situation? Jomu, ask them what they are planning to do. Jomu got out of the car and walked straight towards the group of people. Jomu probably asked something and the group shouted, refuse to set up the factory, refuse to invest. Then Jomu turned around. Without him reporting the situation, Su-sun also heard the response from over there. Deputy Mayor Lu, who was sitting in the car ahead, heard it even more clearly. At this moment, his head was ringing with anger. What had he told Su-sun before? There would absolutely be no obstacles. But now they hadn't even entered the town yet, and they were already being turned away. This was even worse than last time. Last time Comrade Su-sun came alone and at least got into the town mayor's office. At this moment, Deputy Mayor Lu had only one thought, it's over. With this investment environment, who would dare to invest? Sure enough, when he looked back, he saw Su-sun's car beginning to make a U-turn. Seeing this, Vice Mayor Lu couldn't sit still and hurriedly got out of the car to chase after him. What he was chasing now was not just the investor Su-sun but also many future investors in Donggo City. If this happens, and Su-sun is allowed to leave like this, then in the future, as long as Su-sun casually says a word outside, no one will dare to invest in Donggo City. Comrade Su-sun! President Su! President Su! Deputy Mayor Lu hurried over with great effort and managed to stop Su-sun's car. Master Wei of course did not dare to drive, after all, this was a city official. Deputy Mayor Lu quickly came over, leaning close to the window on Su-sun's side, hurriedly explaining, President Su, we really didn't expect this to happen. Su-sun sneered coldly, the whole of Pingantown is eagerly awaiting me. Are they hoping I'll come to get beaten? Things have come to this, and if I don't leave now, am I supposed to wait for these people to surround and attack me? Deputy Mayor Lu hurriedly explained they wouldn't dare. We're almost at the town now, and I've already arranged for the secretary to call people. Mr. Su, you have to give Donggo City a chance. This time, I promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Now in front of Su-sun, Deputy Mayor Lu had no confidence at all. Previously, he was a city leader of a provincial capital, and being so much older, when Su-sun was polite, he would boldly call him comrade. Now he even felt embarrassed to call out. Mr. Su, the foreign businessman, had given them plenty of face. But in the end, that face was trampled underfoot by their own people. This time, Su-sun didn't continue to give him face. After all, this time the leverage was firmly in Su-sun's own hands. Last time, when he was rejected, she couldn't really make a fuss. Encountering a short-sighted town leader didn't mean much. But this time was different. The local people blocked the road to refuse investment. This was a serious matter. If she publicizes this, Donggo City can forget about attracting any investment in the future. If she can't seize this opportunity to get greater benefits, Su-sun would feel like she's letting herself down. I don't think you guys can solve this. It's not safe here, so I'll go to the county town to take refuge first and figure out the next step. Now it's come to the point of needing to take refuge. Deputy Mayor Lu was really panicking. President Su, listen to me, I promise, this time it will definitely be resolved. But unfortunately, Su-sun had already rolled up the car window. Driver Wei, drive. Let's find a place to rest in the county town. Then we'll go back to the city. Driver Wei hesitated a bit. After all, that was the mayor outside. President Su, this Deputy Mayor Lu. Li Yuli immediately said sternly, Old Wei, you need to know whose salary you're taking. Master Wei immediately shrank back as if he had come to his senses and quickly started driving. Li Yuli felt it was necessary to have a talk with Old Wei and make him understand the situation. Previously, Old Wei had even expressed to her that he wanted to continue driving for President Su. If Old Wei can't put General Manager Su's ideas first, then she definitely won't agree to this. Watching Su-sun's car drive away, Deputy Mayor Lu felt his heart sink. Even heavier-hearted than Deputy Mayor Lu were the group of leaders in Pingantown. Early in the morning, everyone was joyful and festive. decorating with lanterns and streamers, all to welcome the city leaders and foreign businessmen to discuss cooperation, implement investment projects, and lead Ping'an onto a path of rapid development. As a result, Leah came running over, mumbling, to report some news. The people of Xiaoho village had actually gone to block the road. And there were quite a few of them. The momentum was huge. Immediately after, the Deputy Mayor Lu's secretary came running, saying that the Deputy Mayor Lu and the foreign businessmen's cars were blocked at the town entrance road. The town's soon-to-retire old party secretary almost fainted. Others were also flustered, but the most panicked was Wang Weiman. Ever since being singled out by the old secretary, he had been trying hard to save his future. This time he was even prepared to perform well. Yet such a big incident happened. During his term, the people of Ping'an openly formed groups to obstruct government leaders and foreign businessmen. What are they trying to do? Wang Weiman quickly called the police station. Director Zhu was also very anxious when he heard this. They must not let the mayor get beaten up. He immediately took a few people from his police station and rushed toward the town entrance. Wang Weiman hurriedly called Lu Sanjin's side again, but no one answered the phone. That Lu Sanjin. How could I have been so blind back then to choose such a scoundrel? At this moment, the Su family also arrived at the town government. After hearing the news from Deputy Town Mayor Lin, the whole family's expressions changed. This was different from the last time when the town mayor rejected them. This time it was someone from their own hometown doing such a despicable thing. Eldest niece / younger sister / Senjie must be so angry. Could she have left in a fit of rage? Manhwa immediately cursed angrily. This is Chuanxin trying to uproot our family. These bastards. Su Jishan was also frowning tightly at this moment. Deputy Mayor Lin was still holding his hand. Jishan, this time you really have to say a good word. Su Jinshan said angrily, what the hell are you talking about? I'm just hoping my niece goes back now. No need to invest in this broken place anymore. You can't think like that. Besides Xiaohua village, the other villages have heard the news and they're all looking forward to it. Our Ping'an town has it tough, with so many villagers who are hardworking and willing to work. We can't just write them all off, right? What does it have to do with my family? I still don't know how my eldest niece is doing, Su Jishan said worriedly. He felt especially guilty in his heart, thinking it was all because of him, the useless uncle, that his eldest niece ended up facing these troubles. Su-sun was checking her dislike value. She found that there was indeed some income last night. 25 units. Another $2,500 came in. Because there had been little income before, she hadn't bothered to check these past 2 days. It actually gave her such a big surprise. So this Ping'an town is a blessed place, the benefits keep coming. She said to the 10,000 dislike system, look, this factory hasn't even started yet, and we've already completed about 1/10 of the task. Once this factory is up and running, then the everyone hates system set off a firework. Although it didn't understand why these humans have a mindset of destroying things they can't have, it was happy that the mission was making progress. So everyone united as one, chatting away happily. Seeing Su-sun silent and not speaking, Li Yuli said, President Su, don't let yourself get sick from anger. Su-sun said, angry? That doesn't exist. I never get angry. Getting angry is internal consumption and can easily harm the body. So she generally prefers others not to get angry. That's why she came straight to the county town. She put the pressure on Vice Mayor Lu, letting him get angry. From a certain perspective, today's matter is actually beneficial to Su-sun. Because the damage is not to Su-sun's interests, but to the interests of Dongzhou City. This is someone stabbing Dongzhou City in the back from within. What does it have to do with her? Could this possibly implicate her? At this point, even Su-sun has to admit defeat to the mastermind behind this. Such attempts to incite the masses to cause trouble and hinder development must have an extremely negative impact. The key is, this kind of thing can't possibly achieve its goal. Regional development, if it could really be affected by the actions of such petty people, then what's the point of talking about development? So Su-sun is now firmly seated at the fishing terrace. She is already pondering where to set the bottom line for cooperation. Deputy Mayor Lu, who was backstabbed, finally met with the comrades from Ping'an town. At this moment, his face was so dark that his expression was barely visible. But everyone knew that he was definitely in a bad mood now. The soon-to-retire Secretary Tian from Ping'an town came over with a stiff neck. Mayor Lu, where are the foreign businessmen? Foreign investors? Of course they left. Do you expect them to stay and get beaten? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my sense of responsibility, I would have left too. You guys really outdid yourselves. You gave me such a grand farewell gift. This is going to make headlines nationwide. No, if General Manager Su spreads this abroad, it will make headlines worldwide. These words really made the people of Ping'an town break out in a cold sweat. Now you deal with these problems yourselves. Deputy Mayor Lu said, then got into the car directly. The town leaders quickly came over to do some ideological work with these people. There are over 100 people, too many. The police station doesn't even know who to arrest for causing trouble. They can only focus on ideological work. But everyone is determined and won't give in. They want the leaders to agree not to run the factory. Otherwise, they insist on not giving way. Secretary Tian said angrily, "What right do you have to do this? This is the town's arrangement. We are people of Ping'an Town, and we simply won't give way," shouted Ma the lame man. "Yes, we won't give way. This factory won't be allowed to operate. Even if it does, it won't benefit us." Although these words weren't shouted out loud, this was exactly what everyone thought in their hearts at home. Although Mayor Tian was angry, he couldn't be too harsh, so he asked, "If you have any demands, just state them, but this factory project cannot be stopped. We want to enter the factory." Someone shouted. This was also another reason for the unrest. Either the factory wouldn't get built, or if it did, they would be hired as workers. People. Otherwise, who would be causing such trouble for no reason? These words really stuck in the throats of the leaders in Ping'an Town. It's already come to this and you still want to be workers? People from Xiaohua village, do you think the rest of our villages are dead? With a roar, a group of people came from afar. It turned out that Li had sent his son Li Mingqi to notify the people of Lijia village to come. The people of Lijia village were united and immediately ran over. As they ran along the way, they also alerted some nearby villagers who were working in the fields. With a shout, many people followed. There was no choice. Xiaohua village was about to be in big trouble. Chapter 26. Seeing another group of people suddenly appear, the leaders of Ping'an Town also widened their eyes. What's going on? Where did these people come from again, and why are they joining the commotion? Is this scene never going to end today? The secretary quickly instructed the driver to lock the doors of Vice Mayor Lu's car. They were afraid that if they weren't careful in this situation, Vice Mayor Lu might get hurt. Vice Mayor Lu was so angry he was almost confused, only relieved that Su Sun had left early. Otherwise, seeing this scene, he probably wouldn't dare to invest in this place again. What kind of people are these? Everyone grew tense, fearing the situation would escalate further. Fortunately, this group was reasonable. While one group confronted the people of Xiaohua village, others approached the town leaders to speak. The person in charge was Li Youfa, the second younger brother of Li Yud. Li Youfa said, "Leader, please don't listen to those bastards from Xiaohua village. They're just full of hot air. We support setting up the factory, so please don't listen to them." The officials of Ping'an Town. The old party secretary of the town waved his hand. "Don't worry, the factory will be set up, but first let's solve the immediate issues. You must not cause trouble." "Hey, we definitely won't cause trouble." Turning around, he shouted to the people of Xiaohua village. "Did you hear that? No trouble today. Anyone who causes trouble, we'll go back to the village and settle it." The officials of Ping'an Town. Seeing so many people now, the people of Xiaohua village also began to panic. At first, they felt fearless because they had the numbers on their side. But now, with people from other villages arriving, they started to back down. Because they have many people, the police station and officials won't do anything to them. But the people from other villages will really take action against them. Especially the people from Li family village, where the entire village shares the same surname, passed down from one ancestral branch. So they are particularly united against outsiders. They are not comparable to a village like Xiaohua village, which is made up of refugees. When dealing with people from that side on a regular basis, their confidence is always somewhat lacking. Now everyone is swarming in, which is really frightening. The lame horseman barely kept calm. "Don't panic, what's there to panic about?" Anyway, his leg was broken, so he had nothing to worry about. A man with a broken leg isn't afraid of those with all limbs intact. He comforted himself like this, but when he saw those people glaring viciously, he suddenly felt the other leg start to hurt too. So he quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. He was the leader, naturally conspicuous, and as soon as he retreated, he was noticed. The people of Lijia village shouted, "Lame Ma, why are you retreating? Are you trying to run away? What's the matter? Weren't you pretty fierce just now?" This completely revealed Lame Ma's intentions. The people of Xiaohua village all looked at Lame Ma. The town leaders, fearing they would cause trouble, told them not to shout and to speak calmly. Under no circumstances should they resort to violence. The city leaders are watching. "Don't disgrace our peaceful town." Li Youfa said, "Secretary, it's not us causing trouble. They're the ones trying to cut off our path." Someone who came along agreed, "Exactly, we know it now. They're obstructing the factory setup. They want to make sure we never get the chance to become workers." Although the Su family has made it clear that those who have grudges with them are not allowed to participate in the recruitment, most people still believe they have no grudges with the Su family. At most, it was just gossiping about others at home, and it was never said to their faces. They didn't even know about it. And from another perspective, people who have conflicts with the Lao Su family can't participate, which also excludes some people, right? That makes the chances of being admitted even greater. So everyone is quite looking forward to the opening of this factory. Since the news came out, every village has been very eager. As a result, today people said that there was trouble in Xiaohua village and they wouldn't allow the factory to be built. Because they all had bad relations with the Lao Su family, they wouldn't be able to participate in the recruitment in the future, so they wanted to ruin everything so that no one could get any food. Can this still be tolerated? Everyone rushed over. Ma Batzi had no way out at this moment and said stubbornly, "What does it have to do with you? They don't necessarily want you either." Li Youfa said, "Ma Batzi, you can't be trusted to keep your word. Anyway, if you people from Xiaohua village want to obstruct things, you have to ask the rest of us if we agree." Ma Batzi immediately took a step back. Although his leg was broken, he didn't want to keep getting beaten and have his other leg ruined. Seeing the noisy scene, Deputy Mayor Lu was too lazy to listen anymore. At this moment, he just felt that no wonder Ping'an Town was poor. With this kind of mindset and awareness, it's no surprise it's poor. It's only because of some stroke of luck, producing someone like Su Fuxing, that there's an opportunity today. Otherwise, no one would care about this place. He got out of the car directly and told the townspeople, "Half an hour. If this problem can't be solved, everyone will share the responsibility." Then he got back in the car and left. He had to go after Su Sun. He only left the secretary behind to supervise the situation here. The Su family members who came with the cadres looked at the scene, their mouths agape, saying nothing. The furious Ge Honghua had just wanted to rush out and scold someone, but then she realized the voices of the people coming from behind were even louder than hers. There was no chance to intervene at all. She simply decided not to get involved so as not to cause trouble for her eldest niece. Not only did she not curse, but she also stopped her son who wanted to take action. Now that things had escalated like this, she felt a bit uneasy. "Old Su, what do you think is going on?" "What's going on? Someone's trying to sabotage us, of course. I don't believe the Ma family has the guts for this. There must be someone behind this. I'll see if I can catch the people behind it this time," Su Jinshan snorted. This person really lacks virtue. "So is the factory still going to operate? You say everything was going well." "Our family really has a hard fate," Ge Honghua began to feel distressed. Just when it seemed like things were about to turn around and the whole family would live a prosperous life, this happened. Su Jinshan said, "I really don't know about this, it depends on what my eldest niece wants. But if she doesn't want to run the factory, I definitely won't force her. You know, my eldest niece is such a dignified person, suffering for us. Honestly, I feel quite sorry for her." These words were spoken sincerely by Su Jinshan. At first, he did have a mindset of using Su Sun. He wanted to rely on this wealthy eldest niece to change the family's fate. But Su Sun was just too good to them. They hadn't spent a day together. Yet from the moment they met, she kept treating them well. Trust them, give them things, give them money, and even run a factory for them. This is truly heartfelt. In the past, Su Jinshan always envied others for having many relatives. But now he no longer envies that. No matter how many relatives others have, they can't compare to his eldest niece. Hearing Su Jinshan's words, the old Su family visibly fell into despair. If this factory really gets re-established, what will they do in the future? Will they have to return to their old way of life? Because Vice Mayor Lu had left, and there were people from Lijia village helping out here, the officials of Ping'an Town were able to take action. After a round of operations, they directly detained several ringleaders of the disturbance. This time, the troublemakers from Xiaohua village finally got scared and quickly scattered in a hurry. The captured members of the Ma family struggled in vain and shouted, "Why are you running?" They also shouted at Director Ju, "How can you just arrest people like this? We haven't broken any laws, The old party secretary of the town rarely spoke so sternly. "For those who deliberately sabotage and obstruct development, we must crack down severely. Go investigate, see if there are any enemy agents causing trouble. They deliberately don't want us to develop. Otherwise, why would they do such thankless and difficult things? This matter is extremely serious. It's not as simple as just telling them to stop making trouble. They need to find out whether this incident was accidental or a deliberate act of sabotage. If this isn't punished severely, then anyone could pull this stunt in the future. Will the town still want to develop after this?" Hearing this, the Ma family who led the disturbance changed their expressions drastically. The people of Xiaohua village ran away even faster than rabbits. Li Jiufa quickly informed the town leaders and also fled with his group. Before leaving, he reminded the town leaders to make sure to strive for the factory project. The cadres of Ping'an Town were feeling heavy-hearted at this moment. This was not a matter of whether they fought for it or not. Now it was a matter of how the higher-ups would punish them. But speaking of punishment, the first one is... Everyone looked towards the old secretary and Wang Weiman. The old secretary sighed, waved his hand, and told everyone to go back. First, report the situation to the leadership. Town Mayor Wang Weiman had no thought of speaking at this moment. He knew that if there was an investigation this time, he would definitely be the primary person responsible. Director Zhu, old Zhu, he shouted, unable to hold back any longer. Director Zhu hurried over. I'm here. Right now, we'll investigate immediately to find out who is harming me, our Ping'an town. Director Zhu of course agreed immediately. He also wanted to know who was behind this trouble. If things went wrong, everyone might face punishment. Deputy Mayor Lin was responsible for quickly hosting Su Jishan and his family. This was the main priority. As long as the foreign businessmen were willing to settle in Ping'an town, everyone would face less punishment for today's incident. Unfortunately, Su Jishan didn't give this old leader any face at all. He took his whole family and went straight home. What happens next depends on Susun's attitude. After having some local specialty snacks at a state-run restaurant in the county town, Susun took a car back to the Dongdo City Hotel. He didn't wait for Vice Mayor Liu at all. So Vice Mayor Liu ended up chasing shadows all the way to Dongzhou City, but didn't see anyone from Susun's side. At the hotel, Susun didn't see him either, only having Liu Yuli pass on a message. It seems that in Dongzhou City, Vice Mayor Liu's words are also unreliable. These words really left Deputy Mayor Liu with no face at all. His face burned with embarrassment. But he didn't show any temper. This matter had caused such a stir that he himself felt ashamed and utterly humiliated. Comrade Yuli, I hope you can help convey our sincere intentions from Dongdo City to General Manager Su. This time was an accident. Absolutely an accident. Li Yuli said. I will definitely pass on the message, but what General Manager Su thinks is not something I can influence. I'm just an employee. Alright, as long as you help pass on the message, that's fine. I'll inform General Manager Su of the handling results over there as soon as possible. After saying this, he left. The matter over there was not resolved and Deputy Mayor Liu himself didn't know what to say to Susun in order to regain his trust. This issue was too serious and Deputy Mayor Liu couldn't handle it on his own. He had to report the situation to the mayor. That day, the mayor's teacup was broken. A call was made to the county town and County Chief Gao was reprimanded, being asked how he was managing his work. Why did such an incident happen? County Chief Gao, who was criticized, also felt very wronged, because this project had nothing to do with the county and was directly under the city's jurisdiction. So he didn't even show up today to avoid the city thinking he was overstepping. Then he received a call from the town's notification. At that time, County Chief Gao almost vomited blood. He felt like he had been cursed for 8 generations. Why was Ping'an town under his jurisdiction? The name sounded nice, but the place was terrible. Now the city was calling again, blaming him once more. County Chief Gao had no choice but to quickly report the situation there, saying they were investigating. They would find out who was causing trouble and punish them severely. At this moment, Lu Sanjin was restless at home. Until the troublemakers from the village returned, he pretended to be unaware of the situation and deliberately asked, "Where did everyone go today?" Some were afraid and ignored him. But some found a leader-like figure and told Lu Sanjin what had happened. Lu Sanjin immediately stated, "Nonsense. And then the leaders just let you come back." He felt a bit regretful that the matter wasn't resolved. Sighed, Li Yud really meddles too much. There must be some arrangement behind this by Li Yud. As he was pondering, the person reporting to him said, "We ran back. The Ma family members were arrested." "Secretary, do you think they will come to the village to arrest us? You have to help us." "What? The Ma family members were arrested?" Lu Sanjin exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the person nod, Lu Sanjin suddenly almost fainted. Seeing Lu Sanjin's frightened look, the people of Xiaohua village became even more scared. It's over, it seems this matter is serious. Even the secretary is afraid. So they hurriedly ran home to hide. Only Lu Sanjin was left standing there, drenched in sweat. Then he went home in a daze. Even when his wife Li Hongmei spoke to him, he didn't say a word. At this moment, Lu Sanjin had only 2 words in his mind, "It's over." He knew the Ma family definitely wouldn't protect him. Sure enough, soon during lunchtime, the police station came looking for him and took Lu Sanjin away. This completely stunned the people of Xiaohua village. In the blink of an eye, the secretary was taken away? Those who didn't know the truth speculated, could it be because everyone went to cause trouble? So the rare calm in Xiaohua village settled down and no one dared to admit they had caused any trouble. Pressure creates motivation. This time, Director Zhu of the Ping'an Town Police Station worked very efficiently. Additionally, police officers specially assigned from the county town assisted with the case. The matter was soon resolved. This disturbance concerning the development of Ping'an Town turned out to be just due to personal grudges. Ma Batzi held a grudge, simply unable to stand seeing the Su family doing well. Lu Sanjin had conflicts with the Su family and always worried that if they became successful, they would take revenge. So they schemed to deliberately cause damage. It is worth mentioning that this also involves Mayor Wang Weiman. According to Lu Sanjin's trembling confession, the reason he arranged today's event was to please Mayor Wang Weiman. When Wang Weiman heard this sentence while listening to the report with everyone, his face immediately turned pale. Lu Sanjin really wanted to harm him. Everyone looked at Wang Weiman with inexplicable expressions, then quietly stepped a few paces away from him. Chapter 27. Once this news was investigated, Ping'an Town naturally reported it immediately to County Chief Gao, and then it was reported layer by layer up to Deputy Mayor Lu. The incident that happened in the morning had results in reports by the afternoon. The efficiency of Ping'an Town's handling this time was indeed very high. But Deputy Mayor Lu was still very annoyed. With such a big fuss, he thought it was some huge conspiracy. Just for this little reason causing such a big commotion? Personal grudges, are they more important than regional development? It's one thing for some ordinary villagers to be so narrow-minded, but how can village officials also have such selfish and narrow views? And that town mayor, Wang Weiman, is also a big problem. How are people like this even elected? Deputy Mayor Lu said, how did people like this sneak into our ranks? You see, when there are problems with the selection of personnel, it causes such a huge mess. And now you want me to clean up after you. Is my reputation worthless? Let me tell you, if this matter isn't handled properly and doesn't give everyone a satisfactory result, we will all be punished together. What else can County Magistrate Gao do? Of course, he keeps making statements over the phone, promising strict and severe handling. The legal procedures have already begun. He also said that this time, to investigate thoroughly, he even brought out the county's most senior retired policeman. This gentleman had dealt with spies back in the day. Having him assist the Ping'an Town police station with the investigation really meant every question was answered accurately. Stop taking credit. The matter wasn't resolved, yet you're already claiming credit. Anxian County this year is really... The people down there need to be arranged for some training. Forget it, I won't say more. I still have to help you clean up afterward. After saying that, Deputy Mayor Lu hung up the phone. After a while, as if he had calmed down, he picked up the phone again and made a call. A gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Hey, President Su, it's me. The matter has been resolved and I need to explain it clearly to you. Busy? Oh, all right, we'll talk later. I'll get in touch with you again this evening. Then the call ended. Deputy Mayor Lu calmed himself down once again and mentally scolded the people below him. This face of mine has really been completely disgraced by them. At this moment, Su-sun was actually busy. After returning, she felt that the next 2 days would probably be free, so she simply signed Li Yuli's contract. She was very satisfied with Li Yuli's performance. This morning, Deputy Mayor Lu stopped the car. Old Wei, the driver, hesitated, but Li Yuli was really quite decisive. Knowing that as long as it's not illegal, you should follow the arrangements of whoever pays your salary. Su-sun, as the heir to a huge fortune, looks glamorous and powerful in the eyes of outsiders. Yet he doesn't have his own team. This is a big disadvantage. So Su-sun hoped to form his own team. A reliable and capable team. Now Li Yuli had basically met her requirements. So she simply signed a formal contract with Li Yuli. This time, there was no need to go to the legal advisor for the labor contract. Su-sun called the lawyer from last time, giving him a chance to earn some extra money. In the hotel conference room, the contract was successfully finalized right in front of Li Yuli. Li Yuli's salary is the same as Zhou Mu's, with a basic monthly wage of 300. Besides that, clothing is self-purchased, but there will be corresponding subsidies. Overall, a special assistant and a bodyguard hold about the same status in Su-sun's mind. To be honest, in Su-sun's mind, Zhou Mu's value is still somewhat higher. Thinking about the incident yesterday when they were surrounded, if those people had been villains, it would have been really life-threatening. Su-sun realized that people in this era still had a rather weak awareness of the law. Sometimes they were capable of doing anything. Once conditions were right, Su-sun planned to set up a security team for herself. She couldn't risk any danger just to save money. She appeared so wealthy to others, who knew if she might get kidnapped someday in the future. Of course, Li Yuli was also very important. She could be cultivated as Su-sun's right-hand assistant. On this entrepreneurial journey ahead, she would have to make full use of this capable special assistant. She kindly said to Li Yuli, if you're not satisfied with the treatment, you can speak up. Very satisfied. Li Yuli was quite content with her treatment. This salary was 3 times higher than what she had before. Although the working hours were a bit long and she had to run around with General Manager Su, the experience was truly different. Coupled with the future that Su-sun described, Li Yuli was deeply moved. She now just wanted to work quietly by General Manager Su's side. So after the lawyer drafted the contract, she signed it immediately. After seeing the lawyer off, Su-sun shook hands with Lee Yuli, saying, "Welcome to the team." Lee Yuli smiled and said, "Thank you, President Su. I will work hard." Su-sun said, "Since you have some free time now, go get a physical checkup." Lee Yuli asked curiously, "Why do I need a checkup? I'm very healthy except for that." Su-sun said, "I mean to have you check that particular issue. I suspect your husband has been deceiving you. Now that you are on your own, it's easier for me to share some of my guesses with you. If I'm not mistaken, over the years, because you trusted your husband, you never got checked, right? But you should know, if a man doesn't want a woman to get pregnant, there are plenty of ways to prevent it." Lee Yuli's face had already turned somewhat pale. She had never thought in this direction before. Especially now that Hao Jangwon also had a son. This only proved that it was her own problem. But what President Su said made her heart start to waver. Yes, not being able to conceive doesn't necessarily mean there is something wrong with her. Su-sun saw Lee Yuli's expression changing repeatedly and didn't say anything further. He let Lee Yuli think for herself. He believed that as long as this smart woman opened her mind a little, she would be able to figure out many things. They had been married for many years and he couldn't believe that Hao Jangwon hadn't shown any flaws in daily life. Anyway, she had already given a warning. As for what happens next, that's Lee Yuli's own business. Su-sun had no intention of getting involved. She was not the type to meddle or handle other people's troubles. Even this reminder was given with the principle of not wasting resources. After all, if the system provides information, why not use it? If one message could make Lee Yuli more sincere and work harder to earn money for her, then it was a gain. This was far more genuine than just painting a rosy picture. Lee Yuli finally seemed to understand and immediately said, "President Su, sorry, I'm taking a day off." Su-sun nodded in agreement. Lee Yuli wrote down a phone number for Su-sun. "If anything comes up, you can call this number. I promise I'll come back as soon as I finish." Then she hurriedly left. After she left, she didn't show up for dinner. Su-sun didn't look for her either. After all, it was already after work hours in the evening. He guessed Lee Yuli wasn't doing well either at this time. Sometimes when she looked at Lee Yuli's work performance, she thought that although the story was created by the author, in order to make the story reasonable, how would the world arrange for such a smart and capable person to break down? First, she was tricked into a sham marriage. Then someone deliberately smeared her reputation in front of the leadership, damaging her career. When her career failed, her energy naturally could only be focused on the family, and endless internal strife began. In the end, Lee Yuli died of anger, perhaps because she knew that Hao Jangwon had deceived her for a lifetime. This made her realize that he was a complete scumbag. So she simply divorced him before dying and gave this scumbag to the original female lead, Xia Wenjing. Although the story ended with making dumplings, life still goes on after making dumplings. Anyway, Su-sun analyzed it according to normal logic and thought it should be this kind of process. After this change, he didn't know how Lee Yuli would handle it. He hoped it wouldn't go down the old path. Otherwise, Su-sun would have to painfully give up a special assistant. After all, although she thought Lee Yuli was right to mess with the Hao family, using internal strife was definitely unacceptable. The employees wasting energy on family quarrels brought no benefit at all to her as the boss. For someone like Su-sun, who has double standards, it's a case of the butt deciding the brain. When he was an employee, Su the employee would say to the boss, "Boss, I'm having difficulties." But after becoming the boss, Su the boss wanted to say, "What do your difficulties have to do with me?" Compassion was something that did not exist for Su-sun. Thrown onto the streets as a child, adopted twice and then returned. Mocked and insulted by others. Growing up as tough as a weed. Su-sun felt she had no right to sympathize with others. Early the next morning, just after Su-sun finished breakfast, General Manager Ju cautiously came to find her. "General Manager Su, our Deputy Mayor Lu is here to see you. He said he wants to clarify what happened yesterday. He's waiting for you in the reception room." Su-sun nodded. She also wanted to know what exactly had happened yesterday. She knew the main reason was probably still related to the disdain score she had given. Look at those people gnashing their teeth like that. They must be the ones contributing to her dislike score. But such group activities must have organizers, and Su-sun wants to confirm who is behind this. It's not the same as what she guessed. To avoid future risks. Moreover, Su-sun already gave Vice Mayor Lu the cold shoulder once yesterday, and today she doesn't intend to let him be shut out again. She has some goodwill toward those who are willing to humble themselves for the sake of local development. As an orphan raised on state support, she may not be a kind person, but she doesn't intend to use people and then discard them. After making her stance clear, there's no need to keep giving face. Status and position aren't about showing off power. When she arrived at the reception room, Vice Mayor Lu was quite sincere, standing up to greet her. "General Manager Su is here. I actually came today to explain yesterday's matter." Su-sun said calmly, "Mayor Lu, there's no need to go through the trouble of coming all this way. Actually, everything could have been explained clearly over the phone. There's no need for this visit. Seeing Susun like this, Vice Mayor Lu became even more worried. If Susun were to vent his anger, it would at least show he had some feelings for Dongho City. But now he wasn't even angry. Could it be that he was ready to give up on Dongho City? He also remained expressionless and first addressed the main issues. I'll say it to your face to make it clearer. President Su, about what happened yesterday, let me apologize to you first. I really didn't expect such an incident to occur. But you have to believe this is something no one wanted to see. Yesterday, our mayor was furious and called to demand a thorough investigation from his subordinates. So the results came out quickly. He told Susun the statements from Ma Batzi and his group, as well as Lu Sangjin's testimony. After listening, Susun felt it was indeed as expected. She had previously suspected it was related to Lu Sanjian, because to incite people, Lu Sanjian was the most convenient. However, she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she looked very surprised. Then with a hint of anger she said, my grandfather has always been concerned about our relatives in our hometown and even asked me to return to help build it. But I never expected that my eldest uncle's family would be hurt by so many people there. Deputy Mayor Lu felt a pang in his heart. He hadn't expected Susun to think this way. He actually wanted to tell Susun that this matter was a family feud among themselves and had nothing to do with the investment environment in Dongho City. But Susun's focus was quite different. It can't be that you're so upset that you won't invest in your hometown anymore. President Su, don't be angry. This is just an isolated case. Most people have been misled. And after you left yesterday, many more people came, all supporting the investment in building the factory. It was also they who drove the people of Shaohua village away. This group can represent the majority. Susun seemed to accept this explanation and nodded, so it was right for me to decide that those who have conflicts with our Su family should not participate in the recruitment. People who like to cause trouble are not suitable to enter our factory. Deputy Mayor Lu. Deputy Mayor Lu was really at a loss for words at this moment. He had originally been prepared to say, is it just because you said those things before that the crowd was so easily incited? Mr. Su, you also bear some responsibility for this. You can't blame everything on our Dongho City. Now that Susun said this, it actually shut him up. Ah, what a pity. He immediately reorganized his thoughts and then continued to persuade Susun. This time our leadership has already held a meeting and decided to take serious action against such disruptive behavior, strictly in accordance with the law. Moreover, a warning and learning session will be conducted throughout Dongho City. So, President Su, this will definitely not happen again. Susun silently looked at him for a few seconds. Mayor Lu, you said the same thing last time, that there wouldn't be any more problems. Vice Mayor Lu's face flushed. He coughed to cover it up. There's always a chance for the unexpected. Yesterday's incident was a coincidence caused by many factors. Now we have eliminated all risks. Susun said. In the end, this incident once again proves that promises are not something reliable. So regarding the investment, I still need to consider it carefully. Let's not discuss this topic for the next few days. President Su, you can't say it like that. If there are problems, we should work hard to solve them. We can't give up because of that. Susun said, Mayor Lu, I haven't given up on investing, and it's not that it has to be Dongho. These 2 times have exhausted my feelings for Dongho. Now I need to consider my investment plans more rationally and calmly. She glanced at the time as she spoke. I still need to make a call to our partner company in the south later. Let's not talk much today. If there's a chance, I'll invite Mayor Lu to dinner. Deputy Mayor Lu. At this moment, Deputy Mayor Lu also truly realized that regaining Susun's trust this time would not be easy. What could be done then? No matter the reason, this matter has happened. Anyone would have to think twice after encountering resistance twice in the same place. And Susun was right about one thing. He really didn't have to be tied to Dongho. Originally, the reason for investing in this place was because of hometown feelings. But both times it was people from her hometown who dealt her blows. This really made one feel like there was a bone stuck in the throat. No matter how many calculations were in his heart, he wore a friendly smile and said, all right, I'll head back first. Once things are settled, I'll invite General Manager Su for tea. Regardless of the investment, as hosts, we must do a good job of hospitality. Susun smiled and nodded. He also gave a clear attitude. As long as cooperation was not discussed, everyone could get along harmoniously. This attitude made Vice Mayor Lu feel even heavier in spirit. Leaving the hotel and returning to the office, Deputy Mayor Lu immediately called County Chief Gao. He urged the county town to expedite the process. The results must come out before investing in the factory. All discordant elements in Ping'an town must be eliminated. Those causing trouble must be cracked down on. Oh! At this moment, the ringleader Lu Sanjian was weeping bitterly. He thought that by distancing himself completely, even if the Ma family was arrested afterward, he could still get away. After all, he never directly told the Ma family to cause trouble, he only hinted a few times. But he overestimated his own mindset. After facing the interrogation by the county public security, he simply couldn't hold on and blurted out all his innermost thoughts. After speaking, he regretted it. He felt he didn't have to be so honest at all. The only thing he was glad about was that he stubbornly didn't mention his son. First, this plan was something he had already thought of long ago, and his son only gave a reminder. Second, in his heart, his son's future was fate. It absolutely could not be affected. So during the interrogation, he didn't mention his son Lu Xiaoqiang at all. Only now did Lu Sanjin realize he had thought everything was too simple. He thought it was just causing a fuss just like before. Just bluff it through and it would be over. Those educated youths had also caused trouble, and last time at the cement factory, the villagers caused trouble too. Nothing serious ever happened. Why does it not work when it comes to him? Even the veteran county police officer who has handled cases for many years came. I heard he used to deal with secret agents and is very skilled at catching clues. This time he came out of retirement specifically to investigate him. No wonder he kept finding loopholes in his words yesterday, making him increasingly nervous and confess everything in the end. Lu Sanjin never thought he could cause such a big commotion. He wiped his tears and tentatively asked the young police officer in the detention room. This was still an old acquaintance, Officer Lee. How many days am I detained here? Be honest. How many days of detention? That depends on the nature of the case, Officer Xiaoli said with a stern face. When Xiaoli was originally assigned to go to Xiaohua village to help Su Sun find relatives, he had contact with the village party secretary and felt something was off. Now it has indeed been proven true. Officer Xiaoli thought his judgment of people was quite accurate. As for this Lu Sanjin, Secretary Lu, well, he definitely won't be secretary anymore. Given his charges according to the higher authorities, he will face severe punishment in accordance with relevant laws. For example, the act of gathering a crowd to block and disrupt social order can be either minor or serious. On the minor side, a few days of detention would suffice. But if it causes significant damage, then criminal charges are warranted. This time, the Lu Sanjin incident is definitely not minor. He incited cadres to block the way, who, without any reason and for their own selfish interests, deliberately obstructed the city leadership's work, hindered foreign investment, and damaged the entire investment environment of Dongno City. Moreover, considering his identity as a village party secretary, he is part of the organization and knowingly broke the law. This was all analyzed by Xiao Li from the Public Security Bureau. He thinks this is exactly how things happened. But for now he won't tell Lu Sanjin. He'll just let him keep it bottled up inside. People acknowledge their relatives and then build their hometown. What a perfect ending this is. It could become a beautiful story in their Ping'an town. If it spreads, it would make the surrounding towns envious and drool. Lu Sanjin insists on turning this perfect ending into a tragedy, making the beautiful story of Ping'an town a joke. No matter how Xiao Li from the Public Security Bureau feels, he's not comfortable. Purely, he also wants Lu Sanjin to feel uncomfortable. Outside the police station, Li Hongmei still hasn't managed to meet Lu Sanjin. Since yesterday she has come to the police station several times, but because Lu Sanjin was under investigation at the time, he could not see anyone. Lu Sanjin's case has not yet been concluded, and to avoid the possibility that someone might still be manipulating things behind the scenes and influencing the testimony, it is naturally inconvenient for him to meet anyone. So Li Hongmei was once again turned away. She had no choice but to wipe her tears and head to the station, preparing to take a bus to the county town to find her son, Lu Xiaoqiang. She originally planned to use the village branch office phone to call her son yesterday, but they wouldn't let her. They said Lu Sanjin got into trouble, and to prevent some evidence from being damaged, even his family members were not allowed to enter the office. Li Hongmei cursed those people in her heart, calling them fair-weather friends. When the Lu family was prosperous, everyone flocked around, chatting with the secretary every day. Now that the family is in trouble, they're not even allowed to use the phone. Sure enough, what Sanjin said back then was right. Now that the Su family has risen, they definitely want to bring the Lu family down. This is just the beginning, and already 3 have had accidents. Li Hongmei cried all the way to the county town. When they arrived at the factory, they couldn't get in and had to ask the gatekeeper to help call someone. When Lu Xiaoqiang heard the colleague's notification, he saw his mother looking haggard right outside the gate. "Mom, why are you here? How did it come to this?" "Xiaoqiang, your dad had an accident." Li Hongmei cried out in pain. Lu Xiaoqiang felt a jolt. What kind of accident could his dad have? He stayed in the village, was even the village party secretary. What could possibly happen? He quickly pulled Li Hongmei aside to talk. "Mom, don't panic. Tell me what happened." "Your dad was arrested. He had just eaten lunch yesterday when he was taken. At that time, your dad was preoccupied and barely touched his lunch. I don't even know if he's hungry now." Lu Xiaoqiang was a bit impatient. Worried about being hungry at a time like this? Why was he arrested? Be clear about it. It's all because of that factory business with the Su family. Your dad just said a few words to the Ma family. The Ma family then took the villagers to cause trouble. Then the town police station arrested them. They named your dad, so he was taken away too. Don't you think this is really unfair? Your dad didn't even say much at the time. Lu Sanjin hadn't told his wife about this, and what Li Hongmei heard was only the vague complaints Lu Sanjin had made to the Ma family back then. In her view, this is completely legal. Why just arrest people like that? She felt it was unreasonable. There must be something fishy about this. Lu Xiaoqiang's heart raced and his complexion changed repeatedly. He thought anxiously to himself, how could it have escalated so much? Isn't this just a case of gathering a crowd to cause trouble? In the past, if anyone was dissatisfied, they would directly go to the commune leaders to make a fuss. The leaders could only try to calm things down. Why is it so serious this time, with people being arrested directly? Even his dad got arrested for nagging a few times, so what about himself? This idea was actually his own. Li Hongmei had no idea her son was also involved and was still crying, saying that her father must have suffered a lot throughout the day and night and needed to be rescued quickly. Lu Xiaoqiang said, "How am I supposed to save him?" Li Hongmei said, "Don't you know Hua Chaoyang? He's very capable and knows a lot of people. See if he can help out. Your father said before that if the Su family rises up, they will definitely harm people. Now that misfortune has fallen on our family, sooner or later it will also affect Hua Chaoyang. You should talk to him." Lu Xiaoqiang wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he dare to tell Hua Chaoyang these things? He would definitely be looked down upon. But it seemed there was no other way now. Lu Xiaoqiang couldn't just ignore his own father. Besides, he was also worried about being deeply involved. Chapter 28. Lu Xiaoqiang summarized some reasons. He even wrote and drew on a piece of paper to organize his thoughts and finally made up his mind to call Hua Chaoyang. When the Su family relatives returned earlier, he had contacted Hua Chaoyang, but both Hua Chaoyang and Qiu Ruoyun were not there. The two had gone south to survey the market. A few days ago, we did get in touch because Hua Chaoyang and the others had returned from the south. While reading the newspaper, they saw news about the Su family recognizing relatives. Su Jinshan in the photo was immediately recognized. So Qiu Ruoyun called Lu Xiaoqiang to inquire about the current situation of the Su family. At that time, Lu Xiaoqiang said there wasn't much change. They came to visit and then left. As for setting up a factory, there was no sign of it yet. Back then, Lu Xiaoqiang never expected things to develop to the point they have now. The call was connected. Fortunately, it was Hua Chaoyang who answered the phone. Since making money doing business in Dongno City, Hua Chaoyang had used his connections to get a telephone. In the house behind a street-facing shop in Dongzhou, Hua Chaoyang was looking at an inventory list while answering the phone. Because he had been traveling frequently for a long time, his skin was slightly dark, but his facial features were distinct, making him a handsome young man. From the perspective of Qiu Ruoyun sitting across from him, he had a special aura that others didn't possess. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed. Occasionally glancing up during work made her feel happy. Just like now, she kept looking up at Hua Chaoyang from time to time. It wasn't until she saw Hua Chaoyang's expression change slightly that she was startled awake. "What's wrong?" Hua Chaoyang raised his hand, signaling her not to speak for the moment. Then asked Xiaoqiang, "Don't be anxious. How did Lu Sanjin get caught?" Hearing that it was Lu Sanjin who was caught, Qiu Ruoyun was no longer worried. She just couldn't help but frown. Because of her previous relationship with Lu Xiaoqiang, she had regarded Lu Sanjin as one of her own, thinking he was honest and reliable. But after getting to know him, she found out he was a bureaucrat enthusiast and quite jealous. At that time, there was no other choice, and he had already been helped to sit in that position. In the village, they also had to rely on his support. So she could only endure it. Later, after returning to the city, she instinctively had Hua Chaoyang reduce contact with the Lu family. Even the arrangements regarding Lu Xiaoqiang were the result of their joint discussion. They felt the Lu family lacked ability, and continuing to follow them would actually be bad for Lu Xiaoqiang. Something has indeed happened now. On the phone, Lu Xiaoqiang was crying and sniffling as he poured out the grievances of his family. He talked about how the Su family, ever since they got a wealthy relative, had been acting arrogantly and tyrannically in the village, even threatening to prevent villagers from participating in job recruitment. This caused public outrage among the villagers. The villagers went to his father to complain, but his father was at a loss and could only report it to Mayor Wang. Mayor Wang also thought the Su family were not upright people and believed their relative's investment was not legitimate, so he rejected it. However, the Su family's relative was more troublesome than the Su family themselves and probably went to the city leaders to twist the facts and lodge complaints, which led to Mayor Wang being criticized. His father felt very guilty and was also afraid that Mayor Wang would take it out on Hua Chaoyang, so he could only try to find a way to make amends. You know, my dad didn't have much education or insight. He got confused by all this. When the Ma family came to him for advice, he remembered the previous cement factory incident and mentioned it to them. The Ma family actually believed it and then stirred up other villagers who were unhappy with the Su family to cause trouble. Hua Chaoyang listened and frowned, too impulsive. That was a city official. The town leaders can usually tolerate things because it doesn't affect the town. But causing trouble in front of city officials means our town leaders have to handle it seriously. They can't cover for it themselves. Lu Xiaoqiang said, no one knew about this. None of us had any insight. Anyway, Ma Batzi was caught and then my dad was implicated. Now my dad is also arrested. Brother Chaoyang, can you find a way to get my dad out? Hua Chaoyang pinched his brow. All right, I'll think of a way first. Don't be anxious and lose your composure. Wait for my news. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The confident look he had while checking the orders was gone from his brows. Hua Chaoyang really didn't want to get involved in this matter. But in his heart, he still remembered the times when he was down and out, and Lu Xiaoqiang steadfastly followed him. Lu Sanjin had also helped him. He still remembered this kindness. Actually, it wasn't just the Lu family's favor, he also remembered the Su family's. When his grandmother passed away on her deathbed, she asked Su Jishan to take care of him for a few years in return for the help his family had given to the Su family back then. In the end, Su Jinshan took the opportunity to make a request that he become a live-in son-in-law. This was humiliating for him, but on the other hand, it protected him. He also remembered this favor. Although he once suspected that Su Jinshan knew his family was hiding gold and wanted to benefit from it this way, he still knew that becoming a live-in son-in-law to the Su family was the best arrangement for him at the time. So he accepted it. But what happened afterward caught everyone off guard. Not to mention Su Baoling's change of heart, the breaking of the engagement, and the damage to his face. After all, he wasn't very eager to marry Su Baoling anyway. But later, after the engagement was broken off, the Su family targeted him, which was very infuriating. He could let that go, but it also caused Qiu Ruoyun to suffer. If it weren't for Qilei exposing Su Jishan, who knows how much longer this would have gone on. In Hua Chaoyang's view, Su Jinshan's personal vendetta made him unfit to be the squad leader. Su Xiangdong acted recklessly and deserved to be taught a lesson. As for Su Xiangnan, he was the one Hua Chaoyang could not tolerate the most. He actually stalked Ruoyun, trying to report her for reselling goods. At that time, this could have ruined Ruoyun's entire life. So when Qiu Ruoyun later fought back, he knew about it but didn't say anything. Su Xiangnan had his own sinister plans and was making things difficult for the female comrade. Wasn't it only natural for someone to fight back? If Ruoyun hadn't been smart back then, who knows what would have happened to her now? Because of this, the two sides became enemies. Because of this, he rarely went back to his hometown. Now he had to deal with matters from his hometown again. Hua Chaoyang felt somewhat troubled in his heart. What's wrong? Qiu Ruoyun asked with concern. Hua Chaoyang's expression was gentle. It's nothing serious. Then he told Qiu Ruoyun about Lu Sangjin's situation. After hearing these things, Qiu Ruoyun felt a bit unsettled. Deep down, she didn't want Hua Chaoyang to have any more dealings with those people. They couldn't keep up and would only hold him back. She asked, so are you going to get involved? Xiao Chong has come to me, so I can't just ignore it. Besides, I want to know what's really going on now. After all, we have quite a big conflict with the Su family. Qiu Ruoyun nodded absent-mindedly. Then be careful. If anything comes up, we can discuss it together. Hua Chaoyang said, Then he started flipping through the phone book, looking for certain people. Qiu Ruoyun sat opposite him, no longer in the good mood she had before. She was trying hard to recall some information she had seen in her past life, to see if there was any mention of the Su family having such a relative. Rebirth is her greatest secret, and also her greatest advantage. In her previous life, she did not go to the countryside, it was her brother who went. Years later, her career was not going well. Seeing a report in the newspaper about Hua Chaoyang, the richest man in Donggo City, she felt very envious. They were about the same age. He had such great ability while she was such a failure, unable to succeed in any business. Instead, she had squandered her parents' and in-law savings. Then she heard her brother sigh, saying that Hua Chaoyang was from the place where they had been sent to the countryside. He said that when Hua Chaoyang was young, he was the son-in-law of the team leader's family because his ancestors had been landlords. So the villagers looked down on him. Unexpectedly, he now had such a bright future. If only they had befriended him back then. At that time, Qiu Ruoyun also felt it was a pity. Helping the big shot in his youth, just a little support from her, and he could have taken off easily. Later, she unintentionally returned to her teenage years. Just as her family was about to go to the countryside, she decided to volunteer to go as well. After all, even if she stayed in the city, she wouldn't have much success. It was better to go to the countryside and get to know the richest man. Moreover, since everyone in the city knew her, she couldn't secretly use her knowledge of the future to do business and make money. It was better to go to the countryside and change her environment. At first, Qiu Ruoyun really didn't intend to date Hua Chaoyang. She just wanted to please him so that when Hua Chaoyang made money in the future, he could help her out. It was purely about hitching a ride on his success. After all, Hua Chaoyang already had a fiancé. Although they later divorced, at that time they were still together. But after spending more time together, unknowingly, some things did get out of control. However, both of them tried hard to restrain their feelings. Nothing immoral happened. It wasn't until later, when Su Baoling called off the engagement, that the two officially started dating. The later developments indeed changed their fate. Between taking the university entrance exam and doing business, both chose to do business. She and Hua Chaoyang are now running a very thriving business. Her foresight, combined with Hua Chaoyang's ability, means they basically make money from whatever they do. They opened chain stores in Dongzhou City and acquired real estate. They are about to build a factory in the south as well. They have laid a very good foundation. They just need to wait a few more years for policies to loosen up and their career can take off. Originally, the Su family was all in the past. Suddenly, a relative from the Su family appeared, which made Qiu Ruoyun somewhat wary. She was afraid that her own changes might also lead to changes in the fate of the Su family. Given the huge grudge between her and the Su family, if they really made a move, they definitely would not let her off. No matter how she recalled, she simply couldn't remember if the Su family had such a relative. Because in her previous life, when she searched online for information about Hua Chaoyang, there was very little news about the Su family. She only knew that he was once the Su family's live-in son-in-law. Later, they divorced due to personality clashes. But he gave the Su family a large sum of money, fulfilling his obligations to the utmost. With this unfamiliar factor suddenly appearing, Qiu Ruoyun felt a bit worried. If it could alarm the city leadership to intervene, it must be quite capable. She knew that during this period, the country still placed great importance on foreign investment. Facing her, Hua Chaoyang finally decided to call Mayor Wang. He had the best relationship with Mayor Wang back in his hometown, which was a connection he had invested in early on. Because Mayor Wang was young, in Hua Chaoyang's view, being young and promising was the best political capital. Such a person was likely to go far. Although he didn't need to use this connection now, if Wang Weimin could develop into the county town, it would still be very helpful to him. This incident even implicated Mayor Wang, and I don't know the exact details. He called, and after a while, the call was answered. On the other end, Wang Weimin's voice came through weakly. "This is Wang Weimin." "Mayor Wang, this is Hua Chaoyang." "Hua Chaoyang." Wang Weimin's voice immediately grew louder, with a hint of excitement in his tone. "You're still calling. Do you know how much trouble I've gotten into because of you?" "Hua Chaoyang." He instinctively glanced at the phone, thinking he had dialed the wrong number. After confirming he hadn't, he said, "Mayor Wang, calm down first." "Calm down? I can't calm down. My political career is about to be ruined. How do you expect me to stay calm? What kind of people do you know? I actually made such a mistake because I trusted you. Tell me, why did that Lu Sanjin want to harm me?" After Wang Weimin said these words, he was so angry he was about to cry. At his age, and as a leader, he normally wouldn't show his emotions. But this time, he really couldn't bear the grievance. He made a huge mistake in a moment of confusion, hadn't had time to fix it, and was then dragged into the abyss by Lu Sanjin. His bright future was gone. He didn't even know what to do next. Hua Chaoyang asked Chief Wang what exactly is going on with this matter. "What's going on?" Lu Sanjin gathered a crowd to cause trouble and even said it was to please me. "You tell me what's going on. I actually want you to help me ask him what's really going on." After saying that, he hung up the phone. He was afraid that if he didn't hang up, he would lose his temper and curse at Hua Chaoyang. But for now, Chief Wang still had some sense. He knew that at this point, there was no need to offend everyone completely. He could only hold back his anger. After finishing the call, Hua Chaoyang knew that the situation back home was really bad. Mayor Wang was definitely facing huge problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so agitated. Was this connection just lost like that? This made Hua Chaoyang feel very frustrated. "What's wrong?" Qiu Ruoyun asked. "The situation isn't good." Hua Chaoyang recounted the events. Over the years, the two had always been reasonable with each other. He had always known that Qiu Ruoyun was a capable person with great insight. After hearing the situation, Qiu Ruoyun felt she had been right about her judgment of people. This Lu Sanjin really didn't have much ability. He was prone to causing setbacks in important matters. So what do we do now? Mayor Wang is already facing difficulties. It's useless for us to go back. Actually, Xiao Ruoyan's thought was to just leave it alone. However, Hua Chaoyang could not ignore it. First, he couldn't hurt his brother's feelings. Second, he also wanted to understand the situation of the Su family. Even Mayor Wang was affected, which showed that the other party was quite powerful. If they wanted to make things difficult for him, Hua Chaoyang thought, although he had developed new prospects in the southern market, Dongzhou City was after all his entrepreneurial base, his stronghold. He didn't want to leave empty-handed. I plan to go meet this relative of the Su family, preferably to have a talk. When doing business, it's best not to make enemies lightly. Xiao Ruoyan said, is this appropriate? She will definitely be protective of the Su family. Then all the more reason to meet and test the waters. If the other party is hostile towards us, we can prepare defenses early. Su Sun didn't expect Li Yuli to resolve the matter and return so quickly. He said one day, and it really was just one day. Li Yuli looked a bit haggard, but it seemed her emotions hadn't collapsed. President Su, thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have been deceived my whole life, Li Yuli said, her emotions only beginning to change at this point, because she felt she had been so foolish. She never expected that she would be deceived by Hao Jiangwen for so long. 7 years. A full 7 years, and she actually thought it was her own fault. She was even touched by Hao Jiangwen's tolerance towards her. At the time, she didn't even consider using the family savings to go abroad for treatment. She was just afraid of burdening her family. Who would have thought it would end up like this? It was truly feeding the dog. Susan asked, is everything resolved? Not yet. I also don't want to delay work, so I first asked someone to help me solve it. That's why I found the lawyer you hired yesterday to handle these issues. We'll see how to file the lawsuit and go through the legal process. Besides Hao Jiangwen, I also sued the doctor who deceived me. She was sent to the countryside with Hao Jiangwen at the same time and knew about Hao Jiangwen's previous marriage. She said she was moved by Hao Jiangwen's deep feelings and wanted to help him. Su-sun. Shouldn't a normal person despise such a scumbag? First, he abandoned his wife and child, then he deceived his current wife. So his deep feelings were just for his own comfortable life, bullying 2 women? Su-sun realized that compared to this man, he could practically be called a good young man. Li Yuli said, she has already been suspended and I plan to continue suing her. As for Hao Jiangwen, he shouldn't expect to keep being a teacher either. People like that don't deserve to be teachers. Yesterday, Hao Jiangwen and I got our divorce certificate. From now on, we have no relationship. After saying this, Li Yuli felt completely relieved. She had previously planned to delay the divorce to take revenge on Hao Jiangwen. Then, after consulting a lawyer, she learned that if she didn't divorce, the case would likely be treated as a domestic dispute, making things complicated. Suing them as a victim would allow her to receive more compensation. Thinking that she shouldn't let these matters affect her job, she decided to handle everything through legal procedures and not get entangled with the Hao family anymore. Su-sun was also very satisfied with this outcome. Of course, she preferred that Li Yuli had become more clear-headed. Indeed, a career is the best medicine. Since that's the case, then you can focus on your work from now on. Once you have money, you'll find that your worries lessen. If you have any troubles, just have someone help you handle them. This was the deepest insight Su-sun had gained from having experienced poverty. Although she didn't have much money now and was just a fake tycoon, she was beginning to experience the carefree life that money could bring. Li Yuli couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Indeed, after hiring a lawyer to handle the issues, she immediately felt like she didn't have to worry about anything. Because she appeared so relaxed, her parents no longer had to worry about her. Knowing that she was now working for a very capable foreign business owner and might even have the chance to develop abroad in the future, they were even less concerned. She was now grateful to have met President Su. Otherwise, after discovering she had been deceived into marriage and suffered setbacks in her career, with both her marriage and career under attack, she didn't know how she would have coped. Therefore, she sincerely appreciated President Su and wanted to repay him. President Su, do you have any work arrangements for me while I'm away? No, I'm not in a hurry to go to Ping'an Town for now. Let's go south for a few days first. I had already arranged to visit the plastic factory over there. You will come with me. In the future, you need to be more attentive in managing the plastic factory. Don't tell others the purpose of going south. Li Yuli nodded. She had known about keeping secrets before, and from now on, she would not casually disclose anything about President Su. Because he was temporarily leaving Dongzhou City, Su-sun naturally instructed the hotel not to clean the room during the days he was away. Because of this, President Zhu also knew about her. The news that he was leaving came. Instantly panicked, fearing that Su-sun was going to inspect investments elsewhere. So they quickly informed Vice Mayor Liu. Vice Mayor Liu was still urging Anshui County to hurry up and produce results, then find another opportunity to win Su-sun's trust. Then they heard this news. Chapter 29. Why did President Su leave Dongzhou City so suddenly? We didn't even get a chance to show our hospitality. Deputy Mayor Lu came to visit again. By now, Su-sun had already packed his luggage, and the related procedures had been completed. It's not easy to go south at this time. An entry application is required, especially since Su-sun is a foreign national. The procedures are even more complicated. The system can't be used to alter the information again, but fortunately, Assistant Lee is running errands, so Su-sun doesn't have to worry about these matters. When Deputy Mayor Lu arrived, he saw several packed suitcases already placed in Su-sun's living room. This really made one feel uneasy. Even the coffee Li Yuli brought over no longer interested me. President Su, how about staying a few more days in Dongzhou City? We can arrange a banquet. Su-sun said, Mayor Lu, please don't say that. My schedule is already set, and it shouldn't be changed casually. Besides, this time I came back, I can't just stay in Dongzhou City. The beautiful rivers and mountains of our motherland should be seen more while I have the chance. President Su, I won't beat around the bush. Regarding this investment, we in Dongzhou City really want to do our best to secure it. We still hope President Su can give us another chance. If there is any dissatisfaction or any problems, we will definitely try to resolve them. Nowadays, everyone from top to bottom wants to improve the environment in Dongzhou City, making it more stable and more conducive to development. Su-sun sighed upon hearing these sincere words. Actually, I really don't want to bring up the investment issue again. I believe that not only me but any investor after going through these things would not want to continue investing here. Feeling wronged isn't important, the main issue is the high risk. She stopped Vice Mayor Lu from making those promises he was about to say. We've also verified that promises are useless. Vice Mayor Lu. He hesitated and said, then what exactly should be done to give another chance? Su-sun said, I really don't want to bring this up again, but Mayor Lu has come several times which has shown me your sincerity. How about this, I'll try one more time. However, this time I have concerns. Given the current environment, I don't have the confidence to invest too much. So I want to see how genuine Dongzhou City's intentions really are. Upon hearing this, Vice Mayor Lu knew that Su-sun's demands were probably not low. Are there any specific requirements? The equipment and technology will still be provided by my side. I can't invest any additional funds. Also, I hope to hold 70% of the company's shares. At this time, policies restricted foreign investment. It had to be a joint venture with shared management. Hearing Su-sun's words, Deputy Mayor Lu was surprised. Isn't this requirement a bit too harsh? The original plan was for Su-sun's side to provide funding, technology, and equipment, while the government only needed to provide the land and offer tax reductions, as well as arrange sales channels. Moreover, the share ratio was to be negotiated. This was to ensure that the government would gain more benefits. If the share was larger, the company's management authority would also increase, giving it more say. Now that Su-sun spoke up like this, it was a significant change. The company's say alone was greatly reduced. And there was also a missing entry of a sum in US dollars. You can continue to think it over. I'll go out for a bit these days and get back to you when I return. Deputy Mayor Lu wanted to say more, but Su-sun refused to yield, firmly holding her ground. Although she now had tens of thousands of US dollars in her pocket, the money had to be spent wisely. It was better to save wherever possible. Of course, Su-sun wasn't really saying she wouldn't pay a single cent. She just had to keep the price low first, right? What she was actually fighting for was the initiative in managing the factory. Su-sun didn't want the factory to be bossed around later. Even if the factory got up and running, it was meant to be a tool for Su-sun to earn disdain value. If she had some plans and others started pointing fingers and restricting her, that would be no fun at all. I've already made up my mind. Deputy Mayor Lu, please don't try to persuade me any further. I've already shown considerable sincerity to Dongzhou City. After saying that, she stood up to see the guest out. Deputy Mayor Lu wasn't the type to cling stubbornly. Seeing that Su-sun had no intention to continue the discussion, he could only go back to hold a meeting and discuss. Li Yuli quickly accompanied Su-sun downstairs to see him off. On the way downstairs, Deputy Mayor Lu still asked Li Yuli to help speak on his behalf. No matter what, Dongzhou City had to be fought for. You are a good comrade of ours in Dongzhou. I hope you won't forget Dongzhou either. Li Yuli smiled and agreed, but in his heart, he thought that if he hadn't started working with General Manager Su, he would probably still be seen by the leaders as the employee who lost face with no future. The two walked out of the elevator. Deputy Mayor Lu's secretary was waiting downstairs and came to greet them. Seeing the forced smile on Deputy Mayor Lu's face, he knew this time it probably hadn't succeeded again. Li Yuli saw the two to the door and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a child ran out from the side of the gate and hugged her leg. Immediately, Li Yuli's expression changed. Here we go again. This child was Hao Liang. Auntie, please don't report my dad. If something happens to my dad, I won't have any food to eat. I don't want to go hungry. I used to never have enough to eat, but now I don't want to be hungry anymore. This suddenly attracted a lot of attention again. Even Deputy Mayor Liu stayed behind. This time, he didn't blame Li Yuli. After all, Li Yuli had already resigned, and for an ordinary person, Deputy Mayor Liu naturally didn't have such high expectations. Thinking that Li Yuli was already Susun's assistant, he couldn't just ignore this matter when he saw it. Go call Xiaozhu to handle it. Find their family elders. Call his dad. What kind of mess is this? Having encountered this kind of thing twice, Deputy Mayor Liu was also in a very bad mood. He felt like everyone was holding him back. The previous issue hadn't been resolved yet, and now causing such a mess right under Susun's nose. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? In the future, Susun won't invest in Donggo City, and she'll probably chat with her friends about these jokes from Dongzhou. Donggo City really has a notorious reputation. Just as I was thinking, suddenly two elderly people ran out from the side. They were the same ones who appeared last time, Hao Liangliang's grandparents. As soon as these two elders arrived, they knelt down to Vice Mayor Liu. This really scared Vice Mayor Liu. What are they trying to do? What era is this and people are still kneeling? If this gets out, what kind of image will people have? Get up, quickly get up. What are you doing? Leader, please stand up for our family. It's all our fault, nothing to do with our son. We beg you to stand up for us. Vice Mayor Liu. General Manager Zhu finally rushed out in a hurry this time. He was busy handling some issues earlier and didn't hear the commotion. Once he heard the situation, he came immediately. Seeing the scene at the door, he just felt like going crazy. Last time it was only bothering Li Yuli, and now it's directly bothering Vice Mayor Liu? This is deadly serious. He quickly found someone to help support the elderly man. He shouted to the front desk, hurry up and call the school. No need to call anymore, my son isn't working. Yuli is going to sue us, trying to make our family life unbearable. Mrs. Hao wiped her tears and cried. Li Yuli said coldly, I don't have time to argue with you. Everything go through my lawyer. No matter how much you yell, it won't cover up the fact that your son committed marriage fraud. After speaking, she directly twisted Hao Liangliang's hand open. There was not a bit of pity. The child cried loudly. But Li Yuli was not soft-hearted at all. After what happened last time, she recalled and realized that her career was almost ruined by this child. His reckless behavior made her a laughingstock at the Donggo Hotel. Hao's mother held her grandson tenderly. You could be angry with us all you want, but don't treat Jangwen and the child like this. Yuli, we've been together for 7 years. Do you have no feelings at all? If there's something wrong, can't our family discuss it? Why must it be taken to court? Hao Jangwen hurried over at this moment as well. Seeing the miserable state of his parents and child, he felt extremely heartbroken. Mom, Dad, what are you doing? I want to beg her to let you go. If there's any grievance, take it out on us. It's all your dad's and my fault. If it weren't for us, none of this would have happened. Hao's mother cried out. Father Hao finally spoke up at the time. You didn't want to marry her, it was us who forced you to. These words made it seem as if Li Yuli had been the one forcing the marriage unilaterally. The key point is, Hao Jangwen really looked like he was recalling a past forced marriage scene, his face full of pain. As the male lead in a tragic love story, he was handsome and refined with a melancholic aura. Seeing such a pained expression on him was quite intimidating. This look made Li Yuli feel utterly fed up. She was reflecting on how she had ever liked Hao Jangwen before. At that time, she was the one who asked her parents to propose to the Hao family, but she never said the marriage wouldn't happen, so what right did she have to decide what happens to the Hao family? The Li family didn't have that authority either. Susun watched the commotion for a while and finally came over. She had just heard the voices coming from outside the window upstairs. She just found it lively, glanced a few times from upstairs and then came down. After all, she is now Li Yuli's superior. If these people get used to causing trouble, won't they cause trouble for her in the future as well? So Susun planned to block their path directly. She didn't want to wait until they caused trouble around her later and then fight back. Before others disgusted her, she would discuss them first. President Zhu, your hotel is really lively. Susun smiled as she walked over. Zhoumu followed closely behind her, his eyes fixed tightly on the Hao family, preventing them from rushing over to cling to Susun's leg. Seeing her, everyone's expressions were complicated. The Hao family had suffered losses at her hands last time, and felt that her coming was definitely not a good sign. Li Yuli felt he had embarrassed President Su. As for Vice Mayor Liu, he was even more ashamed. This matter was really a series of troubles, one wave after another. Susun didn't care about everyone's feelings but asked President Zhu to get him a camera to take pictures, to capture the scene. President Zhu said, President Su, why are you taking pictures of this? Susun said, I have a friend who runs a newspaper in New York. It's not very famous, but it can sell newspapers worldwide. If we publish such a sensational news story, it will definitely sell like crazy all over the world. Maybe I can make some money from this. The scene quieted down for a moment. Susan tilted his chin up and looked at the Hao family. Liuli is now my assistant. I don't like noise around me. Whoever makes a fuss, I'll make sure your stories spread across the world. You have to believe I have that ability. You. Hao Jiangwen's face flushed red, wanting to retort. Susan nodded at him, meaning speak, continue speaking. After all, the two elders of the Hao family were former teachers. At this moment they were also rational. Knowing that causing a scene would do no good, they held back their son to prevent him from saying the wrong thing. They even covered their grandson's mouth. Mrs. Hao said to Liuli, we're not trying to cause trouble for you, we just want to have a good talk with you. It's just that you never gave us the chance, so we came over. Liuli didn't respond to her but said to Susan, President Su, can I also submit a story? My story is very complete and could be serialized. Mrs. Hao. President Zhu immediately got fired up, aren't you going already? Do you really want to lose face all the way abroad? The Hao family really didn't dare to stay any longer. They were confident that Vice Mayor Liu, General Manager Zhu, and Liuli wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Because for the Hao family, the current situation was already the worst. But what Susan just said made them realize it could get even worse. They still had some pride and didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of the whole world. That young leader Liuli clearly wasn't someone easy to talk to. There was also a man beside him who looked somewhat menacing. He was obviously not someone to mess with. They didn't have the slightest thought of clinging to each other and crying for help, not even a bit of it. Hao's father made a quick decision, forget it, let's go back. With a clear conscience, we're not afraid to go to court. Hao Jiangwen hugged his son in humiliation and left with his parents. After walking a few steps, thinking about the humiliation they had just suffered, he said painfully, Liuli must have learned bad habits from this person, which is why he became so vicious. Dislike value +1, reward $10,000. The hated by 10,000 system suddenly spoke up. It's worth noting that it usually doesn't broadcast. A dislike value of this level was just a light drizzle to it. Susan thought she had misheard, distractedly glanced over, and it really was 10,000. Susan. Could the system have made a mistake too? She immediately said nothing, turned around, and walked away. This attitude, seen by others, would be thought to stem from the recent farce, making her feel upset. Vice Mayor Lu's heart sank again. It was not just because of Susan's current attitude. In fact, when Susan just said that the Hao family would become globally famous, Vice Mayor Lu's heart began to sink. It was as if he saw the future global fame of Dongzhou City. He knew very well that foreign news outlets were not responsible at all. They dared to publish anything. Why does he know? Because it's a capitalist country, as long as you have money you can get anything done. Otherwise, why would he value foreign businessmen so much? Don't underestimate these people just because they're in business. Once their overseas assets reach a certain level, they still have influence. The secretary came over and asked Leader, what should we do about this? Go back and hold a meeting first. Deputy Mayor Lu said. He needed to quickly implement Susun's demands. What's wrong with giving a little concession? Let's get this project secured first, then there will be more projects coming in later. If we don't get this project, then Dongzhou City won't have many opportunities in the future. Susun returned to the room and closed the door, then asked the system, did I get it wrong? The system, disliked by everyone, said, no mistake, Hao Jiangwen is the main character. The value is different. Susun. So the main character's value is actually different. So the 1 million was just the base? There's also a commission? Why didn't you tell me earlier? This is a secret reward set by my master. The master believes that the protagonist of the story is the embodiment of truth, goodness, and beauty, and a symbol of justice. To be disliked by the protagonist without doing anything wrong means your ability to be detestable is extraordinary. This is a bonus reward. Susun. She suspected the system's master still hadn't read enough novels or watched enough TV. She smiled and said, there are plenty of protagonists in this world. All kinds. Aren't you afraid I'll just go after the protagonists to farm dislike? Host, are you planning to farm protagonist dislike points? Although they pay more, it's harder to farm. I don't recommend you focus on farming dislike points from protagonists. Also, if you don't encounter one, I won't help you identify who the protagonist is. Susun said, of course not. I promised you I would complete the task early. I won't go back on my word. The money is secondary, the task is the most important. She wasn't that foolish. Although she loved money, she didn't let it blind her. Even if it's the protagonist, there are different types. Some focus on love, others on career. If it were a family melodrama male lead like Hao Jiangwen, then it would be easy to brush off. After all, his greatest skill, besides sacrificing the women around him to achieve his goals, is nothing else. But if it's a career-driven protagonist, then caution is necessary. You can't offend a future powerful enemy just for $10,000. The everyone hates system didn't know what Soo-sun was thinking, but after a quick calculation in his mind, the result was, it turned out that in the host's heart, I am more important than money. After a while, Liuli came to knock on the door to express thanks. Soo-sun said, "This kind of endless troublemaking should be met with timely consequences. I hope you can do this from now on." She definitely didn't want to always be the one handling these matters. However, she felt that the Hao family probably wouldn't dare to mess with her anymore. But privately entangling with Liuli was really unpredictable. As long as they didn't cause trouble in front of her, Soo-sun wasn't planning to get involved. Liuli would have to learn to handle it herself. Liuli said, "I'll have my lawyer contact them. If they cause trouble again, I'll sue both of them together. If that doesn't work, I have other methods." She would have someone throw filth at the Hao family's main gate. The two were talking when General Manager Zhu arrived. He came to apologize. This was the second time causing a commotion, and as the head of this hotel, his reputation was also tarnished. Not only did it upset the higher-ups, but he also had to apologize to these customers. "President Su, I have already prepared to arrange 2 more security guards. This kind of thing won't happen again in the future." Soo-sun said, "That's secondary. What's strange is how it's such a coincidence that every time Mayor Lu comes here, there's a disturbance. Could someone be tipping them off? Otherwise, this information is really accurate." At this, President Zhu was stunned. "Yeah, why is it always Mayor Lu who comes here, causing all the trouble? Stakeouts are definitely impossible because no one knows that Mayor Lu would come here so often. The old and young here don't seem like the type to endure the hardship of a stakeout. So someone must be tipping him off, deliberately trying to make him look bad in front of Mayor Lu?" Mr. Zhu suddenly felt furious. His face showed a mix of colors. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Su. I'll ask around when I get back. Maybe someone accidentally leaked the information." Although very angry, he didn't want people to really think there was a mole inside the hotel. The intrigue at Dongzhou International Hotel. If this gets out, it won't sound good. It might even give people the bad impression that people from Dongzhou like to do this kind of thing. It affects outsiders' perception of Dongzhou. After Mr. Zhu apologized, he left in a hurry. Seeing him like that, Soo-sun knew he was probably going to investigate. "We should get ready too, let's set off." Before leaving, Soo-sun did make another call to the Su family. These past 2 days, she hadn't contacted the Su family because of the acting. After all, when she was upset, how could she care about the Su family's situation? But since the leaders of Dongzhou City had come by several times, she backed down. Naturally, she also had the intention to get in touch with the Su family. Soo-sun was worried that if she didn't keep in contact with the Su family, their momentum would dissipate. Then they wouldn't be so arrogant and their fighting spirit would decline. Didn't that mean she had to encourage them? Let them always know that their backing was still there. Upon receiving Soo-sun's call, the village officials of Xiaohua village were extremely excited. Because of the disturbances in Xiaohua village, they were currently not well regarded by the town leaders. Now everyone was anxious and uneasy. The smart ones all knew that Soo-sun was the key figure in this matter. As long as she was fine, it wouldn't be a big deal. The real worry was if she left in anger. That would be the biggest problem. Now that she was willing to call the Su family, it showed she still cared about them. So he quickly turned on the radio to notify Su Jishan to come and answer the call. Su Jishan was also sighing at home. He hadn't gone to work in the fields these past few days. He was just waiting at home for Soo-sun's call. After waiting for 2 days with no news, his mood grew even more downcast. Although he thought that with all the commotion, his eldest niece might as well invest and make money elsewhere, he still felt very upset that she really didn't care about the old Su family anymore. After all the hard work to turn the family around, was this opportunity lost again? Hearing the notification just now, he thought he was hallucinating. It was still Go Honghua shouting, "Old Su, hurry up. Your eldest niece is calling." Su Jishan jumped up and rushed out in a flash with Go Honghua right behind him. When he answered the call, Su Jishan almost cried. "Eldest niece, you've been wronged." His voice was choked up, not knowing if it was from genuine excitement or sympathy for Soo-sun's grievances. Maybe it was both. "Soo-sun. Uncle, you're a top-tier cannon fodder, aren't you? You're way too easily moved by true feelings. Or is your acting just that good?" Soo-sun said, "Uncle, there's no need to bring this up anymore. The leaders in Donggo have talked to me these past few days. As long as the conditions are right, I'm still willing to give them a chance." That's too much trouble for you," Su Jishan said. "It's only a possibility. As long as they are sincere, it's not something I can't consider. Besides, I won't necessarily stay in Dongzhou. I'm about to go south to survey the market. Maybe I'll build a factory down south. Don't worry, if I do build a factory elsewhere, I'll bring you all out too. So you keep dancing, keep making noise. Keep being arrogant. There's no need to hide this. Let everyone know that the Su family is not someone just anyone can defeat. The old Su family still has me to protect it. Su Jishan, hearing this on the phone, cried uncontrollably. In his whole life, Su Jishan had never been protected by anyone before. After hanging up, the cadres from Xiaohua village gathered around and asked, Uncle Jishan, what happened? What did they say? Su Jinshan wiped his tears. None of your business. Then he straightened his back and walked out. Gahonghua followed closely behind, then quietly asked, what did my eldest niece say? She said not to worry. If the factory really can't be set up here, then we'll go elsewhere and she'll come get us. Oh my eldest niece. I really have no words. Gahonghua genuinely cried this time. It wasn't acting, she was truly moved. No one had ever treated their family this well. At this point, they didn't despise them either. Good people, truly good people. This news wasn't deliberately hidden, the two even intentionally discussed moving plans on the way. Now someone overheard it. Then they knew that this relative of the Lao Su family wasn't setting up a factory in their hometown, they were going to another place and even planned to bring the Lao Su family members out. An old man slapped the back of his son's head, you fool. If they don't set up a factory in the hometown, they can still set one up elsewhere. You're just offending people for no reason. The son who got hit also regretted it. How did he not think of that? If they can't get rich in the hometown, they can get rich elsewhere. Now not only are the village officials disgusted with him, but people from other villages catch him and scold him too. People from the neighboring village don't mind the distance. They come to Xiaohua village and surround it, shouting insults. Gahonghua didn't care what these people thought. She just wanted everyone to know that their old Su family still had hope. So she immediately went to the field to tell her two sons who were working there the good news. Ha ha! Su Xiangdong shouted happily. Then he hugged his brother. Great! Chapter 30. The village officials learned the bad news and naturally had to report it to the town. The town officials were also stunned upon hearing the news. Now that Mayor Wang has been suspended, it seems he can no longer serve as mayor. With such short-sightedness and poor management, how can he still be mayor? Doesn't this disrupt the work? Others in the town were still waiting for instructions from the county. No one knew what to do next. Old Secretary Tian Rong immediately came to Xiaohua village with Deputy Mayor Lin. They didn't go to the village committee but headed straight to the Su family. Their timing was perfect as the whole family was home for lunch. Su Jishan saw the two of them coming and didn't even bother to show them any respect. He was really full of confidence now. According to his eldest niece, as long as the old Su family was here and didn't break the law, who else's face did they need to worry about? We don't need to please anyone to get by. We can leave this little Hua village anytime, leave Ping'an Town. But it's Ping'an Town that wants to keep us here. Look, here they come, right? If it weren't for the fact that the old leader had helped him back then, he wouldn't even let anyone through the front gate. Gu Honghua poured water for them, with subtle differences. Secretary Tian was fine with plain boiled water, while Deputy Mayor Lin reluctantly drank some sugar water. After all, that guy Wang Weiman was recommended by the old secretary. Deputy Mayor Lin looked a bit awkwardly at the old secretary. The old secretary sighed and waved his hand, signaling him to speak. Only then did Deputy Mayor Lin muster the courage to speak. Comrade Jishan, Brother Jinshan. We've known each other for so many years, let me be frank. Could you have your eldest niece build the factory in our Ping'an Town? That incident back then, no one wanted it to happen, and now we're all trying to make amends. See, those causing trouble have all been sent to the county, and this time we're aiming for sentencing. Gahonghua immediately became excited. Will they really be sentenced? According to the law, this is possible. How long it will take depends on the outcome, Secretary Tian patiently replied. Gahonghua said, serves them right. After saying that, she felt extremely relieved, though tears welled up in her eyes. This is truly the wheel of fortune turning. Back when her two sons were sent to labor reform, every household in the village gossiped and looked down on their family. Now they themselves are suffering. Su Jishan smoked his cigarette calmly. Their sentencing is the result of their own troublemaking. It has nothing to do with us. There's no need to bring this up. My eldest niece can invest wherever she wants. It has nothing to do with Ping'an Town. The two of them became anxious. Deputy Mayor Lin said, how can you say that? You are also people from here. We just fled here for refuge. Our roots aren't really here. The people here don't like our family either, Gahonghua said. Go into the mountains. Deputy Mayor Lin grabbed his hand, trying to appeal emotionally. Old leader, you know my situation. Our old Su family has finally encountered a good opportunity after so many years. Tell me, can we afford to disregard ourselves and offend our eldest niece? Make her unhappy? So many things have happened over the years, and Su Jishan is a sensible man. It's rare to meet someone who treats us well. We can't be ungrateful, can we? Go Honghwa glanced at the two of them. Exactly, you drove my eldest niece away in anger, and now you're living the good life in our old Su family? The sons, daughters-in-law, and daughters of the old Su family sat on the side, all wearing expressions of refusal. Who would want to drive their own family members away? That's unforgivable. Only the little granddaughter, Su Pampan, sat at the front door eating candy, watching the few kids outside drooling, as well as the adults sneaking glances at the commotion. Sweet juice dripped from the corner of her mouth as she thought, the area in front of the house has been really lively lately. Recently, many kids have been coming to play with her. But everyone just wants to eat her candy. To get the candy, they all flatter her. Pampan touched her head and thought, so having candy means having friends. It's that simple. She has candy in her hand, and others don't mind that her dad was in labor reform, nor do they mind that she's a bit fierce. After an awkward silence in the room, Deputy Mayor Lin finally had nothing more to say. Just as Su Jinshan said, Su Jinshan couldn't make decisions. Even if they insisted on Su Jinshan helping out, he wouldn't assist. The risk was too great and there was no benefit. To put it bluntly, he was no longer a comrade of the organization, so they couldn't hold him to high standards. He shook his head at Secretary Tian. Only then did the two stand up to take their leave and depart. Su Jinshan politely saw the guests out the door. Seeing people outside sneaking a peek at the commotion, he immediately put his hands behind his back, straightened his waist, and looked proud and confident. After sending the guests away, he came back inside. The whole family closed the door and gathered around him. Li Chunlan said excitedly, "Dad, our family is really impressive today. Even the town leaders came to speak well of us." When she told her parents, it would surely make her dad envious. Su Jinshan humbly waved his hand. "That wasn't directed at us, but at my eldest niece. Without her, we'd be nothing. So from now on, everyone keep your heads sharp and don't make Susan angry." Li Chunlan immediately expressed, "Who would dare? Ha ha." Su Xiangdong said, "Anyway, whatever she says, I'll just listen." Su Xiangnan said, "Dad, you know we have sweet mouths." Su Baoling said, "I really like sister's son. Now when she goes out, no one points fingers anymore. All the talk is about the family running the factory." Gahongwa asked, "Old man, do you think we should move?" "That depends on what the eldest niece plans. We can't decide for her. If she still holds onto my second uncle's last wishes, it's hard to say." Gahongwa was puzzled. "Hey, you said second uncle didn't stay here long, so why is he so attached to this place? Isn't it because my grandparents are buried here? This place is his home. Besides, you know the saying returning home in glory? When he left, he was so down and out, but now that he's successful, of course he wants to make a grand appearance in his hometown." Hearing this, the others in the Su family immediately understood. Because according to their own ideas, if they became successful in the future, they would hope to visit their hometown and show off a bit, to let those who once looked down on them see that now they have made it. Daughter-in-law Li Chunlan said, "We understand completely. Ever since my younger sister came back to see us, I've really wanted to go back to my parents' home." Gahonghwa felt a pang of sadness. She also wanted to go back to her parents' home, but she had none. She had fled during a famine and could no longer find her family. The two leaders who came to town also couldn't leave the village smoothly. They were stopped by Li Hongmei and the Ma family. In the past few days, family members were arrested and reportedly sent to the county town. Only the elderly and children are left at home. No one knows what to do. They want to ask the Lao Su family for help but don't dare. They don't have that kind of ability. So they can only turn to the leaders. Seeing this group causing a commotion, Secretary Tian frowned deeply. "Your family causes trouble every time. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? You dare to break the law, each of you bolder than the next. Whether to release people or not isn't up to us, it's up to the law." Deputy Mayor Lin said, "Back when Su Jinshan's two sons were sent to labor reform, you all laughed at them every day. Why didn't you remember to obey the law? Causing trouble, no matter how much, is useless. You've seen what happened before. Problems can't be solved just by making a fuss." The two of them looked stern, which intimidated these people. Coupled with the previous lesson, they didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Deputy Mayor Lin pointed at Li Hongmei and said, "Li Hongmei, are you going to follow your family's Lu Sanjian and lead the troublemaking?" Li Hongmei shook her head in fright. "Then let's break up quickly." These people all rushed away like a swarm. But this matter still left the two feeling uneasy. Deputy Mayor Lin said, "Old secretary, look at our situation. Even if we invite people back to invest, can things really calm down? What if there's another disturbance?" Secretary Tian Lao. "We have to do something. We can't just wait like this, nor can we expect others to speak up for us. These are all problems left over from the past. When the educated youth caused trouble back then, they directly removed Su Jishan, which set a precedent. It showed people that as long as there was trouble, the brigade leaders had to step down. Later, the cement factory, everyone also caused trouble. The reasons for the protests were justified too, since they didn't hire local workers and polluted the crops. But in the end it still turned into a big issue. So now there's a problem. Secretary Tian Lao was also speechless about this. All these matters had passed through his hands. He was someone who liked to keep the peace, always afraid of trouble, and each time he did manage to calm things down. But he didn't realize he was setting an example for others. The matter was never truly resolved, instead it caused significant aftereffects. Old Lin, is there any way we can make amends? Soon new news about the Su family spread. Deputy Mayor Lin said, launch a town-wide study, promote this issue in every village, and use this incident as a negative example for learning. Let everyone know that causing trouble is unacceptable. It's against the law. Also have each village write a letter of commitment and press their fingerprints. Promise not to cause trouble for the Su family's factory. Whether it's effective or not, we need to show our stance. Regardless of whether they're willing to accept it, we have to offer the step. Hearing Deputy Mayor Lin's words, Secretary Tian suddenly felt as if waking from a dream. Then looking at Deputy Mayor Lin, he was silent for a moment. You really have the skills. He had misjudged the person at first. He only thought Wang Weiman was capable because he was young, thoughtful, and energetic, but he didn't realize he was actually immature in his thinking. It was still old Lin, with his extensive experience, who was truly capable. Let's do it this way. The two returned and immediately reported the situation to their superiors. Regardless of whether the higher-ups were aware of Su Sun's attitude, since they had learned it from the Su family side, they had to inform the authorities. When the news reached Vice Mayor Liu, he only said one sentence, I knew it a long time ago. What use is knowing? The current situation is to discuss whether Su Sun's demands can be agreed upon. Actually, not much of the benefits have been given up. The provincial capital doesn't really mind, but the worry is that other companies coming later might follow suit and demand the same conditions. No, a result must be reached quickly. This matter can't be delayed. If Su Sun finds a place to invest elsewhere, they will truly have no chance at all. He picked up the phone and called General Manager Zhu at the hotel. When he asked when Su Sun was leaving and learned that Su Sun had already gone to catch the train, he felt even more urgency. At the hotel, General Manager Zhu was still investigating who the mole was. He suspected quite a few people, thinking it might be the front desk, who had accepted benefits from the Hao family. He also suspected Manager Wu, who had replaced Li Yuli, believing he wanted to drive Li Yuli away. He even suspected his own deputy, thinking the person wanted to replace him. For a while he was full of suspicion and paranoia. He was just getting a headache when he heard someone had come to see General Manager Su. So he went out to take a look. He found a man and a woman, both well-dressed and distinguished in demeanor, and asked, What business do you have with General Manager Su? The visitors were Hua Chaoyang and Qiu Ruoyun. After spending some time gathering information about Su Sun and his residence, they had come over. The person had actually already left the house. When Mr. Zhu asked, Hua Chaoyang shook his hand. We are sort of her fellow townsmen. From Zaiho village? Mr. Zhu did know this place. Hua Chaoyang nodded. General Zhu asked, Surname Su? Hua Chaoyang shook his head. General Zhu's expression immediately changed. You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, why would I bother with you? That's unfortunate, he's out, and the return date is uncertain. I won't be accompanying you. After saying this, he turned and went back into the office to continue pondering who the mole really was. As for the people outside, why worry about offending them? Except for those surnamed Su, everyone in Xiaohua village is General Su's enemy. Since Im became successful in business, it had been a long time since anyone had treated them with such disdain. Being treated like this now, their expressions immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Thought to herself, what's there to be proud of? This hotel will eventually become a relic of the times, doomed to decline until even the curtains are tattered and there's no money to replace them. Forget it, let's go first. Patted her arm and the two of them walked outside. Qiu Ruoyun said, so what can we do about this? The people are no longer in Dongzhou, so there's no way to reconcile. As for Uncle Sanjian, I'm afraid there's no hope. Hua Chaoyang was also at a loss at this moment. For the first time, he realized how weak his own power was. He did know people in the county town, but once they heard it was about Lu Sanjian, they wouldn't even talk, saying the mayor was closely overseeing the matter. He asked someone working in a grassroots department in the city for information. That person didn't have much news either, but could guarantee that the mayor was very unhappy about what had happened below. In any case, Hua Chaoyang had no other. The way forward. I can only tell Xiao Chang the truth. Su Sun has already put the situation in Dongzhou City out of his mind and is heading south. This trip south is partly to put pressure on the people of Dongzhou City. and also to visit the plastic factory and become familiar with the South of this era. She definitely has a heart for making money, so she must understand this era. These days, she has basically gotten a good grasp of the situation in Dongho City, which is also somewhat representative, so there's no need to learn more. Besides, she still has Li Yuli around to help fill in the gaps. The South, however, is still very unfamiliar to her at the moment. Moreover, this time Susan plans to connect with several foreign businesses. She wants to get well known within the foreign business circle in Huagua, thoroughly publicize her identity, and solidify her position. This will make things more convenient for her in the future. Naturally, Susan travels by plane. Although a transfer is needed in between, it's still much better than taking the slow train for several days. But the plane ticket is really expensive. Even Li Yuli is flying for the first time because the ticket is so costly. No one is willing to spend that kind of money. Following President Su, I really am seeing the world. Li Yuli thought, feeling even more touched knowing the ticket would be reimbursed. Not to mention her, Zhoumu also felt enlightened. He had flown on a transport plane before, but this was his first time on such a comfortable passenger plane. And this time it was first class. He didn't even know when it started, but the idea of starting his own business was gone. Now he just hopes to be Su's bodyguard for the long term. Because Zhoumu felt that with his entrepreneurial ability he couldn't reach Su's level. The plane landed at the southern airport, and as Susun and his group exited, someone was there to pick them up. Two men in suits were standing holding signs. One was middle-aged, the other young. Susun certainly wouldn't take the initiative to go over. When you're away from home, your status is what you make of it. In Dongho City, the politeness is because both sides have a cooperative relationship. One side represents the local government, the other is the investor. Since they are polite, she naturally has to be polite as well. Here, she is a company shareholder. If she were too polite, they might not be polite to her in return. She gave a signal with her eyes, and Li Yuli went over to introduce himself. The middle-aged man glanced at Susun, saw that she was arrogantly waiting for him to come over, and quickly ran up. Hello, General Manager Su. I'm Pan Yang, Vice President of Onqing Company. I heard you were coming to visit today, so I came specially to welcome you. Susun then nodded lightly, thank you. Then he secretly glanced at the dislike meter, which hadn't increased. They really fell for this trick. Vice President Pan immediately reached out to lead the way. It's a bit hot here, how about we go sit in the car first? Then he had the assistant quickly help them with their luggage. There were 2 cars in total. Li Yuli and the assistant got into one car, Susun took Zhoumu into another, and Vice President Pan naturally accompanied Susun. After getting in the car, Susun compared the scenery along the way with his memories and found that the changes were really huge. Who would have thought that the future South would be so prosperous? Sigh, maybe I should have come here earlier to make money. There are so many factories here. Being a capitalist here could also earn a good reputation. Mr. Su, we have arranged the best hotel for you. You can go there to rest directly now. During your visit here, we have dedicated personnel responsible for transportation. However, we suggest you don't go around too much during this period. Susun asked, what's wrong? There are quite a lot of people mixed here, a real motley crew. Pickpockets are the least of the worries. What's really scary is some people resorting to dirty tricks. A few days ago, a boss was killed over a business dispute, and they're still looking for the culprit. I heard the killer fled to Gangqing. Dying like that was all for nothing. Susun. Forget it, better to just lay low for now? This place is only good for making money, not for earning grudges. If I offend someone and actually get beaten to death, that would be terrible. It's better to make more money first, hire a bodyguard team, and then go out.